Chapter 1. The Infinite Slaughter Game commences. The blood-soaked obelisk. In a moment of bewilderment, the protagonist finds himself standing at a crossroads, his gaze filled with confusion as he surveys the unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? He ponders. Strange skyscrapers loom above him. Unfamiliar billboards flash brightly, and even the speeding cars bear logos he has never encountered before. Is this still the world he once knew? As Luo Chen grapples with his thoughts, a voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of consciousness, suddenly reverberates in the ears of countless inhabitants of Blue Star. It strikes like thunder, compelling everyone to pause their activities and gaze skyward. Attention, all inhabitants of Blue Star. The current universe has been selected for the Infinite Slaughter Game. In 5 seconds, all Blue Star humans will be transported to the land of slaughter. 543? What is this Infinite Slaughter Game? Surely, this must be a prank. Did you hear that voice? It said we would be sent to a place called the Land of Slaughter in 5 seconds. What on earth is happening? Is this some sort of game advertisement? Ha ha ha. I knew I was destined for greatness in this world. My golden opportunity has arrived. Bring on the sword. Mom, look, that uncle over there has lost his mind. Is that for real? Where's the camera? Is this some viral internet show? At this moment, people across the globe engaged in fervent discussion. Some dismissed the entire occurrence as a mere hoax. Others, in their youthful exuberance, believed themselves to be the chosen ones, on the brink of embarking on legendary journeys. Meanwhile, some cried out in despair, alternating between tears and laughter, convinced that the end of days was upon them. Yet, the majority remained indifferent, entirely unconvinced by the notion of an infinite slaughter game, dismissing it as the antics of bored individuals broadcasting art. Performances via their mobile devices that the crossroads, Luo Chen, still grappling with his recent transportation, is taken aback by the countdown echoing in his ears. 5 seconds is a fleeting moment. It passes swiftly. Regardless of belief or skepticism, the instant the countdown reaches 0, billions of humans across Blue Star vanish without a trace. Among them is Luo Chen, who has only just arrived in this realm and remains unaware of its name. Having experienced such an extraordinary event once before, Luo Chen feels an innate immunity to the chaos. Thus, when a blinding white light envelopes him, and he finds himself in a plaza-like locale, he remains remarkably composed compared to the surrounding crowd. Where is this? Who are all of you? Wait, so this isn't a prank? But I was in the shower. Could someone at least let me get dressed? Is it truly real? Is this the land of slaughter? It appears rather ordinary. Hey, does anyone know where we are? I still have debts to collect. If I don't get the money, my brother will surely be furious. Wah. Honey, where are you? Mom, where are you? I'm scared. In a vast square spanning nearly 3,000 square meters, a perfectly aligned assembly of 1,000 individuals suddenly materialized. At that moment, the newcomers anxiously surveyed their surroundings, some collapsing into tears, while others clamored for the unseen orchestrators to step forward and provide an explanation. Regardless of whether they were timid or irrationally furious, no response was forthcoming. Then, amidst this turmoil, the ground at the center of the square abruptly caved in with a thunderous roar. Those nearby screamed in terror and recoiled. With a resounding crash, a monument resembling a blood-stained obelisk gradually emerged from the depths below. Minutes later, accompanied by a deafening boom, the rising obelisk came to a standstill. What is that? Is it a stone tablet? It's so tall. Is anyone brave enough to take a closer look? Come on, gentlemen, move. Why should we men go check it out? Don't you women have legs? How dare you, a grown man, suggest we women go first? Enough bickering. Everyone, please calm down. The priority now is to ascertain our circumstances, not to engage in futile disputes. At this juncture, a voice finally rang out. A middle-aged man in a suit, impeccably groomed, resembling a businessman, stepped forward and addressed the crowd with authority. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to me. Gradually, the crowd hushed and turned their attention to him. I trust that before arriving here, you all heard the same voice informing us that our universe has been selected by something called the Endless Killing Game. The man surveyed the crowd with a serious expression, stating, I do not know where we are, but at least for now, it appears we are safe. Have you noticed? We seem to be in a small town of sorts, surrounded by numerous identical houses. Perhaps we should investigate whether there are any inhabitants within those homes. We might glean some information from the locals, he shouted, but gradually, some individuals began to retreat in terror, as if something dreadful loomed behind him. Instinctively, the middle-aged man turned to look over his shoulder. What? It's glowing? The towering obelisk, exceeding 100 meters in height, suddenly emitted a faint crimson glow. In the next instant, whoosh, 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 a series of blood-red beams shot forth from the glowing obelisk, each landing precisely in the hands of every person in the square. What is this? It seems to be a business card? No, there are words. A string of numbers. Mine is 077. What about yours? I'm 155. What does this signify? Could it be the order of death? Don't be ridiculous. I think it resembles a Q number. A Q? Why will we need a Q? For what purpose? On my card, the number is 999. Is there anyone with a greater number than mine? I am 001. The first. In the crowd, Luo Chen glanced down at the red card in his hand. One side of the card displayed an outline of an obelisk drawn in black lines. Turning it over revealed a black number. 0? Just moments ago, he had heard those around him calling out three-digit numbers. Even for 001, there were 2 zeros preceding it. Yet, his card bore only a single 0. According to the pattern, shouldn't it be 000? Furthermore, what significance did this number hold? Chapter 2. Welcome to the killing town number 10087. Check into room 0. A newcomer's welcome gift. In the square, everyone curiously examined the blood-red cards in their hands, some casting inquisitive glances at others nearby. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen slipped the card into his pocket. In this environment, being unique only meant isolation. He had no desire to complicate matters from the outset, especially when the future remained uncertain. Attention, residents of killing town number 10087. Just as the crowd stood bewildered, uncertain of their next move, the voice that had ushered them to this place resonated once more. The cards in your possession serve as your safety key in the land of slaughter, as well as your identification. Carry your card and follow the directions to your respective safe houses. Activating the basic functions of your safe house is your foremost task. Please remember, the safe house is the only place where you can rest assured, but it is not impervious. If breached, you will lose your only sanctuary and become a wanderer in this land of slaughter. In this endless game of carnage, the singular rule is that there are no rules. You may do whatever you wish, provided you possess sufficient strength. Power and wisdom are the only things that can provide you with a sense of security here, so strive to grow stronger. Lastly, I wish you an enjoyable game. As the voice faded from his mind, names began to appear on the crimson obelisk before him. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Er, Li Si. Many were Chinese names, yet some were inscribed in other scripts. Regardless of the language, the meaning was inherently understood, even by those who had never studied it. At the base of the obelisk, the inscription read, Killing Town number 10087. After a brief silence, the crowd of 1,000 began to murmur. Luo Chen glanced around before turning to depart in another direction. Like him, many others had started to leave the square. Following the disappearance of that voice, they collectively sensed a guiding presence, seemingly directing them toward their respective safe houses. Where did they go? They must be searching for the safe house. Can you feel it? I seem to have a clear sense of where my safe house is. I feel it too. Shall we go then? Let's hurry and see what this safe house looks like. Do you think we might die? God knows, but we are alive for now. Why dwell on it? True enough, your outlook is refreshing. Sigh. After all, my life was snatched from the clutches of death in merely returning it in the end. Shortly thereafter, Luo Chen found himself outside a quaint two-story villa. The villa exuded a cozy charm, featuring a wooden exterior and small gardens in the front and back, modest yet inviting, perfect for a family. Traversing through the front yard, Luo Chen arrived at the entrance. The single red wooden door bore a sign that was not a number, but rather an emblem resembling an obelisk. At that moment, Luo Chen retrieved a blood-red card from his pocket. Almost instantaneously, as the card emerged, it transformed into a beam of light that vanished into the door before him. In the next instant, Luo Chen felt as though a green light flickered in his mind, symbolizing the safe house right in front of him. A stream of information naturally appeared, outlining the basic details of this refuge. Quite convenient. Luo Chen murmured, then reached for the door handle. In a heartbeat, the crimson door metamorphosed into a pristine white. Creak! The door swung open. Upon entering the safe house, the first sight was an empty living room. There was no Thingyo sofa, no coffee table, no television. All were absent. To the right lay an open kitchen, which, albeit sparse, contained a central island and a sink. At least there was water. Further inside was a dining area featuring a weathered wooden table, devoid of chairs. Adjacent to the dining area was a bathroom. Upon opening the door, the good news was that there was indeed a toilet, however. The bad news was the tank was empty. Could it be? Luo Chen hurriedly exited the bathroom and returned to the kitchen, turning on the faucet. Indeed, no water flowed from the tap. So, it's merely a non-functional sink, is it? Luo Chen shook his head in exasperation. From the information acquired during the activation of the safe house, he understood that it could be upgraded. However, upgrading the safe zone required currency, not the money from Earth before his transmigration, nor the local currency of Blue Star after, but rather the unique currency of the killing grounds, the killing coins. And as for Luo Chen at present, he was utterly penniless. So, any talk of upgrading was moot. He had not a single coin to spare. The situation on the first floor was essentially as described. There was also a room that might serve as a storage or laundry area, but it was empty, nothing to be found. Upon opening the door, one could see the small backyard, approximately 20 square meters. It was slightly smaller than the front yard. Yet, all these could be upgraded, provided one possessed the funds. Returning inside the safe house, Luo Chen chose not to ascend the stairs. Due to the lack of an upgraded safe house, the second floor remains inaccessible. Looking to rest? Visualize a table. One may find solace upon its surface. If that does not suffice, the floor is also an option, should one not mind. Returning to the dining area, Luo Chen's gaze fell upon the soul table within the safe house. Atop it rested a crimson box. Luo Chen recognized it as a customary gift bestowed upon all who entered the realm of slaughter. Approaching, he reached out to unveil the box. Within its modest confines lay a few items. A dagger, intended as a novice weapon for early encounters, a crystal-like object, the purpose of which remained a mystery, and a small, blood-red obelisk model. Luo Chen first grasped the blood-red obelisk model. Upon contact, the model instantaneously transformed into a beam of light, merging with his right hand. A sharp sting pierced his wrist, yet it was fleeting. Hastily rolling up his sleeve, he discovered a tattoo in the shape of an obelisk, outlined in black upon the inner side of his wrist. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated before him, conjuring a virtual interface. Name: Luo Chen. Health: 50-50 mana, 50-50 status, healthy. Fatigue: 0 hunger, 0 strength, 5 constitution, 5 agility, 5 spirit, 5 physical defense, 5 elemental resistance, 5 talents. Awaiting activation. Skills: none. Note: strength influences. Physical damage potential. Constitution affects physical defense and health. Agility impacts attack speed, reflexes, and movement velocity, while spirit governs spell damage, mana, and elemental resistance. Chapter 3. Endless Possibilities. Activated. Skill Crystal. This is the information panel of Luo Chen himself. The details displayed reflect Luo Chen's current state. Simultaneously, in the section labeled Talent Abilities, the words pending activation flicker with a crimson glow, seemingly urging him to activate it promptly. Talent? It appears to be of significant importance. Luo Chen mused. After taking a deep breath and preparing himself, he chose to activate the talent. In a flash of crimson light, a new talent appeared in the Talent Abilities section. Talent Ability. Endless Possibilities. Endless Possibilities. Remove skill level cap. Each day, one skill can be selected to increase by 1 level. What is this? Is this truly a talent? What do the 3 question marks signify? Is it a level? Luo Chen stared in astonishment at the talent he had just activated. No wonder his previous calls to his so-called golden finger had gone unanswered. He had assumed he was merely a forgotten traveler. It turns out, you were waiting for me here? The Endless Possibilities talent is evidently extraordinarily powerful. Luo Chen was uncertain about the nature of talents activated by others, but surely none could be as absurd as his own. Upon activating the talent, he had already learned that normal talents range from F level to SSS level. Yet he had never heard of a level denoted by 3 question marks. Does it imply that the level cannot be detected? After activating the character panel, Luo Chen simultaneously activated the chat channel of the Land of Slaughter. The previous voice had mentioned that the entire universe inhabited by Blue Star had been chosen for the Endless Slaughter game. One must wonder, how many civilizations exist within this universe? Certainly, there must be more than just Blue Star. Hence, the Land of Slaughter is vast, so vast that it would not be an exaggeration to call it infinite. Given such expanse, communication among individuals would undoubtedly become quite cumbersome. Clearly, the Endless Slaughter game had considered this aspect, leading to the establishment of the chat channel. However, currently, only the regional chat channel is accessible. This channel covers an area with a radius of 5 kilometers, centered around oneself. As long as there are individuals within this vicinity, the chat channel will display the number of online participants. For instance, at this moment, regional chat channel, online participants, 1,000, precisely 1,000 individuals, which corresponds to the current population of the 10,087 Slaughter Town. At this time, several messages have already been exchanged in the chat channel. Wow, this truly feels like a game. Even a chat channel exists. What talents have you all activated? Why did I get the E-level talent of Enduring Hunger? Is it because I often starve myself to lose weight? Brother above, are you here to entertain us? I once served as a fitness coach, endowed with a D-rank talent that grants an astounding 200 increase to my strength attributes. I can't help but ponder whether this talent is influenced by our individual lifestyles. Adhérent talent? How enviable. My own talent is woefully inadequate, classified as an F rank, merely reducing damage by 1. What good is that? To perish with a modicum of dignity? My friends, I have activated a C-rank talent, Flame Manipulation, not only allowing me to control fire effortlessly, but also enhancing fire-based skills by an impressive 300. Incredible. Oh, esteemed one, do you require any accessories for your legs? Previously, I worked in sales, and my activated talent is an E-rank Gift of Eloquence, which grants me a chance to secure greater discounts when bargaining. Is this talent a joke? No. This brother's talent actually reveals crucial information. This realm of slaughter possesses certain fixed trading locations, akin to NPC shops in games. Indeed, I had to even consider that aspect until now. Luo Chen observed the rolling messages in the chat channel for a while, noting that each message bore an accompanying avatar. He too attempted to send a message, and to his surprise, his own avatar appeared. This feature proved beneficial, as it allowed participants to discern the gender of the message sender, eliminating the risk of burly men masquerading as youthful maidens. However, upon further reflection, Luo Chen realized that the highest talents activated by others seemed to be merely C rank. He had yet to encounter any B rank or higher talents. Of course, it was conceivable that those who possessed B rank or superior talents preferred to remain discreet, not wishing to reveal their true capabilities. Yet, it was evident from this situation that talents above B rank were indeed quite rare, with most individuals holding D rank talents and C rank talents being a rarity in this small town. As he closed the chat channel, Luo Chen's gaze returned to the 2 items nestled within the box. Upon activating the character panel, he could now view the basic information of these 2 items. Dagger, quality, white, strength 1, an unremarkable white item, yet a fitting welcome gift for a novice. What more could one desire? He casually stowed the dagger away and turned his attention to the crystalline object that resembled a gem. Skill crystal, quality, white upon use. Grants 1 random white tier skill. Once again, a white quality item. Yet, this time, Luo Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. A skill, precisely what he required. Even the most rudimentary white tier skill could unleash cataclysmic power if wielded by a sufficiently high level. Without hesitation, Luo Chen grasped the skill crystal and opted to utilize it. In the next instant, bang, the skill crystal shattered in his hand, transforming into a multitude of white light particles that surged into his body. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Sprint. On the character panel, the previously vacant skill section has at last revealed its inaugural skill. Sprint LV. 1. Grade. White. Consumes 10 mana points to enter a sustained sprint state for 10 seconds, increasing movement speed by 20, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Truly, As a skill of white grade, it is rather commonplace. However, there is no cause for concern. Luo Chen still possesses one opportunity today to upgrade skill. It is perfectly suited for enhancing the sprint skill. He elevates the sprint skill by 1 level. In the next moment, the sprint skill on the character panel bursts forth with a brilliant display of white light. As the light dissipates, both the skill's level and its effects undergo a transformation. Sprint LV2, grade, white. Consumes 15 mana points to enter a sustained sprint state for 15 seconds. Increasing movement speed by 25, with a cooldown of 55 seconds. Chapter for the names on the Crimson Obelisk after the upgrade. Both the duration of effects and the enhancement of movement speed, as well as the cooldown time of skills, have seen a notable improvement. Although the increase may be modest, it is commendable considering this is merely a skill of white rarity. Such advancements are indeed satisfactory. The only drawback is the heightened consumption of mana. With Luo Chen's current mana pool of 50 points, he can only utilize the sprint skill 3 times. After these 3 instances, his mana will be insufficient to employ the skill again. Furthermore, without appropriate equipment or skills, mana recovery is painfully slow, taking 1 minute to regain a single point. For instance, the level 2 sprint skill requires 15 points of mana, necessitating a full 15 minutes for replenishment. Thus, once his mana is exhausted, Luo Chen must wait a quarter of an hour before he can again make use of this skill. Surely, there must be potions or similar items to restore mana. Glancing at his pitifully low mana reserves, Luo Chen pondered. However, he is still a newcomer, utterly unfamiliar with the circumstances of the killing grounds. The situation here remains a complete enigma. In the killing town, the initial phases are relatively safe, with no monsters approaching the vicinity. Yet, the future is uncertain. Therefore, upgrading the safe house is an urgent priority. Only by enhancing the safe house's level can one truly attain a sense of security. Otherwise, the initial safety level of the safe house fails to provide Luo Chen with any reassurance. Safe house, level 1, defense value, 10 durability, 100 additional functions, none. Upgrade requires 1,000 killing coins. Upon opening the information regarding the safe house, Luo Chen gazed at the sparse lines of text, totaling less than 50 words in description, and found it exceedingly simplistic. However, this is the nature of an initial safe house, extremely basic and lacking in safety. A defense value of 10 implies that attacks with a strength attribute below 10 cannot diminish the durability of the safe house. But is 10 points of strength substantial? Not at all. Even Luo Chen possesses 5 points of strength. Some individuals, endowed with talents such as Strength of a Bull, can easily attain a 200 strength boost. Assuming the opponent also has a base of 5 points, a 200 enhancement would equate to a strength value of 15 points. With a single blow, they could effortlessly breach the defenses of a level 1 safe house. Moreover, the 100 points of durability would only withstand a mere 100 attacks. Is that considerable? Not in the slightest. It cannot endure for an extended period. Furthermore, without any additional functions, the safe house offers no means of escape. One would be trapped within. Hence, it is imperative to swiftly gather the requisite 1,000 killing coins to adequately upgrade this safe house. Even if it is merely a level increase, it is still a positive development. Stepping out of the safe house, Luo Chen turned back to close the door, casting a glance at the illuminated obelisk design on the doorplate. This symbol indicated that the safe house was occupied. In contrast, those that remained dormant or belonged to deceased owners bore doorplates devoid of the glowing emblem. Upon returning to the central square of the town, he noticed a sparse gathering of individuals. Were they the ones who had never departed, or had they just arrived like him? Ignoring the others, Luo Chen strode directly toward the imposing obelisk. He lifted his gaze upward. On the crimson structure, names were intricately inscribed. In a short while, he found his own name among them. Luo Chen, survival time, 0 days. Every slaughter town is adorned with such a blood-red obelisk, each one engraved with the names of its inhabitants and the duration of their survival. Should a resident perish, their name would be erased from the obelisk. Thus, determining whether someone still lived is simple. One need only check if their name remains inscribed. If it is still present, they are alive. If it vanishes, it signifies their demise. The survival duration is precisely as it sounds. However, its existence serves not merely to indicate how long one has survived in this realm of slaughter, but also as a reward for those participating in the deadly game. For instance, upon reaching a survival time of 10 days, one would receive their first reward. The nature of this reward remains unknown, yet anything freely given, regardless of its worth, is preferable to none at all. The second reward, following the 10-day mark, would only be granted upon reaching 30 days. Subsequently, every additional 30 days of survival would yield another reward. Upon achieving a full year of survival, an extra reward would be bestowed, one that surpasses the basic monthly rewards, serving as a delightful surprise for those who strive to endure. "Hey there, want to team up?" Luo Chen turned to the individual who had addressed him. He shook his head in refusal. The person, unfazed, smiled and turned to seek out another companion. "Hey there, want to team up?" Another individual glanced at him, hesitated momentarily, then agreed. The newcomer gestured toward 3 individuals standing nearby, encouraging the other to join them and become acquainted, while he continued his search for additional partners. Such encounters were not uncommon in the square. Although these individuals were strangers to one another, their shared predicament of being thrust into the same slaughter town created a bond of fate, albeit tenuous. Presently, none could ascertain the circumstances that lay beyond the town's confines. Thus, at this juncture, banding together for mutual support evidently proves to be far more secure than embarking on a solitary journey. Luo Chen is not oblivious to this principle. However, in comparison to the perils that lurk beyond the town, he harbors a profound distrust towards those surrounding him. To put it plainly, as an individual who has traversed realms, he finds himself utterly unfamiliar with these inhabitants of Blue Star. Although they share similar appearances and modes of expression, and even the language seems devoid of significant differences, he still perceives a distinct disconnection between himself and these individuals. Therefore, after careful consideration, Luo Chen ultimately resolved against the notion of collective action. He decided to venture forth alone for the time being, with the option to seek out a team should the circumstances prove dire. Chapter 5. Departing the town, cannibalistic wild dogs. At the western gate of the killing+No. 10087, Luo Chen proceeded along the broad avenue leading to the central square, soon reaching the town's edge. The layout of Killing is predominantly square, featuring 4 gates oriented towards the east, south, west, and north. Luo Chen approached the western gate, where he was met with a formidable wall constructed from sharpened wooden stakes, standing nearly 4 to 5 meters tall, exuding a robust presence. It was evident that an average individual would find it exceedingly difficult to scale such a barrier. Directly opposite the road beneath his feet stood a pair of grand wooden doors, framed at an impressive height of approximately 6 meters, towering significantly over the surrounding wall. A smaller door was positioned at the right edge, allowing for passage while the main entrance remained securely closed, as the weight of the door made it cumbersome to operate. This gate, alongside the encompassing wall, served primarily as a defense against wandering monsters that might inadvertently stray into the town. Of course, its efficacy was limited to weaker creatures, as formidable adversaries would render such defenses ineffective. Nevertheless, it was rare for particularly powerful monsters to roam in the vicinity of Killing. The area was primarily inhabited by weaker, novice creatures designed to acclimate newcomers to the lethal ecosystem of this domain. Upon reaching the western gate, Luo Chen noticed that the smaller door had already been opened, indicating that someone had arrived before him. Stepping through the ajar entrance, he beheld a desolate landscape stretching before him. A faint mist enveloped the distance, obscuring visibility beyond a kilometer. Any further would reveal only vague, shadowy forms. The sheer desolation was striking. Despite mentally preparing himself, Luo Chen felt a pang of trepidation upon witnessing the barren scene. On this occasion, he had 3 tasks to accomplish outside the town. The first was to explore the surrounding environment. The second involved seeking essential supplies. The level 1 safe house lacked even a drop of water, let alone food. Thus, if he wished to avoid starvation, it would be prudent to forage for edible items to bring back. The third task, which could overlap with the second, was to search for the killing coins necessary to upgrade his safe house. Luo Chen was uncertain where to locate these coins, so he resolved to venture forth and see where the journey would lead. Opening his mini-map, he was greeted by a vast expanse of darkness. Save for the illuminated area of Killing Town number 10087 behind him, where two green icons flickered. The larger icon represented his safe house, while the smaller indicated his own position. With no further information at his disposal, he chose a random direction to explore. With a firm grip on the whiteboard dagger gifted to him as a novice, Luo Chen strode purposefully into the unknown. After several minutes, he still had yet to encounter anything of value. As far as the eye could see, only a sparse collection of stunted trees, adorned with but a few leaves, populated the desolate landscape. Occasionally, peculiar objects lay scattered across this barren expanse. A washer reduced to nothing but an empty shell, a half-dismantled car frame, and even a roof segment half-buried, with only a portion exposed to the air. Typically, when encountering such remnants, Luo Chen would approach to ascertain if anything of value might be found. Alas, without exception, his efforts yielded no rewards. This place of slaughter resembled nothing more than a refuse dump. Luo Chen couldn't help but remark. At that moment, he caught sight of an old-fashioned refrigerator, lying on its side in the distance. It appeared to be relatively intact. Eagerly, Luo Chen quickened his pace, hoping for a fortuitous discovery. Just then, bang! A sudden loud noise erupted from the opposite side of the refrigerator, as its door, dislodged from within, crashed heavily to the ground. Luo Chen, who had been striding forward, halted abruptly and cautiously turned his gaze in that direction. A faint rustling sound followed, and soon a shadow emerged from behind the refrigerator. A dog? Luo Chen beheld a large black dog before him. Its emaciated frame bared sharp teeth, dripping with viscous saliva. Its eyes glowed with a sinister crimson hue. With a series of furious barks, the massive black dog lunged at Luo Chen. Fortunately, having sensed something amiss with the creature, he had heightened his vigilance early on. Thus, a mere moment before the dog pounced, he activated his speed-enhancing skill. In an instant, his mobility surged by 25. Just as the dog launched itself at him, he deftly sidestepped the attack. With a swift motion, Luo Chen plunged his dagger deep into the dog's abdomen, the blade slicing through flesh to reveal stark white bones within, blood gushing forth in a violent spray. The black dog, crashing to the ground, emitted a pained howl. Yet, undeterred, it turned to charge at Luo Chen once more. With a decisive kick, Luo Chen sent the charging beast sprawling, then swiftly advanced to thrust his dagger into the creature's neck. The strike landed true, and he withdrew immediately, denying the beast any chance to retaliate. Relying on his superior speed, Luo Chen evaded the dog's desperate claws, inflicting a deep wound that caused blood to spurt forth as if it were flowing freely, splattering the surroundings. At this juncture, Luo Chen retreated, creating distance between himself and the wounded dog, preventing it from launching a final desperate attack. Thus, a minute passed in this tense standoff. The large black dog on the ground lay utterly motionless. It had finally succumbed to death. Luo Chen let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he remember that he could check the basic information of this formidable beast. He had been so tense earlier that he had forgotten. Man-eating wild dog. Description: a beast that has consumed human flesh, possessing an exceedingly strong desire to attack. Note: after slaying it, one may attempt to search for attribute crystals within its body, but do not harbor excessive hopes, as it is merely a beast of non-ascendant rank. Before him, the basic information of the large black dog materialized. Luo Chen then realized that this was indeed a man-eating wild dog, which explained its instinctual urge to pounce upon humans. It seemed it had developed a taste for human flesh. At that moment, Luo Chen also took note of the annotation following the description. He gazed at the carcass of the man-eating wild dog, hesitating briefly before stepping forward. With the dagger in hand, he made an incision in its abdominal flesh. With a sudden motion, the entrails tumbled out. A putrid stench instantly permeated the air. Luo Chen suppressed the rising nausea in his stomach and reached inside, feeling his way through the innards. Chapter 6: The Crystal of Attributes. Waiting for opportunity. Moments later, Luo Chen felt his fingers brush against a rounded, hard object. He immediately withdrew his hand and gazed at the orb resting in his palm. The orb was semi-transparent, its surface smeared with blood. Luo Chen shook it vigorously and wiped it against the fur of the man-eating hound, managing to clean it considerably. Is this the crystal of attributes? He curiously examined the small object, roughly the size of a marble. Attribute crystal, strength, quality, white. Upon use, it can enhance strength by 1 point, with a maximum enhancement of 10 points. An increase of 1 point in strength, up to a maximum of 10 points. This means one can only utilize 10 such attribute crystals at most. However, it is surprising that attribute crystals also possess quality. Does a higher quality crystal confer a greater enhancement to attributes? It seems likely. Holding the white attribute crystal, Luo Chen vigorously rubbed it on his clothing until it was entirely clean. Then, without hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth. Indeed, you read that correctly. The method of utilizing an attribute crystal is simply to consume it. There's no need to worry about choking, for upon entering the mouth, it dissolves into liquid, flowing smoothly down the throat. Strength 1. Luo Chen checked his character panel. His original strength of 5 points had indeed increased by 1 point, now totaling 6. A promising start, splendid. Beasts that do not ascend to higher tiers possess only a slim chance of yielding attribute crystals within their bodies, and that probability is evidently low. The fact that he discovered an attribute crystal within the very first beast he defeated signifies a fortuitous beginning. This bodes well, suggesting that Luo Chen's gains today would not disappoint. Determined, he scanned the vicinity for any lurking man-eating hounds. Casting a glance at the carcass of the slain hound, he pondered for a moment before seizing one of its legs and forcefully tossing it away. The man-eating hound is ineatable, at least not in its raw state. Who knows if the flesh of these hounds harbors some kind of virus? Even if cooked, Luo Chen could not guarantee that consuming it would not lead to dire consequences. Thus, rather than risk his health, he preferred to cast it far away, hoping to attract other nearby man-eating hounds or perhaps other beasts. After disposing of the hound's corpse, Luo Chen circled around to the side of a refrigerator that lay toppled on the ground. Upon opening the refrigerator door, he was met with a pungent stench emanating from some rotting food. Approaching, he could detect a foul odor wafting from it. Indeed, Luo Chen shook his head. Although he had anticipated this, witnessing the spoiled and decaying food still left him feeling regretful. If only it had not gone bad. A few minutes later, while hiding behind a large rock, Luo Chen heard a rustling sound of footsteps. He peeked out to observe the scene ahead. Sure enough, a gaunt man-eating hound was sprinting towards him from a distance. The target of this man-eating wild dog was unmistakably clear, the corpse of its kind lying nearby. For such creatures, the prospect of feasting on a fellow of its species was not unusual. In their extreme hunger, they would even devour the flesh that had fallen from their own bodies. Cannibalism, one might say, is rather ruthless. Fortunately, there was but a single wild dog. As Luo Chen beheld the approaching creature, his spirits lifted. Were he to attract too many wild dogs, he would indeed find himself in dire straits. For his current strength was still quite feeble. Although his innate talent brimmed with potential, that potential had yet to be transformed into tangible power, which left him feeling vulnerable. Attracting just one wild dog was fortuitous, as it fell well within the range of his capabilities to eliminate without sustaining injury. Enticed by the scent of blood, the wild dog had already pounced upon the corpse of its kin, tearing into it voraciously. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chen activated his sprinting skill and leapt forward, delivering a vicious kick to the unsuspecting creature. The force of his strike, now bolstered to 6 points, sent the emaciated wild dog flying 2 or 3 meters away. With a swift motion, a sharp dagger followed suit, plunging into the dog's neck. He struck true and retreated immediately, darting back 10 meters. He observed as the wild dog struggled futilely to rise, only to further tear open its neck wound, causing a greater spurt of blood to cascade forth. Moments later, a substantial pool of crimson had gathered beneath the creature, which lay motionless, presumably lifeless. However, the cautious Luo Chen first tossed a few stones towards it. ensuring it exhibited no signs of life before he approached. With a swift slice, he opened the wild dog's abdomen, unfazed by the mess, and reached inside. After a considerable time, disappointment washed over him as he withdrew his hand, finding it empty. He shook his head, acknowledging his own greed. The likelihood of a beast possessing an attribute crystal within its body was already low. To have discovered one in the first creature was sheer luck, and to expect a second was indeed a fanciful notion. Wiping the blood from his hands, Luo Chen repeated his earlier tactic, discarding the carcass of the wild dog to the side, deliberately placing it further away from the first. This way, should more than one wild dog arrive, he could utilize the positioning of the two corpses to create distance between them, allowing him to tackle each one individually. Having completed these tasks, Luo Chen once again concealed himself behind the large rock, patiently awaiting the next opportunity. Several minutes passed, and this time, 3 wild dogs appeared. Observing from behind the stone, Luo Chen noted that 2 of them had fixated on the more intact corpse, and he recognized that his chance had finally come. He immediately activated his sprinting skill, dashing forth at the utmost speed to swiftly eliminate the solitary man-eating hound. As he dispatched the creature, the other 2 hounds merely turned their gaze towards him. Confronting 2 adversaries, Luo Chen launched a powerful kick, sending one of the hounds tumbling away. He deftly evaded the other hound that lunged at him, countering with a blade that carved a deep, bone-revealing gash into its hind leg. The injured hound howled in pain, still attempting to pounce, but its incapacitated limb significantly hampered its mobility. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chen swiftly dealt with the remaining hound before finally dispatching the one that was hindered in its movements. With a sigh of relief, he exhaled deeply after successfully vanquishing the 3 hounds. During the battle, he had not allowed himself to dwell on his thoughts, but now that the fight had concluded, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Chapter 7. Exhausted and starved. A day's worth of harvest. To be candid, during the recent skirmish, had he made even the slightest error, it would have undoubtedly resulted in at least a minor injury. Yet, in this hellish arena, what does it truly mean to be wounded? One need only observe the ravenous, man-eating hounds drawn by the scent of blood to grasp the gravity of the situation. Although this place is termed a game, and they indeed possess character panels akin to those in gaming, with their vitality quantified, it remains limited to mere semblance. Once injured, the vitality lost does not replenish on its own. If wounds are left unattended, they will continue to bleed, much like in the real world. It is all too common for excessive blood loss to lead to death. Furthermore, there exists the peril of wound infection. Thus, sustaining injuries in the early stages is decidedly troublesome. A single misstep could cost one their very life. This is precisely why Luo Chen strives for a flawless victory devoid of injuries. Not only does pain accompany wounds, but improper care could result in dire consequences should an infection set in. After all, he possesses no appropriate medicinal supplies at hand, not even a bandage. Fortunately, matters did not veer into a disastrous turn. Gazing at the 3 corpses sprawled in pools of blood around him, Luo Chen set aside his musings and swiftly used his dagger to slice open their abdomens in search of attribute crystals. Soon enough, he discovered an attribute crystal within the carcass of a man-eating hound. Attribute crystal, agility, quality, white. Upon use, it grants an increase of 1 point to the agility attribute, with a maximum possible enhancement of 10 points. This time, he had unearthed a crystal of agility. After cleaning it, Luo Chen promptly tossed it into his mouth. The crystal instantly transformed into liquid, flowing down his throat. Agility 1, feeling a sense of lightness envelop him. Luo Chen experienced the relief of shedding a heavy burden. Given his weak foundation at this early stage, even a single point increase in attributes felt remarkably significant. However, as his fundamentals improve over time, an enhancement of 1 or 2 points would likely become unnoticeable. In the expansive wilderness, the corpses of 7 man-eating hounds lay scattered, being voraciously contested by a pack of several others. Concealed behind a large boulder, Luo Chen discreetly retreated. Once he had established a sufficient distance, he turned and fled. Just moments ago, he had vanquished 2 more hounds, yet regrettably, he found no attribute crystals this time. Thus, he resorted to his previous tactics. However, this time, fortune seemed to have abandoned him, as a throng of a dozen hounds was drawn to him. Faced with such a multitude, he had no choice but to make a hasty retreat. Having vacated the desolate area, Luo Chen continued his search for potential supplies in the vast wilderness. As he ambled along, pausing intermittently, the time had progressed to just past 2 p.m. At this juncture, Luo Chen found himself utterly fatigued, famished, and parched. Upon opening the minimap, it became evident that he had traversed a direct distance of 3 kilometers from the initial location of the notorious kill town number 10087. However, Luo Chen had not been consistently moving away from the town. Rather, he would walk a certain distance before pausing to search the surrounding area for anything of value to scavenge. For the 5 hours had elapsed since his departure. Aside from slaying numerous man-eating wild dogs and acquiring a few attribute crystals, he had encountered no other food whatsoever. He could no longer continue. Fatigue weighed heavily upon his legs, rendering him unable to proceed. Thus, he sought out a stone of moderate size nearby to rest upon, intending to recuperate his strength before continuing his journey. After settling down, he summoned his character panel to assess his condition. Name: Luo Chen. Health: 50-50 mana, 50-50 status, mild hunger, moderate fatigue, 56, hunger, 39, strength, 8, vitality, 5, agility, 7, mentality, 5, physical defense, 5, elemental resistance, 5, talent ability, endless. Remove skill level cap. May select one skill to increase by 1 level each day. Skill, sprint, LV, 2, from the character panel. It was clear that Luo Chen's current condition was far from optimal. Initially in a state of healthy, he had now deteriorated to mild hunger coupled with moderate fatigue. His fatigue had surpassed the 50 threshold, reaching 56, transforming the once green indicator into an alarming shade of yellow. In contrast, his hunger level was relatively better at 39, still retaining a faint green hue. Both fatigue and hunger were critical indicators of his status. Should his fatigue exceed 60, a slight decline in overall performance would ensue, resulting in a decrease of all attributes by approximately 10. A rise beyond 70 would exacerbate this decline further. If fatigue were to reach 100, he would instantly collapse, remaining unconscious until his fatigue fell below 50, during which he would be entirely defenseless. Should he be discovered by wild beasts or monsters during this vulnerable state, his fate would be sealed. Thus, it was imperative that his fatigue not surpass 90, and ideally, it should remain below 60, as even a 10 decline in attributes could prove troublesome. The same applied to hunger. Exceeding 60 would lead to a deterioration in condition, and reaching 90 could result in a continuous loss of health. Should hunger peak at 100, one would succumb to starvation, culminating in the end of the game, and indeed, life itself. Nevertheless, Luo Chen's arduous efforts over the past few hours had not been entirely without reward. At the very least, the enhancement of both strength and agility attributes represents his greatest achievement over the past few hours. Specifically, his strength attribute has increased by 3 points, while his agility has risen by 2. It appears that the attribute crystals born from the flesh of the man-eating wild dogs are predominantly inclined towards strength and agility, with a greater emphasis on strength and a lesser on agility. Of course, these are merely Luo Chen's conjectures. It is entirely possible that man-eating wild dogs could yield attribute crystals of other kinds, though he has yet to encounter such instances. During his respite, Luo Chen also activated the regional chat channel, curious to discover if there were others in his vicinity. Regional chat channel, online users, 83. There were quite a few. Luo Chen glanced at the number of online users before casting his eyes upon the sporadic messages that occasionally surfaced within the channel. Chapter 8. The Abandoned Gas Station. The Spatial Backpack. Oh, I am so famished. I am utterly exhausted. Has anyone found any food? Could you spare some? I feel as though I am on the brink of starvation. Who isn't? I have found nothing either and was nearly bitten by a pack of ravenous wild dogs. I stumbled upon a few houses and managed to scavenge some supplies, but alas, I have consumed them all. How unfortunate. Why is it that I found nothing at all? Do you not find this place of slaughter to be exceedingly peculiar? The refuse strewn by the roadside and the dilapidated structures seem as though they have materialized out of thin air or perhaps descended from the heavens. Indeed, I have not encountered a single modern road, yet I have seen numerous derelict buildings. This is evidently abnormal. Regardless, I'm solely focused on finding sustenance. My hunger level is nearing 70. Buddy, did you skip breakfast? How can you be so ravenous so quickly? I am on a diet, having omitted breakfast, and now I deeply regret it. Luo Chen patted his stomach, feeling a twinge of hunger himself. However, he had indeed eaten breakfast, or rather lunch, as he had arrived in this world shortly after noon. He had just finished his meal and was en route to the office when a reckless driver ran a red light and struck him. Strangely enough, although he had been hit by the car, all his injuries had vanished upon his arrival. Likewise, his phone and electric bike keys had also disappeared from his pockets. Yet, these matters seemed trivial now. Shaking his head, Luo Chen refocused on the present. He glanced at his status. His fatigue level had decreased to 41 after a brief rest, but his hunger level had risen to 42. No wonder he felt even hungrier. He decided to press on deeper into the area, reasoning that there must be something to discover. There was no reason why others could find buildings while he could not. Descending from a stone, Luo Chen consulted his mini-map to determine his direction, then continued to venture away from the notorious kill town 10087. Half an hour later, Luo Chen's expression transformed to one of astonished delight as he beheld an abandoned gas station in the distance, just as the others had mentioned in the chat. The structures appearing in this realm of slaughter seemed entirely out of place, as if they had been transported from another location. As for the notion of them falling from the sky, Luo Chen found that hard to believe. Take this abandoned gas station, for instance. It appeared to be in remarkably good condition. If it had indeed fallen from above, it could hardly have remained so intact. Hastening his pace, Luo Chen approached the gas station, but as he drew near, he slowed his steps, cautiously surveying the movements of the surrounding environment. He had encountered far too many lurking wild dogs along his journey to be careless. The predatory wild dogs, with an insatiable appetite for human flesh, seemed to have mastered the art of lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. Had it not been for Luo Chen's cautious nature, he would surely bear several more wounds upon his body. To his left, all is safe. To his right, equally secure. A glance into the corners reveals no hidden threats from these cunning beasts. After thoroughly surveying the area and confirming the absence of danger, Luo Chen finally stepped through what remained of a doorframe. The glass of the gas station store shattered across the floor and entered. Inside, chaos reigned. Shelves lay toppled, and the ground was marred with darkened stains of blood, long dried and forgotten. With great care, Luo Chen began his search. Soon enough, he stumbled upon an unopened bottle of mineral water nestled within the debris of a collapsed shelf. What a delightful find, water! A look of astonishment spread across his face as he grasped the bottle. Brand of mineral water, 500 milliliters capacity. Drink to your heart's content. This mineral water was of the most basic quality, typical of survival supplies. The good news was that it was indeed potable. For Luo Chen, this was sufficient. He swiftly twisted off the cap and took deep gulps, draining nearly half the bottle in one go. Satisfied, he finally set the bottle down his throat, once parched and on the verge of burning, now quenched and relieved from its torment. Capping the bottle, Luo Chen held it in one hand while firmly gripping his dagger in the other, continuing his exploration of the store. Soon, he discovered a pile of scattered food items behind the cash register. There were chips, bread, and cookies among the debris. Upon inspection, he noted that aside from 2 bags of bread that had spoiled due to short shelf life, the rest remained edible. He tore open a bag of bread and settled on the floor, pairing it with the mineral water. He had never realized how delightful such torn bread could be. Perhaps it was merely his hunger speaking. Thus, even this ordinary bread tasted exquisite to him. After finishing 1 bag, he opened a package of cookies, and once he had devoured its entirety, he felt his hunger abate significantly. Glancing at his status on the character panel, he noticed that the level of moderate hunger had dissipated, leaving only moderate fatigue. His hunger level had dropped to 11. Although he could still eat, Luo Chen decided to gather the remaining food items into a pile, then stood up to search for a bag to contain them. At that moment, he spotted a black backpack hanging on the wall not far away. He quickly approached and retrieved it from the hook. Spatial backpack, quality, green, contains 3 compartments, each with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, perfect for storing items. To his astonishment, it was a backpack of notable quality. Luo Chen's face lit up with joy. Initially, he believed it to be merely an ordinary backpack. Little did he realize that it was, in fact, a piece of equipment of significant quality, specifically a green-grade item. This marked the first instance of Luo Chen discovering a green-grade piece of equipment. With a capacity of 3 cubic meters, it could accommodate a considerable amount of items. Overwhelmed with delight, Luo Chen returned behind the counter and proceeded to stow away the assortment of food and beverages he had gathered into the first compartment of this spatial backpack. Although 1 cubic meter may not seem vast, it is, in reality, capable of holding numerous items. Furthermore, this spatial backpack boasted 3 such compartments, allowing Luo Chen to store an abundance of supplies within. The most remarkable aspect was that this remarkable item bore no weight burden. Regardless of how heavy the contents within might be, its weight remained that of an empty bag. This was truly impressive. Chapter 9. New Equipment, the Tough-Minded Rodent. With the acquisition of the spatial backpack, Luo Chen's search became significantly more effortless. Within the confines of this abandoned gas station shop, he discovered a plethora of treasures. The provisions he found, both edible and drinkable, were ample enough to sustain him for 2 to 3 days. If he exercised a modicum of restraint, he could easily stretch them to 4 or 5 days. Furthermore, Luo Chen stumbled upon a new piece of equipment in the employee lounge of the store. Metal baseball bat, quality, white, strength 1. Although the metal baseball bat shared the same white quality as the dagger in Luo Chen's possession, its length was a distinct advantage. The adage an inch longer, an inch stronger holds true. While the dagger is a sharp blade, its shortness necessitates close proximity to strike a target. Previously, there were several occasions when the brevity of his weapon nearly resulted in a close encounter with ravenous wild dogs. Had he wielded the metal baseball bat at that moment, such incidents could have been avoided. Of course, the metal baseball bat possesses its own merits, just as the dagger has its advantages. Yet, Luo Chen need not limit himself to a mere dichotomy. He could possess both. In addition to the bat, he also discovered several unopened work uniforms in the employee lounge. Given the need to change his attire, he stowed these uniforms into his spatial backpack as a contingency. As he prepared to leave, Luo Chen took along a wooden cabinet door that had fallen from a shelf. This modest-sized piece, complete with a handle, could serve effectively as a shield. Stepping out of the shop, Luo Chen tread carefully over the shards of shattered glass, his gaze sweeping across the exterior of the abandoned gas station. He wondered if there was any gasoline left. Approaching the fuel pumps, he grasped the nozzle and pressed down. To his dismay, no gasoline gushed forth as he had anticipated. Shaking the nozzle yielded no response whatsoever. Indeed, there was no gasoline. He shook his head and discarded the nozzle carelessly. The gasoline at the station is stored underground and delivered to the surface pumps via pipelines. This forsaken gas station appeared to lack the entire subterranean storage system, making the absence of fuel in the pumps quite explicable. Exiting the abandoned gas station, Luo Chen donned his black spatial backpack, gripped the metal baseball bat in one hand, and wielded a solid wood cabinet door as a shield in the other. At this juncture, the hour approached 3 in the afternoon. He needed to return before 4 o'clock. Otherwise, he would be unable to reach the town before nightfall. While the nature of the killing grounds after dark remained uncertain, it was evident that the daytime horrors were already quite daunting, leading one to ponder the terrors that awaited under the veil of night. Therefore, it is advisable to avoid lingering outside the town after nightfall. The town of Slaughter possesses at least a protective wall, while the safe house provides a degree of security. In contrast, the wilderness is fraught with peril. After advancing a short distance, patches of grassland, overgrown with wild vegetation, began to emerge around me. The wild grass, towering over a meter high, grew in an exceedingly dense manner, starkly contrasting with the vast expanse of barren land behind me. Cautiously, I navigated around these overgrown areas, wondering what venomous snakes might be lurking within. At that moment, whoosh, 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 A swarm of dark shadows suddenly shot forth from a thicket. Instinctively, I raised the wooden cabinet door in my hand as a shield. The sound of impacts echoed, akin to the hammering of nails, sending a slight tremor through my arm. Peering over the cabinet door, I discovered its reverse side was now punctuated with numerous dark, needle-like objects. A shiver ran down my spine. Had I not been wielding that cabinet door, those needle-like projectiles would surely have pierced my flesh. A rustling sound emanated from the thicket, and moments later, a creature resembling a rat, yet adorned with menacing black spines along its back, burst forth from the grass. This creature, robust and hefty, boasted sleek, shiny black fur, and measured nearly a meter in length, not including its tail, a truly fearsome sight. This time, I resolved to be prudent and promptly checked the creature's information. Hard-haired rat. Level, beginner tier 1. Description, a feeble tier 1 creature, inherently timid. It preys on the weak while evading the strong. Beware of its black, hardened spines. You would not wish to be impaled by those. So, it was merely a tier 1 hard-haired rat. The name was quite fitting, for it indeed resembled a rat, with its hard black fur serving as a straightforward descriptor. However, what did it mean by preying on the weak? Did it perceive me as an easy target? I felt a twinge of indignation, as if I were being belittled by a mere rodent. At that moment, the hard-haired rat began to screech, baring its teeth and clawing at the air in my direction. Strangely, it did not charge at me. Upon noticing this, I quickly grasped the situation and activated my sprinting skill, propelling myself towards the rat with determination. A mere rat, perish! I swung my metal baseball bat down upon the hard-haired rat with all my might. True to its nature, the rat evaded my initial strike with remarkable agility, far surpassing the reflexes of the famished, man-eating wild dogs. Indeed, these two creatures belong to entirely different tiers of existence. The hard-haired rat, despite its diminutive size, was a tier 1 monster, having crossed a threshold, while the man-eating wild dogs were merely frenzied beasts. Of course, the reason the spiny mouse has ascended to the status of a formidable creature lies primarily in the formidable black spines on its back, which can be launched as projectiles. However, after each discharge of these spines, the spiny mouse requires a brief period of adjustment, akin to a cool-down time for a skill, preventing it from launching successive attacks. This explains why, upon emerging from the underbrush, it only brandished its claws menacingly at Luo Chen without any intention of charging forward. In essence, this creature exemplifies the adage of relying on a singular skill to thrive. Aside from its spines, it possesses nothing remarkable. On Luo Chen's part, having missed his initial strike, he was not one to concede defeat easily. He continued his pursuit of the spiny mouse. In a state of swift movement, his speed was not inferior to that of the spiny mouse. Bang! After several failed attempts, Luo Chen finally struck the dark, rotund rodent. The metallic baseball bat made a resounding impact against the spiny mouse's head, eliciting a piercing cry of agony. Luo Chen offered it no respite. The metal bat descended repeatedly, and after landing 6 or 7 blows, the spiny mouse fell silent at last. Chapter 10. Return to the town of Slaughter, a swarm of pests. At long last, it lay lifeless. Luo Chen wielded his metal baseball bat to flip the deceased hard-furred rat over, exposing its comparatively soft abdomen. Subsequently, he unsheathed a dagger and made a precise incision along its belly. A gloved hand reached into the rat's interior, and after a brief search, Luo Chen discovered his prize, a white attribute crystal. Attribute crystal, agility. The white attribute crystal bore a striking resemblance to the one previously extracted from the body of a man-eating wild dog. However, the distinction lay in the fact that the wild dog possessed only a slim chance of yielding an attribute crystal, while the hard-furred rat, being a first-tier creature, was guaranteed to contain one. Retrieving a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, Luo Chen poured a small amount over the attribute crystal, cleansing it thoroughly. Having previously lacked the means, he was now determined to treat himself well. After a brief wash, he promptly consumed the crystal. The attribute crystal dissolved instantly upon contact. Simultaneously, agility 1 Luo Chen's agility attribute surged, now rivaling his previously highest strength attribute. Remarkably, it had increased by more than half since the beginning. He frolicked and leaped, delighting in the transformations within his body, his heart soaring with exhilaration, and his motivation invigorated. Upon entering the vicinity, approximately 7 kilometers from the town of Slaughter number 10087, Luo Chen observed an increasing number of monsters along his path. Within this 7-kilometer radius, the only creatures he encountered were beasts akin to man-eating wild dogs. He pondered whether the other directions mirrored this trend, but here, the situation was indeed as such. Venturing beyond the 7-kilometer mark, he gradually encountered more advanced creatures like the hard-furred rat. Armed with a cabinet door fashioned as a Kosh shield, Luo Chen dispatched several hard-furred rats along the way, yielding a total of 6 attribute crystals. Aside from one that granted strength, the remaining 5 were all agility crystals. This resulted in a substantial transformation in his attribute values. Strength, 9, Constitution, 5, Agility, 13, Mentality, 5, Physical Defense, 5, Elemental Resistance, 5. Now his highest attribute of agility had reached 13 points, nearing the upper limit of enhancement afforded by the white attribute crystal. At this juncture, the time had approached approximately 4 in the afternoon. Glancing at the overcast sky, Luo Chen prepared to commence his journey homeward. The return journey was devoid of any unforeseen events. En route, he encountered a party of 6 individuals. They were taken aback by Luo Chen's audacity in venturing out alone, yet neither side expressed a desire for conversation. Both parties instinctively maintaining a respectful distance while progressing toward the town of Slaughter. After approximately an hour, Luo Chen finally returned to the town of Slaughter number 10087. Without the presence of a mini-map, it would indeed be quite troublesome to navigate back. After all, the surroundings are filled with similar scenery, and without a sufficiently strong sense of direction, losing one's way is merely a common occurrence. Upon entering through the western gate of the small town, Luo Chen immediately noticed a crowd gathered ahead. What transpired here? Curiosity piqued. He directed his gaze towards the assembly. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that some individuals who had returned before him were being obstructed by others. The ones blocking their path were those too timid to venture outside the town for adventure. It is not that they lack capability. In fact, even those with a mere F-grade talent could, with sufficient courage, manage to slay a few man-eating wild dogs. The reason these individuals refrained from leaving the town was purely rooted in cowardice. Presently, they were hindering the returnees in hopes of acquiring some food from them. You have so much to eat and cannot finish it all. Why not share with us? Indeed, how selfish can you be? Young man, times are tough for everyone. Why not let me take charge, and we can share equally? It was quite audacious for these individuals, who did not dare to step outside the town, to act so defiantly. Even an old man stood forth, feigning authority to suggest an equitable distribution. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to decide here? The returnees were nearly amused to the point of laughter, with some ill-tempered souls preparing to roll up their sleeves and take action. In the bloodshed town, there were no prohibitions against the use of force. In fact, there were no rules at all. Get lost. Don't force my hand. A group that had fought valiantly outside the town would hardly fear a bunch of cowards who dared not step beyond its borders. While the opposing group was numerous. Does that equate to strength? Luo Chen observed a young man from the crowd conjuring a fireball with his hands. The fireball, about the size of a human head, floated mysteriously in his palm, radiating intense heat that distorted the surrounding air. Step aside, or don't blame me for being unkind, the young man threatened coldly. Seeing the imminent threat of violence, the crowd before them displayed evident fear, shrinking back to create a path. Oomph! The fireball-wielding youth snorted, maintaining the fireball in his grasp as he and his companions proceeded forward. Luo Chen followed closely behind, successfully passing through. However, shortly after their passage, the group behind them once again intercepted a few newly returned individuals. This time, with fewer opponents, they appeared much bolder. Ultimately, they managed to extract some food and water, leaving the faces of those relinquishing their supplies looking exceedingly grim. Truly a horde of parasites. A flicker of disdain crossed Luo Chen's eyes as he hastily departed. Not looking back, upon returning to the safe house, Luo Chen shut the door and finally allowed himself to relax. As he had initially feared, the town of Slaughter was far from safe. The inhabitants were equally untrustworthy. I must elevate my strength as swiftly as possible. Only power is fundamental, Luo Chen pondered, as he set down his backpack and began to assess the spoils of his expedition. He had gathered enough provisions, food and water, to last 4 or 5 days, along with a selection of medical supplies, primarily antiseptic iodine, which could be utilized to treat wounds and prevent infection should he sustain any injuries. Moreover, there was this peculiar object. In his hand, Luo Chen held a white, cube-like stone reminiscent of a die. Each of its 6 faces was engraved with unfamiliar runes, shimmering with a brilliant white light, a rather exquisite sight. Skill upgrade stone, quality, white, used to enhance the levels of skills of white quality. While the description was succinct, its capabilities were remarkable. An item capable of elevating skill levels is invaluable, regardless of the stage of progress. Although this was merely a white quality skill upgrade stone, designated solely for enhancing skills of the same tier, it was fortuitous that Luo Chen possessed no skills of a higher quality. Thus, it was perfectly suited for his needs. Chapter 11. The Night Falls. A terrifying night. Luo Chen grasped the skill upgrade stone, silently reciting an incantation in his mind. In the next moment, the stone vanished from his hand, transforming into a stream of white light that enveloped his body. Upon accessing his character panel, Luo Chen discovered that his soul skill, Swift Movement, had ascended to level 3. In the game of endless slaughter, skills possess defined level caps. Moreover, this cap fluctuates with the quality of the skill. Skills of a lower tier have correspondingly lower maximum levels. For white tier skills, the upper limit is level 3. Thus, for others, achieving level 3 with a white tier skill signifies reaching the ultimate pinnacle. However, for Luo Chen, endowed with the endless talent, the notion of a level cap for his skills was non-existent. Swift Movement LV 3. Quality, white. Consumes 20 mana points to enter a state of swift movement for 20 seconds, increasing movement speed by 35, with a cooldown of 50 seconds. After the enhancement to level 3, the mana consumption of swift movement rose by an additional 5 points. Yet, the duration extended by 5 seconds, allowing it to persist for a total of 20 seconds. Furthermore, the cooldown was reduced to 50 seconds, meaning that once the state of swift movement concluded, he would only need to wait 30 seconds before reactivating the skill. What truly astonished Luo Chen was that the effectiveness of the swift movement skill had escalated from the original 25 to 35. An increase of 10. He had anticipated a mere 5 boost, yet he was met with an unexpected delight. What transformations awaited him should he reach level 4? Luo Chen felt a surge of anticipation. However, that would have to wait until tomorrow. Inside the safe house's living room, Luo Chen laid out a sleeping bag, one of the treasures he had procured during his excursion today. He discovered it in an outdoor equipment store, which appeared to have been thoroughly ransacked. Yet, amidst the remnants, he found this dusty sleeping bag tucked away in a corner of the storeroom. Although it was initially somewhat dirty, Luo Chen did not mind. After shaking off the dust, it looked rather new. At last, he had a place to rest. Gazing at the laid-out sleeping bag, a smile crept across Luo Chen's face. He then turned to the dining table, seated himself, and began to partake of his food and water. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. In the center of the town of Slaughter, the blood-red obelisk in the plaza emitted a faint crimson glow, though not intensely bright. It cast a sanguine hue across the entire square. Beyond the town, chilling beastly roars echoed, rising and falling in a disconcerting symphony that sent shivers down one's spine. After finishing his dinner, Luo Chen found himself with nothing to occupy his time. In the realm of Slaughter, entertainment is a luxury they currently lack. Though the town is populated by both men and women, they remain strangers to one another, each harboring a sense of wariness. At this juncture, no one would readily permit others into their sanctuaries. With time to spare, Luo Chen decided to open the chat channel. Curious about the conversations unfolding among the others and eager to learn what monstrous encounters awaited those who ventured beyond the confines of the town today. Regional chat channel. Online users. 996. The count is not full. Luo Chen was taken aback by the absence of 4 individuals. Were some still unreturned, or had they met their demise? To be honest, today's quest for supplies have been relatively smooth for Luo Chen, devoid of any life-threatening crises. This led him to momentarily believe that perhaps the realm of slaughter was not as perilous as it seemed. Yet, upon noticing the decreased online count, a cold sweat suddenly washed over him. The realm of slaughter has never been a place of safety and security. Death, conflict, and gruesome violence are its defining characteristics. The reason Luo Chen had not encountered any grave dangers today was due to a stroke of luck and the fact that the area surrounding the 10087 slaughter town was currently devoid of formidable monsters. Only a horde of beasts and low-tier creatures, such as the hard-haired rats, roamed the vicinity. How dangerous could it be? Unless one were to encounter those who overestimate their abilities yet possess mediocre skills, anyone should be able to survive the first day. After all, even with an F-rank talent, as long as one isn't excessively peculiar, they can enhance their attributes by nearly 50. Coupled with the initial skill crystals, they can also acquire a white-grade skill, significantly improving their chances of survival in the early stages of the slaughter realm. However, even with these advantages, death is still a possibility, especially at night, when an entire realm of slaughter seems to awaken. In the darkness, the monsters of the wilderness gain strength, with their attributes potentially doubling. Moreover, some creatures that hide during the day emerge to hunt. The entire realm of slaughter transforms into an exceedingly perilous environment. In this domain, night is the true battlefield for the strong, a sentiment echoed among many seasoned individuals. It is commonly understood that those who venture out to hunt monsters at night are the true warriors, while the majority dare only to hunt and scavenge during the daylight hours. Of course, venturing to a fishing pond to catch fish does not count. Did you hear that? Those cries outside sound terrifying. Can someone spare me some food? My hunger level is nearing 80. I'm starving. My throat is so dry. Does anyone have water? Can you share some? I'm a girl, 25 years old. Please help me, brothers. Don't you people understand that you need to search for supplies outside? Hiding in the town may feel safe, but now you realize you're hungry and thirsty? Where were you before? Young man, please refrain from speaking so harshly. Not everyone possesses the capability to venture out and take risks like you do. Are you trying to assert your seniority? Do you believe this is still Blue Star? Judging by your profile picture, you certainly do not appear to be an elderly person unable to move. Have you already resigned yourself to a life of complacency? What do we owe you? To be frank, if there are indeed individuals who are physically unable to go outside, we would not mind providing assistance within our capabilities. But ask yourselves, is that truly the case for you? Brothers, stop berating these freeloaders. Who will lend us a hand? We are surrounded by a horde of monsters just outside the town. What? Wait, guys. Haven't you returned to the town yet? Impressive. It's dark, yet you still dare to remain outside. I admire your bravery. Stop joking. We merely returned a little late. Who could have anticipated that this wretched place would become so perilous after nightfall? We are encircled by at least 100 monsters, and we cannot withstand this. 100 monsters? What kind are they? They are creatures known as shadow scythe worms, incredibly swift. Oh no, Oldie's been dragged away. Shadow scythe worms? I encountered them during the day. They move at a remarkable speed in shadowy environments. In our team, there is an individual with an E-grade agility talent, whose base agility attribute is already at 7 points, and with the 100 enhancement from the E-grade talent, it reaches 14 points. Yet, even that speed pales in comparison to these monsters. Shadow scythe worms only gain a speed boost in shadowy environments. In non-shadowy conditions, they can be dealt with fairly easily. But now that night has fallen, everything is engulfed in shadows. All shadows? 6. Brother, listen to me. If we are to meet our end, let us take as many of them with us as possible. Damn it, I will fight them head on. Chapter 12. Death Toll 108. Level 4 Sprint. To his astonishment, so many individuals had yet to return from the outside. Luo Chen gazed at the myriad of distress messages flooding the chat channel, marveling at the audacity of these individuals, while simultaneously gathering intelligence on various other creatures. For instance, the previously mentioned shadow scytheworm. Without prior knowledge of such a creature's attributes, one might easily suffer significant losses. However, once armed with knowledge of their weaknesses, the challenge becomes considerably simpler. Take the shadow scytheworm, for example, as long as one avoids the shadowed areas. Their speed is rather average. A character with an agility attribute of around 10 can easily outpace them. Yet, in a shadowy environment, even a character with 20 agility might find it challenging to outrun them. This situation mirrors Luo Chen's earlier encounter with the Hartford rat. Unaware of the creature's capabilities, one might fall victim to its initial barrage of quills, sustaining grievous injuries or even meeting a swift demise. However, with the right knowledge, one can simply block that first wave of attacks and then swiftly retaliate. After all, aside from its primary attack, the Hartford rat possesses little else of note. In addition to the shadow scytheworm, Luo Chen compiled intelligence on several other tiered creatures. One such creature, known as the hard-shelled zombie, is characterized by its tough skin and formidable defense. Yet, it is slow and lacks agility due to its rigid physique. As long as one engages in a circling strategy, repeatedly striking with a blunt instrument, dispatching it is not overly difficult. However, one must exercise caution, for the hard-shelled zombie's claws are venomous. Even a minor scratch can lead to poisoning. Moreover, there exists a creature called the blazing boar, which boasts a pair of fiery tusks. Although it is not large, it possesses remarkable speed and excels in straight-line charges, exhibiting average agility. Compared to the previous hard-shelled zombie, shadow scytheworm, and Hartford rat, the blazing boar presents a greater challenge. A careless collision could spell disaster, potentially resulting in instant incineration. Nonetheless, Luo Chen noted that some had mentioned the meat of the blazing boar is edible and quite delectable. It seems that the flesh of these creatures is indeed consumable. Luo Chen nodded slightly. However, even knowing it could be eaten, he had no interest in the meat of the hard-furred rat. The blazing boar, on the other hand, resembled a small wild boar, who hasn't savored pork at some point. Luo Chen lingered in the chat channel for quite some time, until fatigue overtook him and he yawned. He then closed the chat and, clad in a brand new work uniform salvaged from an abandoned gas station, crawled into his sleeping bag, swiftly succumbing to slumber. He slept soundly until dawn broke. The following day, shortly after 7 a.m., Luo Chen awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. He paused for a moment, momentarily disoriented, before realizing he was no longer in his home on Earth. He was in this land of slaughter, marking the second day of his sojourn in this strange place. Rising from his slumber, he rinsed his mouth with bottled water. Brushing one's teeth did not require such conditions. A simple rub with his fingers sufficed, and after producing a satisfying sound, he rinsed his mouth with a sip of mineral water, thus completing his morning routine. His breakfast consisted of a solitary piece of bread accompanied by the remnants of a half-full bottle of mineral water. Once he finished eating and drinking, Luo Chen shouldered his black space backpack, grasped a metal baseball bat in one hand, and secured a dagger at his waist before stepping outside. As he opened the door and emerged from the safe house, he fortuitously encountered the resident of the adjoining safe house, who was also departing. They exchanged glances and a brief nod of acknowledgement before both made their way towards the central square. Along the route, they encountered several others, all heading in the same direction. Before long, Luo Chen arrived at the square, which spanned nearly 3,000 square meters and was already bustling with a considerable gathering. The crowd congregated before the blood-red obelisk, craning their necks to gaze at the names inscribed above. Luo Chen approached the monument, pausing before it to scrutinize the names etched upon its surface. Originally, the population of the slaughter town, designated as number 10087, comprised precisely 1,000 individuals. These names were imprinted upon the obelisk in 10 rows of 10, totaling 100 rows. However, a portion of these names had vanished, leaving behind significant blank spaces. Luo Chen refrained from counting the names, instead directing his attention to the empty spaces. From their size, he could infer how many names were missing from each line. After a moment's reflection, he arrived at the answer he sought: 108. A staggering 108 people had perished the previous day. He pondered how many of them had succumbed during the night. Yet, after dinner the previous evening, the online count in this area had still been 996. Even if 4 had died during the day, that meant a shocking total of 104 had perished overnight. He gasped in disbelief. How could so many lives be extinguished? 100 souls lost just like that? Oh God, have you forsaken your followers? Damn it, how can one escape this cursed place? I do not wish to die. It is utterly terrifying. I knew venturing outside would be unsafe. Around him, people murmured anxiously, their faces pale with fear, some openly weeping. Others cursed vehemently, denouncing their faith. Luo Chen chose not to express his emotions as they did. Instead, he silently observed the distressed crowd before turning away and continuing towards the western gate of the town. Whether lamenting the passage of time or raging impotently, such emotions were ultimately futile. Luo Chen did not wish to squander his precious time on meaningless pursuits. Instead, he resolved to explore new areas in search of additional resources. And then there was the matter of the slaughter coins. To this day, he remained uncertain about how to acquire them. Along the way, Luo Chen accessed his character panel, glancing at his newly upgraded level 4 sprinting skill. Swift movement LV for grade white consumes 25 mana points to enter a state of swift movement for 25 seconds, increasing movement speed by 50 with a cooldown time of 45 seconds. Upon reaching level 4, this skill has transcended its initial classification as a mere lowly white grade ability. Whether considering the 50 enhancement to movement speed, the sustained duration of 25 seconds, or the reduced cooldown period of merely 45 seconds, it hardly reflects the characteristics of a white grade skill. In truth, it has evolved beyond the conventional boundaries of a typical white grade ability, attaining an unprecedented level of prowess. Moreover, the initial upgrade from level 2 to level 3 granted a 10 increase in movement speed, as level 3 represents the pinnacle of this skill. Following the established pattern, the upgrade from level 1 to level 2 yields a 5 enhancement. From level 2 to level 3, it adds an additional 10, culminating in a total increase of 10. If the skill were to ascend indefinitely, then according to this pattern, the transition from level 3 to level 4 would yield a 15 enhancement. And from level 4 to level 5, an increase of 20. This pattern would continue indefinitely. However, under normal circumstances, skill levels have a cap, making such limitless accumulation implausible. Yet, Luo Chen's endless talent obliterates this limitation, rendering infinite enhancement a tangible possibility. Chapter 13. Strength and Agility both reached 15 points. The only concern now is that Luo Chen's mana is rather insufficient, standing at merely 50 points. The level 4 skill, Sprint, consumes 25 points of mana per use. With such a limited reserve, he could only utilize it twice before depleting his resources. Nevertheless, the issue of low mana is not insurmountable. Enhancing his mental attributes would suffice. However, he is uncertain about how to acquire the attribute crystals for mental attributes. While he has encountered crystals for strength and agility, he has yet to come across those for constitution and mental attributes. Upon exiting the town of Slaughter, Luo Chen ventured westward. Drawing from his experience the previous day, he refrained from wasting time on the initial stretch of the journey. He hastened along the small map to the area he had explored yesterday. This location lay approximately 8 kilometers from the slaughter town number 10087, surrounded by dense thickets, concealing unknown dangers, perhaps venomous snakes or ferocious beasts, or even the spiny rodents with hair that could shoot out like needles. Upon arrival, Luo Chen retrieved the shield from his backpack, a wooden cupboard door, now riddled with countless holes. "Hang in there, buddy," he encouraged as he gently patted the cupboard door and cautiously began to explore the vicinity. Suddenly, thud, 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 dozens of black spines shot forth, piercing the wooden cupboard door like steel needles. In the next moment, Luo Chen lunged forward, swinging his metal baseball bat with force. With a resounding thwack, a dark, furry creature was sent flying, rolling on the ground. It was a black-haired, spiny mouse. Luo Chen dashed forward, repeatedly striking the spiny mouse with his baseball bat, which squeaked in protest. Moments later, the creature lay still. Switching to a dagger, Luo Chen kicked the spiny mouse over and expertly sliced open its abdomen. Wearing rubber gloves, he delved inside and, after a short while, extracted a crystal of strength attribute. He rinsed it with clean water before promptly consuming it. Strength 1 at last. His strength attribute surpassed 10. Excellent, a promising start. Luo Chen smiled faintly and continued onward. For the next few hours, he explored the area nearby. During this time, numerous spiny mice emerged from the underbrush, all meeting the same fate at his hands. After dispatching 3 spiny mice, his agility attribute also reached 15 points. The white attribute crystal for agility had reached its limit and could no longer be utilized, regardless of how many more he might encounter. Nonetheless, Luo Chen collected the crystals. Although they no longer serve him, their value remained. Perhaps they could be exchanged with others upon his return to Slaughtertown. Of course, under the premise of ensuring personal safety. Not long after, Luo Chen gradually acquired several attribute crystals. He meticulously stored all the agility attribute crystals in a compartment of his spatial backpack. As for the strength attribute crystals, he washed them clean and consumed them directly. Soon, his strength attribute reached a commendable 15 points. The white strength attribute crystals had lost their efficacy. Any future acquisitions would similarly be stored in his spatial backpack for later use, akin to the agility attribute crystals. At noon, beset by fatigue and hunger, Luo Chen paused to rest, taking the opportunity to satiate his hunger. After finishing his meal, his fatigue level dropped below 50. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past noon. He rose from the stone upon which he had been seated, dusted himself off, and opened his mini-map before setting off in an unexplored direction. An hour later, Luo Chen spotted a dilapidated building in the distance. Throughout his journey that day, he had encountered various structures, but most yielded little in terms of rewards, aside from a few hard-nosed rats lurking in corners. He and T found even a bottle of water or a loaf of bread. His only gain had been a new cabinet door, of which he had kept a few spare pieces in his backpack. This item proved exceedingly useful, particularly in dealing with the hard-nosed rats. Many houses lay ahead. He wondered if any contained food. Raising his hand to shield his eyes, he squinted into the distance and discerned several figures moving around the ruins. Cautiously, he approached. As he drew nearer, he realized they were a group of stiff-moving zombies. Hard-shelled zombie. Level: Beginner Tier 1. Description: corpses with hardened skin that have inexplicably gained mobility. Beware of their claws and teeth, which are toxic. Indeed, these were hard-shelled zombies. Luo Chen had previously seen discussions about this creature in the chat channel. Although the beginner tier 1 hard-shelled zombies possess considerable defense and inflicted poisonous attacks, their sluggish movements rendered them far less agile. They were easier to contend with than the hard-nosed rats. However, this was contingent upon not being surrounded by a horde of hard-shelled zombies. Otherwise, unless one could fly, the situation could swiftly turn dire. At present, approximately a dozen hard-shelled zombies were scattered around the building, not clustered together. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Chen picked up a few pebbles from the ground and hurled one at the nearest hard-shelled zombie. Thud! The pebble struck the hard-shelled zombie, immediately capturing its attention. Letting out a raspy growl, the zombie swayed and shambled toward him. As expected, its movements were painfully slow. As Luo Chen observed the creature's sluggish pace, a sense of reassurance enveloped him. With such a lethargic speed, not only could he easily handle a one-on-one confrontation, but he also harbored confidence in triumphing unscathed even against 2 or 3 of them simultaneously. Cautiously monitoring the other armored zombies, he noted that they had failed to pursue him. Thus, he guided the armored zombie he had attracted away from the vicinity. After a brief moment, the distance was deemed sufficient. Luo Chen decisively turned around to confront the approaching armored zombie. Sensing the presence of prey, the creature, devoid of any semblance of intelligence, let out a fierce roar and lunged forward. The speed of its attack was surprisingly swift, yet its endurance was woefully inadequate. In a mere span of 2 or 3 meters, it stumbled and fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Luo Chen remarked, "Goodness, are you trying to stage an accident?" Chapter 14. Slaying the Armored Zombie. Enhancing Physical Attributes. Luo Chen never anticipated that the armored zombie would be so comical, even managing to trip and fall over itself. Yet, despite its amusing antics, Luo Chen was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. With swift strides, he maneuvered around the fallen creature, delivering a decisive blow to the back of its head with his club. Bang! The strike landed squarely, yet the damage inflicted was minimal. Truly, the armored zombie's defense was formidable. It felt as though his club had struck metal, and the force of the impact reverberated through his wrist, leaving it numb. Wow, so tough. Luo Chen retreated to evade the creature's outstretched hand and swung his club once more. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. He realized that this task was indeed laborious. Though he counted precisely, he estimated he had struck the creature at least 20 to 30 times before finally vanquishing it. At last, you have finally succumbed. Observing the now motionless armored zombie on the ground, Luo Chen rubbed his aching arms and glanced at his fatigue level. It had started at approximately 49, but after defeating the creature, it surged to 61. No wonder he felt so exhausted. He decided to sit down on the ground to rest. After a short while, his fatigue level dipped below 60, prompting him to rise and approach the corpse of the armored zombie, if it could indeed be called that. Was it appropriate to refer to it as a corpse, given that it had already died? The notion seemed peculiar. After all, how could something already dead die again? With his dagger in hand, Luo Chen examined the lifeless body, searching for a way to proceed, feeling somewhat at a loss. Speaking of which, where might the attribute crystal of the armored zombie be? Recalling the discussions from the previous night in the chat channel, a thought struck him. He promptly kicked the body over, exposing its front. Swish! He thrust his dagger into the creature's chest, only for it to slide off, leaving merely a shallow mark on the skin. Luo Chen was taken aback. Goodness, while my dagger may be somewhat subpar, is this defense not a bit excessive? It was merely a low-level monster, after all. Was its defense truly not beyond the norm? However, reflecting on the creature's swift movements and its peculiar ability to trip itself, Luo Chen found himself understanding. Of course, if it lacked some extraordinary attributes, it would hardly justify the numerous fatal weaknesses it possessed. Nevertheless, even so, a solitary armored zombie remained nothing more than a living target. After expending considerable effort and fatigue, reaching 61, Luo Chen finally tore open the chest of the hardened skin zombie, prying the wound apart. With rubber gloves donned, he extracted an attribute crystal nestled within its thoracic cavity, located adjacent to the heart. Although the task proved arduous, he succeeded. Attribute crystal, constitution, quality, white. Upon use, it can enhance constitution by 1 point with a maximum increase of 10 points. This particular crystal pertained to the constitution attribute. Luo Chen rinsed it with clean water before consuming it. It dissolved instantly. In the next moment, his constitution attribute was elevated by 1 point. Repeating the process, Luo Chen lured out several hardened skin zombies surrounding the building, expending significant energy to eliminate them all. The entire endeavor consumed nearly 2 hours. By the time the battle concluded, it was already approaching 3 p.m. The good news was that Luo Chen's constitution attribute had become the third to reach 15 points, following strength and agility. The bad news, however, was that he failed to discover any useful supplies within the building. He did manage to find 2 pieces of equipment, though both were of white quality. One was a knife, approximately 2 meters long, a straight blade, while the other was a pair of shoes resembling sneakers. Ordinary shoes, quality white. Agility. Luo Chen stowed the knife in his backpack and donned the shoes, thereby increasing his agility attribute. With a total agility of 16 points, he could sprint with remarkable speed. With a swift motion, he decapitated a tough furred rat. Applying gentle pressure with his foot, he flipped the rat's corpse over before deftly slicing open its abdomen, the blade piercing in, stirring slightly before being pulled out. A round object flew out, landing in Luo Chen's outstretched hand. It was indeed an attribute crystal. Attribute crystal, spirit, quality, white. Upon use, it can enhance spirit by 1 point, with a maximum increase of 10 points. Luo Chen initially intended to place it in his backpack, but paused in surprise. Spirit attribute? He gazed at the blood-stained crystal in his hand, astonished to discover that a spirit attribute crystal could originate from a tough furred rat. It was truly a first for him. However, the odds of such occurrences were indeed low. Having slain nearly 50 tough furred rats, he had only managed to unearth a single spirit attribute crystal from them. Nevertheless, having even one was preferable to none. He promptly washed it clean with a bit of water before tossing it into his mouth. Spirit 1 at last. His spirit attribute began to rise. Though it was merely an increase of 1 point, Luo Chen regarded it as a commendable beginning. As anticipated, he soon stumbled upon a metal box partially buried in the soil by the roadside. After excavating the box, Luo Chen discovered not only an exquisite piece of equipment, but also a skill upgrade stone. A sharp long knife, quality green, strength 5. The equipment found within the metal box was yet another knife, measuring 7 meters in length. It stood just a mere 10 centimeters taller than Luo Chen. The blade was long and straight, complemented by an equally elongated handle, reminiscent of a cavalry saber. This knife required a two-handed grip, weighing approximately 30 Jin. Wielding it with one hand would render it virtually impossible for an ordinary person to handle effectively. However, with a strength attribute that had already reached 15 points and bolstered by the additional 5 points from this knife, Luo Chen's total strength soared to 20 points, allowing him to wield it with ease, even one-handed. Yet, the design of the knife inherently favored a two-handed technique, making one-handed maneuvers rather unwieldy. Grasping the knife, Luo Chen attempted a few swings. The sound of rushing wind echoed in his ears, while the chilling light of the blade shimmered enticingly in the air. What a fine weapon! Luo Chen was enamored, inspecting it from every angle, his heart filled with delight. Chapter 15, Is This a Bug? Airdrop Treasure Chest. Luo Chen sheathed his dagger and picked up the skill upgrade stone. It was yet another white quality skill upgrade stone, capable of enhancing the level of skills classified as white grade, which he deemed rather insignificant. He shook his head. His soul skill had already surpassed the upper limit of white grade skill levels, rendering this item seemingly useless. However, on a whim, Luo Chen decided to test it. To his astonishment, the unexpected occurred the very next second. This skill upgrade stone, it actually took effect. Could this be plausible? Luo Chen was taken aback. A mere white skill upgrade stone could indeed elevate the level of a skill that had already exceeded its maximum. Was this a bug? A sense of unease washed over him. Surely, this bug wouldn't be patched, would it? Contemplating this, Luo Chen curiously opened his character panel, gazing at his upgraded sprint skill. Sprint LV 5, grade, white. Consumes 30 mana points to enter a sprinting state lasting 30 seconds, increasing movement speed by 70. With a cooldown of 40 seconds. Indeed, the skill had reached level 5. Moreover, since surpassing its upper limit, the effects of this skill had become increasingly remarkable. At level 5, it could already enhance movement speed by 70. With a cooldown of merely 40 seconds, deducting the 30 seconds of active duration, the actual cooldown time amounted to only 10 seconds. Were it not for Luo Chen's insufficient mana, he could have transformed this skill into a permanent buff. It is noteworthy that an E-grade agility talent merely adds a 100 increase to agility attributes, while even a white grade skill was rapidly approaching the efficacy of an E-grade talent. This was merely level 5. If it were to reach level 6 or 7, it could potentially rival the effects of D-grade or even C-grade talents. If this truly is a bug, I hope it remains unfixed. Luo Chen thought with a smile. Of course, it is far more likely that this is not a bug at all. Typically, a skill cannot exceed its level cap. A white grade skill has a maximum level of 3. Upon reaching level 3, no amount of skill upgrade stones would yield any effect. Yet, due to Luo Chen's endless talent, he had transcended this limitation, allowing the once seemingly obsolete skill upgrade stones to be utilized once more. White quality skill upgrade stones should be relatively easy to find, given their lower quality. Generally, 2 skill upgrade stones suffice for a white skill, categorizing them as the most basic tier among skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen pondered, stroking his chin. From yesterday to today, he had already discovered 2 white quality skill upgrade stones. It was hard to say how others fared, if their fortunes mirrored his. They too would likely possess surplus white skill upgrade stones by tomorrow. Could one gather a batch on their own? Indeed, but what would one offer in exchange? Luo Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Approaching them out of the blue for a trade might raise suspicions about his intentions, potentially leading to unnecessary troubles. Yet, not trading would leave him feeling at a loss. Perhaps he could devise a plan. Luo Chen pondered. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he severed the head of a coarse-furred rat. Skillfully, he extracted an attribute crystal from its body and stored it away. His backpack was already brimming with over 50 of these attribute crystals. Though the remaining value of these white-quality crystals was uncertain, Luo Chen habitually collected them nonetheless. At that moment, he spotted a green light slowly descending from the sky, about a kilometer ahead. What could that be? This was a sight he had never encountered before. He opened his mini-map to check his surroundings. He was approximately 11 kilometers away from the slaughter town number 10087 behind him. However, at his current pace, he could traverse this distance in less than half an hour, returning to the town before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which was only a few minutes away. Why not investigate? Luo Chen thought to himself, and he swiftly made his way toward the light. A few minutes later, he cautiously approached the area ahead. Before him lay a rare sight, a shimmering lake. The surface glistened as monstrous fish occasionally leaped from the water, each exceeding 3 meters in length, with rows of sharp teeth. Most alarming, however, was the sight of a group of crocodiles lounging by the shore, 20 or 30 of them, each nearly 5 meters long, with grayish-white scales and gaping jaws filled with jagged teeth. Hiding behind a rock, Luo Chen carefully observed the situation. Upon noticing the crocodiles, he instinctively checked their information. Bloodthirsty crocodile, level, intermediate tier 1, description, a crocodile that favors habitats near water sources, preying primarily on fish. It possesses considerable mobility on land and becomes frenzied upon detecting blood, making it a formidable adversary. So these crocodiles were known as bloodthirsty crocodiles. Luo Chen noted their intermediate tier 1 level. This was his first encounter with a creature above the initial tier. An intermediate tier should be significantly stronger than a beginner tier, he mused. Having never faced one before, he lacked experience. Looking up, he saw the green light was now perilously close to the ground, merely 100 meters away. Its landing point appeared to be near the lake's edge, alarmingly close to the group of bloodthirsty crocodiles. This could spell trouble, Luo Chen thought. Though he was unaware of the nature of the emerald light, an instinctual sensation led him to believe it must be something of great value. However, the current predicament was dire. A pack of bloodthirsty crocodiles of intermediate rank was lurking nearby. Unless Luo Chen could successfully divert their attention, it would be impossible to approach and seize the object. Alternatively, should he rely on his speed to dash forward, snatch it, and flee? He pondered the feasibility of such an action. The crux of the matter was that he had no knowledge of the crocodile's speed on land. Without a means for comparison, Luo Chen was reluctant to take such a risk. While treasures may be enticing, a single life is all he possesses. As he contemplated this, a sudden cacophony of footsteps and voices approached from a distance. Luo Chen quickly concealed himself. Before long, he witnessed a group of over a dozen individuals rushing toward his location. "Found it! Right here!" a short-haired girl exclaimed, pointing in his direction. "Silence! Keep your voice down." The girl's loud proclamation startled the others, prompting someone to reprimand her. "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us." The girl shrugged dismissively, her expression one of indifference. Chapter 16. Han Xiaoya's Mastery and Lu Yuan's Regret. Xiao Wang. "Is the item over there?" At that moment, a young man exuding an air of nobility approached with a group of companions. Lu Xiao, the previously haughty girl, now transformed into a picture of feigned innocence, eagerly rushed to Lu Xiao's side, nestling into his embrace while reporting, "Lu Xiao, Wang Quanan insulted me again." Lu Xiao, with one arm wrapped around the girl's slender waist, cast a mild smile towards Wang Quanan, saying, "Xiao Wang, do not be too harsh on Xiaoya. After all, she is but a girl." "Understood, Lu Xiao." Wang Quanan nodded, casting a disdainful glance at the girl nestled against Lu Xiao. He felt a surge of irritation rise within him. What was she, if not merely a pretty face with a fine figure? an E-level talent, and yet she dared to show him attitude? He, Wang Quanan, was at least of D-level talent, far superior to this woman. Unfortunately, Liu Xiao had a penchant for such types, and she was a C-level talent to boot. Despite his simmering discontent, Wang Quanan maintained a facade of compliance in front of Liu Xiao, knowing better than to voice his grievances. Liu Yuan, the light orb that descended from the heavens, must have landed just ahead. Let us investigate. A burly man from the group stepped forward and proposed. Zhanggu, lead the way. I shall follow closely behind, Liu Yuan replied with a smile. Within their group, only he and Zhang Lang possessed C-level talents, while the others were either D-level or E-level, of which only 2 were E-level. The rest were all D-level. They had little interest in those with significantly lower talents. Han Xiaoya, nestled in Liu Yuan's embrace, was one of the 2 E-level talents in the group. The other was a delicate youth named Zhang Yu, who happened to be Zhang Lang's younger brother. It was quite a coincidence that the 2 brothers found themselves dispatched to the same merciless town. One must admit, it was indeed an extraordinary stroke of luck. Apart from Han Xiaoya and Zhang Yu, the remaining 10 members of the team were all D-level talents. Liu Yuan and Zhang Lang, as the possessors of C-level talents, naturally assumed the leadership roles in this assembly. Liu Yuan embodied the archetype of a wealthy scion, enamored with beauty, and during his time on Blue Star, he had been a notorious libertine, indulging in a life of leisure. Upon arriving in the land of slaughter, he fortuitously acquired a C-level talent, thus securing his position for continued ease and advantage. Zhang Lang, on the other hand, was a former small business owner, operating a gym, and possessed a modest fortune. His practicality rendered him the de facto manager of the team. As for Liu Yuan, his primary responsibility lay in contributing during combat, while he largely eschewed involvement in other matters. Let us proceed and take a look, Zhang Lang stated, glancing at Han Xiaoya in Liu Yuan's arms without further comment. His motivation for recruiting Liu Yuan, the affluent heir, into their ranks was primarily based on the latter's C-level talent. As for Liu Yuan's penchant for beauty, as long as it did not interfere with his own interests, Zhang Lang was more than willing to turn a blind eye. Soon, a group of individuals arrived at a spot not far from the lakeshore. Stop! At that moment, Zhang Lang raised his hand, halting everyone in their tracks. His expression was grave as he gazed at the cluster of bloodthirsty crocodiles by the water's edge. These were intermediate-level, bloodthirsty crocodiles. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Lang glanced up at the sky. That green orb of light had descended to a height of approximately 50 meters above the ground. Should we engage? Wang Quanan asked nervously from his side. Those were indeed intermediate-level, bloodthirsty crocodiles, far more formidable than the low-level monsters they had encountered earlier. And there were so many of them. We must fight, but we cannot charge in recklessly, Zhang Lang replied in a low voice. Having traveled such a great distance, surrendering now was clearly out of the question. Not only was he unwilling to concede, but the others in the team felt the same way. Although the entity above remained a mystery, it was undoubtedly a treasure, now that they had ventured into such a perilous place. Failing to seize the opportunity for treasure would render them no different from those who remained in the town, too afraid to venture out. They might as well lie down and await their demise. Let us lure these bloodthirsty crocodiles over in batches. It will merely take a bit more time, Zhang Lang proposed after some contemplation. This suggestion received unanimous agreement from the group. Thus, they began to attempt luring 1 or 2 bloodthirsty crocodiles over to gauge the strength of these intermediate-level beasts. At that moment, Han Xiaoya stepped away from Liu Yuan's embrace, holding a stone she had picked up from the ground, volunteering to take on the task of drawing the monsters. Which one to choose? She scanned the bloodthirsty crocodiles and soon spotted one that was nearly 6 meters long, exuding an impressive and formidable presence. This crocodile looks quite majestic. I shall choose it. Without hesitation, Han Xiaoya swung her arm, launching the stone. The next second, crack! The stone struck the head of the nearly 6-meter-long bloodthirsty crocodile with precision. The creature, momentarily bewildered by the impact, rose and looked around. It soon spotted a bipedal creature nearby, gesturing provocatively. Was it challenging it? The simple-minded, bloodthirsty crocodile immediately grew enraged. With a fierce roar, It dashed forward with surprising speed on its short legs. Observing this, the other bloodthirsty crocodiles also rose and followed suit. Standing amidst the grass, Han Xiaoya, who had been making provoking gestures at the crocodile, was about to triumphantly inform the others of her success when, in the next moment, she saw a large group of 20 to 30 bloodthirsty crocodiles headed her way. Oh no, this is bad. At that moment, even Han Xiaoya realized she had stirred up trouble. Lu Xiao, help, she shouted as she turned to flee. What the hell? How did she manage to attract the entire pack of bloodthirsty crocodiles? Upon seeing Han Xiaoya leading a pack of bloodthirsty crocodiles towards them, the others were instantly stricken with fear, their faces paling in terror. Even Lu Yuan cast a fierce glare at Han Xiaoya, as though she were the embodiment of a vengeful enemy. I knew that this foolish woman would cause trouble. Wang Quanan, who was already displeased with Han Xiaoya's connections, cursed vehemently. This time, no one stood up for her. Even Lu Yuan felt that Wang Quanan's criticism was entirely justified. Had he known that this woman would stir up such chaos, he would never have kept her by his side, regardless of her beauty. Alas, it was too late for regrets. With no other options available, they resolved to fight. Zhang Lang remarked darkly. At this point, attempting to flee was futile. Among them, there were no individuals with agility-based talents, and even if there were, could they possibly escape with everyone? Such a notion was clearly unrealistic. Thus, they would have to fight. Perhaps victory was still within reach? Chapter 17. The Carnage Before the Treasure Chest. Luo Chen, concealed behind the stone, could hardly anticipate the absurd turn of events. Why must the virtuous attract a horde of foes? Observing the throng of bloodthirsty crocodiles charging forth, he once again felt grateful for his decision to refrain from forming a party. What peril would he face if he were to ally with such companions? He silently mourned for that unfortunate group for 3 seconds. His gaze then fixed upon the descending green orb, nearly touching the ground. He murmured to himself. At this moment, the lakeshore was devoid of danger. The bloodthirsty crocodiles had been lured away by a group of well-meaning individuals. Once this object landed, Luo Chen would seize the opportunity to claim it. As for those who had drawn the crocodiles away, their fate held no concern for him. He was unacquainted with them, and their survival mattered not to him. Hurry! Faster! Luo Chen's eyes were glued to the green light above, his fists clenched in silent encouragement. Heavy slash. Dual strike. Water sphere technique. Elemental bolt. In a barren expanse over 100 meters from the lakeshore, a multitude of bloodthirsty crocodiles besieged a group of a dozen individuals. At this juncture, they unleashed their full array of skills, as if resources were limitless. Among the throng, the most prominent figures were Lu Yuan and Zhang Lang, both endowed with sea-level talents. Zhang Lang possessed the Dragon Elephant Strength talent, which augmented his physique and strength by an astonishing 200. His initial attributes were already above average. As a gym owner and fitness enthusiast, his strength and physique began at a commendable 7 points, exceeding the norm by 2. His agility and spirit were average, though his muscular bulk had diminished his agility by 1 point, leaving at 4. Moreover, he had consumed attribute crystals enhancing strength and physique, elevating both to 17 points. With the 200 boost from his talent, his strength and physique soared to an impressive 51 points. Such a physique indicated an astounding 510 health points. With formidable defense, astonishing power, and robust vitality, he embodied the essence of a human tank. At this moment, Zhang Lang wielded a heavy hammer as his weapon. The 300-pound hammer seemed weightless in his grasp, whirling through the air with ferocious momentum. Even the first-tier intermediate bloodthirsty crocodiles could do nothing but face his might. Zhang Lang single-handedly thwarted 5 crocodiles, firmly establishing his dominance. In truth, after a day of exploration, astute individuals had deduced the approximate strength tier of first-tier novice monsters in relation to human capabilities. Generally speaking, if the monsters excelled in speed, they would encounter blue-star humans who were also adept in that domain. As long as their agility attribute reaches 20 points, they can effortlessly vanquish their foes. Of course, this does not account for personal operational errors or ambushes. The context here refers to a direct confrontation under normal operational circumstances. Zhang Lang's physique and strength both exceed 50 points. even though the bloodthirsty crocodile opposite him possesses the strength of a mid-tier first-stage creature. It merely equates to a level of 30 or 40 in terms of strength and constitution. In comparison to Zhonglang, it is significantly inferior. Furthermore, Zhonglang possesses a white skill that has reached level 3, a passive ability that enhances his defense without consuming any mana, making him feel like a war god as he charges into the fray against the group of bloodthirsty crocodiles. On the other side, Lu Yuan, endowed with a C-grade talent, is equally formidable. His talent, earth manipulation, inherently grants him the ability to control earth elements within a certain range. As long as his feet remain planted on the ground, he can heal his injuries and bolster his defenses. This talent is quite versatile, although it does not provide a direct numerical enhancement. Its effects are on par with Zhonglang's Dragon Flight Might, and in terms of visual spectacle, it far surpasses Zhonglang's mere numerical enhancement. With a mere wave of his hand, Lu Yuan reshapes the earth around him, opening a fissure that engulfs several advancing bloodthirsty crocodiles. However, lacking formal training and advanced skills, his C-grade talent does not permit him to create a fissure of significant size. Thus, the fissure, while swallowing a few crocodiles, is only 3 to 4 meters deep and quickly fills up. Yet, Lu Yuan has more than one trick up his sleeve. With a vigorous lift of his hands, the ground erupts with a thunderous roar as earth spikes shoot up, launching several bloodthirsty crocodiles high into the air. At this moment, Lu Yuan mutters incantations, and in the next instant, an abundance of earth elements coalesce around him into a multitude of earth spears. Normally, a white-grade earth spear skill at level 3 would allow the summoning of only one additional spear. However, Lu Yuan summons an astonishing 6 spears, 3 times the usual amount. With a swift motion of his hand, these 6 earth spears are propelled toward the bloodthirsty crocodiles that have just crashed to the ground. The spears, composed of solid material and imbued with elemental damage, unleash a cacophony of howls from the crocodiles. While Zhonglang and Lu Yuan engage in a vibrant display of power, the others do not perform nearly as impressively. The D-grade talents inherently lack the strength of their C-grade counterparts. Additionally, the attribute crystals they had previously obtained were prioritized for Zhonglang and Lu Yuan, resulting in the others possessing significantly lower attributes. Among them, the highest constitution barely exceeds 10 points, with some individuals still retaining their original attributes. Previously, they faced the initial stage monsters without much difficulty, as their numbers allowed them to overwhelm even a dozen first-stage creatures. However, now faced with a greater number of bloodthirsty crocodiles, whose strength surpasses that of the first-tier monsters, their shortcomings have begun to manifest. Save me. No, It hurts so much. It has bitten my leg. Some individuals fell victim to the onslaught of the bloodthirsty crocodiles. Having never experienced serious injuries before, they were thrown into utter chaos. A few attempted to flee, only to have a leg seized by the crocodiles. In the next moment, they were violently tossed, and with a sickening crack, half a leg was lost. Now, escape was no longer an option. How tragic! Concealed behind a rock, Luo Chen chanced upon this scene and silently reflected. Indeed, unreliable teammates are truly a liability. Chapter 18, Betrayal. Luo Chen takes action. By the lakeshore, the vibrant green light finally descended. At this moment, the brilliance was so intense that the contents remained obscured. Instinctively, Luo Chen sensed that patience was still required. He turned his gaze to the other side, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Given the dire circumstances, he had anticipated that this group was doomed. Yet unexpectedly, these individuals demonstrated remarkable prowess, managing to vanquish the 2 or 3 dozen bloodthirsty crocodiles before them. Of course, they paid an exorbitant price for their victory. Out of a dozen participants, only 5 remained alive, each grievously injured. Even those of notable strength like Zhonglang and Lu Yuan had sustained wounds while confronting the numerous, fearsome crocodiles. However, Lu Yuan remained unfazed. His innate talent allowed him to heal slowly as long as his feet touched the ground, preventing further deterioration of his injuries. Although the healing process was exceedingly slow, It was certainly preferable to the plight of those who had to worry about their wounds becoming infected after sustaining injuries. After hastily bandaging their wounds with strips of clothing, Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan cast furious glances at the instigator of their predicament, Han Xiaoya. Indeed, this woman had miraculously survived. However, it was not due to her formidable strength. Rather, she shamelessly positioned herself at the back and even dragged a nearby companion in a harmless way, making them her scapegoat. Even so, she had lost one of her arms, bitten off by a bloodthirsty crocodile. The significant blood loss left Han Xiaoya feeling dizzy. Yet she managed to tie off the upper end of the wound with her belt, staunching the flow of blood. Nonetheless, she felt as though she could barely stand, akin to the dizzying sensation of a revolving lantern. At that moment, Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan approached menacingly. Han Xiaoya could barely discern them. Damn fools! Lu Yuan wielded a knife and swiftly severed Han Xiaoya's head. Her beautiful visage rolled away from her shoulders, tumbling down. Zhang Lang glanced at him in surprise. However, this was precisely what he had intended to do. With Lu Yuan having acted first, Zhang Lang refrained from approaching him. At that instant, Lu Yuan, having slain Han Xiaoya, was struck by an unexpected realization that gleamed in his eyes, concealed from Zhang Lang's notice. I never imagined such a twist. Lu Yuan was astounded, as if a revelation dawned upon him. Let us proceed to uncover the nature of that object. At this, Zhang Lang also remarked, and Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. The two then strode purposefully toward the lakeshore. As for the remaining two, their grievous injuries rendered them unfit to partake in the distribution of the treasure. By the lakeshore, a radiant green light floated approximately half a meter above the ground, shimmering with enchanting luminescence. Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan arrived at the spot, attempting to reach out and touch the ethereal glow, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. It won't work. There's a barrier preventing our approach, Lu Yuan remarked, shaking his head. Then let us wait a little longer, Zhang Lang replied, nonchalantly sitting down, grimacing at the wound on his abdomen, clearly in pain. Lu Yuan glanced at him, his eyes flickering. Do you need me to tend to that? He inquired. I would appreciate it. Zhang Lang nodded, seemingly not overthinking the matter. Lu Yuan then retrieved some gauze and a bottle of iodine from his brown spatial backpack, advancing with these supplies in hand. You should remove your shirt, Lu Yuan instructed Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang complied, unbuttoning his shirt. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan appeared to be preoccupied with organizing his items. Yet stealthily drew forth a dagger in his other hand. Zhang Lang, do not hold it against me. To survive in this cursed place, I must do this. Lu Yuan silently resolved. In the next moment, bang, blood sprayed forth. With a clatter, the dagger fell to the ground. Zhang Lang stood over the fallen Lu Yuan, whose head was bloodied and battered, a significant dent in his skull rendering his vision blurred. Glancing at the shallow cut on his own arm, accidentally inflicted, Zhang Lang sneered. Lu Yuan, do you think you're the only one with murderous intent? In truth, I have had my sights set on you for quite some time. Lu Yuan, barely clinging to life, wished to utter something, but Zhang Lang would not grant him the opportunity. Bang! Another brutal blow descended, shattering Lu Yuan's skull. Spitting disdainfully to the side, Zhang Lang bent to rummage through Lu Yuan's spatial backpack. At that moment, whoosh! A spray of blood suddenly erupted from Zhang Lang's back as a sharp, long knife plunged deep into his spine. Unfortunately, Zhang Lang's defenses were too formidable, preventing the blade from piercing through entirely. Nonetheless, the strike caused a significant drop in his health points. However, in comparison to his maximum health of 510 points, this loss was trivial. Yet, he had already sustained injuries. His health had previously dwindled to 427 points. With this sudden assault, his health plummeted below 400 points. Even more alarming for Zhang Lang was the realization that he had been poisoned. Status: mild hunger, moderate fatigue. Poisoned: health minus 2 points per second. Fatigue level: 51. Hunger level: 33. When did I become poisoned? Zhang Lang instinctively cast his gaze toward the scoundrel who had ambushed him. You despicable wretch! You dare to poison your blade! Zhang Lang exclaimed, seething with rage. Luo Chen, who had struck and retreated in an instant, wore a perplexed expression upon hearing Zhang Lang's furious outburst. Poison? But I possess no poison. Indeed, Luo Chen had not employed any toxin. The true culprit was Lu Yuan. The one who knows you best is either an enemy or an ally. And Lu Yuan was well acquainted with Zhang Lang. Thus, he understood that in a straightforward confrontation, he might not stand a chance against Zhang Lang. Even with the advantage of a surprise attack, given Zhang Lang's substantial health and formidable defenses, Lu Yuan would struggle to inflict significant damage. The endless slaughter game, in certain respects, resembles a conventional game, yet in others, it diverges entirely from the essence of gaming. However, in terms of damage calculation, it finds itself somewhere in between. In a typical game, damage is simply the attack value minus the defense value. If the attack is insufficient, a minimum of 1 point is forcibly deducted. The endless slaughter game, however, employs a far more intricate method of calculating damage, aligning more closely with reality. Firstly, while it is true that attack minus defense is a fundamental aspect of damage calculation, it is not the sole criterion. The nature of the weapon wielded also plays a crucial role. For a keen blade, its sharpness is paramount, while for a blunt instrument, factors such as weight and impact surface are critical. Moreover, the concept of vital points comes into play. Every individual possesses vulnerable areas, such as specific critical regions in males. In this regard, the endless slaughter game mirrors reality quite closely. Attacks targeting vital areas yield extraordinarily high damage, not merely 2 or 3 times the normal damage. If the inflicted damage is substantial, multipliers of 10 or more are entirely plausible. However, this is contingent upon one essential condition: the ability to bypass defenses. Understanding whether one can breach defenses is not overly complicated. It merely requires evaluating one's strength attributes against the opponent's physical defense attributes. If the opponent's physical defense is 5 times greater than one's strength attribute, then defense cannot be penetrated at all. In the absence of being able to breach defenses, all the aforementioned principles become moot. Thus, the sequence is clear. First, one must breach defenses, and subsequently, one must target vital points. Of course, employing tactics, such as poisoning, as Lu Yuan did, is also a viable strategy. Chapter 19, Decapitation, a surprising twist. However, the higher one's constitution, the greater the resistance to toxins. Some poisons, even if initially effective, are swiftly countered by the body, rendering their effects fleeting. Zhang Lang possessed formidable physical defense attributes. With a constitution score of 51, his fundamental physical defense reached 51 points. Coupled with the effects of passive skills, his physical defense soared to 66 points. Yet, both Lu Yuan and Luo Chen boasted strength attributes exceeding 13 points. Thus, they could breach his defenses. Luo Chen's recent strike was a minor critical attack. Regrettably, it failed to pierce Zhang Lang's heart. Had it done so, it would have undoubtedly severed at least 200 points of his life force. Furthermore, it would have inflicted ongoing damage. If Zhang Lang could not receive prompt treatment, he, too, would meet his demise. Luo Chen's initial plan was to deliver a lethal blow to this fellow's heart and then make a swift escape, allowing him to bleed out before returning. After all, Luo Chen had witnessed the sheer ferocity of this adversary. His strength and constitution were indeed astonishingly high. Consequently, Luo Chen had never intended to confront him head-on. However, he was taken aback that his thrust had not fully penetrated. Instead, it merely grazed the surface before his strength waned. Yet, poison? Could it be that this fellow was currently in a poisoned state? Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with realization, and he charged forward once more. Dare he approach again? The poisoned state had rendered Zhang Lang vulnerable, and witnessing this audacious assailant daring to advance, he erupted with rage. Zhang Lang bellowed, brandishing his heavy hammer. But Luo Chen was not foolish. He had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation with Zhang Lang, whose strength attributes far surpassed his own. Utilizing his superior speed, enhanced by his sprinting state, Luo Chen deftly evaded Zhang Lang's attacks, maneuvering like a kite on the breeze. Despite Zhang Lang's extraordinary strength and constitution, his other attributes were rather mediocre, bordering on dismal. With his sprinting state activated, Luo Chen's agility surged to an impressive 27, allowing him to outpace even the swiftest of cheetahs. Zhang Lang, with his short stature, could do little but watch helplessly as Luo Chen darted in and out, delivering stabs at his leisure. This infuriated Zhang Lang to no end. He had never encountered such a frustrating tactic before. The crux of the matter was his poison state. He was losing 2 life points every second. Although his life total was substantial, he could not endure such a loss. At a rate of 2 points per second, that amounted to 120 points in a minute. Not to mention, Luo Chen occasionally struck him, adding to his woes. While each individual hit was marginal, combined with the poison's toll, he found himself losing over 200 life points in a mere minute. As he watched his life force dwindle to just over 100 points, panic began to engulf Zhang Lang. The ominous shadow of death loomed ever closer. Zhang Lang sought to flee. With his short legs, he simply could not escape. He sought an opportunity to strike Luo Chen just once. He believed that with his own strength attribute, he could inflict substantial damage, perhaps even eliminate him. Alas, Luo Chen would not grant him that chance. However, at this moment, Luo Chen found it impossible to maintain his swift movement. His 60 points of mana had been entirely depleted. 2 skills had drained all his magical energy. Yet, even so, his 16 points of agility still exceeded Zhang Lang's by a considerable margin. Zhang Lang was unable to land a hit. That infuriating scoundrel. If you possess the capability, then halt and engage me in a face-to-face battle. The impotent rage of Zhang Lang could only manifest as empty threats. Unfortunately, Luo Chen was entirely unfazed by such taunts. He was no fool. At that moment, Luo Chen's gaze suddenly fell upon a dagger lying on the ground. This fellow had been poisoned. Although he believed that Luo Chen was the one who had administered the poison, Luo Chen knew otherwise. The source of the poison was now glaringly evident. It belonged to the recently deceased individual, and this dagger was indeed dropped by that person. It was a poison dagger. As Luo Chen realized this, he swiftly dashed forward to retrieve the dagger. Poison dagger, quality, white, strength 1, toxin damage 20, a rather unremarkable dagger. But who has coated it with poison? The dagger was merely an ordinary white dagger, yet someone had smeared it with poison, transforming it into a lethal weapon. The effect of 20 points of toxin damage was unclear to Luo Chen, but observing the furious demeanor of the hulking brute before him, he surmised its potency must be significant. In the next moment, as Luo Chen lunged forward, he swiftly switched to the poison dagger and plunged it into Zhang Lang's back. The damage from the strike itself was minimal, far inferior to the effectiveness of Luo Chen's original green long knife. However, the toxin's effects were remarkably potent. Zhang Lang glanced at his own status, nearly choking on a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Status: mild hunger, moderate fatigue. Poisoned, health minus 4 points per second. Fatigue, 55, hunger, 33. What? How did it double? Luo Chen could not perceive the effects of Zhang Lang's poisoning, but he could certainly observe the transformation of his expression. The look on his face was akin to someone who had just tasted excrement, making it evident that the recent strike had been exceptionally effective. Thus, taking advantage of his fortune, Luo Chen continued to employ the same tactic. Meanwhile, the impotent rage of Zhang Lang only served to increase his fatigue, leaving him utterly powerless against Luo Chen. Soon, the poisoning effect on Zhang Lang escalated to a staggering loss of 10 health points per second. The good news was that it had stabilized. The bad news was that Zhang Lang's health was rapidly dwindling. With only 22 points of health remaining, Zhang Lang had surrendered all hope. He dropped the heavy hammer in his hand and sat on the ground, his face ashen. Then he quietly watched as his final 22 health points plummeted at a rate of 10 points per second. Was this surrender? Luo Chen observed Zhang Lang, who had suddenly dropped his weapon and collapsed onto the ground, and could not help but think. 2 seconds later, Zhang Lang's health dwindled to a mere 2 points. He suddenly turned his gaze toward Luo Chen and roared, "I will await you in hell." Luo Chen, unimpressed, merely dug at his ears while maintaining a stoic expression. A second later, bang! The defiant Zhang Lang fell heavily, his life extinguished. Just as Luo Chen was beginning to breathe a sigh of relief, a series of notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! Target eliminated. You receive a 10 attribute reward. You have gained Strength 5, Constitution 5, Agility 0, Spirit 0. Rewards for killing? You didn't team mention such a delightful surprise. Luo Chen's face was a picture of astonishment. However, was there really a need to notify him about the attributes that had not changed? The corners of Luo Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at his strength and constitution attributes. Excluding the effects of his equipment, both attributes had reached 20 points. His health had also risen to 200 points. Truly, an unexpected delight. Chapter 20. The contents of the airdrop treasure chest. New skills. So, this fellow possesses a physique of 51 points? Does that mean his health points amount to a staggering 510? Luo Chen suddenly realized this, gazing in astonishment at the lifeless body before him. My goodness, what a blood cow you are. However, no matter how formidable, this once mighty creature now lay motionless on the ground. This illustrates a vital lesson. One must not overly specialize. The measure of your strength is not determined by your greatest assets, but rather by your most significant weaknesses. After all, in the heat of real battle, no one would recklessly engage you head-on. Opponents will exploit every conceivable method to target your vulnerabilities. At such moments, it is prudent to have countermeasures in place. Otherwise, the lifeless body on the ground serves as a bloody testament. Zhangge, Lu Xiao, how goes the situation on your end? At this moment, Luo Chen heard commotion emanating from behind him. He nearly forgot about the two injured comrades. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Moments later, accompanied by two anguished cries, Luo Chen found himself as the sole survivor on the battlefield. After a brief cleanup of the area, he temporarily set aside the task of dealing with the corpses of the bloodthirsty crocodiles. He gathered the items scavenged from the deceased and swiftly returned to the lakeshore. At this juncture, the green light that had instigated the entire event finally revealed its true form. A chest? Luo Chen gazed in astonishment at the object that emerged as the light dissipated. It was unmistakably a wooden chest large enough to accommodate an adult. The chest was primarily of wooden construction, with metallic edging adorning its periphery. At the front opening, a shimmering green gemstone radiated an alluring glow, captivating one's attention. Could this be the airdrop treasure chest? Luo Chen pondered as he reached out, searching for a method to unlock the chest. Moments later, click! The instant Luo Chen's hand brushed against the green gemstone at the front of the chest, he heard the sound of a mechanism activating. Following this, the lid of the chest began to open slowly on its own. As the chest opened, a brilliant green light burst forth from within. After a brief interval, the lid was fully opened and the light within gradually subsided, revealing the treasures inside. Quite an impressive assortment. Luo Chen peered inside and began to extract the items one by one, arranging them neatly. First, he retrieved a pair of shoes, sporty and pristine white, from an unknown brand. Aesthetically pleasing, yet likely to show dirt easily. Exquisite sports shoes, quality, green, agility 5, perfect. Luo Chen exchanged his current white quality shoes for these green quality sports shoes. His agility attribute surged to an impressive 20 points. Next, he discovered a box. The box opened to reveal a stack of banknotes. Killing coins, denomination 10. So this is what killing coins are? Luo Chen exclaimed with joy as he counted them. There were a total of 10 notes, each worth 100 yuan. He carefully stowed away this hard-earned 100 killing coins and turned his gaze to the third item. It was a pair of pants, resembling black sports trousers, encased in a transparent plastic bag. He opened it, and indeed, it was a pair of unbranded athletic pants. Durable sports pants, quality, green, constitution 3, agility 2. Excellent, a fine item. With no one else around, Luo Chen promptly removed his original pants and donned a new pair. The fourth item was 4 boxes of mineral water. Each box contained 24 bottles, all 500 milliliters in size. Just right, as the drinking water he had previously collected was running low. With these 4 large boxes of mineral water, he no longer needed to worry about his drinking water supply for the foreseeable future. Moreover, a lake was nearby, providing ample water for other uses. In fact, if drinking water became scarce, he could always boil the lake water to drink. Of course, it was essential to boil it first. Who knew what unknown parasites might lurk within? The fifth and final item was a green skill crystal. A new skill? Luo Chen picked up the skill crystal and immediately chose to use it. In the next moment, with a loud crack, the skill crystal shattered, transforming into countless green light particles that surged into Luo Chen's body. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Strengthening. On the character panel, the skill section that previously displayed only the skill of sprinting now revealed a second skill. Name, Luo Chen. Health, 280-280. Mana, 60-60. Status, slightly hungry. Moderately fatigued. Fatigue, 56. Hunger, 39. Strength, 25. Constitution, 28. Agility, 15-7. Spirit, 6. Physical defense, 28. Elemental resistance, 6. Innate ability, endless. Remove skill level cap. Allows one skill to be upgraded by 1 level daily. Active skill, sprinting LV, 5. Passive skill, strengthening LV, 1. Strengthening LV. 1 grade, green, passive increase of 5 points to constitution. A skill of green grade typically has a maximum level of 5. The first level of strengthening, akin to a piece of green quality equipment, directly provided Luo Chen with a 5-point boost to his constitution attribute. A passive skill? Not too shabby. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. He has quite an affinity for passive skills, as they alleviate the burden of his meager mana reserves. With a level 5 sprinting skill already stretching Luo Chen's mana thin, the introduction of another skill with even greater mana consumption, particularly one of green quality, would likely leave him in the awkward predicament of possessing skills, yet being unable to utilize them. Ultimately, his mana is still insufficient. Enhancing his mental attributes has become an urgent necessity. Perhaps he shall address this matter tomorrow, for time is not on his side today. Glancing at the mini-map, he noted that it was already past 4 in the afternoon, nearing 4:30. It would take him approximately half an hour to return to the slaughter town, number 10,087. Nightfall in the land of slaughter arrives rather early, typically around 5 o'clock. By 5:30, darkness envelopes the land entirely. At that hour, remaining outdoors becomes exceedingly perilous, as exemplified by the unfortunate demise of the 108 individuals the previous night. Chapter 21. Return to the town. Conflict resurfaces. By the lakeside, the clock read 4:37 p.m. Luo Chen was meticulously counting his final spoils. Before him lay a collection of items left behind by the deceased. Among them were 3 spatial backpacks, identical in appearance to the green quality one he possessed, each containing 3 compartments of 1 cubic meter. These backpacks were filled with an array of provisions, primarily food and beverages, alongside various medical supplies. In terms of equipment, aside from a green quality heavy hammer used by a bloodthirsty bovine, there was merely a green quality longsword, belonging to an unfortunate soul who had failed in a surprise attack and met with a grim fate. Other than that, the remainder consisted of white quality gear, predominantly weapons that were of no use to Luo Chen. However, he did come across a white quality shield. Although it only provided a modest increase of 1 point to his constitution, it was a legitimate shield, far superior to the cabinet door he had been utilizing. Without hesitation, he donned it. The rest of the items proved to be largely worthless. Notably, no skill upgrade stones remained, likely consumed in his previous endeavors. Such a waste. Lastly, he found the attribute crystals left behind by the slain bloodthirsty crocodiles, 29 in total. There were 22 strength crystals, 5 constitution crystals, and, surprisingly, the remaining 2 were of the mental attribute. Without a second thought, Luo Chen consumed them, eager to replenish his mana. Mental 2, the constitution and strength crystals held little value for him, so he placed them into 1 compartment of his backpack alongside the useless white quality gear. Perhaps they would serve a purpose in the future. As time pressed on, Luo Chen began his journey back towards the town of slaughter, number 10087. He made swift progress, avoiding delays. Even when encountering monsters, he chose to circumvent them to prevent wasting time and ensure his return before nightfall. By around 5 p.m., the sky over the realm of slaughter began to darken. Luo Chen arrived at the western gate of the town just before dusk. Upon entering, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere was off. In front of him, on the spacious road, 2 factions stood in confrontation. One group appeared weary and travel-worn. unmistakably having just returned from the outside world, much like Luo Chen. The other group, however, was neatly attired, their shoes devoid of dirt, suggesting they had not ventured far from the town. It was clear that a conflict had already transpired. Both sides bore injuries. Yet it was the impeccably dressed individuals who seemed to have suffered the most, with several wounded and some lying on the ground in dire condition. "Help! There has been a murder. Someone has been killed here," shouted a middle-aged woman, her voice rising above the chaos. Observing her attire, it was evident that she hailed from a wealthy family prior to arriving at this land of carnage, adorned with exquisite jewelry that exuded opulence. Yet at this moment, the woman unceremoniously plopped down on the ground, throwing a fit akin to a shrew, loudly proclaiming that someone had been murdered, swiftly attracting a considerable crowd of onlookers. "Shut your mouth," a young woman in her 20s barked fiercely from across the way. However, the elder showed no inclination to cease her ruckus, continuing to bellow at the top of her lungs while tears and snot streamed down her face. Others nearby joined in, hurling personal attacks at the young woman, inciting her to lash out several times, though her companions restrained her. "What is going on here?" A few individuals returning to the town expressed curiosity upon witnessing the commotion. One of them even inquired of Luo Chen, standing beside them, seeking to ascertain the situation. "I just arrived, so I'm not entirely sure," Luo Chen replied, shaking his head. At this juncture, a fellow who had also been observing the spectacle turned to them and remarked, "Do you recall the group that blocked the exits yesterday evening?" They nodded in acknowledgement, remembering well how that gang had extorted a significant amount of supplies from them. "It's the same group, only now they've increased in number," he continued with a smile. "Those people in front returned before you and were coerced into surrendering half their supplies under the guise of caring for the elderly and children in the town." Bah! Upon hearing this, the individual who had initially questioned Luo Chen spat disdainfully onto the ground, his expression one of utter contempt. "What nonsense! They hardly resemble any elderly or children." The one assisting with explanations chuckled in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment. The so-called concern for the elderly and children was merely a platitude, a slogan meant for public consumption. Who, save for a fool, would genuinely believe that the extorted supplies were intended for the benefit of the elderly and children? Ultimately, they would line their own pockets. Did they just engage in violence? Luo Chen inquired, gesturing toward the injured individuals. Indeed, a confrontation occurred, the man confirmed with a nod. "As you can see, although they have the numbers, they have not departed from the town, and their attributes remain unchanged from the beginning. Thus, despite their numerical advantage, they do not hold the upper hand." "I find it perplexing," the earlier speaker interjected, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Why do these parasites dare to confront others but refuse to leave the town? As long as they don't venture too far, I would think the dangers outside would be minimal." "Indeed, perhaps it is a matter of beginner's luck," came the reply. "The environment surrounding the murder town isn't particularly harsh at present. The monsters that appear are generally within their capacity to handle. Even if one person falters, they can band together with a group to take action. Many do just that, and most manage to survive, with only a handful of unfortunate souls, or those driven by excessive greed, meeting their demise. Who among us can discern their thoughts? Perhaps it is a case of external struggles being handled by amateurs, while internal conflicts are managed by the adept." At this moment, one individual scoffed, revealing his evident disdain for this group. Meanwhile, the crowd gathering near the west gate continued to swell. As dusk approached, many hurried back to the town, only to encounter this predicament upon their arrival. Instantly, tempers flared as frustration became intolerable. "What the hell? Are you all unable to survive? Do you desire to eat? Cool me. Partake." One fellow tore open a bag of thumb-sized bread and scattered it on the ground, even trampling it with his mud-caked shoes, challenging the others to eat. "Young man, is this how your parents raised you?" A bespectacled middle-aged man admonished seriously. "Do you not understand the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? We are all facing difficulties, yet you youngsters seem oblivious to the notion of enduring hardship yourselves, only seeking to indulge in comfort. What future remains for this world? Consider this. When you grow old, the youth of your time may treat you with the same indifference. How will you cope then?" This man spoke with a well-rehearsed eloquence. Alas, the current generation shows little inclination to heed such counsel. Chapter 22. On the third day, the number of survivors stood at 841. I was utterly exasperated. A hot-headed individual charged forward and delivered a powerful blow to one of the men, momentarily rendering him dazed. Suffering? Why don't you endure it yourself? Do you expect us, the youth, to bear your burdens? Why do all the favorable circumstances seem to fall into your laps? I was equally infuriated. Get out of my way. With a swift kick, the enraged young man sent his opponent sprawling, and without hesitation, he brandished a 2-meter-long sword and rushed forward. Seeing this, others immediately grabbed their weapons and followed suit, adopting a fearsome demeanor that terrified the privileged group opposite them, prompting swift retreats. Initially, they had dared to act aggressively, but that was when their opponents had not displayed any weaponry and had been relatively restrained. Now, facing a group that resembled ferocious demons, they were clearly intimidated and dared not obstruct them any longer. Thus, a farcical scene concluded. Luo Chen and his companions returned to their respective safe houses, while the previously brazen individuals no longer dared to cause a ruckus. They had initially believed their numerical superiority would allow them to bully those who were fewer in number, but they had evidently overestimated their own capabilities. A group of individuals with average attributes of 4 or 5 sought to extort those boasting attributes in the double digits. Moreover, they had never even dared to step beyond the town's borders, their innate abilities being utterly subpar, either E or F grade, with not a single D grade in sight. How could they possibly compete? Realizing the futility of their situation, they reluctantly dispersed. Luo Chen did not concern himself with whether these parasites would go hungry tonight, nor did he care how many among them might dare to venture outside the town in search of supplies the following day. A group lacking even 10 points in attributes simply did not merit his attention. After all, if their attribute values fell below 10, even killing them would yield no substantial benefit. As night fell, the second day in this land of slaughter drew to a close. Within the safe house, Luo Chen retrieved some food and drink, seated himself in the empty dining area, and began his meal while perusing the regional chat channel to see what others were discussing and to gather any useful intelligence. Today, I found several buckets of instant noodles in an abandoned convenience store. I must say, they are truly delightful when one is hungry. I envy those with instant noodles. Unlike me, I can only nibble on a few cold pieces of bread. Does anyone have extra water? I can trade for some instant noodles. I'll trade with you. I found half a case of open bottled water today, but alas, only water and no food. E.M. Stadovin. By the way, did any of you encounter new monsters today? Our team discovered a group of elite hard-skin zombies about 12 kilometers to the east, tougher than the ordinary hard-skin zombies. They possess greater strength and are classified as intermediate first-tier monsters. Our team spotted a group of armored rhinoceroses approximately 11 kilometers to the north. These creatures are of an advanced first-tier level, and our captain attempted to lure one over, only to discover that we were utterly incapable of defeating it. Is it truly that formidable? It seems your team's strength is lacking, someone remarked. You have no idea. Our captain possesses a C-tier talent, while most of our team is comprised of D-tier talents. However, that armored rhinoceros is astonishingly resilient. Our captain's attacks barely manage to breach its defenses. Is it the case that all armored creatures are exceptionally difficult to vanquish? Indeed, each one is like a veritable tank, boasting incredibly high defense. Did you notice that luminous phenomenon in the sky today? Our squad observed a green light descending from above near the western edge of the town. You saw it too? I thought we were the only ones. However, we witnessed a blue light, albeit from a considerable distance. One of our scholars calculated that it was at least 30 kilometers away from our position. Such a distance? What could it possibly be? Could it be a treasure? That is highly plausible, yet it might also be a trap set by a monster to lure us in and eliminate us. Please don't frighten me. We were genuinely heading in that direction today, but unfortunately, we ran out of time and had to abandon our pursuit. Let us reassess tomorrow. By the way, does anyone have any surplus skill upgrade stones? I am willing to pay a premium. None. Our team barely has enough for ourselves. While white-tier skills only require 2 upgrade stones to reach maximum level, with so many of us, we quickly consume them. Who will hold on to them for trading? Very well. I shall search again tomorrow. It appears that no one possesses any surplus skill upgrade stones. Although Luo Chen did not contribute to the chat, he meticulously absorbed every message. From this, it became evident that skill upgrade stones are indeed a scarce resource at this stage. Luo Chen had been preoccupied with his own situation, neglecting to consider that most others operate as groups. If one individual uses 2 upgrade stones, then a party of 10 would require 20. Is it feasible to discover 20 upgrade stones in a single day? While not impossible, the likelihood is exceedingly low. After all, these are not easily found items and remain a relatively rare resource. After observing the chat for a while, Luo Chen gathered a wealth of useful information. For instance, the aerial airdrop chest was cited by multiple groups today, with some even reporting a blue airdrop chest. However, due to the vast distance, over 40 kilometers from the notorious killing town number 10087, it is far beyond their current capabilities to retrieve. Moreover, according to the intelligence shared among the populace, the farther one ventures from the town of slaughter, the greater the likelihood of encountering higher-level monsters. Within a radius of 5 kilometers from the town, one typically encounters only a few wild beasts, such as the man-eating wild dogs. Beyond 5 kilometers, one may confront low-level creatures like the hard-haired rats and the hard-skinned zombies. Once one exceeds a distance of 10 kilometers, the monsters encountered gradually escalate to intermediate and even advanced levels of the first tier, while one could still contend with intermediate-tier monsters. The majority of Blue Star's inhabitants would find themselves utterly outmatched by advanced-tier creatures at this stage. It remains uncertain whether the overall strength of this town of slaughter is comparatively weak or if other towns are similarly deficient. In any case, Luo Chen had yet to witness anyone in the town awakening a B-class talent. Of course, it is also possible that individuals have been discreetly concealing their abilities, much like himself, who has never disclosed his talent to anyone. The following day, Luo Chen awoke early, emerging from his sleeping bag. After a brief wash with clean water and a modest meal, he grabbed his backpack and ventured outside. At just past 6 in the morning, the day had already dawned, and the central square was bustling with people gathered before the blood-red obelisk, counting the names inscribed upon it. Another dozens of lives had been lost. Upon counting, I noted that there were 51 fewer names than yesterday. Does this mean that there are still 841 individuals alive in our town? It is only the 3rd day, Sai. 841 survivors. Is it? Luo Chen cast a silent glance at the blood-red obelisk before turning and continuing his journey towards the western gate of the town. Chapter 23. A deep exploration of 20 kilometers. The abandoned mall. Strengthening body LV. 2. Grade. Green. Passive enhancement of constitution attributes by 10 points. Today, during the opportunity for skill enhancement, Luo Chen opted to invest in the green grade strengthening body skill. This choice was influenced by the higher quality of the skill. Upgrading it with a skill enhancement stone of the same green quality was imperative, yet such stones had eluded him thus far. Additionally, Luo Chen faced a significant limitation in his mana reserves. Casting the 5th level sprint already consumed 30 points of mana, and should he elevate it to the 6th level, it would require 35 points per use according to established patterns. While the skill's efficacy would undoubtedly improve, Luo Chen simply did not possess sufficient mana for such lavish expenditure. At this juncture, the benefits of passive skills became apparent. They required no mana expenditure whatsoever. Exiting through the west gate of the killing town, Luo Chen ventured westward, hastening towards the expansive lake located 10 kilometers from killing town number 10087, following the path explored over the previous 2 days. Upon arrival at the lakeside, he noted that the pile of corpses from yesterday had vanished entirely. Not even a remnant remained. Had he not been certain of his location, bolstered by the extensive bloodstains still marking the ground, he might have doubted his arrival. By the lakeshore, Luo Chen retrieved several empty mineral water bottles from his backpack, filling them with lake water and storing them in the same compartment to prevent any confusion with other potable water sources. This water was intended for washing purposes, cleansing his hands, rinsing the mud from his shoes, and cleaning the attribute crystals he had extracted from monsters. Previously, he had resorted to using mineral water due to a lack of alternatives, but that had proven wasteful. With access to lake water now, such waste was unnecessary. Opening the regional chat channel, Luo Chen surveyed the number of online players in the vicinity. 6 individuals, a manageable number. He had set out early today, and with minimal delays along the way. It was still just past 7 in the morning. There remained ample time for him to explore further afield. He aspired to venture 20 kilometers away, perhaps in search of airdrop treasure chests akin to those discovered yesterday, or to unearth higher-level attribute crystals. The lake's surface shimmered under the light, with substantial creatures breaching the water intermittently, sending splashes cascading around. As Luo Chen circled the perimeter of the lake, he estimated its dimensions to be approximately 2 kilometers in diameter, with a margin of error not exceeding 200 meters. This lake was indeed quite vast, yet he hesitated to venture into the water. Who knew the level of the aquatic creatures lurking beneath its surface? After all, he was merely an amateur swimmer. It would be unrealistic to expect him to engage in battle with a multitude of aquatic beings without the advantage of his own terrain. Circumventing the lake, Luo Chen proceeded westward. The creatures encountered along the way gradually transitioned from the primary tier to the intermediate tier. Within the first 5 kilometers, some primary tier beings could still be observed, but past the 15-kilometer mark, such lower-level creatures were scarcely visible. In the expanse beyond 15 kilometers, the most frequently encountered adversaries were monsters known as bloodthirsty wolves, classified as intermediate-tier beings, which appeared in formidable packs. Upon sighting them from a distance, Luo Chen wisely chose to evade confrontation, refraining from testing his ability to take on 10 or even 20 foes at once. This, however, consumed a considerable amount of his time, as each encounter necessitated a lengthy detour, significantly slowing his progress. By around 10 o'clock in the morning, Luo Chen emerged from a dilapidated 3-story building. This structure was a remnant of a once-complete shopping mall. On the 3rd floor, he discovered numerous dining establishments, while the 1st and 2nd floors were predominantly occupied by clothing stores and shops selling various trinkets. Alas, these shops appeared to have been neglected for an extended period, with debris and darkened stains of blood strewn about them all. Within the dining venues, he found no food, yet his efforts were not in vain. He stumbled upon several brand-new portable stoves and a box containing a few still-filled gas canisters. Upon inspection, he confirmed that these canisters were functional. Additionally, he found an array of pots, pans, and utensils. While the dining establishments lacked diversity, they were certainly abundant in tableware. Luo Chen selected a few complete sets and discreetly stowed them in his backpack. Moreover, he explored several men's clothing stores on the 1st and 2nd floors, uncovering a selection of packaged, unopened garments in the storerooms. Although these clothes lacked attributes and were not classified as equipment, they sufficed for daily wear. He collected a substantial number of items that fit his size, neatly organizing them in compartments of his 2nd backpack. At this point, I must be approximately 20 kilometers away from the slaughter town, number 10087, Luo Chen mused as he exited the abandoned mall. He activated his mini-map to gauge the distance between himself and the slaughter town, estimating it to be roughly 20 kilometers. However, unlike the previous day, he had not encountered any airdrop chests today. He pondered whether these treasures were available daily or if they appeared at intervals. Perhaps it was simply a matter of luck, and he had not chanced upon one today. Resolute, he decided to continue his search. Turning off the mini-map, he ventured further westward. At this juncture, even when activating the regional chat channel, he saw no other players online besides himself. Clearly, he had distanced himself significantly from others. Even the nearest individual was more than 5 kilometers away. Continuing onward, Luo Chen walked for over half an hour. The good news was that he encountered few monsters along the way, saving him considerable time that would have otherwise been spent navigating detours. The unfortunate news is that, although he encountered no monsters, he also came across nothing else of significance. At this moment, Luo Chen noticed from a distance that a certain area ahead appeared to be shrouded in mist. Strangely, this foggy region was merely a small patch. Upon gazing further to the sides, he found that there was no trace of mist whatsoever. Something was amiss. Luo Chen promptly heightened his vigilance, cautiously advancing while remaining acutely aware of any movements in his surroundings. As he drew nearer, he discovered that the misty area was not expansive. Moreover, standing at the periphery, He could discern what seemed to be shadows of structures emerging from within the depths of the fog. Should he venture in to investigate? Luo Chen hesitated, uncertain of the potential dangers that might lie within. Chapter 24. The Foggy Shop. This is undoubtedly a shady establishment, enveloped in mist spanning a few hundred square meters. Luo Chen hesitated for a few minutes before tentatively reaching out to touch the fog before him, which seemed to be obstructed by an invisible barrier. Upon contact, there was no adverse effect. His health points remained intact. Consequently, Luo Chen ultimately decided to venture inside, assuring himself that he would exit immediately should any issue arise. The area cloaked in mist was not extensive. After only a few steps, he beheld a modest structure. It was no larger than a typical newsstand. The front featured a pair of wooden double doors, adorned with 2 panes of glass that emanated a soft, inviting glow. Luo Chen approached and pushed the doors open with both hands. "Welcome to the Foggy Shop. Should you require anything, feel free to inform me. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall fulfill your request." The interior of the Foggy Shop was exceedingly simple. A lone counter stood directly opposite the entrance, behind which was a comical man wearing sunglasses and dressed in flamboyant attire. His appearance was amusing due to the exaggeratedly round blush smeared on his cheeks. His lips painted a vivid red, and a dab of white on the tip of his nose. He appeared so ludicrous that one could hardly suppress laughter at first glance. However, Luo Chen refrained from laughing. The atmosphere was peculiar, and the man's bizarre attire left him uncertain. Upon his initial sighting, he had instinctively cast a message probe, only to be met with a revelation that sent shivers down his spine. Foggy Shop Clerk, level. Description: Official Clerk of the Foggy Shop. Warning: Extremely dangerous. Warning: Extremely dangerous. Warning: Extremely dangerous. The trio of warnings, each declaring extreme danger, ignited a primal urge within Luo Chen to flee. Nevertheless, he stifled this impulse. If such a perilous being truly intended to harm him, escape would be futile. Thus, he resolved to remain and ascertain the nature of the situation. After all, the individual was identified as the clerk of the Foggy Shop. Since it was a business establishment, it was unlikely they would harm their patrons. Was it? Surely it couldn't be, could it? Luo Chen felt uncertain, but realized he was already too deep to retreat. He had to press on. "May I assist you with anything?" The comically dressed clerk inquired with a smile. Luo Chen glanced around and asked, "Excuse me, what exactly does this Foggy Shop sell?" "We sell everything." The clerk maintained his cheerful demeanor. "As long as you request it, we can provide it, provided it is available in our shop." Instinctively, Luo Chen felt a rebuttal forming on his lips, but he quickly remembered that he was not in an ordinary shop. Despite the clerk's amusing appearance, the atmosphere was anything but trivial. However, if one were to regard him merely as an ordinary shop attendant, the consequences could be quite unpredictable. "Do you sell attribute crystals in this shop?" Luo Chen inquired after a moment's contemplation. He was particularly interested in attribute crystals of at least white quality. It would be splendid if he could procure such items from this enigmatic little shop. "Indeed, we do, esteemed customer," the shopkeeper replied with a smile, retrieving a box from beneath the counter. Upon opening it, Luo Chen found an array of attribute crystals, precisely what he sought. He picked one up for inspection, only to be met with a jolt of disbelief as his pupils dilated, staring at the crystal in his hand. Attribute crystal, strength, quality, golden upon use. It can enhance the strength attribute by 32 points, with a maximum potential increase of 3,200 points. This seemingly ordinary, translucent attribute crystal contained flickering golden specks within, and to his astonishment, it was indeed a crystal of golden quality. Just one could augment his attribute value by 32 points, with the potential to elevate it by as much as 3,200 points. How extravagant! What is the price for this? Luo Chen asked. It is originally priced at 1 million slaughter coins per crystal. However, as this is your first visit, I can extend a 5 discount for you. It can be yours for just 950,000 coins. The shopkeeper cheerfully replied. How splendid. A mere 950,000. I don't even have 500 coins on me. Luo Chen sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he placed the golden quality attribute crystal back into the box. Although he yearned to acquire it, He recognized the implications of such an act. Do you have any that are more affordable? I can't afford something so expensive. He pushed the box back, inquiring further. Certainly, esteemed customer. The shopkeeper exhibited no trace of impatience. After removing the box containing the golden attribute crystals, he presented another box that appeared identical. However, upon opening it, Luo Chen was greeted by the familiar sight of attribute crystals of white quality. What's the price for these? Luo Chen asked, picking up a crystal of the mental attribute. His strength, constitution, and agility were already maximized. Only his mental attribute remained lacking. 100 slaughter coins per crystal. The shopkeeper informed him with a smile. Is it truly that expensive? Luo Chen mused, feeling his pocket. He possessed exactly 100 slaughter coins, initially believing he could purchase several, perhaps even 10. Instead, he was taken aback to discover he could afford merely one. By the way, do you buy back attribute crystals? Luo Chen suddenly recalled, hastily asking. Certainly, our shop is willing to buy back any valuable items. The shopkeeper affirmed with a nod. And how much do you offer for these attribute crystals? Luo Chen retrieved a crystalline attribute from his backpack and placed it upon the counter. The attendant glanced at it before responding. The price for this white-quality attribute crystal is 20 slaughter coins. Would the esteemed customer like to proceed with the transaction? How much? Luo Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, it is 20, dear customer, the attendant confirmed with a smile. Luo Chen retorted, surely this quaint little shop is operating under dubious practices? You sell it for 100, but offer a mere 20 for a buyback? That's a five-fold disparity. Can you not offer a slightly more favorable price? Yet, the attendant merely shook her head with a polite smile, indicating that negotiation was futile. With a sigh, Luo Chen resigned himself to the situation and extracted all the attribute crystals from his backpack. All of these I wish to recycle. Though he was reluctant to sell them at such a paltry sum, he recognized that these crystals, now rendered useless to him, held little purpose. Trading with others was a possibility, but how could one ensure that they would not be met with treachery? In the realm of slaughter, where could one find safety? The very person who smiled at you just moments before could just as swiftly draw a knife and plunge it into your side. Chapter 25. Shopping. This expenditure amounts to 2,400. After much contemplation, Luo Chen ultimately decided to sell these attribute crystals to the Misty Shop. Though somewhat dubious, at least they would not resort to violence or deception. In total, he possessed 144 crystals, yielding 2,880 slaughter coins. If the customer found no objections, would they proceed with the settlement? The attendant swiftly counted and then offered a reasonable price. The 2,880 slaughter coins were sufficient for Luo Chen to upgrade his safe house and still have a considerable surplus. Indeed, the Misty Shop may have its shadows, but they truly pay in full. With 2,880 slaughter coins in hand, Luo Chen opted to retain 1,000 for the upgrade of his safe house, leaving him with 1,880 slaughter coins. No, it is actually 1,980 slaughter coins, as he also had an additional 100 in his own pocket. What could he purchase with 1,980 slaughter coins? Luo Chen first acquired 7 white attribute crystals of the mental attribute, expending 700 slaughter coins. With 1,280 slaughter coins remaining, he inquired with the attendant if there were any skill crystals for sale. Indeed, dear customer, the attendant responded promptly, producing a box. Upon opening it, there appeared 2 rows of 12 white skill crystals. How much for each? Luo Chen inquired. Also 100 slaughter coins, the attendant smiled. Skill crystals are 100 as well? This surprised Luo Chen somewhat. He had anticipated they would be pricier, estimating around 500 slaughter coins. To his astonishment, the Misty Shop was not as exploitative this time. Thus, with his 1,280 slaughter coins, he could indeed purchase 12 skill crystals. The skills granted by these crystals are random, correct? Luo Chen addressed the attendant. The attendant nodded. Do you have any skill crystals that clearly indicate which skill they grant? Random means it is left to chance. With good fortune, one might acquire a suitable skill. However, with ill luck, the skills obtained may be utterly useless. What Luo Chen desired most were passive skills, as they do not consume mana and can take effect simultaneously. Hence, he inquired if there were any skill crystals that explicitly corresponded to specific skills. Indeed, dear customer. The attendant nodded and then replaced it with another box, setting it upon the counter. These crystals align with your requirements, but the price is somewhat steeper, the attendant remarked. How much more expensive? Luo Chen quickly questioned. If it is too costly, he would prefer to gamble on his luck. 500 slaughter coins each, the attendant stated. 500? That is not too bad, Luo Chen mused. In a random scenario, he could not guarantee that using 5 skill crystals would yield a desired skill. Thus, purchasing a skill crystal for 500 slaughter coins, knowing exactly which skill it would provide, seemed quite reasonable. I require skill crystals for passive skills. Luo Chen addressed the shop attendant, indicating the items within the box. The attendant gestured towards the contents, prompting Luo Chen to cast a penetrating glance at him, deeply suspicious that this employee possessed the ability to read minds, discerning his innermost thoughts. Of course, it was also conceivable that the quaint shop was imbued with extraordinary magic, allowing the attendant to alter the nature of the items simply through thought. As for why he had been picking items up and putting them down earlier, perhaps it was merely for the sake of ritual. Luo Chen picked up a skill crystal, examining its information. Skill crystal, quality, white. This is a specially treated skill crystal. When used, it grants the passive skill, innate might. Indeed, it was apparent that one could ascertain the type of skill that could be unlocked from this crystal. The passive skill it promised was evidently related to strength, which he surmised might be akin to his own robust enhancement skill. Naturally, his enhancement skill was of green quality, thus superior in caliber. Setting aside the innate might skill crystal, Luo Chen continued to select other skill crystals from a box. After a brief moment, he had chosen 2 crystals to purchase. One was the aforementioned innate might skill, while the other was a skill he speculated pertained to mental attributes, called vigorous spirit. With these 2 skill crystals in hand, Luo Chen paid 1,000 slaughter coins. Please also provide me with 2 skill upgrade stones, he requested, handing over an additional 200 coins. The attendant smiled as he passed him 2 white quality skill upgrade stones, each priced at 100 coins. Compared to the random skill crystals, Luo Chen felt that the upgrade stones were somewhat overpriced at the same cost of 100 slaughter coins. However, there was no room for negotiation. Is there anything else you require? The attendant inquired. Luo Chen shook his head. He had only 1,080 slaughter coins left, with 1,000 earmarked for upgrading his safe house, leaving a mere 80 coins, which were insufficient to purchase anything in the Misty Shop, where even the cheapest items cost 80 slaughter coins. Wait a moment. The attendant was about to speak when Luo Chen interrupted him. Do you also accept these for recycling? Luo Chen produced a collection of white quality equipment from his backpack, nearly forgetting this aspect. Certainly, we do accept them, the attendant replied with a smile. The recycling price for white quality equipment in the Misty Shop remained at 20 slaughter coins per item, while the selling price stood at 100 slaughter coins, akin to the attribute crystals. Luo Chen recycled 19 pieces of white quality equipment, retaining only a single white quality shield, as all other remaining items were of green quality. A total of 380 slaughter coins. Please take care of it, the attendant said. Luo Chen handed over 20 coins, totaling 400 slaughter coins, and subsequently purchased 4 white skill upgrade stones. Thus, his remaining kill coins amounted to 1060. He purchased 7 attribute crystals, 2 specially processed skill crystals, and 6 skill upgrade stones. This expenditure totaled 2,300 kill coins. Is there a discount? Luo Chen inquired of the shop assistant. Indeed, we can offer you a 5 discount. The assistant replied with a smile, handing over 115 kill coins. Luo Chen pocketed 15 of them and returned 100. He also took away an additional skill upgrade stone. This time, however, no discount could be applied. Yet, it was merely a matter of 5 coins, and Luo Chen expressed that, as a person of means with a fortune exceeding 1,000, he was unconcerned by such a trifling amount. Chapter 26, Skill Upgrade, Power Surge. Emerging from the Misty Shop, Luo Chen cast a glance back at the establishment. He made a mental note to return later, once he had accumulated more attribute crystals for future indulgence. Quietly, he marked the location on his mini-map, resolved to revisit. Indeed, the act of consumption can become quite addictive, though it is predicated on possessing sufficient wealth. Once a man of considerable means, Luo Chen now found himself nearing destitution. Exiting the misty zone, he first retrieved the 7 crystals of mental attributes and consumed them. Instantly, his mental attribute surged by 7 points, reaching a total of 15. Henceforth, the white quality attribute crystals became redundant, regardless of their type. They could all be exchanged at the Misty Shop. Next, he utilized 2 special skill crystals, one after the other, acquiring 2 new abilities, Innate Might and Vigor. Opening his character panel, Luo Chen examined the descriptions of these newfound skills. Innate Might LV, grade, white, passive increase of 3 points to strength attribute. Vigor LV, grade, white, passive increase of 3 points to mental attribute. It was evident that a disparity existed between white and green skills. The first level of the body enhancement skill granted Luo Chen an increase of 5 points to his constitution, while the first levels of Innate Might and Vigor could only augment his attributes by 3 points each. This was merely at level 1. The gap would only widen with upgrades. Furthermore, the white skills had a maximum level cap of 3, in contrast to the 5 levels available for green skills. However, this cap held little significance for Luo Chen, as he could infinitely upgrade skills of any grade, producing the 7 skill upgrade stones. He allocated 3 to the Innate Might skill, while the remaining 4 were dedicated entirely to Vigor. He was, after all, in need of mana. Upon upgrading, one skill reached level 4, and the other ascended to level 5, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their effects. Innate Might LV. 4. Grade. White. Passive increase of 12 points to strength attribute. Vigor LV 5. Grade. White. Passive increase of 15 points to mental attribute. The efficacy of these 2 skills had surpassed that of the level 2 body enhancement. Luo Chen once more accessed his character panel, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Name: Luo Chen. Health: 340. Mana: 300. Status: slightly hungry. Lightly fatigued. Fatigue: 33. Hunger: 31. Strength: 25-12. Constitution: 24-10. Agility: 15-7. Spirit: 15-15. Physical defense: 20-14. Elemental resistance: 15-15. Talent: endless. Removes the skill level cap, allowing one skill to be upgraded by 1 level each day. Active skill: Swift Stride LV. 5. Passive skills: Strong Body LV. 2. Natural Might LV. 4. Vigorous LV. 5. At last, Luo Chen's mana has surpassed the triple digits. He gazed at his 300 points of mana, filled with satisfaction. Now, with his level 5 Swift Stride skill, he could use it a full 10 times. No longer would he face the embarrassment of exhausting his mana after just 1 or 2 uses. His combat prowess had surged dramatically. This fog-laden shop was indeed a fortuitous find. A radiant smile adorned Luo Chen's face. Around noon, at approximately 12 p.m., Luo Chen flicked the blood from his broadsword while surveying the surrounding corpses. First, he decided to have a bite to eat. Feeling the pangs of hunger, he turned aside, retrieving biscuits and bread from his backpack, complementing them with bottled water. A light meal sufficed for midday, as cooking in the wild was rather inconvenient. After hastily consuming his meal in a little over 10 minutes, he reduced his hunger level back to about 10 and concluded his lunch. Rising, he brushed off the dust from his trousers. With an air of confidence, Luo Chen approached the corpses of the bloodthirsty wolves, deftly slicing open the abdomen of one with his broadsword, skillfully extracting a crystal of attributes. Catching it in his hand, he began to seek out smaller packs of bloodthirsty wolves for hunting. After all, these wolves were intermediate-level monsters of the first tier, considerably stronger than their novice counterparts. Despite his significant power increase, Luo Chen was cautious and refrained from confronting packs of 20 or 30 wolves. However, taking on 5 or 6 posed no issue at all. Thus, he specifically sought out these smaller groups for his hunts. Having emerged from the fog-laden shop around 11 a.m., it was now past noon. In that span of an hour, Luo Chen had successfully slain about 10 bloodthirsty wolves, acquiring a substantial number of attribute crystals. Alas, though the bloodthirsty wolves were intermediate-level monsters, the crystals they bore remained of white quality. To discover the more valuable green quality attribute crystals, He would need to venture further from the town of Slaughter and seek out advanced first-tier or even second-tier monsters for his hunts. Throughout the entire afternoon, Luo Chen diligently roamed the desolate wilderness in search of the elusive, bloodthirsty wolf packs. From just past noon until the clock struck 4, he toiled for 4 hours, ultimately acquiring a total of 49 attribute crystals, along with various materials discovered within abandoned structures and several pieces of white-quality equipment. The quantity of resources was quite substantial. Luo Chen discerned a peculiar pattern. The further he ventured from the town of Slaughter, the more resources he unearthed. However, the equipment was scarce and none of it was suitable for his use. He could only redeem it later at the mysterious shop for some slaughter coins. It was nearly time to return. Luo Chen paused to glance at his watch. It was already 4:12 p.m. The journey back would require a considerable amount of time. By the time he arrived at Slaughtertown number 10087, it would likely be just past 5, with dusk fast approaching. As evening descended around 5 o'clock, darkness began to envelop the land. Luo Chen hastened back to Slaughtertown before nightfall. Entering through the western gate, he noticed numerous bloodstains on the ground, still fresh. And even the telltale signs of dragged corpses caught his eye. Was there a death here? Luo Chen furrowed his brow. If possible, he would prefer to avoid any incidents of murder within the town. Such occurrences would render the place utterly unsafe. Although it had never been particularly secure, at least there had been a semblance of harmony among its inhabitants. Moreover, Luo Chen was aware that murder could yield benefits. There was a chance that those who fell into the throes of bloodlust might stage a gruesome massacre within the town, which would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Chapter 27. Upgrading the Safe House. Selection of additional features. Hastening back to his safe house, Luo Chen encountered numerous individuals along the way, and the atmosphere appeared quite harmonious. Some were seated on the plaza, engaging in discussions about their experiences from the day. However, Luo Chen sensed that this was merely a facade. Beneath the surface, currents of discontent were brewing. This was evident from messages exchanged in the regional chat channel. Previously, as dusk descended, participants would share intelligence gleaned from their daytime explorations, such as the types of monsters lurking nearby or the resources they had scavenged. Yet today, such discussions had all but vanished. Instead, the conversations gravitated toward trivial matters, with some even indulging in inappropriate banter within the chat. This facade of camaraderie concealed a significant shift in the hearts of the townsfolk. Where once there was a willingness to share valuable information openly, a newfound guardedness had taken root. The previous day's discussions concerning airdrop treasure chests had vanished entirely. Moreover, topics concerning individual talents, once freely discussed, had also fallen silent. No one dared to disclose their abilities or seek out teammates anymore. Though the atmosphere seemed congenial, it bore an unsettling quality. After observing the chat for a time, Luo Chen decided to close the channel. Regardless of the circumstances, his foremost priority was ensuring his own safety and remaining aloof from the disputes of others. His focus was solely on enhancing his own strength. Once he became powerful enough, he would be free to act as he pleased. First, he would upgrade his safe house. Luo Chen retrieved the 1,000 kill coins he had prepared from his backpack. He then accessed the safe house information panel and selected the upgrade option. Do you wish to confirm the upgrade? Yes. Initiate the upgrade immediately. Luo Chen confirmed the upgrade, and in the blink of an eye, the stack of kill coins vanished. Subsequently, the entire safe house underwent a remarkable transformation before his very eyes. The once barren living room and dining area now boasted pristine new tiles on the floor, while the walls were adorned with a delicate coat of white paint, and even the ceiling had been fitted with elegant drop ceilings. The cheap light bulbs had been replaced with bright LED fixtures, and a decorative strip of lights encircled the ceiling. In the kitchen, the walls were tiled, and the island became more refined, with the original sink elegantly transformed into a larger and a smaller basin. The bathroom, too, received its share of enhancements. New floor and wall tiles were laid, and the once inexpensive toilet had been upgraded to a more luxurious model, with the water tank now actively filling. No longer merely a decorative element. An adjoining shower room has been extended, equipped with a meticulous separation of wet and dry areas. The previously inaccessible second floor, now illuminated by a ray of light, has also been opened. Such transformations have been accomplished in a remarkably brief period. Luo Chen bore witness to this spectacle, left in awe. Indeed, it is true that those who spend wealth are the true masters. The appearance before and after the upgrade is utterly distinct. Ding. Upgrade complete. Please select your additional feature for this upgrade. Feature 1. Vending machine. Utilize kill coins to purchase unlimited supplies of various foods and beverages. Feature 2. One-way teleportation array. Set a coordinate point and teleport directly to the desired location. However, this is a one-way journey with no return. Feature 3. Common area. Establish a communal space accessible to a maximum of 10 individuals aside from oneself, enjoying the basic functions of a safe house. Is this a classic three-choice scenario? Luo Chen did not anticipate that after the upgrade, he could manually select additional features. Previously, he had pondered how these extra functionalities were acquired, only to discover they were a gift of the upgrade. This is indeed splendid news. As for the three options presented, there is little need for extensive deliberation on Luo Chen's part. While the first feature allows for unlimited purchases of food and water, it necessitates expenditure of kill coins, rendering the notion of free acquisition impossible. Moreover, given Luo Chen's abilities, securing ample sustenance in the realm of slaughter is no longer a daunting challenge. It merely concerns the quality of food. However, to squander an opportunity for an additional feature merely for a fleeting indulgence seems exceedingly imprudent to Luo Chen. Therefore, the first option can be readily dismissed. As for the third option, it also lacks merit for consideration. Being a solitary wolf, Luo Chen has no companions who would require access to a communal area. This feature is clearly tailored for those who form teams, enabling discussions without the worry of eavesdropping or safety concerns, as the common area enjoys the fundamental functions of a safe house. Yet, for a lone wolf like Luo Chen, it holds no value and can therefore be eliminated. Thus, only the second feature remains. Coincidentally, this is a functionality that Luo Chen greatly requires. Regrettably, it is a one-way teleportation. It would have been even better if it were bidirectional. Luo Chen thought greedily. Subsequently, he selected Feature 2 as his additional function acquired from this upgrade. As Luo Chen made his choice, the other two options promptly vanished. In the next moment, the scene before him transformed into a beam of light that surged toward the second floor. Following suit, Luo Chen ascended the staircase and arrived on the second floor. The second floor comprises 3 rooms, 1 large and 2 small. The 2 smaller rooms are empty and devoid of furnishings. In that spacious room, there lay a bed, adorned with a pristine set of bedding, a thoughtful touch indeed. Upon entering, Luo Chen instinctively raised his gaze towards the ceiling. There, a magical array shimmering with a soft blue light materialized. After a few flickers, the entire array vanished from sight. Yet, Luo Chen was acutely aware of its presence. A mere thought from him could activate the array, instantly transporting him to his desired location. However, that was not an option at present, as he had yet to designate a target point. Perhaps he would experiment with it tomorrow, he mused, then settled himself on the edge of the bed. It was rigid and rather uncomfortable, evidently a hard bed rather than a plush mattress. Nonetheless, he found solace in the mere existence of a bed, for it was certainly preferable to sleeping in a sleeping bag, was it not? Chapter 28, Day 4, Level 3 Strengthening. In the safety house, within the confines of the second-floor bedroom, Luo Chen reclined on the bed to assess its comfort. Aside from a slight firmness of the mattress, there were no significant complaints. Quite satisfactory. Luo Chen nodded in contentment, then proceeded to examine the information panel of the safety house to observe the changes post-upgrade. Safety house, Level 2, Defense value, 100 Durability, 1000. Additional feature, one-way teleportation array, upgrade cost, 10,000 slaughter coins. The defense value and durability have surged to 10-fold their original amounts. The disparity between the pre-upgrade and post-upgrade states is indeed substantial, a staggering 10 times. Furthermore, what does a defense value of 100 signify? Any attack power below 100 will utterly fail to breach the defenses. It is true. The safety house operates on a distinct calculation method, diverging from the conventional formula applied to individual defenses. For instance, in the case of Luo Chen himself, His current physical defense stands at 34 points. According to the rules of the endless slaughter game, one must possess a defense exceeding 5 times the attack power to remain unscathed. Thus, any attack power reaching a mere 7 points will inflict damage upon Luo Chen, reducing his life by at least 1 point. Conversely, attacks below 7 points will not penetrate his defenses at all. In the safety house's framework, however, the criteria dictate that attack power must surpass defense to inflict effective damage upon the structure. This implies that a single attack will deduct 1 point of durability. By this reckoning, Luo Chen's upgraded level 2 safety house requires an assailant with an attack power exceeding 100 to consecutively strike 1,000 times to breach its defenses and gain entry. During this process, Luo Chen is capable of manually repairing the durability, which is not exorbitantly priced. It costs 10 slaughter coins to restore 1 point of durability. Therefore, to restore the full 1,000 durability, it amounts to just 10,000 slaughter coins. Is that expensive? Indeed, it is outrageously so. Luo Chen calculated this with his fingers, feeling a sudden numbness wash over him. Well, everything demands money, does it? Who did you learn this from? After reclining in the second-floor bedroom for a while, hunger began to gnaw at Luo Chen. He descended to the ground floor, retrieved a portable stove from his backpack, and attached a canister of liquefied gas. Luo Chen then took out the supplies he had gathered that day, 2 packets of snail noodles. Consuming them dry would be unfeasible, but with the portable stove he had acquired, he could prepare them directly. He poured water and ignited the flame. Soon, the enticing aroma of snail noodles wafted throughout the safety house. Admittedly, the scent had a somewhat off-putting quality, yet the taste proved to be delightful. Luo Chen devoured both sizable packets of snail noodles entirely. Still not satiated, he added some slices of meat, previously collected from the bloodthirsty wolves. Though wolf meat tends to be a bit tough and average in flavor, regrettably, the spatial backpack does not preserve freshness. This entity is distinctly different from the storage artifacts found in novels. It lacks the ability to suspend time. The items placed within are subject to the same conditions as those left outside. Items destined to mold will indeed mold, and those that rot will inevitably rot. Consequently, fresh meat cannot be preserved for long. After all, the temperature in this land of slaughter is quite high, typically exceeding 30 degrees Celsius. Under such conditions, fresh meat cannot be stored for any significant duration unless one were to introduce ice or similar cooling elements. However, such resources are absent. Thus, one must resort to the grim practice of killing and consuming on the spot. What is slaughtered today must be devoured today. By tomorrow, it would no longer be fresh. As night passed, on the following day, Luo Chen awoke early. He tossed aside his bedding and rose from the pristine bed, rubbing his eyes as he made his way to the bathroom on the second floor. This endless game of carnage has its drawbacks. If one chooses to digitize the experience, it ought to be done thoroughly, right? With hunger levels and fatigue metrics to monitor, and to top it all off, one must still heed nature's call. Were it not for the attribute points to be gained and the presence of a character panel, one could hardly distinguish this realm from the previous world. Finally, the safe house, now upgraded to level 2, provided water, though Luo Chen remained unsure of its origin or cleanliness. At least it appeared relatively pure, and as long as he refrained from consuming it directly, there seemed to be no issue. After completing his morning routine, Luo Chen descended to prepare 2 packets of instant noodles for breakfast. He had scavenged 3 entire boxes of these yesterday. The quantity was substantial, sufficient to sustain him for some time. While instant noodles are often deemed lacking in nutrition, they're simply overly singular in their dietary offerings. Thus, Luo Chen added some tiger skin chicken feet he had foraged the day prior into the pot, cooking it all together. Transferred into a large bowl, it was surprisingly appetizing, not to mention fragrant. After relishing his breakfast, Luo Chen grabbed 3 backpacks and ventured out, ready for another busy day. Upon exiting the safe house, he noted that a neighboring household had met its demise. The safe house had reverted to its initial state, the door wide open, clearly indicating that someone had already paid a visit. That individual had perished yesterday. Turning to regard the person standing behind him, Luo Chen observed the stranger offering a smile. "Hey there, I hope you can last a bit longer. Over a dozen people have already died on this street. If it continues like this, I fear I may be the last one left. Until next time, take care." With that, the individual turned and departed, showing no inclination to inquire about Luo Chen's name, nor did he reveal his own. It was evident that this was merely casual banter, devoid of any intention for deeper camaraderie. He seemed remarkably confident in his own survival. Watching the figure retreat, Luo Chen pondered, then shook his head and turned to walk in the opposite direction. In the town square of Slaughtertown, Luo Chen cast a glance at the blood-red obelisk at the center. Today, the names inscribed upon it had diminished further, now totaling fewer than 800. Many places have been vacated, and the names that once adorned those spots have been erased. Beneath the crimson obelisk, a group of individuals stands discussing the toll of yesterday's fatalities. Luo Chen lingered for but a moment before departing, making his way directly to the western gate of the town. In the morning, Luo Chen had utilized his opportunity for skill enhancement on his soul green skill once more. The third level of fortitude now granted him an additional 5 points to his constitution attribute, bringing his total to 39. His health points soared to 390, instilling him with a profound sense of security. Exiting the town, Luo Chen proceeded westward, following the path he had explored a few days prior. Soon arriving at the vicinity of the lake, located 10 kilometers from the town. By the lakeside, a gathering of bloodthirsty crocodiles had assembled. These first-tier intermediate monsters lounged in the sun along the shore. Luo Chen was no longer the person he had been 2 days ago. Even when faced with such a formidable congregation of bloodthirsty crocodiles, he possessed the means to eliminate them. However, he was not foolish enough to lure a dozen or more of them at once. That would be folly, not bravery. Instead, he drew them out in small groups of 2 or 3. These not-so-intelligent creatures remained blissfully unaware of the dwindling numbers of their companions until it was far too late. Chapter 29, New Skills. Encountering the airdrop chest again. Having vanquished a horde of bloodthirsty crocodiles, Luo Chen ventured further westward. The lakeside today was particularly lively, far more so than in the previous days. As Luo Chen traversed the area, slaying foes along the way, he found his backpack burgeoning with fresh crocodile meat and a total of 54 attribute crystals, all of which he had acquired over the past hour. With his bounty in tow, Luo Chen pressed onward to the west. Before long, he arrived at the location of the Misty Shop he had marked yesterday. The enigmatic establishment had not vanished. It remained shrouded in mist, exuding an aura of both mystery and peril. However, undeterred by the earlier encounter, Luo Chen stepped inside without hesitation. The bell at the entrance chimed melodiously as he pushed the door open, signaling his arrival. "Welcome back, esteemed guest," greeted the same shop attendant, their face adorned with an unwavering smile. Without exchanging pleasantries, Luo Chen promptly presented the 54 attribute crystals from his backpack to the attendant. "I would like to redeem all of these and request 6 white skill upgrade stones along with a specially crafted skill crystal. By the way, how much do you charge for the green quality skill upgrade stones?" he inquired. The attendant skillfully collected the attribute crystals and retrieved 2 boxes from behind the counter, placing them on the surface for display. "Here are the items you requested. As for the green quality skill upgrade stones, they are priced at a mere 1,000 kill coins each." 1,000 each? Luo Chen noted, finding the price well within his expectations. However, he decided against purchasing them at this moment. For now, he could utilize the daily upgrade opportunities for his physique-enhancing skill. The upgrade stones would be better spent on his existing white skills, which were a more prudent investment. As the 2 boxes were opened, one contained the 6 white quality skill upgrade stones he sought, while the other housed 2 rows of 12 specially crafted skill crystals, all passive skills, precisely what Luo Chen required. He picked one up to examine its information, returning it if it proved unhelpful or setting it aside if it seemed beneficial, intending to make a final decision after reviewing them all. In short order, Luo Chen finished scrutinizing all 12 skill crystals and selected 3 as potential candidates. Each offered unique advantages. One provided passive health regeneration, enhancing survivability. Another restored mana passively, improving the endurance of active skills, and the last increased agility passively, which was also appealing. Were his funds sufficient, he would certainly acquire all 3. Yet, With his current resources, he could only afford one, compelling him to choose wisely. He decided on the passive health regeneration crystal for now, planning to return later for the other two. Luo Chen did not linger on his decision for long. He promptly picked up the skill crystal that could activate the passive ability to restore health. The other two crystals were placed back down. "I purchased these two earlier this afternoon," Luo Chen informed the attendant. The attendant smiled and nodded, extending a hand to receive the 20 slaughter coins from Luo Chen. This was the additional payment required, as the previous 54 attribute crystals had only fetched 1,080 slaughter coins, while the items Luo Chen desired were valued at 100 slaughter coins. Therefore, he needed to pay an extra 20. "Thank you for your patronage. We hope to see you again." With the attendant's warm send-off, Luo Chen exited the enigmatic little shop. Once outside, he immediately utilized the skill crystal. "Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Abundance. Abundance LV. 1. Grade. White. Passive enhancement of health recovery ability, restoring 2 points per minute. At level 1, the Abundance skill only restores a mere 2 points of health per minute. However, one should not underestimate this modest amount. It signifies a transformation from nothing to something. Moreover, the skill is subject to upgrades, is it not? Luo Chen took out the skill upgrade stones he had just acquired and tossed 4 of them onto the Abundance skill, elevating it directly to level 5. Abundance LV 5. Grade. White. Passive enhancement of health recovery ability, restoring 10 points per minute. Each level increase in the Abundance skill enhances the recovery effect by 2 points. At level 5, the health restoration has reached 10 points per minute. This means he can recover 1 point every 6 seconds. Such recovery efficiency is commendable. It surpasses the capabilities of a typical white grade skill. Luo Chen still had 2 skill upgrade stones in his possession. He could choose to continue upgrading the Abundance skill, or he could opt to enhance his innate strength skill, which remained at level 4, or the vigorous skill, currently at level 5. However, after a skill reaches level 5, the number of upgrade stones required doubles, necessitating 2 stones for each subsequent level. This rule is universal for all skills. In fact, this stipulation was originally not applicable to white grade skills, as our maximum level is only 3, far from achieving such heights. Typically, skills capable of reaching level 5 or higher are at least blue grade skills. At that juncture, blue grade skill upgrade stones would be required. Their price in the enigmatic little shop is likely exorbitant, reflecting a 10-fold difference between white and green grades. A single blue grade skill upgrade stone is estimated to cost around 10,000 slaughter coins. Such an expense is beyond Luo Chen's means. If he had that kind of money, he would rather upgrade his safe house, which could subsequently provide an additional function. Ultimately, he resolved to focus on enhancing his survival capabilities. After careful consideration, Luo Chen decided to invest the 2 remaining skill upgrade stones into the Abundance skill, raising it to level 6. With level 6, the Abundance skill now restores 12 points of health per minute. Every 5 seconds, he regained a point. Throughout the morning, Luo Chen continued his journey westward. As noon approached, he had ventured nearly 30 kilometers into an area close to the notorious killing town number 10087. At this juncture, the presence of first-tier beginner monsters had become exceedingly rare. The creatures encountered along the way were predominantly first-tier intermediate, with occasional sightings of first-tier advanced monsters wandering through the wilderness. Luo Chen's journey was not solely a relentless march. He took the opportunity to confront the few monsters he encountered, dispatching them in small groups. He also explored abandoned structures in search of valuable resources. After meandering and pausing intermittently, he spent approximately 3 hours reaching this area. Situated about 30 kilometers from the killing town, perched upon a stone, Luo Chen took a moment to rest, consuming a modest meal to alleviate his hunger, which had surged to 57. At that moment, he noticed a distant blue light flickering in the sky. The light was positioned far above the ground, and had he not raised his gaze at that precise moment, he might have missed it entirely. Was that an airdrop crate? Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with delight at the unexpected sight. Chapter 30. The Blue Airdrop Treasure Chest. Hard-haired hyenas. The airdrop treasure chest is indeed a remarkable find. Luo Chen will never forget the delightful surprises he previously uncovered from such a chest. The solitary green tier skill he currently possesses was extracted from it, along with 2 pieces of green quality equipment, all obtained from that very airdrop. Notably, that occasion featured a green airdrop chest, but the one now gracing the sky. It is blue, of a higher quality. Without delay, Luo Chen descended from the stone upon which he had been resting, glancing at his fatigue level, which had dipped below 40. He hurried towards the location where the airdrop was predicted to land. After a brief period of approximately 10 minutes, Luo Chen arrived at the designated spot. This must be it. He lifted his gaze to the blue light shimmering in the sky, confirming that the angle was indeed nearly vertical before surveying his surroundings. The area where Luo Chen found himself was a vast expanse of flat wilderness, with the terrain stretching uniformly in all directions. A little over 100 meters ahead lay a river, approximately 100 meters wide, its length unknown. The water flowed southward from the north, meandering until it vanished from sight. Most crucially, the riverbank bore signs of various monstrous activities. A group of enormous turtle-like creatures rested on the riverbank. Luo Chen approached to examine the information regarding these turtle-like beasts. Armored turtle, level, intermediate tier 1. A docile herbivorous creature that generally does not initiate attacks on others. Good news. This is a group of creatures that do not pose an immediate threat to humans. Thus, Luo Chen need not worry about being disturbed by them while retrieving the airdrop treasure chest. However, the unfortunate news is that the riverbank is not solely inhabited by the armored turtles. Alongside these gentle giants lurk a pack of hard-haired hyenas. Large hyenas adorned with black bristles that rival the size of male lions, moving in groups along the riverbank. Regrettably, through Luo Chen's observation, it became apparent that the landing point of the airdrop treasure chest was likely very close to the territory occupied by these hard-haired hyenas. This situation could not be ignored. They must be dealt with first. Currently concealed within a patch of grass, Luo Chen peered through the gaps to observe the nearby hard-haired hyenas. As members of the hard-haired category, these hyenas, akin to the hard-haired rats he had encountered previously, primarily attack by launching the black bristles from their backs at their targets. This can be countered with the shield he carries, allowing him to defend against frontal assaults as long as he avoids encirclement. Nevertheless, unlike the hard-haired rats, the hyena's teeth and claws also warrant careful caution. Moreover, Luo Chen harbored suspicions that the hard-coated hyena possessed the same vile inclination as its ordinary counterparts, particularly the proclivity for rear-end probing. Thus, he had to remain ever vigilant to avoid being flanked. Ultimately, the most crucial point loomed ahead. He must never lure more than 2 hard-coated hyenas at once. With 2, Luo Chen felt he could barely manage, but an increased number would overwhelm him entirely. Perhaps next time, he could acquire an offensive skill. Luo Chen glanced down at the weapon in his grasp, pondering this thought. However, the fundamental issue remained his insufficient mana. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so devoted to passive skills. Suddenly, a stone was tossed, striking a hard-coated hyena that lay resting on the ground. This hyena sprang up instantly, its large ears twitching, small eyes scanning the surroundings with acute vigilance. At that moment, bam! Another stone was hurled, yet the creature deftly evaded it. It snarled menacingly towards the direction of the throw, before bolting towards it. The group of hard-coated hyenas by the riverbank numbered around 30 or 40. The hyena that had been attracted did not draw the attention of its kin. Once more, a stone sailed from afar, guiding this hard-coated hyena even further away. Unbeknownst to the creature, it was ensnared in a trap, eagerly pursuing the direction of the thrown stone. Before long, Luo Chen adeptly led the hyena a distance of 200 meters from the riverbank. This seemed sufficient. He paused, turning to face the pursuing hard-coated hyena. In the next instant, a barrage of densely packed black quills shot forth. The numbers far exceeded those of the hard-coated mice he had previously encountered. Luo Chen immediately raised a shield to protect himself, only to hear a series of thuds reminiscent of chopping vegetables, accompanied by a tremendous force that pushed him back 2 steps before he could regain his footing. The hard-coated hyena, which had been a mere 10 meters away moments ago, now charged towards him. Luo Chen refrained from activating his sprinting skill at once. He wished to test his mettle in a one-on-one confrontation with a hard-coded hyena without the aid of enhanced speed. The first-tier intermediate hard-coded hyena was indeed swifter than Luo Chen in his normal state. As it lunged forward, one of its paws landed heavily upon Luo Chen's shield. Bang! The shield endured the impact, though the force was not overwhelming. Luo Chen could withstand it with ease. With a swift motion, he swung his blade towards the hard-coded hyena. Gripping his broadsword with one hand, he aimed to strike at the creature's leg. Initially, he had intended to target its body, but the hyena reacted with remarkable agility, evading the blow. Yet, it did not escape entirely, and thus, the blade struck true upon one of its hind legs. The razor-sharp saber swiftly tore through the tough hide of the hyena, causing blood to cascade down instantly. A howl escaped the injured creature as it writhed in agony. Yet, this very pain ignited a fiercer ferocity within it, compelling the hyena to recklessly lunge at Luo Chen once more. With a resounding thud, Luo Chen raised a shield to block the assault, then forcefully pushed back. His strength was comparable to that of the hyena, though his speed lagged slightly behind. After deflecting the charging beast with his shield, Luo Chen swiftly brought his blade down. The blade struck with a resounding thud upon the hyena's head, severing one of its ears. Blood flowed forth, staining one of its eyes crimson. In a furious roar, it opened its gaping maw and clamped down on the edge of the shield, only to be swiftly overturned by Luo Chen, who raised his saber high and drove it down with tremendous force. In the next moment, blood sprayed forth, accompanied by the haunting wails of the wounded hyena. Chapter 31. Uninvited Guest, the Hard-Skinned Rhino. Moments later, the hard-haired hyena on the ground lay still. Luo Chen released his grip, removed the shield pressing down on it, and extracted the horse-slaying sword that had pierced through its body. Blood pooled around him, but thankfully, the location he chose was sufficiently distant from the riverbank and downwind. Otherwise, the stench of blood alone would have been enough to attract the entire pack of hard-haired hyenas. With the sword, he made a few incisions on the carcass of the hard-haired hyena, and soon located the attribute crystal within its body. He delicately pried it out with the blade's tip and caught it with his hand. As a mid-level first-tier monster, it bore no chance of yielding a green-quality attribute crystal. Thus, it remained a white-quality crystal. In the Misty Shop, it had a recovery value of 20 slaughter coins. After rinsing it with lake water from a mineral water bottle, Luo Chen casually stowed it in a backpack. It appeared that with only one hard-haired hyena, there was no need for him to employ the sprinting skill. Having gained a concrete understanding of the strength of these creatures, Luo Chen resolved to repeat his actions until he had cleared the entire pack from the riverbank. 2 hours later, he dispatched the last hard-haired hyena. The area before him was now strewn with the lifeless bodies of dozens of hard-haired hyenas. In total, Luo Chen had acquired 37 attribute crystals. However, he too bore the marks of battle. A deep, bone-revealing wound marred his left arm, while his right calf bore a bite mark, the sharp fangs of the hyena having pierced through the flesh, leaving several bloody punctures. Fortunately, Luo Chen had the foresight to purchase a passive health regeneration skill from the Misty Shop earlier that morning. With the passage of time, his wounds had nearly healed, and the life points he had lost were almost fully restored. Yet, while his health was recovering, the pain persisted. In fact, as the wounds mended, an unbearable itching sensation drove him to the brink of madness. At last, all the hard-haired hyenas had been eradicated. Now, Luo Chen merely needed to await the descent of the airdrop treasure chest, hoping that no further surprises would arise. He returned to the riverbank, lifted his gaze to the airdrop chest that had descended to a height of 200 to 300 meters. At this altitude, the blue light in the sky was unmistakable, no longer just a distant speck. Luo Chen decided to sit beside it and wait. A couple of 100 meters away, near the riverbank, a group of more than 100 hard-shelled turtles basked lazily in the sun, utterly disinclined to move. Luo Chen had no desire to provoke them at this critical juncture. Everything could wait until he secured the airdrop treasure chest. As time flowed by, another 10 minutes slipped away. The azure airdrop chest in the sky is drawing nearer, poised to descend. At this moment, Luo Chen's heart races with mounting anxiety. Any slightest rustle in the surroundings compels him to glance over, fervently muttering to himself, "Please, let there be no one coming. Please, let there be no one coming." Occasionally, he checks the regional chat channel, where the number of online participants remains a mere 3. Aside from Luo Chen, there are only 2 others within a 5-kilometer radius. Just moments ago, the count displayed merely 1, indicating that he was the sole occupant. Luo Chen's uncertain whether these 2 individuals have also been lured by the airdrop chest, yet he hopes they do not arrive too soon. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembles slightly, accompanied by the thunderous sound of massive footsteps approaching. "No way." Luo Chen's expression shifts as he turns towards the source of the noise. In his line of sight, a colossal beast is ambling towards him. Is that a rhinoceros? Luo Chen's eyes widen in astonishment, prompting him to promptly deploy an information probe. Armored rhinoceros, level, advanced tier 1. A herbivorous creature that prefers solitude, boasting unparalleled defense among its peers. Its irritable nature leads it to attack any target within its line of sight. Indeed, it is a rhinoceros. Luo Chen gazes in awe at the creature, which stands approximately 3 meters tall and nearly 6 meters long. However, the good news is that the armored rhinoceros is a solitary monster, unlikely to appear in swarms. Moreover, it seems to lack speed in its movements. While it may charge in a straight line with notable velocity, its agility is undoubtedly compromised. This is precisely the kind of creature Luo Chen fears the least. Unfortunately, its timing is rather inconvenient. Casting a glance at the airdrop chest that has fully landed, he realizes he must wait for the light to dissipate, a process that will likely take another 3 to 5 minutes. However, the armored rhinoceros will likely reach his position in a mere 1 to 2 minutes. "I knew it wouldn't be that simple," Luo Chen murmurs. At that moment, the distant armored rhinoceros has spotted the bipedal figure of Luo Chen. In a fit of rage, it bellows and charges towards him. The rampaging rhinoceros resembles a tank barreling down the field, its overwhelming presence instilling a sense of dread that weakens Luo Chen's legs. He certainly does not wish to be gored by that formidable horn. Given its weight and speed, a collision would surely be fatal. Thus, Luo Chen hastily sidesteps. Fortunately, as he had previously surmised, the armored rhinoceros exhibits impressive speed when charging, but is notably sluggish when it comes to turning or pivoting. As Luo Chen evaded, the formidable rhinoceros charged forward from its original position, careening a good 10 meters before finally managing to halt its momentum. It nearly plunged into the river. Yet, had it truly entered the water, it would have been a different story. Given its massive weight, Luo Chen harbored grave doubts about its ability to resurface. Alas, it was brought to a stop. With a huff, it expelled 2 powerful jets of air from its nostrils and turned to fix its small, piercing eyes upon the bipedal creature before it. "If I cannot confront it, can I not merely evade it?" Luo Chen muttered under his breath, then swiftly turned to flee. The rhinoceros, perceiving his retreat, immediately gave chase in a fit of rage. Its 4 hooves thundered against the ground, and its colossal bulk in motion sent tremors through the earth, reminiscent of a seismic event. Chapter 32. The thrill of the chase. Moments later, a figure dashed back. It was Luo Chen, who had just lured away the armored rhinoceros. Contrary to appearances, Luo Chen had not truly departed. He had merely drawn the creature away. For if it had been necessary to confront it, an inordinate amount of time would have been required. Any unexpected occurrences during this interval could jeopardize his chance at the blue airdrop treasure chest, potentially rendering it unattainable. Thus, to avoid the perils of procrastination, Luo Chen opted to divert the beast first, then swiftly return. Securing the blue airdrop chest was his foremost priority. At the water's edge, the azure glow surrounding the airdrop chest faded precisely at that moment. Luo Chen hurriedly approached and pressed the sapphire-like button on the chest. With a satisfying click, it opened. Without pausing to examine the contents, he hastily stowed everything inside his spatial backpack. In mere seconds, he had completed the task, illustrating just how rapid his movements were. With a swift activation of his sprinting state, Luo Chen's speed soared, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Shortly after his departure, The enraged, armored rhinoceros returned. Its small eyes scanned the surroundings, while its nostrils flared, searching for the scent of the two-legged creature. Unfortunately, it could not detect the slightest trace of Luo Chen. The air was almost devoid of his presence, leaving the beast in a fit of fury. With a thunderous roar, the rhinoceros hurled a stone weighing at least 2 or 3 tons into the air, where it shattered upon impact, raining debris down upon the ground. Concealed behind a nearby thicket, a figure observed the scene intently. Upon witnessing the furious rhinoceros, the onlooker clenched his fists in frustration. After casting one last glance at the now opened airdrop chest by the riverbank, he reluctantly turned to leave. As for confronting the armored rhinoceros, that was a preposterous notion. Hadn't the description stated that its defenses were unmatched among creatures of its tier? With his slender limbs, he would only entertain thoughts of challenging a high-tier monster with explosive attack power. But a creature boasting invincible defenses at the same level? He thought better of it. Such an endeavor would be an exercise in futility. After the man departed, several more minutes passed before another figure appeared nearby. This individual cast a distant glance toward the riverbank. Upon seeing the now-opened airdrop chest, he turned away without hesitation, moving with remarkable decisiveness. Inside an abandoned building, there were no monsters lurking in the vicinity. The room was desolate, a space so bare that it could be surveyed at a glance, devoid of any value for scavenging. At that moment, Luo Chen dashed in from outside, hastily picking up a collapsed door panel to block the entrance. After completing this task, he sat down on the ground beside him, silently grinning while catching his breath. Exhausted, his fatigue level had climbed to 61. After resting for a brief moment, Luo Chen quickly retrieved a spatial backpack filled with the treasures he had previously gathered from the blue airdrop crate. Placing the backpack before him, he opened it and began to examine its contents one by one. There was no need to inspect the food and drink. He simply bypassed those items. Aside from these essential survival supplies, the remainder comprised truly valuable goods. First among them was equipment. Luo Chen extracted a piece of black leather armor from one compartment of the backpack. Well-crafted leather armor, quality, blue, constitution 15, elemental resistance 10. This first piece of equipment was a leather armor of blue quality, precisely the type he lacked. Not only did this finely crafted armor enhance his constitution by 15 points, but it also boasted a blue equipment attribute. In theory, even green quality equipment could yield attributes of the same level, but the probability was exceedingly low. At least, Luo Chen had never witnessed it. Blue quality equipment, however, was guaranteed to possess an attribute of the same level. There was even a minuscule chance that 2 attributes could appear, resulting in what is often referred to as exceptional equipment. Nonetheless, that probability was so slim that it heavily relied on luck. Luo Chen did not demand such fortune. He was quite satisfied with this blue leather armor. He promptly donned the armor over his original short-sleeve t-shirt. Once equipped, the armor, which had initially been rather loose, tightened to fit his physique perfectly. This is a common feature of all equipment. Otherwise, what a disappointment it would be to find a high-level piece only to discover it wouldn't fit due to one size. The adaptability to body type is a fundamental function of all gear, so obvious that it hardly requires mention. Subsequently, Luo Chen retrieved the second piece of equipment from his backpack. These were a pair of white gloves adorned with red patterns. Self-cleaning leather gloves, quality, blue, strength 5, constitution 5, agility 5, mana 100. What a versatile pair of gloves, although they lacked any enhancement to mental attributes. The sole equipment attribute instead granted an increase of 100 points to mana. This truly catered to all 4 primary attributes. Luo Chen also did not possess gloves of this kind, so without further ado, he slipped them on. Within that azure airdrop chest, there were merely 2 pieces of equipment. Although the quantity was scant, each item was of exquisite quality. While it is true that a blue airdrop chest can yield items of blue quality, this does not guarantee that all contents are of such caliber. In reality, the equipment within these airdrop chests often yields a minimum of 1 item, with the remainder typically being of the first tier or green quality. However, Luo Chen's fortune was quite favorable, as he did not receive the minimum guarantee. While I was scavenging just now, I seem to have spotted 2 small boxes. I wonder if they contain skill crystals. Luo Chen mused to himself, then rummaged through his backpack to retrieve the 2 small boxes. He took them out together. Both boxes were modest in size, just large enough to hold a mobile phone. Crafted from wood, they boasted beautiful, natural grain patterns. Chapter 33. The First Blue Skill. A Fortuitous Discovery. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen eagerly opened both boxes. The moment he opened the left box, a beautiful blue glow flickered before his eyes. Inside lay a shimmering blue skill crystal. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with delight as he grasped it in his hand. Skill crystal, quality, blue. Grants a random blue-grade skill upon use. Indeed, it was a blue-quality skill crystal, precisely what Luo Chen desired. He wondered what kind of skill it would bestow upon him. Filled with anticipation, he immediately used the skill crystal. Ding! You have acquired a new skill. Freeze technique. The skill crystal transformed into a wave of blue light, merging into Luo Chen's body. Soon, a notification echoed in his ears. He hastily summoned his character panel to examine the newly acquired skill. Freeze technique LV. 1. Quality. Blue. Consumes 50 mana to lock onto a single target within, Spirit 1, 2 meters, dealing, Spirit 1, 5, ice element damage, and freezing the target for 3 seconds. Cool down, 60 seconds. Truly, this blue-grade skill was impressive. Not only did it inflict damage, but it also imposed a negative status effect, and it even had the ability to target lock. Luo Chen gazed at the description of the freeze technique, his face alight with joy. After all, if a magical skill failed to hit its mark, its damage would be rendered meaningless. Much like an archer who cannot strike a target. It would be quite absurd. Fortunately, this freeze technique inherently possessed the ability to lock onto enemies. Although the attack range was initially limited by the spirit attribute, as the spirit grew stronger, so too would the range. Of course, should Luo Chen possess confidence in his aim, he could indeed strike targets from a greater distance. However, if he were to miss, he could only blame his own lack of precision, not the skill itself. And then there were these. Luo Chen turned his attention to the contents of the other box. As expected, it contained neatly arranged skill upgrade stones. Among them were 2 blue quality upgrade stones, while the remaining 4 were of green quality. Luo Chen picked up the 2 blue quality upgrade stones and applied them to his sole blue skill, the freeze technique. Level 1. Level 1. As the 2 upgrade notifications flashed in the skill bar, the level of the freeze technique rose to level 3, and its attributes changed accordingly. Freeze technique LV 3, quality, blue, consumes 90 mana to lock onto a single target within, Spirit 1, 4 meters, dealing, Spirit 1, 7, elemental damage, and freezing the target for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 58 seconds. Upon reaching level 3, the freezing spell's locking distance and elemental damage experienced a modest enhancement, though the extent of this improvement was rather limited. However, this is understandable, as the primary function of this skill is control. The 3-second freezing effect constitutes its main strength. Yet, after ascending 2 levels, the duration of the freeze remained unchanged. Does it require a higher level to increase? Luo Chen pondered. Conversely, the consumption of mana has seen a significant surge. Just by leveling up twice, it increased by 40 points. So, does each level raise the mana consumption by 20? This is quite formidable. Indeed, one can never have too much mana. After upgrading this newly acquired magical skill, Luo Chen grasped the remaining 4 green quality skill upgrade stones from the box. These stones are utilized to enhance skills of green tier. Conveniently, he possessed one. His stamina enhancement skill, now at level 3, had previously been elevated through daily skill upgrade opportunities. With 4 green skill upgrade stones in hand, Luo Chen could elevate this skill directly to level 6. In the next moment, the 4 green skill upgrade stones in Luo Chen's possession vanished instantaneously. Simultaneously, the skill bar on his character panel illuminated with 3 beams of light as the level 3 stamina enhancement skill surged to level 6, surpassing the upper limit for skills of green tier. Stamina enhancement LV 6 tier green passive increase of 30 points to physical attributes. Upon reaching level 6, the stamina enhancement skill granted Luo Chen a remarkable boost of 30 points to his physical attributes, elevating them to 74 points. His health now stood at 740 points. Excellent. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction, subsequently closing the character panel. With 740 health points, coupled with a recovery of 12 health points per minute from the enhancement skill, his survivability has significantly increased. At this stage, only those with a C-grade talent specializing in physical attributes could potentially surpass Luo Chen in this regard. However, Luo Chen's strength does not solely lie in his physical attributes. In his spatial backpack, aside from a multitude of essential survival supplies, the only remnants from that blue airdrop chest were a stack of currency. A stack of 50 value slaughter coins. The denominations of slaughter coins that Luo Chen had encountered thus far included 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100. There must be larger denominations, but he had yet to come across them. This stack of slaughter coins totals 100 pieces, equating to 5,000 slaughter coins. Quite a considerable sum. It is sufficient for Luo Chen to procure numerous items from a mist shop. If he were to purchase white quality skill upgrade stones, he could acquire 50. What level could those 50 skill upgrade stones elevate his several white skills to? Even if used to purchase those special skill crystals, he could obtain 10 white quality ones. Even the green grade ones can be purchased for a single piece. Luo Chen pondered to himself, why not go for the green grade option directly? Previously, he had been intrigued by two skills of the Misty Shop, one that passively restores mana and another that enhances agility. He initially intended to acquire both skills on his way back in the afternoon. However, now it seemed he had the opportunity to opt for something superior. Who would settle for the inferior when better choices are available? Certainly, Luo Chen could choose to acquire both, requiring merely an additional 500 kill coins. It was a trivial sum. He resolved to purchase a passive health restoration skill later for 5,000 kill coins. Luo Chen slapped his thigh, decisively finalizing his plan. As for the mana restoration and agility enhancement, he would stick with the original 2 skill crystals. After all, survival capabilities are of utmost importance, always taking precedence above all else. Chapter 34. Slaying the Armored Rhinoceros. The Power of Freezing Magic. By the riverbank, a colossal armored rhinoceros bent its head to drink. Its massive physique necessitated a tremendous intake of nutrients daily, including water, an essential resource for life. As the great beast gulped down the river water, it suddenly paused, slowly lifting its head to gaze in the direction behind it. There, a figure clad in black leather armor approached, dragging a towering broadsword behind. As the rhinoceros turned to face the newcomer, the individual abruptly surged forward with great speed. In a swift leap, the sunlight was momentarily obscured. The rhinoceros appeared momentarily stunned, standing with its head raised, until a powerful downward strike from the broadsword came crashing down upon its side, awakening it from its stupor. A low, furious roar erupted from the rhinoceros, its massive body instantly charging to the side. The ground trembled with a thunderous sound that resonated even from a kilometer away. Luo Chen deftly sidestepped the oncoming charge of the armored rhinoceros, his gaze fixed on the point where his blade had landed. On the gray, leathery hide, only a pitiful scratch remained. How to describe it? The damage was nearly negligible. Truly, it was an indomitable defensive force. Luo Chen should not have expected to fell such a behemoth with his mirror blade. Its defense, while not quite 5 times his attack, was certainly infinitely close to that threshold. Even if he were to breach its defenses, the damage would likely amount to a mere 1 point. To think he could defeat it with such paltry damage, it seemed impossible to accomplish even by dawn. Fortunately, he had other methods at his disposal. Luo Chen had come prepared. He withdrew swiftly while raising his left hand, gathering a swirl of icy blue magical elements in his palm. Freezing magic. In an instant, a brilliant beam, composed of countless ice crystals, locked onto the armored rhinoceros 30 meters away and struck true. Luo Chen utilized the locking mechanism of the freezing spell to minimize the chance of missing. After all, this spell had cost him a significant 90 points of mana. Should he have missed, the loss would have been disheartening. As the freezing magic struck the distant armored rhinoceros, Frost enveloped its entire body, encasing it in ice. Furthermore, the frost inflicted considerable elemental damage upon the creature. While its physical defense might have been unmatched, did it possess elemental resistance? Many creatures, especially those of lower tiers, lacked any elemental resistance whatsoever. Thus, any magical element could inflict a full 100 or even 200% of the intended damage. In this instance, Luo Chen's freezing spell did just that. Not only did the freezing immobilize the hard-skinned rhinoceros, but the elemental ice also inflicted considerable damage upon it. After 3 seconds, as the frost dissipated, large patches of frostbite marred the surface of the rhinoceros's tough hide, a direct result of the recently cast freezing spell. This was indeed effective. Luo Chen's eyes gleamed with delight as he glanced at his mana reserves. Before embarking on this endeavor, he had ensured his mana was fully replenished. Thus, he still possessed a substantial 310 points of mana, sufficient to cast the freezing spell 3 more times. As for the subsequent recovery, that would require patience. His mana regenerated at a rate of 1 point per minute, meaning a full restoration from 30 to 90 points would necessitate a full hour of waiting. 3 casts should suffice. Luo Chen scrutinized the frostbite marks on the rhinoceros's surface. As the frostbite worsened, it would inevitably compromise the creature's formidable scale defenses, leading to a decline in its physical resilience. Should he cast the spell 3 more times, it would surely create even more severe frostbite, potentially causing its skin and flesh to crack open. Much like humans suffering from frostbite in winter, some severe cases would lead to cracking and bleeding. At that juncture, Luo Chen would merely need to target those fissures to inflict significant damage upon the rhinoceros. After 58 seconds, Luo Chen unleashed another freezing spell upon the hard-skinned beast. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was immobilized for 3 seconds, he charged forward and plunged his blade into the rhinoceros's left eye. Previously, he had been too far away, but this time he deliberately chose to cast the freezing spell within a 20-meter range. He rushed in and pierced the creature's eye with his knife. With a squelch, the blade withdrew, drawing forth a torrent of blood. Before the crimson droplets could even touch the ground, they were encased in ice, plummeting to the earth as frozen beads. Luo Chen swiftly retreated, and as the 3 seconds of immobilization elapsed, the hard-skinned rhinoceros emitted anguished cries. The loss of one eye was a significant blow, driving it into a frenzy. At that moment, Luo Chen dared not approach. Even a glancing touch could cost him dearly. Thus, he chose to maintain his distance and avoid its wrath. As soon as the 58-second cooldown expired, Luo Chen charged forward once more and cast another freezing spell, encasing the frenzied rhinoceros in ice. Following that, he lunged in and blinded its other eye with a swift thrust of his knife. With a squelch, blood erupted as the blade was withdrawn. Luo Chen swiftly retreated, not daring to look back as he fled to safety. Behind him, the air was filled with the sounds of painful roars, the ground trembling as if an earthquake had occurred, a manifestation of its final frenzy. Once he had distanced himself, Luo Chen cast a glance back at the rampaging rhinoceros, reflecting on the scene with a mixture of awe and resignation. At this point, he had a remaining 130 points of mana. Once more, the freezing spell may be unleashed. Enough. Luo Chen gazed at the state of the armored rhinoceros in the distance. The effect exceeded his expectations by far. 3 seconds of freezing, indeed, proved to be formidable. Had Luo Chen possessed greater offensive power, the 3 seconds of immobility would have sufficed for him to vanquish the creature multiple times over. Such is the nature of the armored rhinoceros, invincible in defense among its peers, rendering it difficult for Luo Chen to strike. Had any other first-tier elite monster been present, he would have easily resolved the encounter without needing a second freezing spell. Another 58 seconds elapsed. Luo Chen glanced at the now-cooled freezing spell. He charged once more at the still rampaging armored rhinoceros. The icy blue beam descended, instantly encasing the frenzied beast in frost. Subsequently, Luo Chen leapt high, driving his blade deep into one of the creature's eyes. The lengthy blade penetrated significantly. As he withdrew the sword, it seemed he had extracted something with it. Without pausing to inspect closely, Luo Chen swiftly retreated, distancing himself from the now mortally wounded armored rhinoceros. As the 3 seconds of freezing concluded, the rhinoceros, regaining its capacity for movement, refrained from further rampaging. Its massive form swayed from side to side, emitting a mournful cry. In the next moment, boom! The colossal body finally crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 35. The mysterious figure outside the foggy shop. Wealth dispersed, yet it returns. What does it matter to possess unparalleled defense? Even such strength ultimately succumbed to my hand. Luo Chen gazed at the lifeless body of the hardened rhinoceros that had collapsed, a faint smile creeping upon his lips. Slaying a hardened rhinoceros offered him little advantage. After all, even high-level first-tier monsters had an infinitesimal chance of yielding a green-quality attribute crystal within. To illustrate the improbability, it is akin to randomly selecting a scratch-off lottery ticket from a store and miraculously uncovering a grand prize of 1 million. Such is the rarity of that chance. Thus, Luo Chen harbored no illusions of gaining significant rewards from this rhinoceros. The act of killing it was solely to vent his frustrations, as this creature had nearly caused him to forfeit a blue airdrop treasure chest. Now that he had avenged himself, Luo Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. He hummed an obscure melody while plunging one hand into the eye socket of the rhinoceros. Pushing through the skull, after a brief exploration, he finally located his target. As expected, luck did not favor him with a grand prize. After cleansing the blood from his hands, Luo Chen circled the carcass of the rhinoceros, but ultimately decided to depart. Had the creature's hide not been so exceedingly tough, he might have taken a few pieces of meat for his evening meal. However, he opted to forego that endeavor, deeming it a waste of time. Throughout the afternoon, Luo Chen traversed the riverbank, seeking out monsters to hunt. He deliberately avoided high-level first-tier monsters. Not only were they laborious to defeat, but the attribute crystals they yielded were likely indistinguishable from those of mid-level first-tier monsters. Instead, he focused on the latter. When encountering fewer adversaries, he charged in recklessly, relying on his passive health regeneration skill, indifferent to taking a few hits. In cases of larger groups, he would draw them out in portions for elimination. Following this strategy, Luo Chen wandered along the riverbank for the entire afternoon, having dispatched no fewer than 80 or 90 mid-level first-tier monsters. His harvest was quite bountiful. Moreover, he discovered a stone bridge spanning the river at one point along the bank. This bridge appeared to be of considerable age, bearing the marks of time. It remained remarkably sturdy. It was entirely feasible to use this stone bridge to cross to the opposite bank. Previously, Luo Chen had contemplated constructing a boat. Otherwise, he would have to find another route in a different direction during his next venture. However, with the bridge available, he could continue westward without deviation. Around 4 p.m., Luo Chen left a teleportation marker at a concealed location on the opposite bank before retracing his steps towards the infamous slaughter town, number 10087. After a brief journey of several minutes, he returned to an area approximately 20 kilometers from the town. Before him loomed the fog-enshrouded foggy shop. However, what took Luo Chen by surprise was that upon his arrival, he encountered someone emerging from a mist. The individual was alone, draped in an enveloping black cloak, their face obscured by a white, featureless mask, exuding an air of mystery. They cast a glance at Luo Chen before slightly stepping aside. Luo Chen nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded into the area shrouded in fog. After Luo Chen departed, the enigmatic figure turned back to regard the misty expanse before hastily retreating in silence. Luo Chen had anticipated that others might discover the misty shop, for its presence was undeniable amidst such a substantial veil of fog. It was only natural that anyone passing by would take notice. Yet, he had not expected to fortuitously encounter someone exiting the misty establishment. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what this mysterious individual had procured from the shop as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Welcome back, dear guest." The attendant maintained their usual demeanor, wearing a somewhat insincere smile that elicited a twinge of annoyance in Luo Chen. He approached the counter, placing the entirety of his afternoon's findings before the attendant. A collection of attribute crystals, all of white quality, accompanied by 3 pieces of equipment, also of white quality. Let us calculate the total value, Luo Chen proposed. Very well, esteemed guest, the attendant replied, nodding before swiftly assessing the worth of the items. 107 white attribute crystals and 3 pieces of white quality equipment amount to a total of 200 slaughter coins. Are you certain you wish to redeem them all? The attendant inquired with a smile. Yes, all of it, Luo Chen confirmed, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a stack of slaughter coins. After counting out 800 coins, he placed them on the counter. I would like a skill crystal that restores health, specifically a passive skill of green grade. The total from redeeming his items, 200 combined with the 800 he contributed, was precisely sufficient to acquire the desired skill crystal. Certainly, esteemed guest, the attendant beamed, collecting the items and retrieving a small box from beneath the counter. Upon opening the box, it revealed a solitary green skill crystal. Skill crystal, quality, green. A skill crystal that has undergone special treatment, upon use. Grants the green grade skill, Rhythm of Life. This is it, Luo Chen exclaimed, taking the crystal and using it immediately. He pondered whether the mysterious figure might be lurking outside, and in the event of unforeseen circumstances, decided it prudent to activate the skill right away. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Rhythm of Life. Opening his character panel, Luo Chen examined the newly acquired skill. Rhythm of Life, LV. 1. Grade, green, passive enhancement of health recovery capability, restoring 10 points per minute. Excellent. Truly worthy of its green grade, he remarked with satisfaction. The effects have significantly surpassed those of the white grade enhancements. At level 1, one can recover 10 health points per minute. I wonder how much the upgrade to the next level will enhance this? If it were to double, that would be splendid. I shall also procure 1 green skill upgrade stone and 2 white skill upgrade stones. Furthermore, please hand me the 2 skill crystals I perused earlier this morning. Luo Chen placed the remaining 200 slaughter coins upon the counter. A single green skill upgrade stone costs 1,000 slaughter coins, while the 2 white skill upgrade stones amount to 200 slaughter coins. Additionally, the 2 unique skill crystals he had examined earlier this morning are valued at 1,000 slaughter coins. In total, this sums up perfectly to 200 slaughter coins, nearly exhausting Luo Chen's funds. He is left with merely a few dozen slaughter coins, which are essentially pocket change, unspendable in the misty little shop. Very well, esteemed customer. The shopkeeper smiled as they retrieved the requested items. There were 2 boxes in total. One contained the 2 white skill crystals, while the other housed 3 skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen eagerly utilized the 2 skill crystals first, acquiring the 2 coveted passive skills he had yearned for. Chapter 36. An Abundance of Security. A Malicious Neighbor? Mana Recovery LV. 1. Grade. White. Passive enhancement of mana recovery efficiency. 3 points per minute. Swift as the Wind LV. 1. Grade. White. Passive enhancement of agility attribute by 3 points. The first level of mana recovery surpasses the equivalent tier of abundance by an additional point. Coupled with the mana's inherent passive recovery, albeit meager at a mere 1 point per minute, the total recovery amount reaches a commendable 4 points per minute. This is certainly not insignificant. The Swift as the Wind skill, which enhances agility, predictably mirrors the previous skills of innate strength and energetic vitality, providing a 3-point agility increase at level 1. At this juncture, Luo Chen retrieved a white skill upgrade stone from his inventory, along with the 2 recently acquired stones. He elevated the levels of the newly obtained mana recovery, Swift as the Wind, and the level 4, innate strength passive skills by 1. At level 2, mana recovery enables a restoration of 6 points of mana per minute. Adding the guaranteed 1 point results in a total of 7 points per minute. With a mana capacity of 400 points, Luo Chen can replenish his mana completely in less than an hour. The level 2 Swift as the Wind skill subsequently enhances Luo Chen's agility by 6 points. This outcome was anticipated. The upgraded level 5 innate strength skill also provides a 15-point strength attribute boost, matching the level 5 energetic vitality skill. Finally, with the solitary green skill upgrade stone, Luo Chen elevated the newly acquired skill, Rhythm of Life, by 1 level. Rhythm of Life LV 2. Grade, Green, passive enhancement of health recovery ability. Restoring 20 points per minute. The level 2 Rhythm of Life skill indeed doubles the recovery efficiency, with a recovery rate of 20 points per minute. Combined with the 12 points from the Abundance skill, Luo Chen can passively recover 32 points of health per minute, given that his health limit is merely 740 points. This means that even if his health plummets to a mere 1 point, he can return to full health in approximately 23 minutes. This recovery capability at this stage is undeniably remarkable, considering that the slaughter game itself possesses no passive health recovery functions. One would surmise that health restoration in this brutal realm relies solely on skills or talents. Alternatively, certain high-level equipment may possess inherent health recovery attributes. However, such equipment is evidently difficult to procure at this stage. At the very least, Luo Chen, who already possesses 2 pieces of blue-quality equipment, has yet to encounter any. As for talents, Luo Chen has not observed anyone in the chat channel acquiring similar abilities. There are indeed numerous talents that augment physical attributes, ranging from D to C grades. Yet, talents akin to lifesteal or passive health regeneration have not been mentioned by anyone. Of course, it is possible that those who possess such talents are deliberately concealing them. Since yesterday, the atmosphere in the entire Killing Town has become increasingly charged with tension. The harmony that once prevailed among the residents has dissipated. Some astute individuals, perhaps foreseeing the unfolding events, have concealed their true identities, including their talents and skills. Luo Chen himself is no exception. He recalls the enigmatic figure he encountered outside the Misty Shop, cloaked in layers, exhibiting a remarkable ability to hide their appearance. Not even a hint of their gender could be discerned beneath that great cloak. Cautious individuals are never in short supply. Even though the inhabitants of each Killing Town are randomly assigned, it is improbable that all 1,000 souls will be devoid of ulterior motives. This notion is evidently far-fetched. After expending the hard-earned killing coins he had accumulated throughout the day, Luo Chen left the Misty Shop with a sense of satisfaction. Once he exited the Misty region, he paused momentarily, ensuring no anomalies surrounded him before he hurriedly made his way towards Killing Town number 10087. Approximately 10 minutes later, Luo Chen returned to the town. Entering through the western gate, he noted the absence of commotion at the entrance. However, the dark, dried bloodstains on the ground served as a grim reminder of the horrific events that had unfolded there the previous day. He did not linger outside, swiftly making his way back to his safe house. As he approached, he noticed the confident man he had encountered that morning standing at the gate of the adjacent safe house. Upon seeing Luo Chen return, the man flashed him a smile, which Luo Chen found somewhat unsettling. Was he merely overthinking, or was there indeed some ulterior motive at play? Once inside his safe house, Luo Chen set down his backpack and proceeded to wash his hands and face in the bathroom. He then returned to the kitchen, retrieving the alligator meat he had prepared earlier, intent on cooking himself an alligator hot pot. Today, he had also discovered several packs of hot pot base, which appeared to be edible and not spoiled. Alongside the alligator meat, he had luncheon meat, spiced chicken feet, and instant noodles. Finally, he could enjoy a hearty meal. As the water boiled, Luo Chen added the ingredients to the simmering hot pot base. He then took a bowl and chopsticks, settling down beside the pot to await the food's readiness. Meanwhile, the other residents who had returned to Killing Town were also replenishing their fatigue and hunger levels after a long day. The previously quiet chat channel had blossomed into a lively exchange, with many sharing their dinner experiences, some lamenting their misfortunes, while others boasted about their splendid meals. As the food in his hot pot began to cook, Luo Chen simultaneously ate and perused the messages being shared in the chat. Upon witnessing someone flaunting a photograph of a simple bucket of instant noodles, Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He glanced at the hot pot before him, and the stark contrast to the unpretentious noodles in the image became immediately apparent. Unavoidably, Luo Chen felt as if the flavor of the hot pot had suddenly intensified. After finishing his meal and quenching his thirst, he freshened up and returned to his bedroom on the second floor. Having toiled throughout the day, He knew the importance of a restful night. However, before succumbing to slumber, he spent a few moments perusing the chat channel. Gradually, around 10 p.m., the number of participants began to dwindle. At this point, fatigue washed over Luo Chen. After stifling a yawn, he closed the chat channel, shut his eyes, and soon slipped into a deep sleep. Chapter 37. On the fifth day, the number of survivors, 499. A preview of the Tower of Carnage. The following day, at the break of dawn, Luo Chen awoke, rubbing his eyes as he rose from his bed. Today heralded a new day, marking the fifth day since their arrival in this land of slaughter. After consuming a modest meal to quell his hunger to below 10, Luo Chen tidied himself up and took his 3 backpacks before stepping out. In the central square, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered early in the morning. Luo Chen did not possess any particular acquaintances in this small town. Thus he made his way directly to the crimson obelisk at the square's center, disregarding the others along the way. Soon, he arrived before the blood-red monument, pausing to gaze upon the names inscribed upon it. Compared to the first day, the number of names had significantly diminished. Upon counting, he realized that the names that had vanished far exceeded those that remained. In total, there were 499. At that moment, a voice emerged from beside him. Luo Chen turned to face the speaker. Indeed, it was that neighbor, who seemed to harbor ulterior motives. The individual smiled at Luo Chen and remarked, "It is only the 5th day, and already 501 lives have been lost. One wonders how these individuals managed it. Life is truly laughable and fragile." Luo Chen suspected that the speaker might be mentally unbalanced, perhaps exhibiting antisocial tendencies. Regardless, he was disinclined to engage with this neighbor. Yet the person persistently approached him, displaying an unwarranted interest. However, within the confines of the 10,087th slaughter town, in a mere span of 5 days, no, it should be only 4 days, 501 individuals had perished. Could it be that other slaughter towns experienced similar fates? Such a rapid demise was alarming. Moreover, Luo Chen suspected that many of these deaths were at the hands of others, rather than the beasts lurking in the wilderness. The human heart is the most terrifying of all, he mused with a hint of derision. The neighbor chuckled, and Luo Chen nodded before attempting to depart. At that instant, boom, a thunderous roar, akin to a clap of thunder, resonated throughout the entire slaughter town. Subsequently, the crimson obelisk at the square's center erupted in a blaze of crimson light. As strands of blood-red radiance intertwined in the air, they coalesced into a blood-colored stone tablet, descending from above. With a resounding crash, the stone tablet struck the ground. Strangely enough, the earth remained unscathed. The blood-red tablet stood firmly in place, positioned precisely atop the trapezoidal base of the obelisk, a mere 3 meters away from its main structure. The square, along with those still confined within their safe houses, were drawn to the tremendous commotion. Their curiosity piqued. Standing before the crimson obelisk, Luo Chen had initially believed he was destined to be struck by the descending stone. Yet, the thunderous clamor proved deceptive, as the blood-red monument merely settled in place without further incident. Curiosity compelled Luo Chen to approach and examine the structure. Upon closer inspection, lines of unfamiliar script began to materialize upon the stone surface. Strangely, he found himself instinctively comprehending the meanings conveyed by these enigmatic characters. The rules of the Tower of Slaughter. The Tower of Slaughter descends every 7 days, granting the residents of Slaughter Town an opportunity to enter its domain. Within the tower, every creature is an adversary. Vanquish all beings you encounter to ascend to the next level. Following the tower's inaugural descent, a leaderboard will be unveiled comprising an overall ranking, a regional ranking, and a Slaughter Town ranking. Those who excel on the overall and regional leaderboards will receive substantial rewards, while the top contender on the Slaughter Town leaderboard will also be generously rewarded. All others shall receive a participation prize. Please remember, upon entering the Tower of Slaughter, each individual is granted 2 chances for resurrection. However, once these opportunities are exhausted, any subsequent demise will result in genuine death. It is imperative to bear this in mind. The content inscribed upon the crimson obelisk is straightforward, detailing a phenomenon known as the Tower of Slaughter, which appears every 7 days. offering the residents of Slaughtertown a chance to engage in its challenges. During this endeavor, they are afforded two opportunities for revival, allowing for unrestrained conflict without the immediate concern for their safety. This element is indeed quite humane. Otherwise, the prospect of actual death with each failure would deter many from participating, for life is singular and irreversible. Now, the endless slaughter game has bestowed upon them a chance for renewal, granting courage to all participants. Additionally, there are rewards to be earned for who would engage in an endeavor devoid of benefit. The Tower of Slaughter operates on this principle. Everyone is motivated by the potential for reward. Even if they do not attain a lofty rank, they can at least claim a participation prize, which is better than receiving nothing at all. As for those who rank highly on the overall and regional leaderboards, they stand to gain even more substantial rewards. While the specifics of these rewards remain a mystery, the description of them as substantial suggests they are far from trivial. Furthermore, the Endless Slaughter game has thoughtfully accommodated newcomers, such as the Blue Star humans, establishing a Slaughtertown leaderboard. Thus, even if one fails to secure a prominent position on the overall or regional rankings, they may still achieve a commendable standing within their own Slaughtertown, potentially vying for the top spot and, in due course, securing a generous reward. Although the rewards are indeed substantial, there exists a notable distinction between them. Surely, the reward for securing the top position on the overall leaderboard cannot be equivalent to that of the district's champion or even the victor of the Slaughtertown's leaderboard. Such a scenario would diminish the value of the overall top rank considerably. At this moment, the town square has become increasingly crowded with onlookers drawn to the sudden appearance of the blood-red monument. After perusing the inscriptions on the stone tablet, Luo Chen relinquished his position at the front. As discussions erupted among the crowd regarding the Tower of Slaughter, Luo Chen turned and departed the square, making his way towards the western gate of the town. He was not alone in this. Many others, having glanced at the monument, chose to leave promptly as well. It was evident that everyone recognized the fact. The true competition had only just commenced. With the emergence of the Tower of Slaughter, the atmosphere within the town would inevitably grow more tense. There can only be one champion. Whoever claims that title will certainly provoke discontent among the others. It is plausible that they might conspire to unite against you. Thus, before that moment arrives, the only course of action is to diligently enhance one's strength, widening the gap between oneself and others to ensure personal safety. Chapter 38. The Venomous Undead in the Abandoned Town. Within the safe house, Luo Chen circled the town, ostensibly heading towards the west gate. Yet he discreetly retraced his steps and returned to the safety of his refuge. Should anyone have been observant, they might have presumed that he had vacated the town. However, in truth, he had returned to his sanctuary. Surely, that fellow wouldn't dare to follow me. Luo Chen mused, conjuring the visage of his neighboring resident in his mind before hastening upstairs. In the bedroom above, Luo Chen positioned himself beneath the teleportation array and activated the one-way portal. As a cascade of azure light enveloped him, he was momentarily shrouded in brilliance. In the blink of an eye whoosh, a flash of intense light erupted. When the luminescence dissipated, Luo Chen's figure had vanished from the safe house. On the opposite bank of the river, situated roughly 30 kilometers from the notorious kill town number 10087, Luo Chen materialized in the hidden area he had marked yesterday. He glanced around to ensure his surroundings were secure before emerging from the concealed spot. Due to the lateness of the hour yesterday, he hadn't ventured far after reaching the riverbank. Yet today, time was on his side. It was merely 6:41 in the morning, and dawn had only just begun to break. Were it not for the upgraded one-way teleportation array he had acquired, Luo Chen would not have been able to arrive at this location at such an hour. Today, he aimed to earn a substantial amount of kill coins and subsequently sell a green passive skill. Setting a goal for himself, he decided to invest today's opportunity for skill enhancement into his soul blue skill. Frost Spell LV. 3 Frost Spell LV 4. Upon upgrading, the efficacy of the Frost Spell intensified. However, the accompanying cost escalated as well. A single cast now consumed 110 points of his mana. Fortunately, Luo Chen possessed a level 2 mana recovery skill, with a recovery rate of 6 points per minute. He would have otherwise required an exhausting 110 minutes to replenish his mana at the base rate of 1 point per minute. That would be nearly 2 hours, far too long. Now, however, he could fully recover in just 16 minutes, a considerable improvement. After crossing the river, Luo Chen continued westward and soon stumbled upon a derelict cluster of buildings. The area resembled a quaint foreign town, characterized by European and American architectural styles, predominantly comprising low-rise structures of 1 or 2 stories, with the occasional 3-story edifice. The extensive expanse of abandoned buildings resembled about half of a complete town. At this moment, Luo Chen concealed himself in the surrounding foliage, cautiously observing the scene. He noticed numerous figures meandering unsteadily through the forsaken town. Sending out a reconnaissance probe, Luo Chen scrutinized the information it gathered. Venomous undead. Level: Intermediate Tier 1. Description: a type of undead with venomous teeth and claws, moving at a sluggish pace. However, beware. They may occasionally exhale a toxic mist from their mouths, so be sure to evade it. Luo Chen estimated that within his line of sight, there were likely hundreds of venomous undead wandering in this desolate town. And in unseen areas, there could be even more. Truly, a treasure trove of opportunity. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. While others might prefer to tackle the more formidable armored undead, they would balk at the thought of encountering these inherently venomous creatures. After all, once infected with the undead toxin, they would be doomed without an antidote. Yet, Luo Chen remained unfazed. He possessed 2 skills that passively restored his health, allowing him to recover 32 health points per minute. As long as the damage from the undead toxin did not exceed this threshold, he could endure the poison. Thus, the most troublesome aspect of the venomous undead lost its potency against Luo Chen. What else did the venomous undead possess? Speed? Undead creatures generally move at a languid pace. Even when the venomous undead attempted to sprint, their speed was hardly impressive. Moreover, they typically only surged forward when close to their target, otherwise maintaining a sluggish demeanor. As for physical defense, these were venomous undead, not armored ones. In terms of physical resilience, they were worlds apart, utterly incomparable. Therefore, with neither defensive capabilities nor speed, the venomous undead could only rely on their venom. Alas, this solitary asset was rendered ineffective against Luo Chen. Thus, for him, they became little more than moving treasure troves. On the outskirts of the abandoned town, a dozen venomous undead swayed unsteadily. At that moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from the side of a building, followed by a flash of cold light and a powerful strike that sent one of the venomous undead flying. Roar! The other venomous undead, upon witnessing this, immediately let out low growls and lunged towards the sudden intruder. This newcomer, of course, was none other than Luo Chen, who had set his sights on the group of venomous undead. Observing the sluggish advance of the undead, Luo Chen swiftly retreated, maneuvering to the side and stepping onto the back of the venomous undead that he had just cleaved. With a forceful downward strike, he severed the head cleanly from its body. Gurgle! The head rolled away without a splash of blood. These venomous undead were, after all, corpses. Their blood had long since congealed into a viscous gel, devoid of any possibility of splattering. Meanwhile, the group of venomous undead had only just turned around, slowly making their way back toward him. They were nothing short of living targets. Luo Chen shook his head. The next moment, bang! Another venomous undead was cleaved asunder, a gaping wound in its chest exposing bone. Yet, these creatures belonged to a category known for their tough hides and resilient flesh. Even if not classified as hard-skinned undead, their defensive capabilities within the same tier are commendable. The creature did not succumb to Luo Chen's blade in a single strike. A follow-up was required to ensure the demise of these grotesque beings. At this juncture, Luo Chen resorted to his previous tactics. First, he lured the other venomous undead away. Then, leveraging his superior speed, he circled back to the one still struggling to rise from the ground and swiftly severed its head. The entire process was executed with remarkable ease, posing little threat. However, Luo Chen soon encountered a minor complication. The remaining venomous undead began to exhale a toxic mist into the surroundings. Even when diluted in the air, This miasma retained its potent toxicity. To vanquish these creatures, Luo Chen would need to approach them, thereby entering the noxious zone where even the air was laced with poison. Upon stepping into this area, he felt the immediate effects of the toxic gases, and a debuff appeared on his status bar. Poisoned. Mild poisoning. Health decreases by 10 points per minute. A glance at his status bar revealed a mere 10 points. Luo Chen smirked, unconcerned. The rate of health depletion was trivial compared to his automatic regeneration. There was no cause for alarm. However, he soon noticed that the poison state was intensifying over time, escalating to poisoned, moderate, with health diminishing at a rate of 20 points per minute. This development began to incite a degree of apprehension within him. If this progression continued, would his regeneration be able to keep pace? Yet, after dispatching the several venomous undead before him, Luo Chen observed that his status remained at poison moderate, showing no signs of further escalation. He exhaled in relief, realizing that the potency of the toxins from the venomous undead had its limits. Chapter 39, Kill, Kill, Kill. The Blue Quality Space Backpack. Within the deserted town, a multitude of venomous undead roamed aimlessly. At this moment, Luo Chen resembled a diligent little bee, diligently clearing the area of these toxic creatures as he arrived at each location. Although he was consistently enveloped by the noxious miasma emitted by these undead, the damage inflicted upon him, at a rate of 20 health points per minute, was far outpaced by his own regenerative abilities. Thus, he faced no considerable challenge in dispatching wave after wave of the venomous undead. After half an hour, Luo Chen had eliminated a dozen or so of these toxic creatures surrounding what appeared to be an inn, acquiring several white-quality attribute crystals in the process. His backpack now boasted a staggering collection of over 100 such crystals. Unsurprisingly, today proved to be another bountiful harvest. Moreover, it was still early in the morning, with ample time remaining. If the number of venomous undead in this abandoned town was sufficiently high, Luo Chen believed that his gains today might eclipse those of yesterday. The only rather unpleasant aspect was extracting the attribute crystals from these venomous corpses, which were undeniably repulsive in their decayed state. After carefully dislodging the crystal from the final undead, Luo Chen disdainfully poured clean water from his bottle over it. Once thoroughly cleansed, he placed it into his backpack. These venomous undead harbored toxins in life that persisted even in death. Their fangs and claws were not the only hazardous components. Even their blood was laden with poison. If Luo Chen failed to wash away the tainted blood from the crystals, a mere touch would result in his poisoning. Although the rate of health loss from poisoning did not exceed his regenerative speed, one could only imagine the discomfort of experiencing skin eruptions resembling necrosis, accompanied by relentless itching and irritation. Fortunately, the poison state was not permanent. It would naturally dissipate after a certain duration, which, through several experiments, Luo Chen had estimated to be approximately 5 minutes, provided one refrained from further contact with the toxins. Otherwise, this duration would extend indefinitely, only ceasing 5 minutes after the last exposure to the poison. With this knowledge, Luo Chen entered the inn before him and began to scour it swiftly. From the first floor to the second, and finally to the topmost third floor, it was evident that this inn had been abandoned for quite some time and had likely been looted numerous times. Starting from the first floor, he inspected each room meticulously, only to return to the ground floor empty-handed, having found nothing of value. Could it be that this desolate town harbored no treasures at all? Luo Chen couldn't help but harbor some doubts. The buildings he had previously scavenged exhibited a similar desolation, devoid of anything substantial, save for some dilapidated tables and chairs, all in a state of disrepair. In this vast, abandoned town, it seemed that apart from the attribute crystals found within the bodies of those toxic undead, there was nothing else of worth to salvage. This realization alleviated Luo Chen's fear of the toxins harbored by these wretched creatures. After all, if anyone else were to venture here, enduring the arduous task of dispatching a few of these toxic undead while risking contamination, only to leave empty-handed, how utterly despairing that would be. Fortunately, he still had the attribute crystals. There was still profit to be made. Luo Chen felt a sense of gratitude. In a place so devoid of resources, had it not been for the gathering of these toxic undead, he would have likely turned back long ago. Nevertheless, he decided to continue his search. After all, he had come this far. Over 2 hours later, Luo Chen lost count of how many toxic undead he had slain. Upon opening his backpack to assess his spoils, he discovered that he had amassed a total of 339 attribute crystals extracted from the toxic corpses. He had thoroughly explored the entirety of the abandoned town, only to find what a cursed place it was completely barren. Not a single piece of equipment, nor even a moldy piece of bread, could be found. Luo Chen had never encountered such a destitute locale. It was astonishingly impoverished. Nonetheless, with these 339 attribute crystals, he had certainly profited. According to the buyback price of the Misty Shop, a white-quality attribute crystal fetched 20 slaughter coins. Thus, the 339 crystals he possessed amounted to a staggering total of 780 slaughter coins. Such a considerable sum seemed a fitting reward for his entire morning's toil. As he exited the eastern side of the abandoned town, Luo Chen couldn't resist scratching his back. He was still afflicted by the lingering effects of poisoning, and his entire body was itching intolerably. The stench of the corpse toxins was truly repugnant. Complaining under his breath, he made his way away from the desolate town behind him. At that moment, while scratching his back, something caught his peripheral vision, causing him to pause momentarily. What was that? Driven by curiosity, he approached. Among the thicket outside the abandoned town, a corner of a metallic cabinet was visible just within his line of sight. With effort, he dragged the cabinet out from the undergrowth. The metal cabinet was surprisingly heavy, weighing around 400 to 500 pounds. Using one hand, he pulled it free from the foliage and flipped it over so that the front faced upward. This was a metal storage locker with 5 doors. 2 of the doors swung open as he turned the cabinet, revealing an empty interior. However, the other 3 doors remained locked. Luo Chen had no key. However, he did not require a key. A forceful breach of the lock sufficed. Bang! With a single kick, Luo Chen dented the door significantly, shattering the lock. He reached out to open it, revealing a jumble of miscellaneous items within. After rummaging through the contents, he found nothing of value. As expected, he shook his head and proceeded to forcefully open the other 2 doors with a couple of resounding knocks. This time, however, Luo Chen's eyes lit up with excitement as he swiftly extended his hand to retrieve a pink backpack adorned with a white unicorn charm from one of the cabinets. Spatial backpack, quality, blue. Internally contains 6 compartments with a volume of 3 cubic meters for storage. To his astonishment, this was indeed a blue-quality spatial backpack. Luo Chen felt a surge of joy. After scouring the town for quite some time and finding naught but a feather, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a blue-quality spatial backpack amidst the grass just outside the town. Truly, when one door closes, another opens. A glimmer of hope emerges from the shadows. Chapter 40. 2 Airdrop Treasure Chests. Other inhabitants of the killing town. The blue-quality spatial backpack, in contrast to the 3 green-quality ones that Luo Chen possessed, boasted a remarkable increase in capacity, doubling the number of compartments, with each compartment's internal space expanded 2-fold. In essence, a single blue-quality backpack could accommodate the equivalent of 6 green-quality ones. While this might not appear substantial at first glance, who among us carries 6 backpacks at all times? Wouldn't that be cumbersome? Even with 3 spatial backpacks, Luo Chen felt somewhat encumbered. Imagine being in the midst of a fierce battle with monsters, only to be hindered by one's own backpacks. Such a scenario would be utterly vexing. Thus, while the blue-quality spatial backpack seemed to merely amplify the internal storage space 6-fold, its actual efficacy transcended such simplicity. Without delay, Luo Chen transferred all the valuable items from his 3 old backpacks into the new one. With each compartment offering 3 cubic meters of storage space, it could easily accommodate a considerable amount of belongings. One of his old backpacks was dedicated solely to food and drink, and now all those provisions were neatly stowed away in one compartment of the new backpack. The remaining items were systematically organized across the other 5 compartments, and by the time Luo Chen completed his arrangement, the 3 old backpacks were nearly emptied. Alas, the spatial backpack could not contain another spatial backpack. Otherwise, it would have been delightful to nest them together. Instead, Luo Chen crumpled the 3 emptied backpacks into a compact ball, procured a regular bag, and stuffed them inside. After securely tying the bag, he turned to a corner of the wall, dug a shallow pit in the ground, and concealed the bag within, covering it lightly with soil as a disguise. Stepping back to assess his handiwork, he was pleased to note that it was nearly indistinguishable unless one looked closely. It was impractical for Luo Chen to traverse the world burdened with 4 backpacks, as that would prove quite inconvenient. Fortunately, the new backpack possessed ample space, allowing the 3 old ones to retire temporarily. However, he could not bear to simply discard them. That would be a tremendous waste. They were, after all, green-quality equipment. Surely, each could fetch at least 200 killing coins at the Misty Shop if recycled. Hence, Luo Chen opted to conceal them in a nearby location, planning to retrieve them upon his return. Having ensured the hiding spot was sufficiently discreet, Luo Chen turned to leave, continuing his journey westward. As the afternoon wore on, after a brief repast and a moment to recuperate from fatigue, he spotted 2 beams of light descending from the horizon. Airdrop treasure chests. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, this time, there were 2 airdrop treasure chests, and they were not aligned in the same direction. Thus, he had to choose one and forego the other. He decided on the closer one. Looking up at the 2 azure points of light in the sky, Luo Chen found himself unable to distinguish between them based on their hierarchical significance. However, one of the lights was noticeably closer than the other, making his choice rather apparent. Half an hour later, Luo Chen arrived at a small, elevated area, appearing somewhat disheveled. This locale was characterized by a gentle incline, with lush vegetation covering its surface, featuring wild grasses that grew to about half his height. At the end of this small rise stood a hillside adorned with a stone wall, bearing the marks of human construction, flanked by 4 towering columns. Regrettably, 3 of these columns had collapsed, leaving only one standing in relative integrity. Luo Chen raised his gaze towards the point in the sky where the airdrop chest was destined to land, which was conveniently situated right in front of the stone wall. Should he approach it now? He hesitated momentarily before opting to conceal himself nearby and observe the situation before making a decision. The ground in the vicinity of the stone wall was barren, devoid of any cover, and venturing there would render him an easy target should anyone else arrive. He pondered whether this area had been visited by others. Finding a secluded spot, Luo Chen opened the long-neglected regional chat channel for a glance. What he saw left him astonished, causing him to rub his eyes in disbelief. Regional chat channel. Online users. 16. The location where Luo Chen currently stood was at least 40 kilometers from the infamous killing town number 10087. Such a distance was only manageable for him due to the one-way teleportation array, which had significantly reduced his travel time. Yet, now he observed that there were a total of 16 individuals online in the regional chat channel. Excluding himself, there were 15 others present in this area. Furthermore, the coverage of the regional chat channel was limited to a radius of merely 5 kilometers. This indicated that the 15 individuals sharing this space had most likely also spotted the airdrop chest descending from the heavens. This was troublesome. Luo Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. 16 individuals vying for a single airdrop chest? And who could say how many of them might be allied? Although he possessed confidence in his abilities, the individuals drawn to this area were unlikely to be mere amateurs. It was safe to assume that they were at least of C-rank talent, if not more. Even a group of D-rank talents would pose a significant challenge. Surely, not all 15 of these individuals could be part of the same faction. Observing the silent regional chat channel, Luo Chen found himself lost in speculation. The worst-case scenario would be that, apart from himself, the other 15 were indeed allies, leaving him as the sole outsider, destined to become their primary target. Someone has spoken. At this moment, Luo Chen suddenly cast a surprised glance at the chat channel. A message had appeared prominently. Why is everyone silent? Are you all too busy on your journey? I wonder which airdrop chest you have chosen. I'll go first. I opted for the one that descends rapidly. After approximately 10 seconds, another message followed. Hey, seriously? Are you all that cautious? Not even daring to say a word in the chat channel? Have you lost your manhood? Whether they are men, I cannot ascertain, but I can certainly affirm that I am not. Wow, so there's a girl here. Which airdrop chest did you choose? The same as you. Huh, the girl is quite straightforward. I like that. How about we team up later? You appear to be alone as well, right? No need. I fear others might pry too deeply into my heart. Oh, come on. I assure you, I'm a most honest person. Typically, it is those who are less honest that feel the need to emphasize their honesty. Hey, another one has joined. Quite nice. Which one are you aiming for, my friend? The same as you all. Let us compete fairly when the time comes. No way. Did everyone choose the same one? Is there a shared understanding among us from Killing Town 1733? Huh. Killing Town 1733? Luo Chen had initially hoped to gather intelligence on these individuals. However, upon suddenly reading this message, he was taken aback. These people, are they not from Killing Town 10087? Luo Chen's face was a portrait of astonishment. Chapter 41. Can a name instill fear? Although Luo Chen was acutely aware that the number of slaughter towns far exceeded just his own, 10087, the sheer magnitude was staggering. Given the human population of Blue Star, which numbers in the billions, if one were to arrange a slaughter town for every 1,000 individuals, the total would surpass several million. Not to mention, Blue Star's inhabitants represent merely a minuscule fraction of the universe, perhaps not even one in a million. The entirety of civilization in the universe that encompasses Blue Star has only recently been invited to partake in the endless slaughter game as newcomers. Before their arrival, it remains uncertain how many other universes had already joined this grim contest. However, despite this understanding, Luo Chen did not anticipate encountering individuals from other slaughter towns so swiftly. Thus, the distance between these slaughter towns was not as vast as he had imagined. Suddenly, it dawned on him that his initial conception of the distance between two slaughter towns was overly exaggerated. Considering he was currently positioned roughly 40 kilometers from Slaughter Town 10087. Even if the other 15 individuals had traversed that distance, the separation between their two towns would only be about 90 kilometers, far closer than Luo Chen had initially presumed, which was hundreds of kilometers apart. Meanwhile, in the regional chat channel, the residents of Slaughter Town 1733 were engaged in a spirited exchange. What began with a single voice had escalated to 6 or 7 participants contributing to the dialogue, creating an atmosphere rife with tension. For Luo Chen, this was fortuitous news, as he was the sole representative from Slaughter Town 10087 among the 16 present. The other 15 hailed from 1733, rendering him the outsider. Consequently, he refrained from speaking, opting instead to observe the discussions to discern which individuals were allies and which were lone wolves like himself. Through their exchanges, Luo Chen noted that there were indeed several lone wolves among the residents of Slaughter Town 1733. The first individual to speak in the chat, along with a woman who followed, were unmistakably solitary players. Among the others, 2 appear to be lone wolves, though he could not be certain. Additionally, 3 were definitively a group, as they had publicly declared their camaraderie in the chat, exuding confidence while urging others to withdraw from the competition. Luo Chen surmised that at least one among these 3 possessed formidable talent. At that moment, he was taken aback by a message. Let me withdraw? Just because of you 3 fools? Who was this? The audacity of their words was striking. What astonished Luo Chen even more was that the trio who had just demanded others to withdraw were now utterly silent. Had they cowered? Were they not just a bunch of clowns? One moment they had been shouting defiantly, and the next they were met with a harsh rebuke, lacking even the courage to retort. Meanwhile, about a kilometer away from this small elevation, 3 figures who had been hurrying along suddenly came to a halt. Wow, it's that maniac Olivia. What should we do? This lunatic is eyeing that airdrop treasure too. Should we still go? Go to hell. That madwoman is known for underground fighting and possesses a B-level talent. The 3 of us joining forces would only lead us to our doom. Let us not go. Shall we head for another airdrop then? Yes, while we still have time, let us move. The trio, after a brief and straightforward exchange, promptly turned around and dashed off towards the distant airdrop. Wait, Olivia, you're here too? Oh no, what a waste of effort. Is it too late to change targets? It's too late. Don't switch. I'm already on my way. For heaven's sake, why is Olivia everywhere? Olivia, do you have a problem with that? Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense, and no one dared to speak further. Luo Chen had been eavesdropping. This individual named Olivia must be a formidable expert from the 1733 killing town, or else these people wouldn't be so wary of him. Even the previously boisterous trio had fallen silent. This only served to reinforce Olivia's formidable reputation. Was she B-level? Or perhaps A-level? Luo Chen pondered inwardly. At that moment, a private message unexpectedly popped up in the chat channel. Luo Chen glanced at it in surprise. He had only just discovered that private messaging was an option in this chat. Hey there, stop eavesdropping. Shall we team up? I've already discussed this with others. We stand no chance against that lunatic Olivia alone. Only by joining forces can we snatch that prize from her. Team up? Indeed. These individuals were unaware that Luo Chen was not from the 1733 killing town. Since none of them could individually contend with Olivia, it was only natural for them to seek collaboration against her. Joining forces is acceptable, but I need to know how many of you there are and where you are. Luo Chen replied after some consideration. To his surprise, the response came swiftly. Counting you, there are now 8 of us. We're still contacting others, and there will definitely be more than now. As for locations, I'm not sure about the others, but I actually arrived long ago. Arrived long ago? Good heavens! This person is quite the schemer. Luo Chen remained concealed in his hiding spot, uncertain whether the other party had arrived before or after him. Very well. How shall we coordinate then? Luo Chen pondered for a moment before sending another message. It is quite simple. Olivia is a brute, a fellow whose mind is but a collection of muscles. He will undoubtedly act without restraint. As soon as the airdrop crates descend, we shall surge forward and ensure he is rendered a mere caricature of himself. A brute, you say? Luo Chen nodded, though he remained somewhat skeptical. All right, we shall proceed as you suggested. Haha, my friend, you are refreshingly straightforward. Together, we shall ensure Olivia faces a well-deserved setback. Glancing at the reply, Luo Chen refrained from sending further messages and instead awaited in silence. After approximately 10 minutes, the number of participants in the regional chat suddenly diminished by 3, leaving only 13. Had those 3 simply departed? Luo Chen felt a surge of astonishment at their decisiveness, and his estimation of Olivia's prowess rose yet again. To frighten away 3 individuals with naught but a name, how cautious one must be. Chapter 42. The Confident Olivia. What a bunch of fools. Time passed slowly in the hiding spot. Luo Chen occasionally glanced towards the distant small hillock where a blue airdrop box was slowly descending, now merely 10 meters above the ground. It's almost here, Luo Chen thought. At that moment, he noticed a tall figure approaching, wielding an exaggeratedly large sword. Olivia? Luo Chen couldn't help but hold his breath in anticipation. A moment later, the figure reached the outskirts of the hillock. Standing approximately 2 meters tall, with short flaxen hair. He bore a broadsword on his shoulder that was nearly as long as he was, radiating an overwhelming aura. It couldn't be anyone else. This was indeed Olivia. Luo Chen recognized him from the chat channel. That face was unmistakable. At this moment, Olivia scanned the surroundings with the fierce gaze of a tiger. Although he saw no one, he was certain he was not alone. To the cowardly insects hiding in the shadows, I advise you to abandon any hopes of survival. This airdrop box is mine. After declaring this, Olivia disregarded the possibility of ambushes and boldly trampled through the tall grass towards the edge of the hillock. The previous observer was correct. Olivia indeed resembled a brash fool. He appeared utterly unconcerned about facing a multitude of opponents. Did he truly believe he possessed the strength to face 10 alone? Were the inhabitants of Killing Town 1733, aside from Olivia, so weak? Luo Chen pondered internally. Surely, Olivia could not be so arrogant. Olivia moved swiftly, soon crossing the grassy expanse and reaching the artificial stone wall at the hillock's end. The 4 pillars surrounding him, despite 3 having collapsed, were still over 3 meters tall. Upon arrival, Olivia set the massive sword down and gripped its hilt. His icy gaze fixated on the grassy terrain before him. He was waiting, not just for the airdrop box to land, but also for those lying in ambush to reveal themselves. As Luo Chen surmised, Olivia's confidence stemmed from his formidable capabilities. Back on Blue Star, he was a champion in the underground boxing circuit, boasting an astounding record of 37 fights, 37 victories, and the grim achievement of having killed 16 opponents. Standing 2 meters and 4 centimeters tall and weighing 155 kilograms, he could effortlessly kill an ordinary person with a single punch. Even professional boxers had to exert every ounce of their strength to evade his powerful blows. After the entire universe was forcibly invited to join this endless game of slaughter, Olivia was fortunate enough to awaken a B-grade talent. He was the sole B-grade talent bearer within Killing Town 1733. Thus, he was utterly convinced of his absolute power to dominate the entire Slaughter Town number 1733. As for the others, not even those who had awakened their C-grade talents were worthy of his regard. This was entirely due to the fact that the talent he had awakened was perfectly suited to him. Even amongst B-grade talents, there exists the notion of suitability. If one awakens a talent that is ill-suited to them, they would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time to adapt to its effects, necessitating alterations to their habits. In contrast, the talent Olivia had awakened seemed as though it had been meticulously tailored for him. He was exceptionally formidable. Consequently, he dismissed the other dozen individuals entirely. With their alliance, he alone could vanquish them all. Hey, we're about to make our move. Charge in 10 seconds. In his hiding spot, Luo Chen received a message from the earlier individual. He merely glanced at it, showing no inclination to comply. The 10 seconds swiftly elapsed. In the next moment, figures suddenly emerged from their concealment, charging toward Olivia, who stood at the edge of the small hillock ahead. Luo Chen remained motionless, counting. Only 7 had emerged from the ruse. Apart from Luo Chen, 3 others had not revealed themselves. The 7 who had rushed out now realized that their numbers were insufficient, erupting into furious exclamations. What the hell? We agreed to strike together, didn't we? Am I being played for a fool? Where are the other 4 bastards? You all think you're so clever, huh? Yi Wenbin, I curse your ancestors. In the shadows, Yi Wenbin, who had been actively rallying others to unite against Olivia from the very beginning, counted the first wave of participants. TCH, only 7? 3 fools didn't take the bait? He scoffed, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome. On the other side, 2 individuals who had seen through Yi Wenbin's scheme pretended to agree to the alliance, yet chose not to act, exchanged knowing glances at the unfolding scene. Did these 7 lack intelligence? Could they truly believe the empty words of another? Hiding in their secret spots, they watched with disdain as the unfortunate 7, now targeted by Olivia, were destined to be the initial cannon fodder. Huh, just you few? At this moment, Olivia laughed heartily, brandishing his colossal sword as he charged toward the 7. Stop, Olivia, we've been played by that scoundrel Yi Wenbin. We can withdraw from this competition. Yes, we need not fight to the death, though it only allow the others to reap the benefits. Olivia, remain calm. We are not your enemies. Cease this at once. I'm out. The 7 individuals realized they had fallen into Yi Wenbin's trap, used as mere cannon fodder to deplete resources. Naturally, they were unwilling to follow the script laid out by Yi Wenbin, and thus they shouted in unison for Olivia to cease her assault. Alas, Olivia had no intention of sparing them. Enemies? Do you truly believe you are worthy? You wretched fools are nothing more than my prey. With a maniacal laugh, Olivia charged forward, wielding her massive sword, weighing hundreds of pounds, and brought it down with a resounding crash upon one of them. Bang! The unfortunate soul was instantly sent flying, blood gushing forth as his life force plummeted to the brink of extinction. No, I refuse to accept this, he yelled in fury. In the next instant, a dagger flew from the shadows, piercing through his chest, snuffing out the last remnants of his vitality. He fell, eyes wide open in disbelief. Who? Olivia glared furiously in the direction of the attack. That was my prey. Damn thief, show yourself. In the shadows, Yi Wenbin, now in a different position, let out a cold chuckle, showing no intention of revealing himself. Excellent. Utilizing these imbeciles to drain Olivia's strength while simultaneously snatching their lives. Once these fools are eliminated, Olivia will surely suffer as well. Yi Wenbin had his sights set on these individuals from the very beginning. His desires extended beyond that airdropped treasure chest. He also craved the souls of those present, eager to plunder their attributes. The previous victim was merely the first. He would not be the last. Chapter 43. The creation of poison gas bombs. Who truly is the head hunter? As for Olivia, the oaf genuinely believes that sheer strength grants him the license to act with impunity. Humanity must learn to employ intellect. Yi Wenbin smirked with a sense of triumph while targeting his second victim. Meanwhile, although Olivia had yet to locate the scoundrel who had covertly stolen his kill, he was resolute in not letting the six prey before him escape. The theft of one kill had already ignited his fury. He could not allow these 6 heads, which he had marked for himself, to slip away. If that were to occur, how could he, Olivia, continue to survive in the notorious killing town 1733? Once word spread, who would continue to fear Olivia? Therefore, these 6 individuals must perish. Simultaneously, realizing there was no escape, the remaining 6 resolved to confront Olivia head-on. After all, remaining passive meant certain death. Perhaps, by fighting desperately, they might seize a slender chance of survival. 6 against 1. The odds are in my favor. At that moment, the 6 appeared to reach an unspoken consensus, turning in unison to charge at the pursuing Olivia. This giant possesses remarkable strength. Luo Chen had stealthily maneuvered to a position not far from the battlefield. Observing closely, he was astounded to see the towering Olivia single-handedly overpowering 6 opponents, exhibiting a dominance that could only be described as overwhelming. Is the disparity between B-grade and C-grade talents truly so vast? Luo Chen pondered. At this juncture, Olivia, engaged in a frenzied battle against 6, had forsaken all defense, brazenly absorbing their assaults. The massive sword in his grasp became a blur of motion. Despite the numerical advantage of his opponents, they now appeared to be the weaker side. The attacks directed at Olivia seemed incapable of inflicting significant harm. Conversely, each swing of Olivia's blade instilled terror, leaving them reluctant to withstand any of his strikes. Nevertheless, their situation was dire. Within a mere minute or two, their life force plummeted by over 50, their faces contorted in agony, with some even spitting blood, their combat prowess diminishing rapidly. Goodness, this Olivia is indeed a monstrosity. B-grade talent is undeniably formidable. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Wenbin, poised to claim a kill, could not help but be astonished. Previously, he had only heard tales of Olivia's prowess, but witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. Jealousy consumed him. How could someone as astute as he, awakened to a mere D-grade talent, be overshadowed by a brute like Olivia, who had awakened a B-grade talent? Though only a C-grade separates D-grade from B-grade, the difference in efficacy is nothing short of astronomical. Observing Olivia's remarkable prowess as she single-handedly confronted 6 adversaries, Yi Wenbin felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Merely a fortunate fool, destined to ultimately serve as my pawn. At this moment, he could only console himself with such thoughts. At least he could still claim a few victories at Olivia's expense. Suddenly, a glass vial filled with a dark green gas was hurled from an unknown source. As Olivia executed a powerful downward strike, the vial fortuitously intersected her attack trajectory. In the next instant, bang, the fragile glass shattered, and the noxious gas instantly dispersed, enveloping a vast area under the influence of Olivia's sweeping blow. In the blink of an eye, a debilitating poison debuff afflicted all 7 of them. Despicable. You dare to employ poison. The 6 opponents, already on the brink of collapse, were aghast to discover they had been poisoned, their health rapidly diminishing at a rate of 20 points per minute, given their already low vitality attributes. And after having lost a significant portion of their health to Olivia's earlier strikes, the one among them with the least health now hovered below 50 points. In such a poisoned state, even if Olivia were to allow them to retreat, they would not survive until the poison subsided. As for antidotes, they would need those as well. Faced with their furious accusations, Olivia's expression darkened. It wasn't that their insults were particularly hurtful. In fact, no amount of verbal abuse could penetrate his indifference. The truth was, he hadn't inflicted this poison at all. He himself was poisoned. Who did this? Show yourself. Olivia furiously slashed at the surroundings, yet he found no trace of his assailant. Who the hell was it? Meanwhile, Yi Wenbin, lurking in the shadows and poised to seize the opportunity to claim a kill, wore a grim expression. Wasn't this an affront to his enterprise? Those were the targets he had set his sights on, and now someone had stealthily intervened without his notice. The worst part was, he could not identify the culprit. This only fueled his irritation. Damn thief, come out! Olivia continued to roar in fury. If only he possessed ranged capabilities. That elusive rogue, having struck twice, clearly remained at a distance, showing no inclination to approach. At this moment, the 6 adversaries seized the opportunity to flee while Olivia was distracted by the hidden assailant. Although still afflicted by the poison, they realized they would not perish immediately. The instinct for survival is powerful. Even the faintest glimmer of hope would compel them to take action rather than await their doom. Stop right there. At this moment, Olivia turned around and discovered that the 6 adversaries across from him still wished to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the search for the despicable coward hiding in the shadows and bellowed in fury as he pursued them. Despite his seemingly clumsy appearance, Olivia's speed was anything but sluggish. His agility attribute had already reached an impressive 22 points, and with the enhancements provided by his equipment, it soared to a remarkable 28 points. Such a level of agility was exceedingly high at this stage, a benchmark few could attain unless they possessed innate talents related to agility or speed. Clearly, none among the 6 possessed such abilities, allowing Olivia to outpace them effortlessly. Can you envision a figure sprinting swiftly while wielding a colossal sword weighing several hundred pounds? That was Olivia in this moment. With 3 strides merging into 2, he swiftly closed the distance to the slowest of the fleeing individuals. He roared, bringing his sword down with tremendous force. In the next instant, the unfortunate soul barely had time to turn and attempt a block before Olivia's heavy strike sent him hurtling away. The mere remnants of his health were instantly obliterated, his body flying through the air like a discarded sack. Yet, Olivia showed no signs of triumph. Rather, his expression darkened further, a storm brewing within him. Bastard! You seek death, he thundered, his eyes aflame with rage as he accelerated his pursuit of the remaining 5. Chapter 44. The Enraged Olivia. The heist of the airdrop treasure chest. Ding! You have slain the target, successfully claiming their attributes. Strength 2, Constitution 5, Agility 1, Spirit 1. Behind a patch of grass, Luo Chen could not suppress a few chuckles upon hearing the notification chime in his ears. Splendid. So, that fellow's health was ultimately depleted by poison? He had just witnessed Olivia chase down the individual and deliver a heavy blow, fearing he would lose a kill. Little did he realize that Olivia was indeed a benevolent soul. This was not a mere theft of his kill, but rather a generous assist. Observing that the poison was causing painfully slow health depletion, she had stepped in to swiftly eliminate the remaining health of the opponent. Truly a noble character. With his kill secured, Luo Chen instantly acquired 6 attribute points. This individual possessed considerable strength and constitution, particularly the latter, suggesting an awakened talent related to physical prowess. No wonder he had appeared to absorb the most punishment earlier, yet retained the thickest health bar. However, no amount of health could withstand Olivia's formidable strike. Indeed, once again confirming that Olivia was a genuinely good person. Damn it, that sneaky scoundrel stole a kill from me. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Wenbin immediately deduced from Olivia's furious outburst that she had not claimed the kill. Rather, it had been pilfered by that despicable, lurking individual who had poisoned his target from the shadows. That kill should have been his. Yi Wenbin harbored a deep-seated animosity towards that scoundrel. It is often said that rivals are found among peers, and this proved true. He could not allow any more kills to be stolen from him. Even at the risk of exposure, he must secure them. Yi Wenbin's audacity stemmed from the fact that his talent was intricately linked to speed and stealth. Although not purely an agility-boosting talent, he considered such straightforward attribute-enhancing abilities rather mundane. His own talent, in his view, was the epitome of excellence. After all, attributes can be augmented through various means, be it attribute crystals, slaying foes, or donning superior equipment. However, the unique effects of certain talents are incomparable to mere attribute increases. In contemplating this, Yi Wenbin could not help but cast a jealous glance at the frenzied Olivia. This simpleton's talent was of the latter type. Moreover, he was aware that Olivia's talent was related to health regeneration, which explained his fame in their notorious 1733 kill town. Many had witnessed him facing down a horde of monsters single-handedly. At that time, Olivia had foregone any defense, allowing the monsters' attacks to rain upon him. Yet by the end, he emerged unscathed while vanquishing dozens of foes. That battle had catapulted Olivia to renown, establishing him as the most celebrated figure in their 1733 kill town. Damn it, why does this oaf always seem to stumble upon such fortuitous events? Yi Wenbin could not restrain his anger and began to curse silently. At that moment, Olivia had also caught up with the remaining 5 individuals. He swung his massive sword at them, but one of the 5 suddenly kicked another, sending him directly toward the advancing Olivia. "Brother, don't blame me. I'm just trying to survive," the man shouted as he fled without looking back, leaving the one who was kicked to curse furiously. In the next instant, Olivia's heavy strike descended, and the cursing abruptly ceased. "Damn it!" Olivia exclaimed as he smashed the side of a man's body with a single blow. The reason was simple. The kill had been snatched from him once more. Ding! You have killed the target and successfully looted their attributes. Strength 2, Constitution 2, Agility 1, Mentality 2. Luo Chen heard that melodious notification in his ear. However, the attributes from this unfortunate soul were somewhat lacking. It appeared that this individual's talent did not directly enhance attribute values. What a pity. Killing could only yield attribute points. How wonderful it would be to loot talents instead, Luo Chen thought greedily. Meanwhile, Yi Wenbin, slightly delayed, witnessed yet another kill slip through his fingers, and he could hardly contain his desire to curse. Damn it, that's the second one. How lucky is that guy? Or is Olivia simply having an off day? How could that fellow steal the kill twice? What infuriated Yi Wenbin even more was that the thief hadn't even shown his face. He merely laid a trap, and could then bask in the rewards of the kill. Was there anything more effortless than this? As Yi Wenbin simmered with indignation, Olivia, who had just been seething with rage, suddenly changed his expression and sprinted in another direction. Why isn't that big oaf pursuing anymore? Yi Wenbin wondered, and in the next moment, he understood why Olivia had abruptly abandoned the chase for the remaining 4. The vibrant blue glow emanating from the airdrop chest at the end of the small hill was gradually fading. In no more than 10 or 20 seconds, it would vanish entirely. Seeing this, Yi Wenbin cursed his misfortune. He had completely forgotten the most crucial objective, preoccupied as he was with the kills. It was all that damned old 6th's fault for distracting him. Had it not been for that scoundrel, how could he have unconsciously overlooked the airdrop? There were only a few seconds left. He had to hurry. Thinking this, Yi Wenbin disregarded the opportunity for the remaining kills and dashed at breakneck speed toward the airdrop chest. His movement exposed his position completely, but at that moment, no one cared about that anymore. Not only he, but also 2 others who had been lurking in the shadows, had mysteriously made their way to the edge of the small hill. Almost simultaneously, both hands reached for the coveted airdrop chest. "Damn it, that is my chest," Olivia exclaimed, her anger flaring as she witnessed this scene. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurled her gigantic sword forward. With a thunderous crash, the formidable weapon startled the 2 individuals, causing them to hastily retreat. They dared not confront such a deadly projectile. This brief delay allowed Olivia to ascend the small hill. Swiftly, Yi Wenbin arrived, a moment too late, on the same elevated ground. He cast a wary glance at the 2 strangers, pondering which of them could be the treacherous poisoner. However, he soon discerned something amiss. Wait, why is one person missing? A jolt of alarm surged through him as he clutched a magical crystal in one hand, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. Chapter 45. Luo Chen's Fortuitous Gain. Level 10 Swift Movement. On a small, elevated terrain, for individuals stood resolutely. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, in a patch of wild grass, for fortunate souls who had narrowly escaped disaster were now in a frantic flight. However, in the blink of an eye, swish, A glimmer of cold light sliced through the air. A sharp blade instantaneously pierced through one man's body, emerging from the other side. In that fleeting moment, his health plummeted, ultimately depleting entirely. Suddenly, a hand appeared, grasping the hilt of the long knife that had penetrated the man's body. With a splatter of blood, the blade was swiftly withdrawn from the corpse, and like a tempest, it surged toward another individual. "Curse you! I'll take you down with me." The man bellowed as he lunged forward, determined to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself lunging into emptiness. Darkness enveloping him as he lost consciousness entirely. Bang! A headless corpse collapsed in the thicket of grass. Luo Chen flicked the blade. Droplets of blood cascading onto the leaves of the wild grass. A missile rolled down the slope. Luo Chen paid it no mind, his expression unyielding as he charged toward the remaining two. Moments later, four lifeless bodies lay strewn across the corners of the grassy expanse. Luo Chen retrieved a white cloth to wipe the blood from his blade, sheathing it before turning to collect his spoils. To kill, without looting the body, would render the act meaningless, wouldn't it? Including the bounty from the 3 corpses that had preceded. All treasures had long been claimed by Luo Chen. These individuals were rather affluent, each equipped with spatial backpacks, though they were of green quality and limited in size. Possessing 7 backpacks filled with valuable items was no small fortune. Not to mention, there were a total of 13 skill upgrade stones. Although they were of white quality, the sheer quantity alone amounted to a staggering 1,300 slaying coins. Without hesitation, Luo Chen cast 10 of the skill upgrade stones upon his primary skill, Swift Movement. 2 stones elevated the skill by 1 level, propelling it to level 10. After reaching level 10, the next upgrade would require 4 skill upgrade stones. As Luo Chen found himself 1 stone short, he allocated the remaining 3 to the skill, Fleet of Foot. Swift Movement LV. 10. Quality. White. Consumes 55 mana points to enter a swift movement state lasting 55 seconds, increasing movement speed by 245, cooldown time of 15 seconds. Fleet of Foot LV5. Quality. White. Passive increase of 15 agility points, with swift movement elevated to level 10. The duration of the effect soared to 55 seconds, several times longer than the cooldown period. The enhancement in movement speed reached an astonishing 245. Meanwhile, the level 5 Fleet of Foot skill granted Luo Chen an additional 15 agility points. Quite commendable indeed. The 4 individuals that were just vanquished provided Luo Chen with an enhancement of 10 points in strength, 11 points in constitution, 10 points in agility, and 14 points in mental attributes. Surprisingly, the most significant boost came in the form of mental attributes. Upon inspecting his character panel, Luo Chen noted a considerable transformation in his attributes. Name: Luo Chen. Health: 920. Mana: 570. Status: mild hunger. Moderate fatigue. Fatigue level: 22. Hunger level: 11. Strength: 59. Constitution: 92. Agility: 54. Mental: 47. Physical defense: 92. Elemental resistance: 57. Innate ability: Endless. Removes skill level cap. 1 skill may be selected to increase by 1 level each day. Active skills: Sprint LV, 10. Freeze LV. 4. Passive skills: Body Fortification LV. 6. Innate Strength LV. 5. Vitality LV. 5. Rhythm of Life LV. 2. Abundance LV. 6. Energy Recovery LV. 2. Swift Movement LV. 5. Among the 4 primary attributes, the highest, Constitution, has reached an impressive 92 points, nearing the 100 mark. While some of this enhancement can be attributed to his equipment, Luo Chen's inherent attributes are also commendable. Notably, his agility has achieved a value of 54. When in sprint mode, his agility surges to an astounding 186. 3. The state granted by the sprint skill surpasses that of a mere D-grade talent that solely enhances agility. Is this truly a white tier skill? And it is only at level 10. What might it achieve at level 20 or 30? It could potentially elevate a white tier skill to be comparable with those of B or even A grade talents. Closing the character panel, Luo Chen turned his gaze toward the small hill behind him. At this moment, the four individuals were engaged in a fierce struggle. None were willing to allow another to claim the blue airdrop treasure chest, and the three others appeared to be subtly conspiring against Olivia. While Olivia was undeniably powerful, the three adversaries were not to be underestimated. Compared to the 7 individuals who had initially been lured out as cannon fodder, these three exhibited significantly greater strength. Although united, they were still no match for Olivia, yet they were momentarily successful in hindering her approach to the airdrop chest. There is an opportunity. Luo Chen's eyes brightened at this scene. Initially, he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of not obtaining the airdrop chest. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, he had chosen to ambush the 4 fleeing individuals, seizing their spatial bags as spoils for his efforts. However, he had not anticipated that the 3 individuals who emerged afterward would possess such formidable strength, effectively stalling Olivia. Could this truly be fate granting him a second chance? Moreover, if the previous Luo Chen harbored any doubt about his ability to seize the airdrop treasure chest from the hands of the 4 now, confidence surged within him. "I shall assist you," he proclaimed, deliberately dashing towards the small high ground at approximately 1/3 of his maximum speed. At that moment, Yi Wenbin and his 2 companions were desperately holding their ground. The ferocity of Olivia's assault was overwhelming. He exhibited no defensive tactics, relentlessly focusing on offense. The colossal sword, weighing several hundred pounds, was swung with such ferocity that it appeared to become a blur. Crucially, this individual had previously been a professional underground fighter, endowed with an abundance of combat experience. In this regard, the 3 ordinary individuals found themselves utterly outmatched, even in collaboration. They were on the brink of being unable to withstand Olivia's relentless onslaught. Just then, Luo Chen arrived. He brought them a glimmer of hope. "Come and assist us," Yi Wenbin shouted without glancing back. In the next moment, a flash of blades sliced down beside him, striking heavily against the massive sword Olivia had brought crashing down. For the first time, Luo Chen felt the sheer terror emanating from Olivia. His strength was at least 3-fold that of Luo Chen. Merely parrying that one strike resulted in an immediate loss of 18 health points for Luo Chen. Had it struck him directly, the consequences would have been unfathomable. It is worth noting that Luo Chen's physical defense stood at an impressive 92 points. The fact that Olivia's strike did not directly hit him, yet still managed to inflict 18 points of damage through the collision of their weapons, underscores the astonishing potency of his attack. Chapter 46. Using a knife to kill. Were you really foolish enough to believe me? Once again, Olivia's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had succumbed to a frenzied state. He roared as he swung his sword down once more. This time, without the obstruction of Luo Chen, his blade struck directly against a blue magical shield. The impact caused the shield to lose durability instantaneously. At that critical moment, Yi Wenbin had unhesitatingly shattered his trump card, allowing the magical shield to absorb Olivia's powerful strike. Otherwise, with his frail physique, Olivia's blow would have certainly sent him to meet his ancestors. Yet, having expended this precious card, Yi Wenbin's expression was one of acute distress. This was something he had painstakingly acquired, and there was only one. Now it was gone. What was more alarming was that Olivia's heavy strike had diminished the shield's durability by a quarter. This meant that the magical shield could only withstand 4 of Olivia's strikes. What kind of absurdity was this? Was Olivia's attack power truly that excessive? That single blow had dealt over 200 damage. Yi Wenbin's own health was scarcely above 200. Could a single strike truly eliminate him? Panic began to creep in. He couldn't help but regret his decision to contend for the airdrop treasure. Perhaps it would have been wiser to hunt down the 4 unfortunate souls who had fled instead. At least that way, he would have had 100% certainty of dispatching the wounded quartet, seizing the spoils, and making a swift escape. Olivia would hardly be able to pursue him then. Now, however, he found himself ensnared in a precarious situation, teetering on the brink of despair. Meanwhile, the other 2 individuals were not in a much better predicament. They had similarly underestimated Olivia's prowess and the stark contrast between B-level and C-level talents. The difference was far greater than that between C and D levels. Bang! A figure was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Damn it, I'm done. The man, bloodied, cursed vehemently before turning to flee. Continuing the fight was futile. Not only could they not withstand Olivia, but they also risked their own lives. Thus, he unhesitatingly abandoned the airdrop treasure. Though the treasure was enticing, one must have life to enjoy it. Clearly, the current situation indicated that even if they banded together, they could not prevent Olivia from seizing the airdrop treasure. As for attempting to stealthily pilfer it, that was utterly impossible. The size of the airdrop treasure made it unmanageable to fit into their spatial backpacks. They could only carry it by hand. But could they truly escape while burdened with such a colossal airdrop treasure? Curse be it. What was the use of running? Yi Wenbin, still struggling to hold his ground, saw one of his companions flee, and anger surged within him, prompting a torrent of curses. They were already at a disadvantage, and now they had lost a member. How could they possibly continue to fight? In truth, if circumstances allowed, Yi Wenbin too would wish to flee. However, at this moment, he was encased in a magical shield, a stationary artifact that rendered it impossible for him to escape while bearing its weight. The instant he stepped outside the protective barrier, Olivia would undoubtedly deliver a lethal strike. Fully aware that Olivia possessed the capability to eliminate him in an instant, Yi Wenbin dared not emerge. Someone, please help me block her, he cried out in desperation. I shall. Luo Chen, having just parried Olivia's previous strike, retreated momentarily, but, upon hearing Yi Wenbin's plea, gallantly surged forward. Thanks, my friend, Yi Wenbin exclaimed, gratitude etched across his features, convinced that this individual was surely not the same person who had previously poisoned him. Conversely, the rogue who had fled earlier bore considerable suspicion. Such a cowardice, to abandon in a moment of crisis, surely indicated that the poisoner was none other than that scoundrel. Boom! Another heavy strike descended. It appeared that Olivia had fixated on the unfortunate Yi Wenbin, as she unleashed two successive powerful blows that decimated half of his magical shield's durability. Now, only a sliver of it remained, barely sufficient to withstand Olivia's final assault. Fortunately, Yi Wenbin's ally had arrived, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Olivia, her eyes aflame with fury, swung her sword once more. With a resounding crash, the protective magical shield that enveloped Yi Wenbin shattered into a myriad of azure sparks. Amidst the cascading blue luminescence, Yi Wenbin glimpsed Olivia's grotesque visage and the menacing sword she wielded, poised to strike him down. Save me, Yi Wenbin cried out, terror etched across his face. In the next instant, bang, a foot suddenly appeared behind him, forcefully propelling him towards Olivia. In that fleeting moment, Yi Wenbin's gaze met Olivia's in midair. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion, while Olivia regarded him with a sinister grin as he hurtled towards her. Bang! A figure was sent flying, blood spewing forth. It was none other than Yi Wenbin, who had collided with Olivia, although her heavy strike did not land directly upon him. The impact was akin to being struck by a mountain, causing his health points to plummet drastically. From a mere 200 health points, he lost nearly 200 in an instant. Had Olivia's colossal sword struck him, he would surely have met his demise on the spot. Yet, even in this dire situation, despair clung to Yi Wenbin's heart. Simultaneously, he was engulfed by a profound sense of anger and humiliation. Anger directed towards Luo Chen for deceiving him, and humiliation for having believed that the latter truly sought to rescue him. Was he to be treated as a fool? The most infuriating aspect was that he had indeed fallen for the ruse. This only served to intensify the ire of Yi Wenbin, who considered himself a clever individual. Am I truly so easily deceived that it renders me foolish in the eyes of others? Yi Wenbin is deeply concerned about his image and the perception of those around him. He cannot bear the thought of being regarded as a simpleton. Yet, the harsh reality is, it has already transpired. This realization deepens Yi Wenbin's despair. In the next moment, thwack! A sharp saber pierced through Yi Wenbin's chest. The blade's tip penetrated his heart. In an instant, Yi Wenbin seemed to grasp something profound, and as he faced his impending demise, a self-deprecating smile graced his lips. It turns out, I truly am a fool. Chapter 47. Snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Want to escape? Too late. Ding. You have slain the target. successfully plundering their attributes. Strength 2, Constitution 2, Agility 8, Spirit 1. The alert of the kill echoed in his ears as Luo Chen withdrew the horse-slaying saber from Yi Wenbin's body. A spray of crimson blood erupting forth, with a few droplets even splattering onto his face. Ignoring the need to wipe it away, Luo Chen swiftly seized the dark green spatial backpack from Yi Wenbin's back, then propelled himself forward, bursting into a sprint. With an agility attribute of 62, enhanced by his level 10 sprinting skill, his speed surged to an astonishing 213. 9. Luo Chen dashed towards the airdrop treasure chest like a tempest. "Stop!" Olivia roared, swinging his sword in an attempt to thwart him. However, the massive blade merely crashed into the ground, creating a shallow pit upon impact. "I said stop," he bellowed, gripping the great sword with both hands and hurling it with all his might. Yet in the next moment, Luo Chen leapt high into the air, effortlessly evading the massive sword that Olivia had thrown. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. The giant sword struck a stone pillar that was barely half intact, shattering it and sending debris cascading down. The blade embedded itself deep within the pillar, firmly anchoring there. Swish! Luo Chen's figure landed beside the airdrop treasure chest. Olivia watched in disbelief as he lifted the chest from the ground and stuffed it directly into his black backpack. The size of the airdrop chest was nearly 3 cubic meters. The singular compartment of a green spatial backpack could not possibly accommodate it. However, Luo Chen's spatial backpack was of blue quality, with a single compartment reaching the capacity of 3 cubic meters, perfectly fitting the airdrop chest. "Damn it! Put down that backpack. It's mine!" Olivia cursed furiously as he charged forward. Yet, Luo Chen merely flashed a grin at him, then swiftly darted to the stone pillar, grasping the massive sword embedded within and pulling it free. Goodness, this great sword was incredibly heavy, easily weighing over 400 pounds, even with Luo Chen's current strength. Holding it felt burdensome. He doubted he could wield it effectively as a weapon for long. It was no wonder Olivia could wield it with such skill. That fellow, his strength attribute, was simply outrageous. "Put it down. That's mine." Olivia's eyes bulged with rage as he witnessed Luo Chen not only seize the airdrop chest that rightfully belonged to him, but now audaciously attempting to take his weapon as well. But how could Luo Chen possibly heed his demands? "This would belong to me from now on." With a smile directed at Olivia, Luo Chen stowed the massive sword into his spatial backpack. He was certainly not foolish enough to carry such a hefty blade in his hands. "I will slay you. Slay you." Olivia was on the verge of madness, charging toward Luo Chen like a frenzied bull. Yet his speed, though commendable, paled in comparison to Luo Chen's. With a mere sidestep, Luo Chen evaded him, leaving Olivia to vent his fury with loud roars, a tempest of rage. Meanwhile, the remaining woman quietly retreated, and after covering some distance, she turned and fled without hesitation. The airdrop crate had vanished, and neither Olivia nor the unfamiliar Asian man were benign figures. Staying would yield no benefits and could even cost her life. Thus, the prudent choice was to cut losses and flee without delay. Noticing the woman's movements, Luo Chen couldn't help but sneer before giving chase. The fleeing woman sensed the commotion behind her and recognized it was the Asian man pursuing her. She had witnessed his speed. There was no way she could outrun him. In a split second, her left hand grasped an object, and she seemed to vanish, causing Luo Chen to lose sight of her. Invisibility? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. The next moment, something caught his eye, and a faint smile crept across his lips, hinting at intrigue. 10 seconds later, the woman reappeared, having sprinted hundreds of meters away. She glanced back at the small hillock, only to see Olivia barreling down, but no sign of the man. "Where is he?" A wave of alarm surged within her. In the next instant, a gentle breeze brushed past her, sending a chill down her neck. As she reached up, her hand came away stained with blood. A long, narrow gash had appeared on her neck, blood gushing forth from the wound. When had this happened? She thought in shock. Then came the chilling announcement. "Game over." A voice echoed in her ears. Darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. "Ding! You have slain the target and successfully looted their attributes. Strength 3, vitality 3, agility 3, mentality 3. What well-rounded attributes. Luo Chen marveled at the lifeless body sprawled beside him. All 4 attributes had been granted an increase of 3 points. This implied that the woman's original attributes, excluding equipment bonuses, were all in the 30s. What extraordinary talent! Such comprehensive attribute enhancements. Luo Chen pondered, just as Olivia's furious roar echoed from behind him. As Luo Chen turned around, he beheld a brute wielding a wolf-tooth club as thick as a thigh, presumably his secondary weapon. This fierce individual was roaring as he charged down from a small hill, determined to end Luo Chen's life without hesitation. What a savage beast! Luo Chen muttered under his breath, then bent down to retrieve a weapon left by the woman after her demise, along with her spatial backpack. As for the item she had used for invisibility, it was akin to Yi Wenbin's magical shield. Both were disposable tools, meant for a single use. Once expended, they vanished, serving as a last resort for survival. Alas, it had failed to save their lives. Behind him, the thick wolf-tooth club swung down with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the earth beneath was struck, creating a shallow pit. Meanwhile, Luo Chen had already maneuvered to Olivia's rear, his saber aimed at the nape of the brute's neck, delivering a swift, decisive strike. The sound of a dull blade slicing through leather echoed. Luo Chen's blow merely grazed the surface of Olivia's neck, drawing forth a few droplets of blood. Yet, that was all it accomplished. Chapter 48. The Indomitable Olivia. Luo Chen gazed at the damage inflicted by his strike, falling into a moment of silence. What kind of trivial damage was this? With a physical defense of 97, which he considered quite substantial, at least among the current populace of Blue Star, it was evidently high. Yet, Olivia's physical defense must be approaching 200, if not exceeding it. Good heavens, had his defense been a tad higher, that last blow might have failed to breach it entirely. However, even if it had, it bore little significance. That strike merely caused Olivia to lose a single point of health. In this foe's health, surely it exceeded 2,000. A mere point of health per strike? How long would it take to whittle that down? Not to mention, this individual seemed to possess some form of regenerative ability. What a futile endeavor. Luo Chen had initially planned to maximize his gains, intending to deal with Olivia after dispatching the others. But now he realized he had underestimated the situation. This being was nothing short of an immortal warrior. At least, to Luo Chen at this stage, it seemed that way. Are you merely tickling me? Though Olivia had failed to strike Luo Chen, upon witnessing that his earlier blow had only cost him a single point of health, he could not help but laugh mockingly. Perhaps it was the frustration from earlier that had compelled him to seize this chance to deride his opponent. How could he let such an opportunity slip away without delivering a hearty taunt? Faced with Olivia's derision, Luo Chen remained unfazed. Today, he had already amassed considerable rewards. Even if he could not subdue Olivia, the spoils he had gathered thus far were more than sufficient to fill his coffers. It was merely an issue of being unable to damage this formidable opponent. What was there to be angry about? As for Olivia's mockery, he had lost his head, squandered an airdrop treasure, and even had his primary weapon snatched away by Luo Chen. Now, he was merely indulging in some verbal sparring. Luo Chen was not the petty type. Let Olivia laugh as he wished. Who knows when that mirth might fade? Unperturbed by Olivia's taunts, Luo Chen retreated to create some distance between them, then retrieved a glass vial from his backpack. Inside the vial was the toxic mist he had collected from the venomous undead. He had several such vials, numbering around 7 or 8. With a decisive motion, he hurled the glass vial, which shattered at Olivia's feet. As the vial shattered, the toxic mist rapidly spread. Olivia, checking his character panel, found to his dismay that he had indeed been poisoned once more. He had encountered this poison before, and its rate of health depletion, 20 points per minute, could only be described as mediocre. Killing him would prove futile, yet it undeniably is rather repulsive, particularly the sensation of pervasive itching during the poisoning, which Olivia finds exceedingly distasteful. Now, Luo Chen has ensnared him once more in this poisoned state. Just moments ago, Olivia was merely indulging in a fleeting craving, yet his expression darkened instantly. What a despicable scoundrel. If you have the capability, Confront me in a fair fight." Olivia bellowed in fury. However, Luo Chen was indifferent to the morality of his tactics. After all, he was no fool to engage head-on with a brute like Olivia. Remaining at a distance, Luo Chen refrained from approaching Olivia. At this point, his swift movement status had faded, and his speed reverted to normal. Although his magical energy remained ample enough to cast the swift movement skill multiple times, Luo Chen chose not to squander his mana. Knowing that even if he were to approach and land a few strikes on Olivia, it would only diminish his health by a meager amount. For such a trifling damage, Luo Chen opted to conserve his mana for more critical moments. After 5 or 6 minutes, the poisonous state afflicting Olivia dissipated once more. Observing this, Luo Chen tossed another glass vial toward him, reinitiating the poison. Olivia, in a fit of impotent rage, could only hurl a few curses, unable to do anything further. He couldn't even escape, as Luo Chen persistently shadowed him, never allowing him to leave his line of sight. After another 5 or 6 minutes, Olivia still appeared vigorous and lively. Luo Chen calculated that this fellow had been poisoned twice, resulting in a loss of approximately 240 health points at a rate of 20 points per minute. He had also endured the poison earlier and sustained considerable damage during his battles with others, leading to a total health depletion exceeding 600 or 700 points. Yet, despite his current appearance, he bore no resemblance to someone who had suffered injuries. It seemed indeed impossible to kill him. Luo Chen shook his head in disappointment, deciding not to waste the remaining homemade poison gas bombs in his inventory. Gazing at the furious expression on Olivia's face, Luo Chen ultimately resolved to abandon the pursuit of this individual. Rather than squander time with Olivia here, potentially gaining nothing, it would be more prudent to relinquish the endeavor, thus mitigating losses. With this time, Luo Chen could seek other monsters to slay and earn some attribute crystals. "Be on your way," Luo Chen called out to Olivia, gesturing for him to leave promptly. "Kid, what is your name?" Olivia inquired at that moment. "Luo Chen," he replied with a light chuckle. "If you seek vengeance, remember not to mistake your target." "Very well, I shall remember your name. Know this, you will perish by my hand. Olivia, I will sever your head and keep it as a trophy," Olivia proclaimed with fierce intent. It was evident he held a grudge. However, Luo Chen remained indifferent. Given time to develop, he deemed a mere B-grade talent like Olivia unworthy of his concern. Nevertheless, encountering Olivia today made Luo Chen acutely aware of a particular deficiency within himself: the absence of a high-damage skill. This high damage did not pertain to speed, as he possessed ample swiftness. What he lacked now was sheer offensive power damage. It seemed he must visit the Mist's Emporium to seek skills that suited his type of attack. Contemplating this, Luo Chen cast a glance at Olivia, who had turned away, before he also pivoted and walked in the opposite direction. Several minutes later, after traversing a considerable distance, Luo Chen came to a halt. This seems like a suitable spot. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no issues, before placing down the hefty bundle of spatial bags he had been carrying. These were the spoils of his conquests. He had already examined a portion of them, transferring any useful items into his own spatial bag. However, there were several bags he had yet to inspect. Chapter 49, Counting the Spoils. A Bountiful Harvest. 2 spatial backpacks, one in a deep green hue and the other in white. The white one was stripped from a woman whose name remains a mystery, while the green backpack belonged to Yi Wenbin. In addition to these 2, there were several others, but Luo Chen had already perused them, finding little of value, mostly ordinary supplies and a few attribute crystals. All the attribute crystals had been meticulously consolidated into his own spatial backpack, amounting to a considerable haul of several hundred, marking a significant triumph. Now, Luo Chen turned his attention to the 2 spatial backpacks he had yet to examine. He first opened the deep green one, discovering 3 compartments filled to the brim. However, most of the contents were merely food and drink, accompanied by a few pieces of equipment, all of white quality. Luo Chen carefully emptied the backpack, sorting the supplies into one pile and the equipment into another to maintain order. Among the items were several useful trinkets, including 4 skill upgrade stones, albeit of white quality. Nonetheless, they were still valuable. After some contemplation, Luo Chen decided to allocate 3 of them to enhance his recovery skill, elevating it to level 5. Recovery LV. 5 quality. White. Passive enhancement of mana recovery efficiency. 15 points per minute. He set the remaining stone aside and continued to rummage through the backpack, ensuring there were no other noteworthy items before placing it aside. He then picked up the white spatial backpack. Good heavens! So many. Luo Chen was astounded to discover a total of 9 skill upgrade stones within the white backpack, 2 of which boasted green quality. How had this individual acquired such treasures? Nevertheless, they now belonged to Luo Chen. Among the 8 white quality skill upgrade stones, he chose not to invest them in the level 10 sprint skill, as its current level was sufficient. Moreover, the cost of advancement after level 10 would double, requiring 4 stones for each subsequent level. With only 8 stones in hand, he could only elevate the skill by 2 levels. Thus, it would be more prudent to apply them to the passive skills instead. The 8 skill upgrade stones were perfectly suited to elevate 4 passive skills to level 6. Recovery LV. 6 quality. White. Passive enhancement of mana recovery efficiency. 18 points per minute. Fleet-footed LV. 6 quality. White. Passive enhancement of agility by 18 points. Innate strength LV. 6 quality. White. Passive enhancement of strength by 18 points. Vigorous LV. 6 quality. White. Passive enhancement of spirit by 18 points. Everything has reached level 6, which adds a pleasing aesthetic. Luo Chen subsequently cast the 2 green quality skill upgrade stones onto the skill Rhythm of Life, elevating it to level 4. Rhythm of Life LV. 4 quality. Green. Passive enhancement of life recovery capability, restoring 40 points per minute. Truly, as a green quality skill, achieving 40 points of life restoration per minute at level 4 is impressive. Each level increases the recovery by 10 points, and by the time it reaches level 10, it will restore 100 points of life per minute, which is sufficient for the early stages of the journey. Luo Chen set aside the white space backpack, placing it alongside the others, and organized the supplies and equipment into a unified collection. The most abundant survival supplies had accumulated into a small mountain. The equipment was relatively modest in quantity, predominantly white quality, with only 1 green quality item, a weapon that Luo Chen had no use for. There was also Olivia's greatsword. Luo Chen suddenly recalled retrieving Olivia's massive sword earlier. It now resided within his backpack. He hastily extracted the hefty great sword from the space backpack. Standing taller than Luo Chen himself, the sword emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Moreover, Luo Chen discovered that this sword was indeed a blue-quality weapon. Edgeless greatsword. Quality, blue. Strength 15. Attack ignores targets, defense 20. What a remarkable weapon. Its attributes are extraordinarily potent, enhancing strength and featuring the blue equipment's exclusive trait of ignoring 20 points of defense. No wonder Olivia's damage output is so formidable. With high strength and an attack that bypasses defense, it effectively equates to a weapon that grants an additional 35 points of strength. How could the damage not be significant? This sword is quite impressive, boasting high quality and sufficiently extreme attributes, though it is rather weighty. Even with Luo Chen's current strength of 67, equipping this sword would elevate it to 82 points. While manageable for short periods, prolonged use would not only be tiring, but also impede his speed advantage. Thus, it must serve as a backup. Luo Chen contemplated placing the greatsword in his backpack for later use, as accessing the space backpack is not troublesome. It is quite convenient. For daily use, he would continue wielding his original broadsword, although the broadsword's attributes pale in comparison to the greatsword. Its lightweight nature does not hinder Luo Chen's speed and agility. After stowing the greatsword, Luo Chen took stock of the quantity of attribute crystals he possessed. Including those discovered in the various space backpacks, his total number of attribute crystals had now reached 149. Based on the recycling price of 20 slaughter coins for a single item at the Misty Shop, that amounts to a staggering total of 22,980 slaughter coins. This figure merely reflects the value of the attribute crystals. In addition, there are the various pieces of equipment and the contents of these spatial backpacks. Moreover, Luo Chen has discovered a modest sum of slaughter coins within these backpacks. Although it is not a considerable amount, it still totals over 3,000. Consequently, the cumulative value of the assets he possesses is approaching 27,000, or perhaps even 28,000 slaughter coins. Am I truly this affluent? Luo Chen, taken aback, could not help but chuckle. How delightful! It appears I have become a person of wealth. Furthermore, Luo Chen has not forgotten his most significant acquisition of the day, the elusive blue airdrop treasure chest he managed to seize. The value of its contents has yet to be accounted for. Chapter 50. Unboxing a Wave of Wealth. Unbox. Let's commence. Luo Chen opened his spatial backpack and retrieved a blue airdrop treasure chest, which had been crammed into one compartment, nearly overflowing. Thud. The chest landed on the ground with a weighty thud. Luo Chen rubbed his hands together, silently beseeching the heavens for fortune in his endeavor, before pressing the blue gem-like button situated at the front of the treasure chest. Click! With the sound of the button being pressed, the airdrop treasure chest slowly opened amidst a resplendent blue glow. As the light finally dissipated, the true contents of the chest were unveiled. The first sight to greet him was 3 boxes, neatly arranged atop one another within chest. Luo Chen extracted all 3 boxes and opened them one by one. Each box contained skill upgrade stones. The first housed white quality skill upgrade stones, the most plentiful, completely filling the box. Upon counting, he discovered there were precisely 30. The second box contained green quality skill upgrade stones, slightly fewer in number, totaling around 10. Lastly, the final box contained, as anticipated, blue quality skill upgrade stones. Although the quantity was the least, with only 3, their value surpassed that of the others. After all, in the Misty Shop, a single white quality skill upgrade stone was worth 100 killing coins, while a green quality stone commanded 1,000. As for the blue quality stones, each was valued at an astonishing 10,000 killing coins. Luo Chen had just assessed his own assets, and the sum of his liquid assets did not even equate to the worth of these 3 blue quality skill upgrade stones. One could argue their rarity. Conversely, the 30 white quality skill upgrade stones totaled merely 3,000 killing coins, rendering them the least valuable. Without hesitation, Luo Chen utilized the white and green quality stones immediately. He invested 24 of the 30 white skill upgrade stones into the foundational skills of innate strength, vigorous energy, and fleet of foot, elevating them all to level 10. The remaining 6 stones were allocated as follows: 4 into the abundance skill, raising it to level 8, and 2 into the energy recovery skill, bringing it to level 6. Thus, all 30 white skill upgrade stones were expended without a trace. As a result, the 3 level 10 passive skills augmented Luo Chen's strength, agility, and spirit by 30 points each. The level 8 abundance skill now increased his health regeneration rate to 16 points per minute, while the level 7 energy recovery skill restored 21 points of mana per minute. Later, on his way back past the Misty Shop, Luo Chen could spend an additional 1,000 killing coins to purchase 10 more white skill upgrade stones, allowing him to elevate these 2 skills to level 10 as well. Thus, a sense of balance was achieved, rendering it visually more agreeable. Next came the 10 green skill upgrade stones, which had limited applications. Luo Chen possessed only 2 green grade skills. Consequently, he decided to expend 3 stones on the skill Rhythm of Life, elevating it to level 6. This enhancement resulted in a health recovery rate of 60 points per minute, translating to precisely 1 point of health restored every second. Furthermore, he allocated 6 stones to upgrade the skill Strengthen Body, advancing it to level 9. At this level, the skill could augment his constitution by 45 points, bringing Luo Chen's constitution attribute to a commendable 112 points. His health also surged to 1,120 points, successfully surpassing the 1,000 mark. Although this was still inferior to the previous Olivia, among the current Blue Star humans, a health exceeding 1,000 was already a notable achievement. The solitary remaining green skill upgrade stone, lacking a suitable application, was set aside for future use. He planned to replenish his supplies at the Misty Shop later. After expending 39 skill upgrade stones, Luo Chen's prowess had indeed seen significant enhancement. As for the 3 most precious blue skill upgrade stones, he refrained from utilizing them in haste. He wished to observe further developments, perhaps discovering another blue quality skill crystal from the blue airdrop chest soon. To be candid, he was not inclined to elevate the level of the frost spell skill too high at this juncture, as the consumption would be quite staggering. His gaze returned to the airdrop chest. Beneath the 3 boxes lay a neatly folded pair of trousers. Finely crafted leg armor, quality, blue, constitution 10, agility 5, damage reduction 20 points. This blue quality leg armor, crafted from leather, felt quite pleasant to the touch. Luo Chen promptly donned it, replacing his previous green quality trousers. His constitution and agility saw a modest increase, coupled with a beneficial buff that reduced damage by 20 points. Quite satisfactory. Luo Chen nodded in approval and then turned his attention to a box beneath the leg armor within the airdrop chest. Upon opening the box, he discovered a pair of black shoes. Finely crafted shoes, quality, blue, agility 10, constitution 5, movement speed 20, another blue quality item. Moreover, it was perfectly suited to replace the shoes he currently wore. The enhancement of movement speed by 20% was particularly appealing to Luo Chen. As he had consistently favored a swift attack style, movement speed was indeed a crucial aspect of attack speed. After all, one must run fast to catch up with the enemy ahead. If one cannot even pursue, how could one hope to strike? With the new shoes equipped, Luo Chen's agility attribute rose to 88 points. Upon utilizing the sprinting skill, one can achieve a remarkable movement speed equivalent to 303. 6 agility points. When factoring in the attributes of these particular shoes, the total ascends to an impressive 364. 32. Of course, attribute values do not account for decimal points, rendering the actual effect to be 364. While it is merely a matter of movement speed, it is not the case that all velocities are comparable. Nevertheless, it remains quite astonishing. After all, this group has only been in the realm of slaughter for a mere 5 days. Such speed ensures that, at least within the confines of the infamous slaughter town number 10087, no one could possibly surpass me. Luo Chen smiled with confidence. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the airdrop chest before him, which had already bestowed upon him numerous surprises, and examined the remaining contents. A substantial array of survival supplies, encompassing but not limited to food and drink, lay within. Luo Chen retrieved these items and placed them in one of the compartments of his backpack. Although all were survival essentials, the quality of those extracted from this blue airdrop chest was indeed superior, even including delicacies such as steak and fatty beef rolls. Chapter 51. The second Azure skill. After extracting a substantial amount of survival supplies, Luo Chen turned his attention back to the airdrop chest. At the very bottom of the chest, 3 boxes were neatly arranged. Upon removing these 3 boxes, the airdrop chest was completely emptied. Aside from the items he had previously counted, only these 3 boxes remained. As the boxes had yet to be opened, Luo Chen remained unaware of their contents. However, he speculated that they might contain skill crystals, given their size, which was comparable to that of the initial boxes that housed skill upgrade stones. It was plausible that they contained 3 different tiers of skill crystals. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Chen unhesitatingly opened each of the boxes. The leftmost box revealed, as he had anticipated, a blue quality skill crystal. Its exquisite azure glow was dazzling and resplendent. Additionally, there were 2 blue quality skill upgrade stones alongside it, forming a complementary set. In contrast, the second box held an unexpected surprise. Not a skill crystal, but rather a pendant. The pendant's chain was black, adorned with a pear-shaped milky stone that exuded simplicity and elegance. Upon inspection, Luo Chen discovered it was a piece of blue-quality equipment, a rarity indeed for jewelry. Crocodile's tear, quality, blue, strength 15, inflict a bleeding effect for 10 seconds upon attack, causing a loss of 10 health points per second. Note, can only activate once within a minute. What a remarkable item. True to its name, Crocodile's Tear not only granted a 15 boost to strength, but also inflicted a bleeding effect that lasted for 10 seconds. The pendant's attributes surpassed those of most weapons. The name was certainly fitting. Ecstatic, Luo Chen donned the pendant. Not only did it enhance his strength by 15 points, but it also ensured that each attack would yield a bleeding effect, resulting in a fixed damage of 100 points over the course of a minute. Despite the limitation of activation, with the addition of this pendant's strength bonus, Luo Chen's total strength now reached 94 points, nearing the coveted 100. Should he wield that colossal sword, surpassing the 100 mark would undoubtedly be achievable. However, the sword was rather cumbersome, affecting his agility. Unlike Olivia, who embraced a berserker path, Luo Chen could only reserve it as a backup weapon, utilizing it strategically for an element of surprise when necessary. Having examined the contents of the middle box, Luo Chen's gaze shifted to the final box. Inside, he found neatly stacked piles of slaughter coins. He picked them up and began to count. 2 stacks of slaughter coins, each containing 5,000, amounting to a total of 10,000 slaughter coins. Excellent, I no longer need to extract 10,000 from the previous batch to upgrade the safe house, thought Luo Chen with a satisfied smile. This sum is just perfect for enhancing his safe house. The Tower of Slaughter will soon descend, and Luo Chen's ambition is to secure the first place. However, attaining the top spot would undoubtedly render him the target of enmity in the entire Slaughter Town 10087. One can only wonder how those individuals would conspire against him. Yet, would he forsake the rewards of first place in the Tower of Slaughter for such reasons? Absolutely not. Luo Chen is no coward. It is one thing to lack the ability. It is another to possess the skill but lack the courage to act. He might as well throw himself against a tofu block and end it all. What purpose does life serve under such circumstances? After pocketing the 10,000 slaughter coins, Luo Chen finally picked up the blue skill crystal from the first box. He crushed it without hesitation. The skill crystal instantaneously transformed into a cascade of blue starlight that merged into Luo Chen's being. Ding! You have acquired a new skill. Enigmatic Gaze. The name of the skill is intriguing. Luo Chen promptly summoned his character panel to examine the newly appeared skill in the skill section. Enigmatic Gaze, LV, grade, blue, consumes 100 mana points. Inflicts a phantasmic attack on targets within line of sight, effective on a maximum of 1 Spirit 10 targets simultaneously, causing them to enter a phantasmic state for 1 Spirit 1 seconds with a cooldown of 100 seconds. Another control-type skill? Am I trapped in the realm of control skills? Luo Chen furrowed his brow. It is not that the skill is inferior. In fact, its effects are simply astonishing. With a sufficiently high spirit attribute, a single glance could plunge an adversary into an everlasting illusion. However, the crux of the matter is, what Luo Chen currently requires is a passive skill that does not consume mana, ideally, one that enhances his constitution, boosting both physical defense and health. Such a skill would offer immense value. Yet he has received 2 blue skill crystals, both bestowing him with control-type skills. One would suffice, but why the redundancy? Nevertheless, the effects of Enigmatic Gaze are undeniably impressive. Moreover, its casting range encompasses the entirety of his line of sight, negating the need for precise aiming. A mere glance can unwittingly ensnare someone in an illusion. The key question remains, how can one evade it? It does not necessitate direct eye contact, so intentionally avoiding Luo Chen's gaze would be futile. As long as he sets his eyes upon a target, they are susceptible, and once ensnared, disaster awaits. At the very least, they would endure a strike from Luo Chen. It is even conceivable that they might perish before they can extricate themselves from the illusion. Therefore, is this skill powerful? Certainly. However, the drawback lies in its high mana consumption, 100 points of mana for a mere level 1. Should there be a few more levels of enhancement, would Luo Chen's current mana value of 760 be sufficient for several uses? Once again, he finds himself burdened with high mana consumption. Luo Chen shook his head, contemplating that upon his return, when passing by the Misty Shop, he must procure a green quality skill crystal to augment his mental attributes. Moreover, regarding his equipment, despite the numerous items he possessed upon inspection, he discovered none contributed to enhancing his mental attributes. The pendant, which ought to have boosted his mental prowess, instead increased his strength. It left him utterly speechless. To upgrade or not, Luo Chen felt a twinge of hesitation, primarily because he had yet to unlock the desired skill. Initially, he had hoped to activate a passive skill, allowing him to utilize the 3 blue skill upgrade stones on it. However, given the current situation, should he proceed with the upgrade? Chapter 52, The Return Journey. Re-entering the Misty Shop. Why not upgrade? The skill upgrade stones serve no purpose if they are merely kept. At present, Luo Chen possesses 5 blue skill upgrade stones, which are sufficient to elevate 2 skills to level 5. As for the notion of purchasing blue skill crystals with slaughter coins in the Misty Shop on the way back, Luo Chen has considered it. However, he fears the possibility of acquiring a 3rd control skill, which would be utterly frustrating. The prospect of obtaining a passive skill in a single attempt is not entirely impossible, yet the odds are exceedingly slim. The total value of what Luo Chen can liquidate amounts to less than 30,000 slaughter coins. Even if he were to forego all other purchases and solely acquire blue skill crystals, he could only manage to procure 3 at most. Would these 3 guarantees yield a passive skill? Luo Chen finds that highly dubious. Therefore, rather than wagering on such uncertain probabilities, it is wiser to first elevate the levels of his other skills. A blue-grade passive skill will undoubtedly arrive in due time. There is no necessity to rush and gamble on this occasion. Taking out the previous 3 blue skill upgrade stones, combined with the 2 from the box, he has precisely 5. Luo Chen promptly utilized 4 on Illusory Gaze and 1 on Freeze, thereby elevating both skills to level 5. Illusory Gaze LV. 5. Grade. Blue. Consumes 260 mana points, inflicting an illusory attack on targets within line of sight, effective on a maximum of 1, Spirit 30, targets simultaneously. Inducing an illusory state lasting 1, Spirit 5, seconds, with a cooldown of 96 seconds. Freeze LV. 5. Grade. Blue. Consumes 130 mana points to lock onto a single target within Spirit 1 6 meters, inflicting Spirit 1 9 ice elemental damage and freezing the target for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 56 seconds. The level 5 Illusory Gaze indeed requires a hefty 260 mana points for a single use, justifying its reputation as a substantial mana consumer. Nonetheless, its effects are undeniably potent. At level 5, it can simultaneously affect 20 targets and induce a lasting illusory state of 3 seconds, surpassing the duration of freeze. It is evident that, even among blue-grade skills, there exists a hierarchy of strength. Clearly, Illusory Gaze stands as a paragon within this echelon. Of course, while freeze inflicts an ice elemental damage alongside inducing a freezing state, Illusory Gaze can only impose an illusory state. However, it excels in area attacks. With Luo Chen's current spirit attribute of 66, he can simultaneously target 20 foes. Imagine if his spirit attribute were 660. The results would be explosive. However, upgrading these 2 skills further will require 2 skill upgrade stones each. Luo Chen glanced at his empty hands. He currently possesses not a single blue skill upgrade stone. As for purchasing them, that is beyond his means. The price of a single killing coin stands an exorbitant 10,000. Who on earth can afford that? Following a streak of prior fortune, it seemed that Luo Chen's luck had begun to wane. Throughout the entire afternoon, he had managed to slay fewer than 100 monsters, and the resources he found were even scarcer. It could almost be said that he returned empty-handed. Fortunately, Luo Chen had previously amassed a considerable sum, and fearing a decline in fortune and a lack of substantial rewards, he had already profited handsomely for the day. As time pressed on, and the distance back to Killing Town number 10087 loomed, Luo Chen commenced his return journey early. Around 4:30 p.m., he arrived at the Misty area located approximately 20 kilometers from Killing Town number 10087. When he reached the Misty Zone today, no one had emerged from it. Thus, He ventured inside, pushing open the door to enter the quaint little shop enveloped in fog. "Welcome." The shopkeeper greeted him with that somewhat infuriating smile. Noticing that there were no other customers, Luo Chen stepped forward and presented the substantial treasures he had gathered that day for exchange. The collection yielded over 28,000 killing coins. Coupled with the 13,000 coins he already possessed, his fortune had soared beyond 40,000. Having contemplated how to spend these killing coins prior to his arrival, Luo Chen had a clear plan. His first priority was skill upgrade stones. The blue skill upgrade stones were far beyond his means. They were prohibitively expensive. However, he could afford the green skill upgrade stones. After some calculations, he determined that upgrading both of his green passive skills to level 10 would require a total of 10 upgrade stones. He already had one, leaving him in need of purchasing 9, which would cost 9,000 killing coins. Next on his list were skill crystals. Luo Chen sought a green skill crystal that would passively enhance his mental attributes, priced at 5,000 killing coins. This brought his total expenditure to 14,000 killing coins. Moreover, he needed to upgrade his new skills, as he still had 2 white passive skills that had yet to reach level 10. Thus, he required 10 white skill upgrade stones. Fortunately, this was not costly. The total was merely 1,000 killing coins, a pittance indeed. He decided to upgrade them to level 5 instead. After some contemplation, he requested for additional green skill upgrade stones, spending another 4,000 coins. In total, he had now spent 19,000 killing coins, leaving him with 22,000 coins. Among these, 10,000 were earmarked for upgrading his safe house. Therefore, he had only 12,000 killing coins left for further use. "Are accessories priced the same as other equipment?" Luo Chen inquired. "Indeed, esteemed customer," the shopkeeper replied with a smile and a nod. "Then I would like a piece of blue, no, green quality accessory gear, a non-necklace item that enhances mental attributes," Luo Chen specified. Initially inclined to request a blue quality item, he reconsidered and settled on a green quality accessory instead. A piece of blue quality equipment demands a staggering 10,000 slaughter coins. However, apart from an additional equipment attribute, its enhancements are merely thrice that of green quality gear, yet it is priced tenfold. For Luo Chen at this moment, such an expenditure feels somewhat impractical. He is not yet at a stage where he can afford to disregard cost-effectiveness in his spending, unless he possesses several 100 million slaughter coins. Regrettably, he does not. Therefore, it is wiser to opt for a piece of green quality equipment as a transitional choice. "Very well, esteemed customer," the shopkeeper remarked, reaching beneath the counter to retrieve a small box. Upon opening it, a minimalist silver-white ring emerged. "Magic ring, quality, green, spirit 5. This is precisely what Luo Chen requires." He promptly acquires it for 1,000 slaughter coins, leaving him with a remaining balance of 11,000, which is ample. Additionally, I would like a special white skill crystal that passively boosts constitution. And please provide me with 102 white skill upgrade stones. As soon as Luo Chen's request was voiced, the shopkeeper swiftly produced 2 boxes from below the counter, one large and one small. The smaller box contained a special skill crystal, while the larger one held a total of 102 white skill upgrade stones, sufficient to elevate Luo Chen's new skill to level 26. Chapter 53. A Surge in Life Value. Upgrading the safe house. Although the cost-effectiveness of white-grade skills diminishes with each upgrade, the affordability of their skill upgrade stones cannot be overlooked. With a single blue skill upgrade stone, one could procure 100 white skill upgrade stones. For the time being, Luo Chen is unwilling to squander his kill coins on blue skill upgrade stones. He will settle for green grade ones, which already cause him considerable distress. Alas, he finds himself in a precarious financial situation. After this expenditure, he is left with merely 300 kill coins, with 10,000 earmarked for upgrading the safe house. Soon, that too will dwindle. Thus, the amount remaining in his pocket is a mere 300. However, Despite the depletion of his funds, Luo Chen has simultaneously reaped substantial rewards. The array of items before him stands as testament to his gains. He begins by utilizing the 2 skill crystals, acquiring 2 new skills. Strengthening LV. 1 grade. White. Passive boost to Constitution by 3 points. Vigorous Strength LV. 1 grade. Green. Passive boost to Spirit by 5 points. With these 2 new skills at his disposal, Luo Chen proceeds to expend 14 green skill upgrade stones, elevating 2 of his green grade skills to level 10 and a new skill to level 5. Next, he turns his attention to the 2 white skills, Replenish and Energy Return, both of which he upgrades to level 10, consuming 10 white skill upgrade stones in the process. Finally, the Pi Seed or Assistance, 102 white skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen eagerly grasps them, channeling their energy into the newly acquired Strengthening skill, catapulting its level to a staggering 26. Strengthening LV. 26. Grade. White. Passive boost to Constitution by 78 points. At level 26, the Strengthening skill amplifies Luo Chen's Constitution by 78 points, surpassing the green grade skill, Robustness. He has emerged victorious. Summoning his character panel, Luo Chen gazes upon the newly updated interface, and a surge of pride wells within him. Name: Luo Chen. Health: 2070-2070. Mana: 960-960. Status: slightly hungry. Moderately exhausted. Fatigue: 48. Hunger: 51. Strength: 94. Constitution: 207. Agility: 88. Spirit: 96. Physical defense: 207. Elemental resistance: 106. Health recovery: 2 points per second. Mana recovery: 0. 5 points per second. Innate ability: Endless. Remove skill level cap, allowing the selection of 1 skill to upgrade by 1 level each day. Active skills: Swift Movement LV. 10. Freezing Spell LV. 5. Enchanting Gaze LV. 5. Passive skills: Sturdy Constitution LV. 10. Innate Strength LV. 10. Vigorous Vitality LV. 10. Rhythm of Life LV. 10. Abundance LV. 10. Energy Recovery LV. 10. Fleet-Footed LV. 10. Enhanced Strength LV. 26. Robust Vitality LV. 5. Such attributes are simply magnificent. With 2070 health points and 207 points of physical defense, any attack inflicting less than 42 points of damage cannot breach Luo Chen's defenses. Even strikes dealing under 208 points of damage merely inflict a singular point of harm. His healing rate surpasses any damage taken, as Luo Chen currently recovers 2 health points per second, unless he suffers 2 or more attacks within a single second. The rate at which he loses health is truly outpaced by his recovery. At this stage, how many individuals possess the capacity to exceed 208 points of damage? Surely, they are few and far between. Perfect. This virtually guarantees his stability. As Luo Chen gazed upon his splendid character panel, his satisfaction grew exponentially. Though this sentiment may seem somewhat narcissistic, he genuinely believed that no one in the entire 10087 kill town could rival his character attributes. After all, he had painstakingly amassed these through the expenditure of tens of thousands of kill coins. Did one think it an easy feat? Yet after this expenditure, Luo Chen found himself once again impoverished. Thus, it was time to diligently accumulate wealth anew. Upon exiting the foggy shop, Luo Chen felt his steps lighten considerably. As he hurried back, he soon beheld the outer wall of the 10087 kill town. Entering through the west gate, he noticed a notably more oppressive atmosphere within the town today, as the individuals he encountered hurried past, devoid of any inclination for conversation. It seemed as if they were all harboring a fervent desire. Did they all aspire to claim the first-place reward? Luo Chen inwardly shook his head. These individuals were destined to be devoid of that prize. With his current prowess, he had already surpassed them by a wide margin. With 3 attributes nearing double digits, and 1 exceeding 3 digits, coupled with his astonishing healing rate, unless besieged by a multitude, he would easily dominate any one-on-one confrontation within the 10087 kill town. Moreover, with only a day remaining until the arrival of the Tower of Carnage, by this time tomorrow, Luo Chen's strength would only continue to amplify. Upon returning to his safe house, he was fortunate not to encounter his ill-intentioned neighbor. Closing the door and setting down his backpack, he washed his hands and commenced preparations for this evening's dinner. Tonight, he would indulge in hot pot, beef hot pot. The freshly acquired beef would spoil by tomorrow's colder temperatures in the land of slaughter, if not consumed today. Perfectly timed, as Luo Chen had long craved this delectable dish. Tonight, I can truly indulge my palate. With the hot pot still simmering, Luo Chen opened the information panel of the safe house, preparing to elevate its level. Safe house, level 2, defense value, 100 durability, 1000, additional function, one-way teleportation array, upgrade requires 10,000 kill coins. Luo Chen had long since prepared the requisite 10,000 kill coins. He retrieved a substantial stack of currency from his backpack and deposited it all into the safe house's upgrade interface. As the 10,000 kill coins vanished from his possession, the upgrade conditions were fully met, and the upgrade button transformed from a dull gray to a resplendent gold. Without hesitation, Luo Chen pressed the upgrade button. In the next moment, the entire safe house began to stir. First, the distance between the dining room and the living room on the first floor expanded, making the living room more spacious. The dining room table transformed into an exquisite round marble table, surrounded by 6 luxurious chairs that exuded elegance. Subsequently, the living room was adorned with high-quality leather sofas, accompanied by a coffee table, and even a television materialized on the wall opposite the sofa. Remarkably, there was now a screen to watch. Chapter 54, The Non-Existent House. The transformation of the safe house continues, following the appearance of a television in the living room. A double-door refrigerator graces the kitchen, while an array of pristine shelves emerges on the countertop, perfect for displaying dishes, utensils, and condiments. Subsequently, the floor, walls, and even the ceiling undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. The floor tiles shine with renewed luster, featuring large white marble pieces bordered by elegant black trims. The walls are adorned with exquisite wallpaper, and the previously simple curtains have been replaced by a sophisticated design of dual layers. The ceiling boasts a crystal chandelier that emits a dazzling radiance, illuminating the entire living area. As these transformations conclude on the first floor, sounds from above signal further changes. Luo Chen ascends the staircase with a leisurely gait. The staircase itself has taken on a different appearance. Upon opening the bedroom door, he finds the flooring enhanced to a more luxurious standard, with one side's window transformed into an arched floor-to-ceiling design that spans an entire wall. When the cascading curtains are drawn back, a view of the yard unfolds. Remarkably, the yard appears to have significantly expanded, no longer resembling a mere decoration. It would be even more delightful if a swimming pool were to materialize in the open space. Simultaneously, the bedroom has also increased in size, now approximately 30 square meters. Centrally placed is a spacious double bed, adorned with a pristine, soft goose-down comforter, resting atop a mattress that is far more pliable than the previous hardboard. A carpet graces the floor beside the bed, and a door separates the bedroom from the bathroom. Upon entering, one finds a generous bathroom equipped with a toilet, sink, and shower, exuding an air of spaciousness that dispels any previous notions of confinement. Indeed, this feels much more appropriate. Luo Chen nods in satisfaction before turning to explore the other rooms on the second floor. The entire upper level now boasts 2 bedrooms, a master and a secondary one. Additionally, there are 2 bathrooms, one attached to the master suite and another accessible from the hallway. There is also a dedicated walk-in closet, albeit somewhat empty at present. Returning to the first floor, Luo Chen steps outside to survey the yard. It has indeed expanded significantly, approximately doubling in size. The greenery has flourished, and the vistas are more expansive. Setting up a table and a barbecue grill here would create a delightful setting for an outdoor feast. It is no wonder that this upgrade to the safe house cost Luo Chen 10,000 kill coins. The configuration is indeed worlds apart from its former state. Back inside, the upgrade of the safe house is nearly complete, with only the final step remaining, the selection of additional features. In his previous options, Luo Chen had chosen the one-way teleportation array, which not only saved him considerable travel time, but also allowed him to explore farther regions ahead of schedule. Otherwise, Luo Chen would not have consecutively secured 2 blue airdrop treasure chests, especially today's. This was originally meant for another individual from the 1733 kill town. It was ultimately snatched away by Luo Chen. Undoubtedly, the selection of additional functionalities is the most significant alteration following the upgrade of the safe house. However, it remains uncertain which features are now available for Luo Chen to choose from. Ding! Upgrade complete. Please select the additional functionality for this upgrade. Function 1. Extra room. Your safe house will gain an additional room, which will possess durability equivalent to the current level of the safe house. Function 2. Non-existent house. Your safe house will transform into a house that does not exist. Anyone whose safe house level does not exceed yours will be unable to perceive the existence of your safe house. Function 3. Public area. Establish a public area that can accommodate up to 10 individuals, excluding yourself, which may enjoy the foundational functionalities of the safe house. As fate would have it, Luo Chen immediately turned his attention to the 3 options presented to him. Function 1 offers an additional room to his safe house, which would also gain durability equivalent to the current level of the safe house. Is this not akin to adding another layer of security within the safe house? It feels like a nesting doll. Luo Chen shook his head, finding little interest in this function. If enemies could breach his safe house, then hiding in another room of equal defensive caliber would be of little consequence, as that too would succumb to enemy assaults. Next, he contemplated the second function, a non-existent house. The name struck him as peculiar. However, upon reading the description of this function, his eyes lit up with intrigue. This was precisely the feature he desired. It could conceal the existence of his safe house, preventing others from discovering it. The safe house should exist within the kill town, thus lacking true concealment. It is fundamentally public. The only factors ensuring the safety of the safe house are its defensive value and durability. Yet, in Luo Chen's view, this still felt insufficiently secure. He often pondered how wonderful it would be if his safe house could be hidden from other sight. Such a scenario would drastically enhance his security. To his astonishment, this upgrade indeed offered a functionality akin to that effect. Although the non-existent house feature does not entirely erase the existence of the safe house, it merely shields it from observation by others. In reality, Luo Chen's safe house remains intact. It is simply invisible to others. Moreover, this observation blocking effect only applies to individuals whose safe house levels do not surpass Luo Chen's. For instance, if Luo Chen's safe house is level 3, an individual whose safe house is level 4 would still be able to perceive Luo Chen's safe house. Thus, the observation blocking feature would have no effect on them. Nonetheless, despite the presence of such drawbacks, in Luo Chen's perspective, this function is undoubtedly the most suitable for him at present. Firstly, is there a safe house within the 10087 killing town that boasts a higher level than Luo Chen's? It is highly improbable. After all, according to the established pattern, the next upgrade will require a staggering 100,000 killing coins. At this stage, who among them can possibly produce such an immense sum? Moreover, who would solely contemplate upgrading their safe house without considering enhancing their own strength? Such individuals are likely non-existent in the 10087 killing town. Hence, once Luo Chen opts for this function, it signifies that his safe house will become invisible to all inhabitants of the 10087 killing town. Others will no longer be able to perceive the existence of his safe house, significantly elevating Luo Chen's safety. Furthermore, among the 3 functions that emerged this time, only the first 2 are new. The third function had appeared previously and is utterly useless to Luo Chen. It can be disregarded entirely. Additionally, Luo Chen has little interest in the first function. Therefore, the second function, non-existent house, emerges as his sole choice. What further contemplation is needed? He will select it without hesitation. Chapter 55. The safe house with a defense value of 1,000. As Luo Chen made his choice, the other 2 options vanished without a trace. The remaining choice, the non-existent house, transformed into a myriad of shimmering lights, merging seamlessly into his safe house. On the surface, there appeared to be no discernible change. However, Luo Chen understood that, from the perspective of others, his safe house had completely disappeared, not in an abrupt manner, leaving an empty space but rather in a cognitive haze. To the onlookers, it seemed as if Luo Chen's safe house had never existed on this street. Devoid of any sensation that a dwelling had suddenly vanished. Had it been the former scenario, Luo Chen would not have opted for this feature, as any significant empty area would naturally pique curiosity and suspicion. Such concealment would be indistinguishable from a lack of concealment altogether. Safe house, level 3, defense value, 1,000, durability, 10,000, 10,000. Additional features: one-way teleportation array, non-existent house. Upgrade requires 100,000 kill coins. Upon accessing the information panel of the safe house, Luo Chen observed that the upgraded statistics were indeed astonishing, with both defense value and durability surging tenfold. With a defense value of 1,000, any attack inflicting damage below this threshold will be rendered utterly ineffective. Even the concept of breaching defense would not apply. Only assaults exceeding 1,000 in damage could diminish the safe house's durability by a single point. Moreover, a level 3 safe house boasted a substantial durability of 10,000 points. It would necessitate a continuous barrage of 10,000 attacks to completely breach its defenses and infiltrate the interior. But by that time, Luo Chen would have long since escaped via the one-way teleportation array. Closing the information panel, Luo Chen noted that the hot pot base he had prepared was now boiling. He gathered his utensils, arranging a circle of succulent beef rolls and steaks around him before settling down to immerse the beef into the bubbling pot. With each chopstick full, he savored 3 or 4 slices of beef, dipping them into a bowl of sesame sauce he had found earlier. The first bite, infused with the spicy hot pot base complemented by the rich sesame sauce, brought an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Luo Chen felt as though he had never traversed to another world at all. Grabbing a drink, he took several hearty gulps, and then it struck him: television. Suddenly recalling, he rose and walked to the living room, switching on the television. To his dismay, he found that there were no channels broadcasting any programs. However, he could connect to the regional chat channel, projecting its content onto the screen. He could even monitor the exterior of the safe house. Yet watching television was impossible due to the absence of any signal. How utterly disappointing. Indeed, it was something I should have anticipated. Luo Chen did not feel particularly disheartened, as everything unfolded within the realm of expectation. However, the television did possess screen mirroring capabilities and had USB ports as well. If one could stumble upon a USB flash drive or an external hard drive in the wilderness, containing a collection of films or television series, that would indeed provide some entertainment. Yet, such items had eluded Luo Chen thus far. He had encountered buildings resembling digital shops, yet the contents within had long been ravaged, leaving only shards of glass behind. No electronic devices remained for him to salvage. As he savored the hot pot, he gazed at the television displaying the chat channel for voting. If only there were an air conditioner to complement the ambience, it would be perfect. He pondered whether the safe house would provide an air conditioner during its next upgrade. Presently, they had a television and a refrigerator. It seemed plausible that an air conditioner could also be within reach. On the television screen, a stream of information rolled by. The residents of the infamous killing town, numbered at 10087, had returned to their safe houses, bracing for the dawn of a new day. The online count in the regional chat channel displayed a total of 421 individuals. Many had perished. The remaining populace dwindled increasingly. One could only wonder if, by this time tomorrow, there would still be 400 individuals alive. It's so difficult. I searched all day outside and only found a piece of hand-torn bread the size of my fist. Does anyone have spare food? Please, I beg you. The big shots are feasting on warm instant noodles and sipping clean mineral water, unlike me, who can only gnaw on cold ham sausages. Are you upstairs flaunting your privileges? If you have ham sausages, why not share some with me? I would turn it down. A few brothers ventured out today and vanquished numerous monsters. We explored a location over 20 kilometers from the town. Has anyone gone further than us? Is 20 kilometers considered far? Our team reached that distance yesterday and extended it to over 30 kilometers today. Let me show you something interesting. Image JPG. Whoa. Am I seeing things? Is that a smartphone? And a tablet? Can these items even be used in the killing grounds? Indeed, I once found a mobile phone, albeit a traditional feature phone predating smartphones, capable of making calls and sending texts. However, it does have a built-in game like Snake that one can play. What use is that? Surviving here is already a struggle. Who has time to play? You clearly don't understand. The struggle for survival is only hard for the inexperienced. Those well-versed in survival find it effortless, even having time to enjoy some smartphone entertainment. Ouch, that hit hard. By the way, does anyone have a charger? Is there a place to charge a phone? There is nothing of that sort. However, perhaps a solution will present itself later. The mobile phones and tablets were discovered today in an abandoned mall, and in truth, we possess quite a few more than just these. A structure as vast as an entire shopping center must surely contain a plethora of treasures. Wouldn't you agree? It's all about the team. Why is it that mine seems so inept? One attracts individuals of a similar caliber to their own team. Sometimes, rather than lamenting the shortcomings of the group, one should reflect on whether the issue lies within oneself. What? Is it truly my inadequacy? Has someone unearthed digital products? Just as Luo Chen was meticulously slicing a piece of steak into small morsels to place into the hot pot, he noticed that someone in the chat channel had shared several images. Prominently displayed were multiple mobile phones alongside several tablet computers. Furthermore, their screens were illuminated, indicating they were not mere broken remnants of technology. I wonder if any resources are pre-downloaded among them, thought Luo Chen as he quietly clicked on the person's avatar, committing their visage to memory. Chapter 56. Countdown 24 hours. The following day, after a blissful night's slumber on a plush bed, Luo Chen awoke early. Stretching his limbs, he glanced at the chat channel to check the time. 6:03. His biological clock had become attuned to the early hour of 6. Rising and freshening up, Luo Chen emerged from the bathroom, now devoid of the languor that accompanied his awakening. He descended to prepare a bowl of beef noodles for breakfast, finishing just as the clock struck 6:30. With his black backpack slung over his shoulder, he ventured outside, making his way directly to the central square of the slaughter town. He was eager to see what changes had transpired since yesterday. Arriving at the central square around 6:30 in the morning, he found a considerable gathering of people. Within the confines of the 10087 slaughter town, only 421 individuals remained alive, and it seemed that at least 100 or so had congregated in the square. Upon his arrival, he observed many individuals clustered around a crimson obelisk, seemingly captivated by something. Curiosity piqued, he navigated through the throng to the front. What does this countdown signify? It hardly requires asking. It is undoubtedly the countdown to the arrival of the Tower of Slaughter. So, we have approximately 24 hours to prepare. More accurately, it is 23 hours and 27 minutes. It appears that the Tower of Slaughter will descend at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. What kind of scene awaits us then? I harbor no illusions about winning first place in the town, but a participation prize would be a welcome reward. I wonder what it might entail. As Luo Chen squeezed into the crowd, he overheard snippets of conversation, key phrases such as Tower of Slaughter and 24-hour countdown. He turned his gaze toward the stone tablet outlining the rules of the Tower of Slaughter. Indeed, the upper section of the tablet displayed a real-time changing countdown. 23, 26, 43. Calculating the time, it was roughly set for 6 o'clock the following morning. At that moment, the Tower of Slaughter would descend upon every slaughter town in the realm of carnage. The brutal competition would then officially commence. However, Luo Chen had already set his sights on securing first place in the 10087 slaughter town. No one else would dare contest him for that title. What intrigued him now was how the regional and overall rankings would be delineated. What precisely does the regional ranking refer to? Which area? How extensive is it? Or is it, as in games, delineated by distinct servers? And what are the overall ranking? Does it encompass all of humanity residing within the Blue Star universe? Or does it extend to include all the universes that have previously entered the Endless Slaughter game? If it were the former, Luo Chen might have a chance to squeeze into the upper ranks, provided that those extraterrestrial beings were somewhat akin to the humans of Blue Star. However, if it were the latter, then there was no hope. As a newcomer who had just entered the game, how could he compete with a group of seasoned players who had been engaged in this endless slaughter for who knows how many years? If, prior to the Blue Star universe, there indeed existed other universes that had joined this relentless game of carnage, then the overall leaderboard would likely encompass players from all realms of slaughter. Although he could not expect much from the overall leaderboard, perhaps the district leaderboard would yield something worthwhile to examine, Luo Chen mused. Assuming the overall leaderboard was as he envisioned, he could also infer the meaning of the district leaderboard. It likely represented the various universes that had entered this perpetual game of slaughter. Each universe constituted a district. For instance, Luo Chen and his companions belonged to the Blue Star Universe District. Of course, the designation of the Blue Star Universe District was a title he had personally coined. He wondered how far the universe containing Blue Star had progressed. How many civilizations existed within that cosmos? What was the pace of their development? Surely, higher civilizations would possess greater advantages in this game of slaughter, at least in the initial stages he contemplated. However, many of the rules from that original universe might no longer apply within the realm of slaughter. Thus, it was not necessarily the case that being a higher civilization would grant one the liberty to act as they pleased. One must still adhere to the rules of the realm of slaughter. This was evident from how the endless game of carnage could effortlessly draw entire civilizations from a universe into its fold, indicating a power hierarchy that surely surpassed those so-called higher civilizations. The weak could only submit to the arrangements of the strong. Otherwise, they faced certain death. Moreover, the endless game of slaughter was even more terrifying. One was deprived of any opportunity for resistance, and one might not even know how to retaliate or against whom they should rebel. What exactly was this endless game of slaughter? Where did its origin lie? Was it in the entirety of this realm of carnage? With countless questions lacking answers, those individuals, regardless of the civilizations from which they hailed, could only abide by the rules of this game. The civilization of Blue Star might not be the pinnacle of civilizations within this universe, but it likely was not at the bottom tier either. The disadvantage should not be significant. Perhaps they could indeed strive for a place on the district leaderboard. The only uncertainty lay in what precisely constituted the upper echelon of rankings. How many positions must one occupy to be considered among the best? Surely it could not be merely the top 3. That would present a formidable challenge. Make way, clear a path. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the crowd behind him. Luo Chen snapped back to reality from his reverie. He turned to see a group of over a dozen individuals parting the throngs of people as they advanced. It was Shun Tu Xiong and his pack of sycophants. Someone beside him whispered, just loud enough for Luo Chen to overhear. Shun Tu Xiong? Luo Chen had never heard of this individual, and he was largely oblivious to the prominent figures within this town of slaughter, primarily because he had little interest in such matters. However, he soon discerned a remarkably familiar visage among the group behind Shun Tu Xiong. Wasn't this the fellow who had flaunted images just the day before? Luo Chen was somewhat taken aback, surprised at the quick encounter. Thus, those mobile phones and tablets were indeed in the possession of Shun Tu Xiong and his entourage. He then turned his gaze towards Shun Tu Xiong, who stood at an impressive height of over 6 feet, his physique reminiscent of a fitness instructor. With short hair, a square jawline, and a neatly trimmed mustache, he possessed an intimidating gaze that exuded the aura of a leader. Notably, beside Shun Tu Xiong was a remarkably handsome young man, with fair skin that surpassed the beauty of most girls. Should he don a female outfit, he would undoubtedly lead many to mistake him for a genuine woman. At that moment, this strikingly attractive youth was holding onto the pocket of Shun Tu Xiong's trousers with one hand, following closely in step, appearing subservient and compliant. Chapter 57. A disgusting person. Indeed, the armored zombie. Is this man Shun Tu Xiong? Luo Chen cast a peculiar glance at the handsome young man trailing behind him. At that moment, Shun Tu Xiong and his companions passed by, and as they walked in front of Luo Chen, the former shot him a fleeting look, a subtle hint of admiration shimmering in his eyes. That gaze sent a shiver down Luo Chen's spine, causing goosebumps to erupt all over his body. Goodness, not someone to provoke. Luo Chen turned on his heel, feeling as though the very air around him had become tainted. He resolved to investigate the identity and whereabouts of that man he had just encountered. At this juncture, Shin Tuxiong beckoned one of his subordinates, gesturing toward Luo Chen's receding figure, and instructed his aide accordingly. The subordinate glanced at the departing Luo Chen, nodded, and set off to inquire about him. Meanwhile, the handsome young man holding onto Shin Tuxiong's pocket was also casting furtive glances at the vanishing figure, a flicker of schadenfreude evident in his eyes. "What are you looking at?" a gentle voice inquired. The handsome young man instinctively shivered and quickly shook his head, responding in a hushed tone, "Nothing. I wasn't looking at anything." At that moment, a tender expression unexpectedly graced Shin Tuxiong's otherwise stern face. He reached out, gently caressing the young man's cheek, then pinched his chin softly, finally resting his fingers on the young man's earlobe, speaking in a low, soothing voice. "You need not be so afraid of me. We have spent a few days together, and you should have come to understand my character by now. As long as you obediently comply and refrain from thoughts of escape, I will not make things difficult for you. On the contrary, staying by my side ensures that you will enjoy good food and drink. Otherwise, can you truly rely on your laughable F-level talent to survive in this place? Be good, listen well." The handsome young man obediently nodded, then affectionately nuzzled his cheek against Shin Tuxiong's hand, resembling a cat seeking to please its master. Upon returning from the central square, Luo Chen was plagued by the memory of Shin Tuxiong's gaze, which left him utterly repulsed. What a stroke of bad luck. He cursed inwardly, then made his way directly to the second floor of the safe house. Utilizing the one-way teleportation array in the bedroom, he transported himself to the location marked the previous day, approximately 50 kilometers west of the notorious killing town number 10087, in a desolate wilderness. With a flash of pale blue light, a figure materialized in the area. Upon arriving through the one-way teleportation array, Luo Chen immediately scanned his surroundings with vigilance. Once assured of his safety, he erased the teleportation mark from the ground and swiftly departed. Half an hour later, Luo Chen found himself several kilometers away from his earlier location. Before him, a few solitary structures jutted out from the ground, as if they had plummeted from the heavens and impaled themselves into the earth. Surrounding several buildings, a horde of corpses, their skin tinged with a bluish-gray hue, wandered languidly. Numbering over 100, Luo Chen dispatched a probe for information. These corpses bore little resemblance to the venomous or hardened ones he had previously encountered. The former exhibited a hint of green in their skin, accompanied by sticky hair, presenting a rather sickly appearance. The latter, while also possessing bluish-gray skin, were emaciated, almost skeletal in form, unlike the muscular figures of the corpses before him. Ironclad zombie, level 2, beginner, description, a feeble second-tier creature, endowed with skin as tough as steel. Once they catch the scent of blood, they become frenzied. However, their sluggish movement and rigid limbs are their most significant vulnerabilities. Indeed, a new breed of monster had emerged, and this was the first second-tier creature Luo Chen had encountered. The attribute crystals within these second-tier beasts must surely be of green quality. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with interest, his gaze shifting towards the horde of ironclad zombies. These were no mere monsters. They were a veritable treasure trove of rewards sent to him. However, given the ironclad zombie's steel-like skin, his trusty cleaver would not suffice. He glanced at the sharp blade in his hand, which proved efficient against creatures with ordinary defenses, yet it was ill-suited for tackling the formidable ironclad zombies. Consequently, Luo Chen sheathed the cleaver and opted for a more appropriate weapon, a massive, unsharpened greatsword. The weighty sword, several hundred pounds, felt substantial in his grasp. Notably, this weapon augmented his strength attribute by 15 points and could bypass 20 points of the target's defense, making it ideal for confronting these robust ironclad zombies. After switching to the greatsword, Luo Chen's strength attribute surged to 104 points. Moreover, the sword's inherent attributes effectively added another 20 points to his strength, meaning his strikes would deal a minimum of 124 points of damage. Should he strike at the zombie's weaknesses, the damage would further escalate. How many blows could these ironclad zombies withstand? With a weighty greatsword in hand, Luo Chen stepped from his hiding place, gripping the hilt with one hand and dragging the 2-meter-long weapon as he charged towards the horde of ironclad zombies. Roaring, the distant ironclad zombies immediately sensed the presence of a living being, their cries echoing as they turned toward Luo Chen. With their burly physiques, it was hard to discern their true nature as zombies, were it not for their bluish-gray skin and pale eyes. Ugly creatures, perish! Luo Chen gripped the greatsword with both hands and lunged forward, executing a powerful overhead strike. The massive sword crashed down upon the head of an ironclad zombie with tremendous force. Remarkably, it did not succumb. Luo Chen gazed in astonishment at the struggling armored corpse, then swiftly executed a spinning sweep. The enormous sword, weighing several hundred pounds, came crashing down upon the creature with a resounding thud, the sound of shattering bones distinctly audible. In the next moment, the armored corpse was sent flying sideways, colliding with several others nearby and toppling them to the ground in a chaotic tumble. At last, it had met its demise. Witnessing the outcome, Luo Chen broke into a grin and quickly set his sights on another target, delivering a powerful downward slash aimed at the head of yet another armored corpse. Critical hit, yet another critical hit. With a combination of leaps and sweeping strikes, Luo Chen moved through the horde of armored corpses like a wolf among sheep. Despite the overwhelming numbers of foes, he wielded his bladed weapon with such ease that it resembled a father playfully chastising his son. Even when occasionally struck by the claws of these armored corpses, Luo Chen's impressive defense of 207 effortlessly absorbed their attacks. A mere point of damage was easily disregarded. After all, Luo Chen was a formidable presence, regenerating 2 health points per second. Would he truly fear such trivial harm? Chapter 58, Attribute Surge. Cumulative harvest of over 30,000. After more than half an hour, Luo Chen, with one hand dragging the weighty giant sword, gasped for breath while surveying the lifeless bodies of the armored corpses scattered around him. How exhausting this is! He glanced at his fatigue level, which had risen to 78, indicating severe fatigue. No wonder he was panting like a dog. With a thud, the giant sword was thrust into the ground. Luo Chen simply plopped down onto the ground to rest. Although he was utterly fatigued, the rewards were indeed gratifying. Over 100 armored corpses had been thoroughly dispatched by him. These were second-tier monsters. Though merely at the initial stage of the second tier, they were still classified as second tier without a doubt. After resting for about 10 minutes, allowing his fatigue to drop below 60, Luo Chen stood up, brushing off the dirt. He first retrieved the giant sword embedded in the ground, then drew out the horse-slaying saber, once again exerting great effort to tear through the tough flesh of the armored corpses. Goodness, he hadn't noticed before, but now, wielding the horse-slaying saber, Luo Chen found the skin of these armored corpses to be extraordinarily tough. It took him a considerable number of thrusts before he finally managed to pierce through one of them. Thankfully, with the aid of the unwieldy giant sword, eliminating this group was not overly troublesome. Nonetheless, despite the challenges, the sight of the glowing green attribute crystals being extracted from the corpses brought an undeniable smile to Luo Chen's face. This wave would significantly boost his attributes. Cheerfully, Luo Chen hummed an unknown tune as he meticulously sifted through the corpses, tossing each one aside once he had extracted the crystals to keep things organized. Clearing the over 100 armored corpses took him more than half an hour, yet extracting the attribute crystals consumed over an hour. Remarkably, cleaning the battlefield proved to be slower than eliminating the monsters themselves. This made Luo Chen glance disdainfully at the horse-slaying saber in his hand. It seems it is time for an upgrade, he murmured. The green-quality weapon was no longer keeping pace with him. It appeared he would need to seek a blue-quality weapon next, one as formidable as this, but not a heavy weapon, as he already possessed the unwieldy giant sword. After a busy hour, what lay before him was a pile of glowing green attribute crystals. Attribute crystal, strength, quality, green upon use. It can enhance strength by 2 points, up to a maximum of 20 points. In addition to the strength crystals, the most abundant were the physique attribute crystals extracted from the armored corpses. Moreover, There were a few agility attribute crystals, though they were scarce. The least numerous remained the mental attribute crystals. A full 153 armored zombies yielded only 3 crystalline essences of the mental attribute for Luo Chen. Nevertheless, 3 is certainly better than none. At that moment, he counted a total of 33 attribute crystals among the pile. Each of the strength, constitution, and agility attributes boasted 10 crystals, while the mental attribute contained 3. After rinsing them clean with fresh water, he consumed them one by one. Strength 2, Constitution 2, Agility 2, Mental 2. The 4-dimensional attributes on his character panel steadily rose. Upon consuming all 33 attribute crystals, Luo Chen's foundational strength attribute reached 59 points, not accounting for equipment or skills. His constitution soared to 63 points, while agility climbed to 58 points. The mental attribute, however, was the least improved, only increasing by 6 points to a total of 42. Overall, his 4 attributes saw a remarkable enhancement of 66 points. He was left with 120 useless attribute crystals. If he were to recycle them at the Mist shop, each would fetch a price of 200 slaughter coins, amounting to a total of 24,000 slaughter coins. After just over 2 hours, he had earned 24,000 slaughter coins. It seemed that his gains today would not fall far behind those of yesterday. Moreover, there were these few houses to explore. Stowing away the 120 attribute crystals, Luo Chen turned his attention to the houses that had previously been surrounded by the armored zombies. Typically, locations with monsters would harbor valuable items within their confines. Of course, exceptions existed, such as the abandoned town from yesterday, where a horde of poisonous zombies roamed. Had he not discovered something worthwhile outside the town, he would have returned empty-handed. With a powerful kick, Luo Chen forced open a tightly shut door of one of the houses. He paused outside for a moment, ensuring safety within before stepping inside. The first floor was desolate, devoid of any items. He ascended directly to the second floor. There, he stumbled upon a toppled storage cabinet, reminiscent of the one he had seen outside the abandoned town. The cabinet contained 5 compartments, 4 were locked, while 1 stood ajar. Inside the open compartment lay some dust-covered clothing and a yellowing white waste pouch. A cursory glance revealed them to be mere ordinary items, not equipment. Consequently, he resorted to brute force to pry open the other 4 cabinets, rummaging through their contents. To his dismay, they yielded nothing of value, just rubbish. What on earth is this? Disgusted, he discarded an object resembling a thermos, yet not quite one, until he finally uncovered something worthwhile. 2 skill upgrade stones buried amidst the debris, both of green quality. Each was valued at 2,000 slaughter coins. He promptly applied 1 to the skill Vigorous and Strong, elevating it to level 6. Vigorous and Strong LV. 6. Quality. Green. Passive enhancement of mental attribute by 30 points. After meticulously searching once more, Luo Chen confirmed that there were no other valuable items within the house before departing. In the first dwelling, he acquired 2 green skill upgrade stones. He then proceeded to the second house, as this area contained only 3 structures. 2 of them were modest 2-story buildings, while the third was a more imposing 3-story edifice. Within the second small building, Luo Chen discovered a safe. With a mighty swing of his great sword, he forcefully breached it, revealing a substantial stack of slaughter coins. Upon counting, he found an impressive total of 8,000 slaughter coins, significantly more than what he had obtained from the first house. Excitedly, he began to anticipate the treasures that the final house might hold, hoping fervently that it would not yield results as disappointing as the first. With the newfound stack of slaughter coins secured, Luo Chen now possessed a total of 300 slaughter coins, sufficient to purchase 323 white skill upgrade stones. Yet, this was still inadequate. Luo Chen yearned for more, for only then could he vie for a place among the rankings of the district leaderboard. Otherwise, he feared he would be relegated to merely claiming the reward for first place in the slaughter town. Chapter 59. Indeed, the quality of equipment attributes can elevate the grade of the gear. The final structure was a 3-story building. The first floor resembled a storefront. Upon entering, Luo Chen searched the area but found nothing of value, so he proceeded directly to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, it continued the theme of the storefront below, maintaining the same decorative style. Some collapsed shelves had gathered dust, and the air was permeated with a musty odor. Luo Chen rummaged through the surroundings and ultimately discovered a ring box beneath a fallen shelf. Opening the box revealed a gold ring, an ordinary circular design with no intricate patterns, save for few cloud motifs. Crucially, it was a piece of green-grade equipment. Ring of strength, quality, green, strength 5, perfect. Luo Chen had 9 fingers waiting to be adorned. Wearing this ring of strength complemented the magical ring on his other hand beautifully. Afterward, Luo Chen continued his search on the second floor, but found no further treasures, so he ascended to the topmost third floor. There, a securely locked anti-theft door stood before him. With a swift kick, he shattered it open, causing the entire doorframe to collapse with a resounding crash. Stepping inside, he found that it indeed resembled a living environment. The first thing that caught his eye was a dining and living area, where a solid wooden square table lay askew on the floor, dust covering every surface and spider webs clinging to the corners. The air was thick with a putrid scent. Luo Chen smashed open a window to let in some fresh air, attempting to dissipate the foul odor. The contents of the dining area were laid bare, offering no further intrigue, and Luo Chen made his way directly to the bedroom. The door was tightly shut, and upon turning the doorknob, he discovered it was locked from the inside. Without hesitation, he forced the door open. Bang! Dust cascaded from the doorframe. As he entered, a wave of rancid stench assaulted his senses, causing Luo Chen to recoil, furrowing his brow and covering his mouth and nose with one hand. It was foul, unbearably so. He had never encountered such an atrocious odor before. Retreating to the kitchen doorway, the stench began to dissipate significantly. Could there be a corpse inside? Luo Chen couldn't help but muse. Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed a possibility. Although he had not come across any bodies in the abandoned buildings he had explored earlier, that did not mean they were absent. Those structures had likely been abandoned for some time before being relocated to the slaughter zone. But was it not conceivable that a still inhabited building could have been moved here? Even if the living would not be transported to the slaughter zone, what the dead? That horrid stench could only emanate from decaying flesh. Luo Chen felt he might require a mask. However, he currently had no alternative, so he could only temporarily cover his nose with one hand, pressing it tightly while breathing through his mouth. He decided against returning to the bedroom for the time being. Instead, he rummaged through the kitchen. To his surprise, he stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Who would have thought someone would stow money inside a microwave? Luo Chen gazed at the bundle of killing coins he had retrieved from a broken microwave. It wasn't too much, merely around 5,000, coupled with his previous accumulations. His total earnings for the day had reached 37,300 killing coins. Quite commendable. He had earned 373 white skill upgrade stones. In a buoyant mood, Luo Chen felt as if even the foul odor in the air had lessened considerably. Shortly thereafter, he searched the bathroom on the third floor. In the toilet tank, he discovered a wooden box wrapped in a transparent sealed bag. He removed the bag and opened the box, revealing 2 green skill upgrade stones, valued at 2,000 killing coins. Not bad. Luo Chen promptly allocated it to the green grade skill of Vitality, elevating it to level 7. Vitality, Strong LV. 7, Grade, Green, passive boost of 35 points to mental attributes. Thus, Luo Chen's mental attribute reached 112 points. Exiting the bathroom, he surveyed the entire third floor. Due to the limited space, there was only one bedroom, a combined dining and living area, along with a bathroom and kitchen. Oh, and a balcony. He promptly made his way to the balcony. Upon opening the door leading to the balcony, his gaze immediately fell upon a rectangular trunk positioned at its center. The trunk did not resemble a suitcase, lacking a retractable handle. It seemed rather cumbersome to carry by hand. The design left him puzzled regarding the creator's intention. However, such musings were irrelevant to Luo Chen. He was merely curious about the contents of this trunk. Would they prove useful to him? Approaching, Luo Chen unlocked the clasps on either side of the trunk and pressed the central release button. Click! The trunk opened. To his surprise, the interior was quite small, mostly filled with black foam material, leaving only a small section empty. Within lay a sheathed tang saber. The black sheath and handle contrasted with the blade's dark golden tiger stripes. Luo Chen grasped the sword, finding it surprisingly heavy, approximately 20 pounds, heavier than it appeared. Drawing the blade from its sheath, a flash of brilliant cold light immediately illuminated the balcony. The straight blade shimmered under the sunlight. A flick of his finger produced a crisp sound from the blade. Indeed, this was a fine sword. Luo Chen immediately sent a message to probe its attributes. Exquisite tang broadsword. Quality, blue. Strength 15. Upon executing 7 consecutive strikes, the 7th will inflict damage equivalent to the total of the preceding 6. Truly, a remarkable blade. Luo Chen held the exquisite tang broadsword with an unyielding affection. Its attributes were nothing extraordinary, merely the standard characteristics one would expect from a blue-quality weapon, with all 15 points allocated to strength, which is perfectly acceptable for a weapon. However, the pivotal aspect lies in the effect of the equipment's special attribute. White and green quality gear lack dedicated special attributes, rendering their value dependent solely on their stats. Yet, upon reaching blue quality, the merit of the equipment is primarily determined by the nature of its special effect. A superior special effect can even elevate the worth of a blue item beyond that of a purple one. Clearly, the special attribute of this exquisite tang broadsword falls into that category. With 7 consecutive strikes, the damage of the 7th strike can indeed reach the sum of the previous 6. Thus, if one's attack speed is sufficiently rapid, 7 strikes can yield the impact of 12. This is nearly a doubling effect. Is this special attribute not exceptional? It is absolutely magnificent. Chapter 60. The Bounty of the 6th Day, Skill Enhancement. With a swift motion, Luo Chen sheathed the exquisite tang broadsword and turned to depart from the balcony. The worth of this singular blade surpassed that of the 2 preceding houses combined. Nevertheless, curiosity compelled Luo Chen to explore the bedroom. Surely, after some time had passed, the foul odor must have diminished somewhat. Upon returning to the dining area, he once again covered his nose with his hand. The stench here remained unbearable. One could only imagine that the odor in the bedroom was exponentially more potent. The thought of entering such a dismal place filled him with reluctance. Yet, he resolved to proceed. Bang! Bang! Upon entering the dimly lit bedroom, Luo Chen immediately shattered the window glass with the hilt of his sword. Instantly, bright light flooded the room, and a refreshing breeze swept in, alleviating some of the prior gloom. His gaze fell upon the only bed in the room. There, amidst a pile of darkened matter, lay a highly decomposed human corpse. One glance was enough for him to avert his eyes. He could face the mindless undead without flinching, as they bore little olfactory offense. However, this severely decayed body was an entirely different matter. The sight alone was enough to induce nausea. That he did not retch on the spot was a testament to his formidable willpower. Without bothering to inspect the bed any further, Luo Chen opened the wardrobe. Inside, it was a chaotic mess. A cursory search yielded no valuable items. He then approached the 2 nightstands, suppressing his disgust to avoid glancing at the grotesque pile on the bed. With haste, he opened the drawers of both nightstands. Clatter! A round object tumbled out, rolling directly toward the space beneath the bed. Quick as lightning, Luo Chen seized it before it could escape. What he held was unfamiliar to him. It resembled a pearl, yet its semi-translucent quality suggested it might be a gem. Examining it closely, he activated his information probe. Ruby level, strength 10. Indeed, it was a ruby, though not of the conventional sort. This was a gem meant for embedding into equipment, possessing a level of its own, a level 1 ruby. Once set, it would bestow an enhancement of 10 points to the strength attribute of the gear. However, Luo Chen had no equipment capable of accommodating such a gem at present. Shaking his head, he decided to pocket the ruby. While it was of no immediate use, its potential future applications were undeniable. He merely wondered about its true worth. Beyond the ruby, the bedroom offered no further treasures. Satisfied that he had overlooked nothing, Luo Chen leaped out of the window. Bang! The 3rd floor stood at a height of approximately 6 to 7 meters. The height before Luo Chen now seems trivial. He leaped from the window and took a deep breath, feeling as if he had been revitalized. What a torment it had been. He glanced back at the building behind him, relieved his efforts had not been in vain. Otherwise, he would have felt he had done a disservice to his respiratory system. Uncertain whether Luo Chen had stumbled into an area overrun by zombies or if this locale was, in fact, a respawn point for armored zombies. He encountered a multitude of such creatures along his journey, although their numbers were not as overwhelming as the horde he had faced that morning. He still encountered anywhere from a dozen to several dozen. By noon, he had amassed a total of 215 green attribute crystals, worth a staggering 43,000 kill coins. Thus, while the struggle had been considerable, Luo Chen found joy in the challenge. At midday, he casually found a spot to satiate his hunger, bringing his hunger level below 10 before he continued to explore uncharted territories. Opening the map and enlarging it, he first noted the areas he had already explored, but beyond lay many regions shrouded in ominous black war fog. Choosing a direction at random, he pressed on resolutely. Throughout the afternoon, he either journeyed or battled creatures, though he regrettably did not encounter any airdrop crates. Around 4 p.m., Luo Chen extracted the last attribute crystal from an armored zombie, bringing his total to precisely 500. With this crystal included, and excluding the 40 he had previously used, his inventory now held exactly 500 green attribute crystals, equating to a total of 100,000 kill coins. Thus, even without gathering any useful materials throughout the afternoon, when combined with his morning haul, the value of what he carried had reached 113,300 kill coins. And let's not forget the knife he had initially possessed, bringing the total to 113,500 kill coins. This marked the first time Luo Chen had ever been so affluent. With purpose, he headed towards the fog-shrouded shop, humming a tune as he retraced his steps. After approximately half an hour, he found himself back in the vicinity, about 20 kilometers from the notorious kill town number 10087. Ahead lay the mist-enshrouded area. As he stepped inside, preparing to push open the door to the fog shop, it unexpectedly swung open on its own. The individual emerging appeared equally surprised to find someone outside. "Excuse me, could you step aside?" It was a woman. Luo Chen recognized the mysterious figure from their previous encounter and stepped aside to allow her passage. "Thank you." The enigmatic woman expressed her gratitude before hastily departing. Luo Chen turned to gaze at the mist behind him, but the figure had already vanished from sight. To his surprise, the timing was rather fortuitous. He murmured to himself as he stepped into the quaint little shop. "Welcome." The attendant at the misty store greeted him with the same familiar demeanor. Without further ado, Luo Chen began to extract a plethora of items from his backpack for the attendant to take back. Would the guest prefer to exchange for slaughter coins or make a purchase? The attendant inquired with a smile. "I would like 632 white skill upgrade stones, please," Luo Chen replied. "Certainly, esteemed guest," the attendant responded, bending down to retrieve a medium-sized box from beneath the counter. Upon opening the box, it revealed a bountiful collection of white skill upgrade stones, an impressive total of 632. Luo Chen promptly discarded 32 stones into this strengthened skill, elevating it to level 30. The remaining 600 stones were divided into portions of 120, which he allocated to the 4 skills: innate might, vigor, abundance, and energy recovery, as well as fleet of foot, bringing all of them to level 30. Fortunately, after reaching level 10, the requirement for upgrades doubled every 10 levels. Had it continued to double every 5 levels as before, the number of skill upgrade stones needed to attain level 30 would have been exponentially greater. Chapter 61. Wealth brings comfort. Strength experiences another surge. Strengthening LV. 30. Grade. White. Passive enhancement of physical attributes by 90 points. Innate might LV. 3rd grade. White. Passive enhancement of strength attributes by 90 points. Vigorous energy LV. 5th grade. White. Passive enhancement of mental attributes by 90 points. Abundance LV. 30 grade. White. Passive enhancement of health recovery ability, restoring 60 points per minute. Energy recovery LV. 5th grade. White. Passive enhancement of mana recovery efficiency, 90 points per minute. Swift as the wind LV. 30. Grade. White. Passive enhancement of agility attributes by 90 points. Following this wave of upgrades, aside from a swift as the wind skill, all of Luo Chen's basic skills have reached level 30. From this point onward, each level up requires 16 white skill upgrade stones, equating to 1,600 kill coins per level. The cost is escalating rapidly. Luo Chen intends to first upgrade several green skills and simultaneously supplement a few missing skills. As for the swift as the wind skill, it is undoubtedly essential to enhance, but it must not be done recklessly. Active skills, unlike passive ones, incur consumption, and the costs become rather daunting with higher levels. Until Luo Chen fully resolves the issue of insufficient mana, he cannot afford to elevate it too high. To be honest, were it not for the desire to avoid wasting the daily skill upgrade opportunity granted by his innate ability, Luo Chen would have hesitated to continue enhancing the Illusory Eyes skill. Its consumption is simply too steep. However, in order to make the most of the opportunity, Luo Chen decided to upgrade Illusory Eyes today, elevating it to level 6. Its consumption has now reached an astonishing 300 points of mana. Given Luo Chen's limited mana, how many times could he utilize it? As for using the daily opportunity to upgrade other skills, that would indeed be a loss. It is worth noting that upgrading Illusory Eyes from level 5 to level 6 typically requires 2 blue skill upgrade stones, which amounts to 20,000 kill coins. In contrast, leveling up green skills like Strengthening and Vitality only requires 4 green skill upgrade stones, totaling 4,000 kill coins. Naturally, Luo Chen opted for the former. Fortunately, after this round of enhancements, Luo Chen's mana will surge significantly, temporarily alleviating the issue of inadequate mana. However, this is not a complete resolution. It merely provides a temporary reprieve, and it does not enable Luo Chen to indulge freely. One could say, it is barely sufficient. Having spent a total of 300 kill coins in one go, Luo Chen is left with only 300 kill coins, which is less than half of his original amount. Please provide me with 1 green skill crystal that passively enhances strength, 1 green skill crystal that passively boosts agility, and 1 green skill crystal that passively increases mana recovery speed. 3 special skill crystals, each valued at 5,000 slaughter coins, totaling 15,000 slaughter coins. I still have 35,300 slaughter coins available for expenditure, Luo Chen stated. The shop assistant smiled and placed the requested items on the counter. Dear customer, your funds are insufficient, the assistant remarked. Luo Chen was aware that he had calculated these expenses in advance. Consequently, he extracted 1,300 slaughter coins from his possession and placed them aside, handing the remainder to the assistant. Just enough. The assistant accepted the coins with a smile, tucking them away. In an instant, Luo Chen, who once possessed a 6-figure fortune, found himself back in the realm of 4 figures. However, as the saying goes, wealth brings peace of mind. The riches that can be transformed into strength are the true treasures. Otherwise, what utility lies in possessing vast sums of money? After silently reassuring himself, Luo Chen promptly grasped the 3 skill crystals before him and consumed them one by one. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Innate Divine Strength. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Swift Movement. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Enhanced Mana Recovery. The character panel, which was open, displayed the 3 new skills. However, they were all at their initial level of 1 and required significant upgrades. Luo Chen then picked up the 34 green skill upgrade stones. Originally, he intended to acquire 42, but regrettably, due to insufficient funds, he could only manage to purchase 34. He allocated 14 stones to the skill Innate Divine Strength, enhancing his strength attribute. Innate Divine Strength reached level 10. 14 stones were assigned to the skill Enhanced Mana Recovery, increasing the efficiency of mana recovery. Enhanced Mana Recovery ascended to level 10. Finally, the remaining 6 stones were devoted to the Swift Movement skill, raising it to level 6. Swift Movement LV. 6. Grade, green, passively enhances agility by 30 points. Enhanced mana recovery LV, 10. Grade, green, passively improves mana recovery efficiency by 150 points per minute. Innate divine strength LV, 10. Grade, green, passively enhances strength by 50 points. With this enhancement, Luo Chen slaughter coins were nearly depleted. The remaining 1,300 slaughter coins could only upgrade the swift movement skill. Other white grade skills required at least 1,600 slaughter coins for a single upgrade, rendering them unattainable. Nonetheless, although the funds were exhausted, his strength had witnessed a substantial enhancement. Feeling the surge of power within, a broad smile graced Luo Chen's face. Upon observing the current rate of his mana recovery, Luo Chen pondered for a moment before deciding to expend 200 kill coins to purchase an additional 12 white skill upgrade stones. He elevated his sprint skill to level 13. Sprint LV. 13. Grade. White. Consumes 70 mana points to enter a sustained sprint state for 70 seconds, increasing movement speed by 410 with a cooldown of 12 seconds. At level 13, the sprint skill significantly enhances Luo Chen's movement speed by an astonishing 410. Although it merely enhances mobility, the effect is undeniably remarkable. One cannot help but marvel at the increasingly impressive capabilities of this skill, especially considering it is merely a white grade ability. If only the mana consumption could be further reduced, it would be perfect. However, a consumption of 70 mana points is not excessive, as the sprint state lasts for 70 seconds, meaning Luo Chen need only activate this skill every 70 seconds. Now, what is Luo Chen's current rate of mana recovery? He opened his character panel, gazing at his remarkably enhanced attributes. Chapter 62. Disgusted, Luo Chen achieves a triple kill in an instant. Name, Luo Chen. Health, 2,390, 2,390. Mana, 2060. Status, moderately hungry. Moderately fatigued. Fatigue level, 42. Hunger level, 51. Strength, 239. Constitution, 239. Agility, 198. Mentality, 196. Physical defense, 237. Elemental resistance, 206. Health regeneration, 2. 7 second. Mana regeneration, for second. Talent ability, endless. Remove skill level cap, allowing one skill to be upgraded by 1 level each day. Active skills, Sprint LV. 13. Freeze LV. 5. Illusory Gaze LV. 6. Passive skills. With 2,060 points of mana, regenerating 4 points per second, Luo Chen can recover 280 points in 70 seconds. The sprint skill consumes only 70 points of mana. However, it is essential to note that Luo Chen does not solely rely on the sprint skill. Both freeze and illusory gaze significantly contribute to his mana expenditure. The 5th level freeze consumes 130 points of mana, while the 6th level illusory gaze demands a substantial 300 points. Yet, with a cooldown of 94 seconds for illusory gaze and 56 seconds for freeze, the combined mana consumption of these 3 skills could reach up to 500 points within a minute, far exceeding his recovery of 280 points. Even though illusory gaze will not be available for use again for 1.5 minutes, the regeneration still lags behind the consumption rate. However, improvement is imminent. Leveling up the powerful mana recovery skill a few more times will suffice. After admiring his splendid character panel, Luo Chen promptly dismissed it. Exiting the Misty Shop, he realized he was left with a mere 100 slaughter coins. Tomorrow marks the arrival of the Tower of Slaughter. Luo Chen pondered whether he would have the opportunity to explore more unknown territories. Yet even if time were scarce, he trusted that the rewards from the tower would not disappoint him. His expectations were modest. A total value exceeding 500,000 slaughter coins would suffice. After all, he had earned over 110,000 coins in just one day. If the tower's rewards did not surpass 500,000, it would seem rather unimpressive to Luo Chen. Before dusk fell, he successfully returned to Slaughter Town number 10087. As he stepped into the town, he felt several pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Turning to investigate, he discovered three unfamiliar individuals watching him, who, upon noticing Luo Chen's gaze, greeted him with insincere smiles. Is this a provocation? Luo Chen furrowed his brow. At that moment, the three individuals approached. Hey kid, our boss has taken an interest in you. Come with us. Their mocking gazes were directed at Luo Chen, bearing expressions of malicious delight. Boss, interested in me? Luo Chen instinctively recalled the figure he had encountered earlier that morning at the central square, Shun Tu Xiong. Could it be him? The mere thought of that man's peculiar inclinations sent a wave of revulsion coursing through Luo Chen, raising goosebumps on his skin. What the hell? That pervert Shun Tu Xiong has set his sights on me? Luo Chen felt utterly dismayed. Hey, stop dawdling and come with us. The trio pressed on, one of them reaching out to grab Luo Chen's arm. Startled, he instinctively retreated several steps. Don't touch me. The mere idea that their hand might have come into contact with something unsanitary made Luo Chen feel tainted, even though he hadn't been touched at all. What's wrong with you? Acting all jumpy. One of them grumbled, visibly irritated. However, Luo Chen was no longer inclined to share the same air with them, feeling as if he might catch something. With a swift glance, he cast his illusory gaze. In an instant, the trio's expressions turned vacant, their eyes glazing over as they succumbed to the effects of the illusion. With a sixth-level illusory gaze, combined with Luo Chen's impressive mental attribute of 196 points, he was capable of ensnaring up to 79 targets within his line of sight in the realm of illusion. The effect could persist for a staggering 14 seconds, ample time for him to eliminate them multiple times over. In a flurry, blood erupted as three heads fell, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Luo Chen's expression was one of dissatisfaction. He could hardly muster the energy to loot their corpses. Of course, it was also due to the fact that none of them possessed a decent spatial bag, likely penniless, leaving no spoils to be had. Ding. Target eliminated. Successfully plundered target attributes. Strength 3, Constitution 2, Agility 2, Mentality 2. Ding. Target eliminated. Successfully plundered target attributes. Strength 2, Constitution 3, Agility 4, Mentality 3. A series of notifications echoed in Luo Chen's ears, yet he paid them no mind, hastening his pace until he vanished from the path. Shortly after Luo Chen departed, the small door on the west side of the town swung open once more, and a group of 6 or 7 individuals entered from outside. Phew, that was a close call, a young man with yellow hair chuckled, visibly relieved. But in the next moment, what the hell? Why are there dead bodies? A few individuals stood in astonishment, gazing at the dismembered bodies of 3 corpses not far away. A flicker of panic crossed their faces as they cast wary glances around, fearful that a malevolent figure might emerge at any moment, transforming them into lifeless forms akin to those on the ground. Fortunately, after a brief interval, no figment of their imagination appeared to threaten them. Stealing their resolve, they cautiously approached the 3 cadavers, a sense of familiarity washing over one of them. As he examined the severed heads, he pondered where he had previously encountered those faces. "They're the lackeys of Shun Tu Xiong," exclaimed Huang Mao, who was nearby. "I saw them this morning in the square. Who would have thought they would meet such a fate so soon? Clearly, they have crossed paths with someone formidable." The others nodded in agreement. Shun Tu Xiong was known to be a rather restless individual, coupled with his peculiar proclivities. He had gained notorious reputation within the infamous killing town number 10087. The demise of his 3 minions here was unmistakably a sign that they had finally encountered their match. Chapter 63, The Final Night. Did the 6th brother reveal something? At 8:10, returning to the safe house, Luo Chen took a moment to inspect the attributes he had just acquired through plunder. A total of 34 points. The most significant increase was in his physique, which rose by 10 points. The other 3 attributes coincidentally each increased by 8 points, which was still commendable, considering they were essentially free. However, despite the enhancement of 34 attribute points, Luo Chen felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Upon arriving at the safe house, he immediately retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, utilizing a bottle of unexpired shower gel he had previously scavenged. Although his body was clean, Luo Chen felt an inexplicable discomfort if he did not wash himself. After his shower, he emerged feeling remarkably rejuvenated. Next, he decided to wash his clothes. Grabbing a large basin, he tossed his soiled garments into it and let them soak. Lacking laundry detergent, he opted for the shower gel instead, as it provided a semblance of psychological comfort. After all, clothing, especially that of the equipment variety, would automatically refresh its cleanliness after a certain period. Even if it were filthy, it would be spotless after 12 hours. With his clothes soaking in a basin, he donned a simple outfit and returned to the living room. The comfort. As he settled onto the sofa, the fatigue accumulated throughout the day began to dissipate. He closed his eyes for a few moments of respite before reaching for the remote control to turn on the television, which displayed the regional chat channel. The 100-inch screen was expansive, allowing every detail of the scrolling messages to be clearly discerned. Luo Chen propped his legs on the coffee table and retrieved a bottle of beverage from his nearby bag. Sipping his drink, he immersed himself in the discussions taking place in the chat channel. With the dawn of the killing tower imminent, the conversations were entirely centered around it. I'm so excited. The killing tower will descend tomorrow morning. I wonder what it truly is. It's called the killing tower, so it must be a tower. How naive. They are referring to the conditions inside the killing tower. After all, none of us have experienced it. God bless. May I secure a commendable ranking tomorrow. Wake up, foreigner. The killing grounds are not under your god's jurisdiction. Who do you think from our killing town 10087 will seize the first place? Definitely not me. My talent is only E grade. Certainly not me either. Although my talent is D grade, there are C grade elites above us. By the way, have you encountered any individuals from other killing towns in the past few days? Huh? Did you encounter someone? Well, I thought it was just us. Turns out you've been hiding it too, huh? What is the big deal about that? Have you all forgotten? The voice made it abundantly clear that the entire universe surrounding Blue Star has been drawn into an endless game of slaughter. Surely, we cannot be the only slaughter town, can we? What should truly concern us is the distance between the various slaughter towns, is it not? Indeed, I encountered individuals from another slaughter town approximately 40 to 50 kilometers away, and through our discussions, we discovered that the direct distance between the two towns does not exceed 100 kilometers. Is that far? It is quite near, if you ask me. I wonder if there are any formidable individuals in the other slaughter towns. I do not wish to dampen everyone's spirits, but our team previously encountered 3 individuals from slaughter town number 98332. All 3 possess C-grade talents, and they informed us that their town boasts more than one B-grade powerhouse. What? More than one B-grade? Why is that? Are we truly the weakest among the surrounding slaughter towns? That cannot be right. Where are our B-grade talents? Come fort. Do not hide. Ahem. Greetings, everyone. I am Augustus. Allow me to introduce myself. As you may have guessed, I am the sole possessor of a B-grade talent in our town. Incredible. There really is one. Is our B-grade powerhouse presenting himself? You made a typo. It is appearing, not offering oneself. Does that matter? What is significant is that our town also has a B-grade powerhouse. Why is it a foreigner? What of it? I find foreigners quite admirable. Besides, we are no longer on Blue Star. We should abandon the notion of nationality. We are all humans of Blue Star, united as one. By the way, Augustus, do you have a girlfriend? Augustus, I apologize, but I've been married for many years. What a pity. Would you mind taking on another girlfriend? Are you serious? Are we not even pretending anymore? Get lost. You insolent fool. I am conversing with Augustus. What concern is it of yours? What are you cursing about? What nonsense is this? Why has it suddenly turned into a quarrel? Luo Chen was initially enjoying the conversation, hoping to unwind his tense nerves from the day and perhaps later indulge in some roasted delicacies. Yet, the content took a sudden turn into a barrage of profanities. Goodness, this chat channel has no restrictions against forbidden words. Anything can be expressed here. However, it seems our town does indeed have a B-grade talent, and he is a foreigner. Al-Hushtish. I have not heard of him. Luo Chen shook his head. After all, it is merely a B-grade talent. He does not regard it highly. Just a few days ago, he encountered Olivia, the B-grade talent from the neighboring slaughter town number 1733. Although he had the upper hand, he ultimately could not gain the upper hand over Olivia. However, that was merely a matter of 2 days ago. For Luo Chen, his prowess has undergone a remarkable transformation in just a single day. The individual he was 2 days prior stands in stark contrast to the person he has become now. If he were to encounter Olivia once more, Luo Chen possesses the confidence to effortlessly defeat him. The awkward situation of not being able to vanquish an opponent will no longer arise. Nevertheless, Luo Chen is quite intrigued by the nature of Augustus's talent. Furthermore, he is skeptical that their infamous killing town number 10087 harbors only one individual with a B-level talent like Augustus. It is certain that there are others, perhaps hidden away. Much like the sixth brother, the question remains, how many such individuals are there? Chapter 64. The frustrated Shintu Xiong. Aiming for the top. This night seemed to stretch on interminably. Numerous individuals lay awake, restless due to the impending activities at the Tower of Carnage scheduled for the following day. Those harboring ambitions for the coveted first place were eagerly rubbing their hands together, ready to showcase their prowess. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the slaughter town, number 10087, in a communal area connecting 11 safe houses, a group led by Shintu Xiong was deliberating on their strategy for breaching the Tower of Carnage. Boss, is it true that Augustus possesses B-level talent? In a sunken lounge adorned with a U-shaped arrangement of sofas, a man sporting a retro, alternative hairstyle inquired. The entire communal area spanned approximately 150 square meters. At its center lay a sunken lounge, surrounded by vending machines and benches reminiscent of a park. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, imparting an ambience akin to a commercial rest area. At this moment, 11 individuals, including Shintu Xiong, were gathered here. Shintu Xiong and his favorite companion occupied a sofa together, while the others settled on 3 additional sofas. I know Augustus. His B-level talent is no longer a secret within our circle, Shintu Xiong casually remarked, toying with his companion's hand while smiling lightly. However, do not worry too much. I have witnessed his strength, and he is merely my equal. Who will secure first and second place remains uncertain. Despite Shintu Xiong possessing only C-level talent, he was unperturbed by the presence of Augustus's B-level talent as a potential hindrance to his quest for first place. The reason for his confidence lay in the fact that his C-level talent was particularly advantageous in the early stages. It afforded him significant benefits in the beginning, though its utility would likely diminish later on. Nonetheless, Shintu Xiong remained quite satisfied with his talent. After all, if one could not survive the early game, what hope was there for the later stages? Compared to talents with substantial late-game potential, Shintu Xiong preferred his own. Regardless of what the future held, he was content with his current state of happiness and fulfillment, and that was sufficient. The entourage following Shintu Xiong was well aware of their leader's capabilities. However, having never encountered B-level talent, they harbored some trepidation. Of course, this concern was largely performative, intended to appease Shintu Xiong. After all, even if he were to claim the first-place reward, they would receive naught but scraps. By the way, what happened to Wang San and the others? How did they meet their demise? Shintu Xiong suddenly inquired. He had numerous subordinates. Aside from the 9 core members present, many others had voluntarily aligned with them. Yet, these additional individuals primarily played the role of sycophants, receiving little in the way of benefits. The sole advantage they enjoyed was not starving. Moreover, the talents of these individuals were generally quite dismal, predominantly E or F level, with not a single D-level talent among them. Unlike the 9 individuals present, all possessing only D-grade talents, it appears they have encountered a formidable challenge. One of his subordinates, furrowing his brow, reported, "We discovered the bodies of Wang San and his companions at the western gate of the town. They were killed in an instant, all 3 decapitated, with no signs of a struggle left at the scene." Upon hearing this, Shintu Xiong's countenance darkened. "Is it possible to ascertain who did this?" he inquired. The men exchanged glances, ultimately braving the response. "Boss, Wang San and his crew were previously sent by you on an errand. Do you think it could be the individual we were instructed to investigate?" "That individual?" Shintu Xiong instinctively furrowed his brow, only to be interrupted by a sudden scream beside him. Looking down, he realized he had unintentionally exerted too much pressure and hurt his male companion while lost in thought. "Get away!" In a foul mood, Shun Tu Xiong kicked him aside. The companion, teary-eyed, collapsed to the ground, wearing a pitiful expression. The others around them were visibly repulsed. Unlike Shun Tu Xiong, they did not share his tastes. Damn it, didn't I instruct them to bring that person here? Did they take my words lightly? Shun Tu Xiong cursed vehemently, appearing quite irate. His subordinates, however, refrained from speaking, though they internally scoffed. Who doesn't know your temperament? When you say invite, what you really mean is to abduct the person. The one sitting on the ground was, after all, brought back in just such a manner. After venting a few curses, Shun Tu Xiong recognized that he had acted rather rashly this time. Perhaps it was due to an unusually smooth period in his life, one so seamless that he had failed to notice his own arrogance. Now, with the unfortunate incident involving Wang San and his companions, who had been dispatched in the blink of an eye, he was forced to confront the gravity of the situation. Although Wang San and his associates were not particularly formidable, they had often assisted him with various trivial tasks and were stronger than many of his other lackeys. All three possessed E-grade talents and had fully consumed 10 attribute crystals. Even Shun Tu Xiong himself could not confidently claim he could have eliminated them in an instant. Yet their assailant had achieved just that. Naturally, there must have been an element of surprise involved. Nonetheless, this realization made Shun Tu Xiong acutely aware that he had likely encountered an impenetrable barrier. Damn it, each one of them is exceptionally skilled. Why don't they showcase their abilities? Always hiding in the shadows. Shun Tu Xiong si dans les courses. However, with the situation as it stood, he could only proceed one step at a time. Regardless of the circumstances, the most pressing matter remained the upcoming Blood Tower event. Everything else could wait until after tomorrow. Once this affair was settled, the paramount concern was still the Blood Tower competition. If I secure the first place reward, just wait and see who in this town will dare to speak to me with a raised voice. Shun Tu Xiong placed one foot upon the coffee table and declared with an air of authority, "Boss is magnificent." The surrounding subordinates erupted in cheers. As for their true thoughts, only they themselves were privy to them. The following day, shortly after 5 in the morning, Luo Chen awoke. At this hour, the sky outside remained shrouded in darkness. He rose from his bed, made his way to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, refreshing himself before donning his attire and descending to prepare breakfast. Today's repast consisted of the leftover roasted meat from the previous evening, accompanied by noodles, culminating in a hearty bowl of beef lambian. Upon finishing the bowl of noodles, the clock approached 6. Luo Chen made his final preparations, ensuring he gathered all necessary items, before shouldering his backpack and stepping out of the safe house. Chapter 65. The Arrival of the Tower of Carnage. As the clock approached 6 in the morning, the central square of town 10087 was already bustling with a crowd. The regional chat channel displayed an online count of 397 individuals. Among these, aside from a handful, the majority had congregated in this square. Luo Chen arrived with just over a minute to spare before 6, and thus he chose to wait quietly at the side. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. "We meet again, neighbor." Without needing to glance back, Luo Chen instinctively recognized the individual behind him. He nodded coolly. Yet, this neighbor seemed oblivious to Luo Chen's aloofness and rejection, instead choosing to step closer. Clad in a white lab coat and wearing glasses, he resembled a doctor. Luo Chen was puzzled as to why he donned such an attire, but refrained from inquiring, opting instead for a stance of uncomprehending respect. "Are you nervous?" the neighbor inquired, smiling as he gazed at the blood-red obelisk in the center of the square. "I was so exhilarated last night that I struggled to fall asleep, and I awoke just after 5 this morning. You must be feeling similarly, right?" As he spoke, he turned to face Luo Chen, his face adorned with an excessively standard smile. This reminded Luo Chen of the clerk from the misty little shop. Their smiles bore the same quality, polished, cordial, yet fundamentally insincere, as if performed rather than genuinely felt. "I am fine," Luo Chen replied dismissively. "Huh, you truly possess a heart of steel," the neighbor remarked with an exaggerated chuckle, then glanced around before pointing towards 3 individuals not far ahead. "Have you seen Augustus? He is the tall, slender foreigner." Luo Chen did not recognize Augustus. But he was acutely aware that the most renowned figure in the entirety of town, 10087, was indeed Augustus. He was a tall, lean man who appeared to be in his 30s, characterized by the quintessential deep-set eyes and a prominent nose typical of foreigners. His sunken cheeks accentuated his gaunt appearance, and standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, he was remarkably conspicuous among the throng. At that moment, Augustus was accompanied by 2 women. The pair, in their 20s, did not conform to the standard of beauty perceived by Easterners. Rather, they seemed somewhat ordinary in Luo Chen's eyes. However, the foreign perspective on aesthetics differed greatly. They preferred such appearances. Conversely, those considered beautiful by Eastern standards might not possess the same allure in the eyes of foreigners. Of course, aesthetic appreciation is a deeply subjective matter. It cannot be asserted that all foreigners share the same tastes. They too have preferences for diverse types. If that were not the case, how could women who do not fit conventional beauty standards ever find partners? You have noticed those 2 women beside him, haven't you? The neighbor beside him chuckled and teased, mentioning that those were the ones who had recommended themselves to Augustus last night. It was said that initially there were 6 or 7, but in the end, Augustus only retained 2. Is this truly the case? Luo Chen felt incredulous. He had seen a woman in the chat channel recommending herself to Augustus yesterday, thinking it was merely idle chatter. To his astonishment, someone had indeed acted upon it. Moreover, Augustus had accepted them. Although not all were taken in, 2 had been. Did he not worry about being stabbed in the back in the middle of the night? In such an environment, one should be wary even of good friends, let alone 2 unfamiliar women. Was Augustus truly so naive, or did he possess an unfounded confidence? At that moment, a commotion erupted from the crowd ahead. Heavens! Look, something is descending from the sky. The blood-red obelisk is glowing. People exclaimed loudly, and Luo Chen's gaze was drawn to the spectacle. At that moment, the blood-colored obelisk in the square suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. Following that, a red beam of light, over 20 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire blood-red obelisk. The crowd in front recoiled in fear, while those behind surged forward to get a better view. Luo Chen and a few others, standing at the periphery of the square, were unaffected, but a considerable disturbance was unfolding ahead. Some were knocked over, while others engaged in disputes and arguments. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The day that had just dawned seemed to revert to night. However, this darkness did not persist long, lasting merely a few seconds before the light returned. Look at that! Someone pointed to the sky and shouted. Instantly, hundreds of gazes turned upward. At that moment, a colossal, blood-red magic circle appeared in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The enormous blood-red magic circle was so vast that it obscured the sun, its radiance surpassing even that of the sun itself. At this juncture, dozens of blood-red beams shot forth from the magic circle. Some beams landed in the distance, while others were alarmingly close. One beam, in particular, descended directly towards them. A buzzing sound suddenly emanated from the blood-red obelisk in the square. Accompanied by circles of crimson ripples, the descending blood-red beam, at the moment of its arrival, seemed to scatter the external halo, revealing the shape of a small tower within. Subsequently, the small tower's size dramatically increased. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a towering structure, soaring to a height of 100 meters, seemingly suspended by some unseen force above the blood-red obelisk. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, beams of light shot forth from the newly arrived tower, targeting everyone in the square. Each individual was struck by a beam, and no matter how one attempted to evade it, there was no escape. A beam of light descended with precision, striking the right wrist of each individual, revealing a simplified emblem of a tower of carnage on the inner side of their wrists. With a mere thought, the emblem would manifest. Simultaneously, a fragment of information emerged in the minds of all present. Luo Chen, pulling back the sleeve of his right arm, exposed the inner side of his wrist. With a flicker of intent, the emblem of the Tower of Carnage appeared, and crimson lines etched the tower, within which the numeral 2 materialized. This indicated his number of respawns within the Tower of Carnage. Once exhausted, any subsequent demise would be final. However, This count would refresh with the arrival of the Tower of Carnage the following week, allowing for fearless engagement without the dread of depletion. Can we enter now? Who shall be the first? Fool. There's no need to queue. We can all enter simultaneously. I'll go. After all, I can respawn. What's there to fear? In the square, several eager individuals promptly activated the emblem of the Tower of Carnage in their hands. In the next instant, these individuals transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring toward the Tower of Carnage in the heavens. Chapter 66. Are aliens truly this fierce? Entering the Tower of Carnage. In the square, an astonishing number of over 100 individuals, identified as number 397, vanished in the blink of an eye. These eager souls hastily entered the Tower of Carnage, while the remaining onlookers hesitated. At this moment, Luo Chen lowered his sleeves and summoned the leaderboard of the Tower of Carnage. This leaderboard emerged alongside the arrival of the tower. Leaderboard of the Tower of Carnage. Overall ranking, insufficient permissions. Regional ranking. First place, Phone Ling score, 1110, second place. Heiyan score, 1110, third place. Bakuin score, 1110, fourth place. Shanchong score, 1110, fifth place. Xuechu score, 1110. On the leaderboard, the overall ranking remained hidden, displaying a notification of insufficient permissions to view it. Luo Chen was unaware of the specific permissions required. However, if access was denied, so be it. At this stage, it was inconsequential for him to ponder. Next was the regional ranking. This leaderboard undoubtedly encompassed all civilizations within the universe of Blue Star. There were likely numerous such regional rankings. Yet Luo Chen could only behold the leaderboard pertinent to his own region, oblivious to others. The regional ranking displayed merely 10 positions. Clearly, only those in the top 10 were eligible for rewards. However, Luo Chen noted that the names of these top 10 individuals were quite peculiar, distinctly diverging from the naming conventions of humanity on Blue Star. They were likely extraterrestrial beings. He couldn't help but conjure the classic image of an alien in his mind. Surely, they didn't resemble that stereotype? Aside from their names, the scores of the top 10 on the regional leaderboard were identical, all boasting a score of 1110. Thus, it appeared that the ranking was determined solely by the order of their entry. As for the final standings, that would remain to be seen until the conclusion of the Tower of Carnage event. The tower descended upon various Carnage towns at 6 in the morning and would vanish at midnight, granting a total of 18 hours. Their task was to ascend the Tower of Carnage to higher levels within this span of time. However, this duration was exceptionally ample. Rarely would anyone remain within the tower for the full 18 hours before being teleported out. Wasn't it supposed to last until the following morning? Luo Chen mused. He had assumed it would continue for a full 24 hours, only to discover it was merely 18. At that moment, several individuals from the initial group that had hastily entered the Tower of Carnage began to reappear. Luo Chen gazed in astonishment at these individuals who had been teleported out. Others shared his surprise. What's going on? You've returned so soon? Someone could not help but inquire. The individuals who were teleported appeared pallid and, upon landing, promptly collapsed onto the ground. When confronted with inquiries, they fervently exclaimed, "What do you know? If you have the courage, try entering yourselves. You cannot possibly comprehend the horrors that lie within." Upon hearing this, many curious onlookers activated their own killing tower insignia, subsequently being whisked away by the tower. Just how terrifying could this killing tower be? Luo Chen pondered quietly, glancing at the leaderboard for Killing Town number 10087. Killing Town rankings. First, Augustus points to second. Zhou Xian points to third. E points 3. Fourth, Nakamura Kono points to fifth. None. Goodness. Out of the top 10 rankings, not even half were filled. There had been at least 100 individuals who had just entered. To what extent could the difficulty of the Killing Tower reach? Moreover, if the challenge was so formidable, how had those 10 individuals on the regional leaderboard amassed their 1110 points? Was the disparity between extraterrestrial beings and the inhabitants of Blue Star truly so vast? Luo Chen suddenly realized that his aspiration to secure 2 rewards would be exceptionally challenging, as the advantages held by those alien races were insurmountable. Who could fathom how they achieved such feats? Had they somehow entered the killing grounds already possessing superhuman strength? There was indeed a possibility of that. After all, different environments give rise to distinct species. Could one imagine the might of an intelligent life form that evolved on a planet with gravity 10,000 times that of blue star? Never mind. It would be best not to dwell on such thoughts. He should first venture inside and see for himself. Luo Chen felt a headache coming on at the mere contemplation. Perhaps, in the future, he could surpass those races that inherently possessed such advantageous traits, but the current time frame was too short to accomplish that. The silver lining was that even if he did not obtain any rewards from the regional leaderboard, at least the first-place reward from the Killing Town leaderboard was assured. With that in mind, Luo Chen set aside his concerns about extraterrestrial races. He activated the Killing Tower insignia on his wrist, and in an instant, darkness enveloped him before he transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the square. Not far away, Shun Tu-xiong and his entourage had been observing Luo Chen intently. Seeing him transform into light and disappear, one of his subordinates quickly alerted Shun Tu-xiong. "Boss, that guy has entered." Shun Tu-xiong nodded and replied, "Excellent. Now we shall proceed as well. This Killing Tower appears to be extraordinarily challenging, but remember to endure for as long as possible, even in the absence of rewards. This rare opportunity for 2 revivals is an invaluable chance to hone our combat skills." His subordinates all nodded in agreement. Subsequently, this group of individuals activated the marks on their wrists and were transported into the interior of the Tower of Carnage. In the plaza, an increasing number of people entered the tower, leaving behind only a few unfortunate souls who had been eliminated early. These individuals glanced at one another, instantly sharing a sense of camaraderie in misfortune. Within the Tower of Carnage, the first level presented a desolate expanse resembling an endless wasteland, yet this was merely an illusion. The actual space was only about 10,000 square meters. At that moment, Luo Chen's figure materialized in this realm. Upon his arrival, he promptly gripped his weapon tightly, casting a sharp gaze around him. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, "Eliminate all enemies before you within 30 minutes. Upon their demise, you shall be transported to the second level." In quick succession, beams of light illuminated a spot 100 meters away, revealing a horde of creatures with grayish-blue skin. Ironclad zombies. Luo Chen marveled at these monsters, which he recognized all too well. Were these not the very second-tier, low-level foes he had previously vanquished in abundance? Thus, the adversaries of the first level of the Tower of Carnage were merely these creatures? He had anticipated something far more formidable, only to be met with this disappointment. Chapter 67. The Hidden Bounty. This place is nothing short of paradise. The newly emerged 10 armored zombies shrieked as they charged towards the only living soul in sight. Although described as a charge, the speed at which the armored zombies moved was akin to that of an ordinary human sprinting. Compared to Luo Chen's agility exceeding 200, their pace was akin to that of a snail's crawl. There was no need for a 30-minute wait. Luo Chen scoffed, retrieving his massive, unsharpened sword from his backpack. Replacing his Tang broadsword, against such resilient foes, a heavy weapon like a great sword was far more effective. In an instant, he closed the distance of approximately 100 meters, swinging his great sword in a decisive strike. The head of the nearest armored zombie exploded on impact. Remarkably, the decapitated zombie remained silent, simply succumbing to its fate. Bang, bang, bang. After a dazzling display of chaotic swordplay, all 10 armored zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. Luo Chen planted his sword into the earth, surveying the scene with a look of disdain. Is that all? In the next moment, whoosh, a flash of light enveloped the area, and the corpses of the 10 armored zombies vanished without a trace. However, they left behind some treasures. Luo Chen hastened to collect the items scattered across the ground, his face lighting up with unexpected delight. No one had mentioned that the monsters within the Tower of Slaughter could yield attribute crystals. Initially, he had assumed that the creatures within such a murderous domain were akin to mere clones, mass-produced without the capacity for generating valuable items like attribute crystals. Thus, Luo Chen had never considered this possibility. Yet now, he realized he had underestimated the vastness of the endless slaughter game. Who said monsters in the Tower of Slaughter could not produce attribute crystals? They had indeed done so, Moreover, they had spared him the labor of extracting them himself. How considerate was that? Luo Chen was overwhelmed with joy. It was akin to stumbling upon a nugget of gold while out for a stroll, a delightful surprise. After all, he had never harbored such expectations. 10 green attribute crystals amounted to a total of 2,000 slaughter coins. And this was merely the first level of the Tower of Slaughter. Come on, let me advance to the second level. Luo Chen was now filled with anticipation, curious about the types of monsters that awaited him in the next realm. Most importantly, would their numbers be plentiful? The quality need not be exceedingly high. He could hardly contend with monsters of overwhelming strength. Yet, creatures like the armored zombies posed no threat, and the more, the better. Thousands, or even tens of thousands, will be no issue. Congratulations on clearing the level. You will be teleported to the second level in 10 seconds. As the countdown of 10 seconds commenced, Luo Chen felt as though the passage of time had slowed to an agonizing crawl. Soon enough, the countdown concluded, and a beam of light enveloped him, causing his very being to vanish from the first layer of the Tower of Slaughter. In the second layer of the Tower of Slaughter, an abandoned city unfolded before him. Luo Chen found himself in a square amidst towering skyscrapers, all of which were in a state of utter decay, resembling a city ravaged by the apocalypse. Where are the monsters? Luo Chen eagerly surveyed his surroundings. In the next moment, swish, swish, a flurry of white light erupted around the square. Subsequently, a series of familiar roars emanated from within the radiant glow, and as the light dissipated, it revealed a sight Luo Chen knew all too well, a horde of armored zombies. However, this time, there were no fewer than 100 of them. A voice devoid of emotion echoed throughout the second layer. You have 60 minutes to eliminate all enemies before you. Upon the demise of all foes, you shall be transported to the third layer. 60 minutes to dispatch these 100 armored zombies? Luo Chen felt that the Tower of Slaughter was intent on testing these newcomers. Though the time had doubled, the number of adversaries had increased tenfold. Resolving 10 armored zombies in 30 minutes was a feat achievable by many. But to eliminate 100 in 60 minutes? The challenge had undoubtedly escalated beyond measure. After all, who could guarantee they would remain unscathed? Facing an onslaught of 10 armored zombies was vastly different from confronting 100. This predicament could very well eliminate over 90% of the participants. Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. His amusement stemmed from the fact that he belonged to that 10%. Not only could he handle 100 armored zombies, but even if the number were to increase tenfold, he would still manage to vanquish them all within the allotted time. Moreover, these 100 armored zombies signified the potential yield of 100 green attribute crystals, equating to a staggering 20,000 points of slaughter value. Even someone as seasoned as Luo Chen could not help but marvel at the generosity of the Tower of Slaughter in the face of such an enticing reward. I find myself increasingly eager for what lies ahead in the subsequent layers. With a smile, Luo Chen hoisted his unblemished giant sword and charged toward the throng of armored zombies. Kill! An invisible aura of slaughter instantly engulfed the horde of roaring armored zombies. In the next instant, bang, bang, bang. It was as if he were playing baseball. In that moment, his unblemished giant sword served as a bat, while the heads of the armored zombies became the incoming baseballs. He wielded his sword with relentless precision, as the armored corpses surged towards him in unending waves. 60 minutes? Such disdain. Luo Chen had barely fought for 5 minutes when he found that not a single armored corpse remained standing before him. There was no need for an entire hour. At that moment, the bodies of the fallen armored corpses began to vanish, leaving behind only shimmering attribute crystals radiating a verdant glow. Congratulations on clearing the level. The third level will commence in 10 seconds. 10 wow. Couldn't there be a bit more time? At this moment, Luo Chen paid no mind to his appearance. He had only 10 seconds left. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the attribute crystals on the ground, cursing himself for having only 2 hands. Thankfully, before the countdown reached its end, he managed to collect every single crystal without missing a single one. Next time, he thought, he would need to leave a few behind for the future. Chapter 68. I absolutely adore this place. a casual daily income of over 200,000. In the Tower of Slaughter, within the third layer's expanse, a beam of light descended, revealing Luo Chen's figure. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he seemed to have been transported to a battlefield. Craters from artillery shells dotted the landscape, accompanied by abandoned tanks, armored vehicles, and even corpses scattered about. Could these tanks be taken? Luo Chen curiously examined these colossal machines, pondering the possibility. However, he dismissed the thought. Not only was it highly probable that the Tower of Slaughter would not allow any items to be extracted, but the sheer size of the tanks made it impossible for him to stow them in his spatial backpack. There simply wasn't enough room. As for smaller items like firearms, he hadn't spotted any. But what are the monsters in the third layer? Luo Chen looked around in confusion. It had been a while, and yet no monsters had appeared. Just as he began to contemplate this, the corpses he had initially perceived as mere decoration suddenly stirred to life. The sight was somewhat unsettling, startling even Luo Chen momentarily. Was it really necessary to orchestrate such a spectacle? He thought to himself, bemused. Wouldn't it be simpler to refresh them as before? Must they resort to theatrics to instill fear? As he mentally grumbled, the familiar voice announced itself. Please eliminate all enemies before you within 120 minutes. Upon their demise, you will be transported to the fourth layer. 120 minutes? The time had indeed doubled. What about the number of enemies? Luo Chen glanced at the corpses that had risen. As expected, those clad in unfamiliar military garb were none other than the well-known ironclad undead. However, the sheer quantity. Are you serious? 1,000 of them? This is simply extraordinary. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled as he beheld the thousands of ironclad undead gradually closing in around him. These were not merely undead. They represented a staggering 200,000 slaughter coins. What if the fourth layer contained 10,000 ironclad undead? Luo Chen suddenly speculated. That would amount to an astounding 2 million slaughter coins. Why had he ever encountered such wealth? Not only had he never seen this much slaughter coin, but in his previous life, he hadn't even glimpsed so much money. Roar! Before him, a horde of ironclad undead charged forth. Each towering figure, with their ashen skin and cataract-like eyes, bore a striking resemblance to living beings. Save for their rancid breath. When their numbers were few, it was manageable, but now, with 1,000 ironclad undead surrounding him, all bellowing, the stench was utterly overwhelming. Goodness, was the breath of the ironclad undead truly this foul? Luo Chen's beautiful dream was abruptly interrupted by a foul stench. Instantly, he swung his unsharpened giant sword, sending several armored corpses that lunged at him flying. He then leapt high into the air, reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters, and executed a powerful downward strike reminiscent of the famed Huashan technique. The ground erupted beneath him, creating a deep crater, and the surrounding armored corpses toppled like a cascade of dominoes. Luo Chen spun around, gripping his unsharpened giant sword, his form resembling a giant windmill as he swept through the throngs of armored corpses. The sounds of impact echoed, bang, bang, bang. Countless armored corpses were sent flying. Some were instantly obliterated, while others, clinging to life, were soon dispatched by their descending comrades. After 10 minutes, Luo Chen had cleared a vast expanse of armored corpses, the number of those slain reaching no fewer than 600 or 700. However, he himself was not unscathed. He had been clawed by the armored corpses numerous times. Fortunately, his low attack power meant each strike inflicted only a single point of damage, rendering it inconsequential. The real issue was the dizziness that ensued from spinning for so long. The relentless motion had nearly caused him to vomit. He bent over for a while, regaining his composure. At that moment, the remaining 300 or 400 armored corpses charged towards him with a cacophony of growls. Enough is enough. I'll just kill them normally, Luo Chen thought, unwilling to risk another bout of dizziness. After all, there was ample time left, and the remaining corpses were but a few hundred, perfectly manageable. 20 minutes later, the remaining armored corpses met their demise beneath Luo Chen's unsharpened giant sword. To avoid the last 10 seconds being insufficient for collecting the attribute crystals left behind, he paused as he dispatched the last few armored corpses. He took a moment to gather the attribute crystals dropped by those that had already respawned, amassing a total of 1,000 green quality attribute crystals. Selling them to the Misty Shop would guarantee him a tidy sum of 200,000 slaughter coins. As he collected, he felt neither fatigue nor annoyance. Once he eliminated the final few armored corpses, he had successfully cleared all the monsters in the third level of the space. The countdown began. Luo Chen picked up the last of the attribute crystals and leisurely awaited the conclusion of the countdown, his mind wandering to what monsters awaited him in the next level. Would they be more armored corpses? What if they spawned 10,000 of them? If that were the case, how would he spend the 2 million slaughter coins? Suddenly, Luo Chen found himself lost in a delightful dilemma. So much money. Yet he couldn't decide how to spend it. 10 seconds later, Luo Chen's figure was transported away, vanishing from the third level of the Tower of Slaughter. Meanwhile, in the square of the notorious killing town, number 10087, the number of individuals eliminated continues to rise. Among the remaining 397 participants, nearly 150 to 160 have already been ousted. The highest achievers among them have merely succeeded in conquering the first level of the Tower of Slaughter. However, when faced with the second level, which features 100 armored zombies, they are swiftly overwhelmed. Even with 2 opportunities for resurrection, they find themselves unable to prevail. Resurrection does not guarantee victory. At this moment, those who have been eliminated gather in the square, periodically glancing at the town leaderboard. Goodness, someone has surpassed the third level. A gasp ripples through the crowd, and soon, more and more individuals are discussing this revelation. Who is this Luo Chen? Does anyone know him? I haven't heard of him. Wow, I knew our town had more than one seasoned player. Luo Chen is truly remarkable. He has advanced through the third level so swiftly. What about that Augustus with B-class talent? Forget about him. Augustus is ranked 4th, nowhere near the top 3. All these players are simply incredible. Chapter 69, The Awkward Augustus. The monsters of the 4th level. In the square, as the rankings on the Slaughter Town leaderboard were scrutinized, many were astonished by the sheer number of seasoned veterans in this world. Within their own Slaughter Town alone, there existed more than just 1 or 2 such individuals. If one were to broaden the scope to encompass the entirety of humanity on Blue Star, and then to a cosmic scale, indeed, it was no wonder there had been lingering curiosity regarding the rarity of talents above rank C. In such a vast slaughter town, with a population of 1,000, not a single high-level talent had been revealed. It now appeared that it was not a matter of there being no one fortunate enough to draw such talents, but rather, those who did had conspicuously chosen to remain silent. Was it only the seasoned veterans who could attain high-level talents? Regardless, let us settle for a participation prize. The top position has little to do with us, and we shall merely enjoy the spectacle. Some began to ponder, speculating who would ultimately claim the title of champion in their slaughter town, 10087. Would it be the current frontrunner, Luo Chen, or perhaps the second-placed Wang Er? Could it be the third-placed Bei Tang Yunran? Or was it the only one to have publicly disclosed his B-level talent, Augustus? As for the others, the prospects seemed dim. The gap between the 4th and 5th positions was indeed considerable. Augustus, in 4th place, had accumulated over 200 points, while Josian in 5th was still languishing at just over 90. The disparity was significant. In the 3rd level of the Tower of Slaughter, Augustus had just finished bandaging a wound on his arm and cautiously peeked out from his hiding spot to assess the situation outside. The armored zombies, devoid of targets, were still wandering about, their numbers still numbering in the hundreds. Curse it, this is a dilemma. The 3rd level clearly had no intention of allowing us newcomers to pass. Augustus lamented softly, but soon his expression relaxed. After all, as the sole possessor of a B-level talent within Slaughter Town 10087, if he were unable to progress, then the chances for others were even slimmer. Thus, regardless of circumstances, the top position was still his. It was merely unfortunate for the Tower of Slaughter. Such a splendid locale. Who could have anticipated that the monsters within could yield attribute crystals upon their demise? Augustus had already collected over 200 of them. Even if it were to end now, These attribute crystals could be exchanged for a staggering 40 to 50,000 slaughter coins. This venture had already proven immensely profitable. What remained to be seen was merely whether he could amass even more. I still have both of my revival opportunities intact. If utilized wisely, taking down another 500 to 600 armored zombies should pose no challenge. Augustus silently calculated, then curiously opened the leaderboard for the Tower of Slaughter, eager to see how others were faring and what the gap in scores might be. They must still be struggling through the second level, he thought confidently. Subsequently, his gaze swept with envy over the top 10 individuals on the district leaderboard. These extraterrestrial beings were indeed formidable. Their advantages were insurmountable. In Augustus' perspective, his score of over 200 placed him among the elite within the ranks of Blue Star humanity. However, when viewed through the vast lens of the universe, this score paled in comparison to those of the aliens. Each of the top 10 extraterrestrials boasted scores that never dipped below 11, 110, each one a terrifying powerhouse. Notably, the top 3 among them had scores exceeding 100,000. They seemed poised to conquer the 5th level. In stark contrast, he found himself lacking the confidence to even breach the 3rd level. The disparity was immense. It's all right, I won't compare myself to aliens, Augustus reassured himself, then shifted his gaze towards the leaderboard of the killing town. But in the next moment, oh my goodness, how could this be possible? An exhilarated Augustus exclaimed, inadvertently revealing his hiding place. The distant armored zombies, upon noticing him, began to screech and charge towards him. Augustus's face turned ashen as he glanced at the 10 names on the killing town leaderboard. He had presumed he would be ranked first, yet he found himself in 4th place. To his astonishment, 3 individuals had scores surpassing his own. Furthermore, the first-ranked individual, known as Luo Chen, had already cleared the 3rd level. How could this be? Wasn't he the sole B-grade talent in killing town number 10087? Who were these 3 individuals? Where did they emerge from? Roaring, the cries of the armored zombies grew ever closer. Augustus, disregarding his shock and fury, realized that if he did not take action promptly, his first chance at revival would be squandered. Damn it, these scoundrels are insidious. He cursed vehemently, battling through the pain in his wounded arm as he charged towards the oncoming horde of armored zombies. A few minutes later, his body was torn to shreds by the relentless assault of the armored zombies. With a flash of white light, Augustus revived not far away, his countenance pale as though he had endured an extraordinarily terrifying ordeal. In the 4th level of the Tower of Slaughter, as Luo Chen materialized in this realm, he immediately assumed a combat stance, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The space of the 4th level opened into an expansive parking lot. Luo Chen vowed he had never seen such a vast parking area in his life. It seemed to stretch infinitely in every direction. Within the lot were an array of vehicles, ranging from bicycles to colossal freight trucks, encompassing everything imaginable. What foes awaited him at this level? Gripping his unsharpened great sword tightly, Luo Chen prepared himself with bated breath and focused intent. At that moment, defeat all enemies before you within 30 minutes. Upon their demise, you shall be transported to the 5th level. A flash of white light appeared approximately 100 meters ahead of Luo Chen, revealing 10 towering humanoid creatures with bronze-hued skin. Bronzed armored zombie. Level, Tier 3 beginner. Description, a robust member of the zombie clan. The Tier 3 beginner bronzed armored zombie possesses a formidable defense that even the most formidable Tier 3 advanced monsters cannot breach. The silver lining is that their movement speed remains as sluggish as that of other zombies. Luo Chen swiftly deployed an information probe, gleaning insights into this cohort of monsters. Wait, weren't they Tier 2 beginners just a moment ago? And now, they've ascended to Tier 3 beginners? What, the Tier 2 intermediate and advanced? Have you devoured them? Luo Chen's expression darkened, realizing that the Tower of Slaughter had suddenly lost its charm. Just moments prior, he had quite enjoyed this place. Yet now, he wished to retract his previous sentiments. How could such an elevation be justified? All the monsters in front were Tier 2 beginners, and now the 4th level jumped straight to Tier 3? Is this reasonable? Chapter 70. The formidable copper-armored zombies. A struggle to survive. Roar. Not far away, 10 copper-armored zombies, towering over 2 meters in height and as robust as bodybuilders, charged toward Luo Chen with a furious roar. The introduction was not mistaken. Indeed, the speed of these copper-armored zombies is rather unimpressive. It is comparable to that of a world-class sprinter among ordinary humans. However, they can maintain this speed for prolonged periods, akin to sprinting 100 meters while running a marathon. Their endurance is remarkable. Yet for Luo Chen, this pace felt exceedingly slow. Thus, in terms of speed, he undeniably held the upper hand. But is speed the pivotal factor now? It is the defensive capabilities of these copper-armored zombies. Their defenses, impervious even to typical Tier 3 advanced creatures, would not fall easily to Luo Chen as he had done with the iron-armored zombies. Clearly, that was not feasible. He even harbored doubts about whether his strikes could inflict any meaningful damage upon them, a question still shrouded in uncertainty. The outcome might mirror his previous encounters with the iron-armored zombies, merely chipping away a single point of health. There was no choice but to test it. Tightening his grip on his weapon, Luo Chen let out a fierce shout and charged forward. Bang! With a powerful downward slash, his massive, unsharpened sword struck the head of the foremost copper-armored zombie. Bang! The zombie's head snapped back, yet it responded as if unscathed, swiping a claw toward Luo Chen. Goodness! Such hardness in its head. Luo Chen deftly dodged the claw and retaliated with another strike, but it yielded little effect. However, the effect of the equipment, Crocodile's Tears, was triggered, inflicting bleeding damage for 10 seconds, totaling a deduction of 100 health points. Yet, who knows how high the health points of these copper-armored zombies truly are? With no visible health bar, Luo Chen could not ascertain. Just observing the unperturbed demeanor of the copper-armored zombie indicated that this minor bleeding effect would scarcely impact it. Relying on bleeding to wear them down, 30 minutes would hardly suffice. Damn it, time to switch weapons. Retreating to create distance from the horde of copper-armored zombies, Luo Chen discarded the heavy, unsharpened sword and equipped the Tang Hung Dao instead. The unsharpened sword's effect, which ignores 20 points of the target's defense, was utterly ineffectual against these zombies renowned for their defenses. Their physical defenses likely exceed 300 points. Even with a 20-point deduction, Luo Chen could not inflict meaningful damage upon them. Given this, it would be more advantageous to wield the lighter Tang Hung Dao, which not only enhances attack speed, but also allows Luo Chen to unleash 12 strikes with the effect of just 7. Such efficiency. Death. The whirlwind devastates the parking lot. Like a tempest, Luo Chen enveloped himself in a layer of speed-enhancing buff, his velocity surging instantly. Frost Spell, a brilliant azure beam, unleashed with a swift motion, struck a copper-armored zombie, encasing in ice while inflicting substantial elemental damage. The 5th-tier freezing spell inflicted an impressive 190 ice elemental damage based on mental attributes. Clearly, the copper-armored zombie's elemental resistance was far inferior to its physical defense. With his mental attribute standing at 194, Luo Chen's elemental damage reached a formidable 368 points. Upon striking the copper-armored zombie, it undoubtedly depleted at least 300 points of its life force. Alas, the long cooldown period of the freezing spell was a hindrance. Otherwise, with this single technique, Luo Chen could have vanquished the entire swarm of copper-armored zombies before him. Moreover, he realized he had yet to utilize today's skill upgrade opportunity. As he delivered over 20 strikes per second upon the frozen copper-armored zombie, he recalled that he had intended to enhance his illusory gaze ability. However, he now resolved to upgrade his freezing spell instead. Freezing spell LV 6, grade, blue, cost 150 mana points to lock onto a single target within mental 1. 8 meters, inflicting mental 2, 1, ice elemental damage and freezing for 3. 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 54 seconds. Advancing the freezing spell to level 6 resulted in a remarkable increase in potency compared to its predecessor. Both the range and damage had doubled, while the freezing duration extended by an additional 0.5 seconds. The cooldown period was also reduced by 2 seconds. Importantly, the mana cost saw only a slight increase of 20 points. Given Luo Chen's current mana recovery rate, utilizing the freezing spell every 54 seconds was entirely feasible for him. In the fourth level of the Tower of Carnage, the relentless clanging of metal echoed through the air. Amidst the expansive arena, Luo Chen's figure swirled like a tempest, relentlessly assaulting the 10 copper-armored zombies before him. The Tang Hung Dao in his grasp became a mere blur as he unleashed a barrage of strikes. Even though each blow inflicted a meager 1 point of damage, the sheer frequency of his attacks ensured that the total damage per minute remained significant. Simultaneously, every 54 seconds, he would employ the freezing spell, randomly encasing one of the copper-armored zombies in ice and dealing considerable elemental damage. As time ticked away, the copper-armored zombies, unable to keep pace with Luo Chen's relentless onslaught, transformed into mere targets for him to strike. Yet these targets proved remarkably resilient. It was not until the 6th minute that the first copper-armored zombie fell. Soon after, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th followed suit. After 20 minutes, only 2 of the original 10 copper-armored zombies remained. Luo Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief, with 10 minutes still on the clock. He had ample time to dispatch the last 2 copper-armored zombies. What an arduous battle it had been. Luo Chen paused to catch his breath. At this moment, his fatigue level had reached a staggering 73, marking the first occasion he had ever exceeded 70. Such a high level of fatigue brought upon him a debilitating debuff, a reduction of 15 across all attributes. Fortunately, Luo Chen's speed far surpassed that of the copper-armored zombies, rendering the penalty of 15 inconsequential. As for damage, it was merely a pitiful 1 point, regardless of whether it was reduced or increased. After resting for a minute, his fatigue diminished slightly by 3, bringing it down to 70. With only 9 minutes remaining, Luo Chen once again brandished his Tang sword, applying a speed buff to himself before charging at the remaining 2 copper-armored zombies. After 6 minutes, the last of the zombies finally fell. At last, he had triumphed. Luo Chen gasped for air, his entire being drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water. Chapter 71. The 5th level, an impossible task. Luo Chen was utterly exhausted at this level. The stipulated 30 minutes saw him utilizing a grueling 27 minutes to eliminate all the copper-armored corpses. Had he faltered even slightly or encountered a misstep at any juncture, those precious 3 minutes could have evaporated, leading to an inevitable failure as time would elapse with the monsters still standing. Fortunately, the 4th level housed a mere 10 copper-armored corpses. In such a sparse scenario, Luo Chen's sole responsibility was to attack without the burden of excessive concerns. Even if struck by the copper corpses, the health lost was minimal, merely a few points per hit. Luo Chen could easily withstand that. His speed ensured that he was only occasionally hit by the copper corpses. However, should the number of copper-armored corpses increase significantly, the situation would transform dramatically. If Luo Chen wished to maintain his previous assault pace, he would have to endure far more attacks, consequently suffering greater damage. In fact, it might even become unbearable. According to patterns observed, the next layer, the 5th level, would present 100 copper corpses with a time limit of 60 minutes. To vanquish 100 copper-armored corpses within that time frame, for Luo Chen in his current state, it seemed utterly impossible. After a brief respite of several seconds, he swiftly gathered the 10 attribute crystals scattered on the ground. These crystals radiated a captivating blue glow, a sight that was new to Luo Chen. Attribute crystal, constitution, quality, blue. Upon use, enhances strength attribute by 4 points, with a maximum enhancement of 40 points. Among these 10 blue attribute crystals, 6 possessed constitution attributes, while the remaining 4 were strength attributes. Luo Chen consumed them all before the 10-second countdown concluded, augmenting his constitution by 24 points and strength by 16 points. Though modest, it was better than nothing. In the next instant, whoosh, Luo Chen's figure vanished from this layer. In the 5th layer of the Tower of Slaughter, he found himself on an expansive beach, vast beyond measure. Stretching at least a kilometer wide and seemingly endless in length, Luo Chen appeared at a certain point on the shore, gripping his Tang Hung knife tightly as he surveyed his surroundings. In the next moment, Please eliminate all enemies before you within 60 minutes. Upon the demise of all foes, you will be transported to the 6th layer. As anticipated, Luo Chen mused inwardly. Shortly thereafter, 50 copper-armored corpses materialized at 2 points, approximately 100 meters apart, summing to a precise total of 100. The count was accurate. The monsters were correct. Yet, Luo Chen felt a pang of distress. 100 copper-armored corpses. Even disregarding the injuries he might sustain and attacking with reckless abandon, it would be impossible to eradicate them all within 60 minutes. He had already expended 27 minutes on merely the 10 copper corpses before. The current quantity has surged tenfold, and the difficulty has escalated by more than 2 or 3 times. Resolving everything within 60 minutes? That is utterly preposterous. It is simply unattainable. Never mind. I shall endeavor to eliminate as many as possible. At least I might earn a few more attribute crystals. Luo Chen has come to terms with this. Rather than tormenting himself, he chooses to accept reality. If something is unachievable, then it remains so. There is no point in further self-infliction. Instead of contemplating the utterly impossible, it is far wiser to pursue more tangible goals. For instance, blue attribute crystals. Each one is worth 2,000 slaughter coins. Casually collecting 20 or 30 would yield a sum of 4 to 5,000 slaughter coins. The key is that Luo Chen desperately needs them. He has already consumed 6 blue attribute crystals related to physical constitution and 4 pertaining to strength. He has yet to use any of the agility or spirit attribute crystals. Thus, Luo Chen is not solely motivated by the prospect of 2,000 slaughter coins. He is focused on enhancing his foundational attributes. With this resolve, he strides towards the throng of copper-armored zombies before him. In truth, had the Tower of Slaughter not imposed a time constraint, Luo Chen would possess the capability to eliminate all 100 copper-armored zombies. However, the tower does impose a strict 60-minute limit to vanquish these creatures, presenting Luo Chen with a formidable challenge. Fortunately, he had just consulted the leaderboard for the Tower of Slaughter. The district leaderboard holds no hope. The 10th place is already at 110 points, which corresponds to the score for clearing the 5th level. In contrast, Luo Chen's score stands at a mere 110 points. Each copper-armored zombie is worth 1,000 points, allowing him to potentially dispatch a maximum of 20 or so more. This means he can at best attain a score exceeding 30,000. Therefore, he has abandoned hope for the district leaderboard. He will strive harder when the Tower of Slaughter descends next week. He refuses to believe he cannot surpass these extraterrestrial beings who hold an inherent advantage. Nonetheless, while the district leaderboard may be out of reach, on the Slaughter Town leaderboard, Luo Chen's score is truly unparalleled. With 110 points, he surpasses the 2nd place by a staggering 10,000 points. Moreover, the score of the 2nd place has not fluctuated for some time, likely indicating their elimination from competition. The 4th level represents an almost insurmountable chasm for the current human population of Blue Star. Luo Chen muses to himself. Despite the fact that there are only 10 copper-armored zombies, they are undeniably formidable 3rd-tier beings. Presently, among the inhabitants of Blue Star, those who can reach the 3rd tier either possess an innate talent that offers significant early advantages, with a talent level of at least S grade, or they are individuals like Luo Chen, whose talents may not be initially exceptional but possess sufficient potential to bridge the gap over time. However, achieving this would likely require at least an SS grade talent. Yet, despite this, the task of vanquishing 10 copper-armored zombies within 30 minutes remains fraught with challenges. Theoretically, only those endowed with an SSS grade talent could achieve such a feat within the first week. Of course, this does not include the inherently powerful extraterrestrials. The discussion here pertains solely to the humans of Blue Star. However, as time progresses, the disparity between Blue Star humans and those naturally formidable aliens will gradually diminish. The crucial condition, however, is that one must survive until that future moment. With a swift motion, a blue ice spell struck a copper-armored zombie at the forefront. Subsequently, a flurry of blades descended, producing a cacophony reminiscent of blacksmithing. Luo Chen had merely 60 minutes at his disposal. He must slay as many copper-armored zombies as possible within this time frame to harvest an abundance of blue attribute crystals. Therefore, he disregarded his defenses entirely, evading only those attacks that would not disrupt his assault frequency, ignoring all others. Consequently, his health began to wane gradually. Over 2,000 health points diminished by more than 500 in just a few minutes. Yet, Luo Chen remained utterly unconcerned, his demeanor one of fervent bloodlust. Chapter 72. Shintu Xiong is afraid. Wang Er's calculated scheme. In the central square of the notorious kill town number 10087, nearly everyone had emerged from the Tower of Slaughter, save for Luo Chen. The crowd congregated in the square, occasionally glancing at the leaderboard of the Tower of Slaughter. Each time they beheld Luo Chen's score increasing by an additional 1,000 points, excited gasps would escape their lips, as if the accolades were theirs rather than his. However, in one corner of the square, a group of individuals wore expressions as dark as the deepest ink, led by none other than Shintu Xiong. "Boss, that must be Luo Chen. What should we do now?" His subordinates cast anxious glances at him. If Shintu Xiong could not devise a viable plan, they would not hesitate to abandon him. After all, it was Shintu who had offended that formidable figure, not them. They merely needed to distance themselves from Shintu's faction to extricate themselves from this predicament. Shintu Xiong was no naive newcomer. He fully understood the intentions of his subordinates. Yet, he found himself utterly at a loss. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly inconsequential person would turn out to be a hidden powerhouse? The thought made Shintu Xiong want to curse aloud. With such formidable strength, why remain in the shadows? Would it kill you to be a little more ostentatious? Now, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma, unsure of how to proceed. Damn it, I despise this group of schemers. Shintu Xiong muttered in silent fury. He was uncertain if it was still possible to approach this powerful figure and offer an apology. The critical issue was that a conflict resulting in 3 lives had already transpired. Even if Shintu Xiong were willing to humble himself, would the other party truly accept his apology? If he were in the other person's shoes, he certainly would not. After all, who could ascertain whether the apology was genuine or merely a fade concealing resentment? If there were lingering animosity, letting the other party off the hook would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. Even if it weren't a tiger, it would still be a considerable nuisance. Given his own mindset, he could hardly expect the other party to grant him leniency. Just as Shintu Xiong found himself ensnared in indecision, a group of individuals suddenly approached them. Shintu Xiong, one of the newcomers, wearing a smile, addressed the troubled figure of Shintu Xiong. "I hear you had some conflict with that Luo Chen. You must be quite distressed right now. Who the hell are you?" Shintu Xiong, already brimming with anger, found it impossible to contain his irritation at the mocking tone of the newcomer. "I am Wang Er. Perhaps you have heard of me." Wang Er replied, gesturing toward another young man beside him, whose demeanor exuded an air of defiance. "He is Zhou Xian. We have come to seek your cooperation." The name Wang Er had never crossed Shintu Xiong's ears before today. However, after this day, this name is destined to resonate throughout the entire killing town number 10087, and even reach several nearby killing towns. For he is the one currently ranked second, right after Luo Chen. Beside him stands the young man, Zhou Xian, who holds the 5th position. As for Shintu Xiong himself, he finds himself ranked 6th, directly behind Zhou Xian. Cooperation? Shintu Xiong furrowed his brows and inquired. "How do you wish to collaborate with me?" "Quite simply," Wang Er replied confidently. "All 3 of us hold grievances against that Luo Chen. You, brother Shintu, have had a feud with him long before. You cannot deny that, can you?" Shintu Xiong shook his head. Certain matters cannot be concealed from the astute. Moreover, killing town number 10087 is not that vast, with a mere 400 inhabitants. Many things can be uncovered with a little investigation. "That's good," Wang Er said with a smile. "You must be worried that Luo Chen will seek vengeance upon your emergence from the Tower of Slaughter. But if you join forces with me and brother Zhou Xian, the 3 of us united will certainly make him think twice before taking action, won't we? Is that sufficient?" Shintu Xiong asked, slightly uncertain. Though he had not conquered the 3rd level of the Tower of Slaughter, he had gleaned enough from inquiries to grasp the daunting challenge posed by the 4th level. It was not merely 1,000 iron-armored zombies, but rather the copper-armored zombies, significantly stronger than their iron counterparts. They are classified as low-tier, Tier 3 monsters. Shen Tuxiong questioned his own capabilities, realizing he had yet to reach Tier 3. Even facing a solitary copper-armored zombie, he would only be able to escape in disarray. Defeating one was entirely out of the question. Yet Luo Chen could single-handedly annihilate 10 copper-armored zombies. This was akin to dozens of himself charging forward only to be obliterated by Luo Chen alone. If dozens of him were no match, could the inclusion of Wang Er and Zhou Xian alter the outcome? It seemed rather implausible. Of course, merely the three of us would not suffice, Wang Er acknowledged, having considered this aspect. Unlike Brother Shintu, he had truly ventured through the third level of the Tower of Slaughter and entered the fourth. Yet within that level, he was mercilessly overwhelmed by 10 copper-armored zombies, unable to escape, and was brutally devoured without a chance to flee. The experience was one that those who had not endured it could scarcely comprehend. In short, it left him with a psychological scar, likely to haunt him with nightmares for a prolonged period. It was precisely this reason that fueled Wang Er's resentment. After enduring such torment, he could only receive a mere participation prize akin to those who had been eliminated early. That would be a disservice to his sacrifices. However, Wang Er was painfully aware that he was no match for Luo Chen. His strength made it arduous to defeat a single copper-armored zombie, often requiring a protracted battle to wear down the opponent. Yet, Luo Chen could effortlessly vanquish 10 copper-armored zombies within a mere 30 minutes. This prowess far surpassed his own. However, the thought of relinquishing the first-place reward to Luo Chen was unbearable for Wang Er. Thus, after much contemplation, he devised a plan. He would unite with other formidable individuals to collectively pressure Luo Chen into sharing the reward. Indeed, Wang Er had no intention of resorting to direct force, as the difficulty and risk of such an endeavor were excessively high. Even with a coalition of allies, they might face a mutually destructive outcome. Wang Er was convinced that Luo Chen, being a wise individual, would comprehend that a fight to the death would yield no benefits for either party. Therefore, it was preferable for him to present the reward for communal enjoyment. If necessary, Luo Chen could take the lion's share. Before truly entering the Tower of Slaughter, Wang Er estimated that the first-place reward would be valued at no less than 300,000 slaughter coins. However, after experiencing the Tower of Slaughter firsthand, his perspective shifted. He realized he had underestimated its significance. Chapter 73. The First Death of Luo Chen. Time is running out. 300,000. Is that merely a pittance? In the context of the Tower of Slaughter, it should at least be augmented by a 0, or perhaps it could amount to as much as 5 million. If such a sum truly exists, even if they were to share it among several individuals, each would still receive a substantial amount. This is certainly preferable to merely obtaining a token participation reward, which, as one might surmise, is likely to be of negligible worth, perhaps only a few thousand to 10,000 slaughter coins. Such a trifling sum truly amounts to nothing more than a meager handout. Brother Shintu, do you believe there are any other individuals we could recruit apart from the three of us? At this moment, Wang Er, unsure whether to flaunt or simply inquire, directed a question back at Shen Tuxiong. Shen Tuxiong was not particularly fond of Wang Er's tone, perceiving him as somewhat condescending, which left him feeling quite displeased. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, Wang Er might be his last opportunity. Not to mention, Wang Er ranked second on the Slaughter Town leaderboard, his strength far surpassing Shen Tuxiong's 6th place. So despite his inner turmoil, Shen Tuxiong could only endure. What about Augustus and that Beitang Yunran? After a moment's contemplation, Shen Tuxiong inquired. There is no need to consider Beitang Yunran, Wang Er replied, shaking his head, though he refrained from explaining why. Shen Tuxiong was too apathetic to ask further. And since Wang Er had only dismissed one option, there remained Augustus. What about Augustus? Shen Tuxiong pressed. In response, Wang Er smiled and gestured towards the distance, saying, "Look, isn't he approaching?" Shen Tuxiong turned to see Augustus making his way over with a group of followers. "So you've already made arrangements with him? Why did you ask me? Am I merely a source of amusement for you?" Shen Tuxiong felt an intense frustration. However, he dared not display it outwardly, which Wang Er noticed with a quiet smirk. A hollow facade of strength, were it not for the necessity of enlisting more assistance this time. He would scarcely deign to acknowledge such a C-rank talent as worthless. Just then, Augustus arrived, addressing them directly. "Have you reached an agreement?" he inquired straightforwardly. "Brother Shintu, please be decisive." Shintu. Upon hearing this, Shintu Xiong glanced at Wang Er, then at Augustus, who had an arm around two women, and reluctantly nodded. "Very well, I agree to collaborate with you." An astute choice. Wang Er responded with a knowing smile, anticipating that Luo Chen would soon emerge, for he could not possibly surmount the 5th level. According to the norms, that level hosts a formidable 100 copper-armored zombies. Should Luo Chen manage to breach the 5th level, all of this would simply become a farce. "Are we to seek him out now?" Shintu Xiong asked. "Certainly not." Wang Er cast a glance at him and remarked, "The Tower of Slaughter will only depart at midnight, and the rewards will also be distributed after that hour. Let us wait until then to discuss the allocation of rewards with him. I believe Luo Chen is a wise individual and will undoubtedly make prudent choices." Shintu Xiong observed Wang Er, who appeared to be brimming with confidence, and inexplicably felt a nagging sense of foreboding. "I hope I am merely overthinking," he pondered. In the 5th level of the Tower of Slaughter, the time limit of 60 minutes was more than half elapsed. Yet, there were still over 80 bronze-armored undead remaining on the battlefield. With a swift motion, Luo Chen lunged forward, his tang horizontal knife transforming into a flurry of gleaming blades as it struck one of the bronze-armored undead. As he unleashed a barrage of 20 to 30 strikes per second, he simultaneously endured attacks from at least 3 of the bronze-armored undead himself. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and without warning, he found himself in a different position. He paused momentarily, then quickly checked his health points. Indeed, his health was fully restored. The last time he had checked, his health had plummeted to below 300 points. "So I died," Luo Chen murmured to himself. "Is this the sensation of death? It feels rather ordinary." There was no agonizing pain, nor a suffocating sensation. Just a brief blackout. Then he was resurrected. Remaining revival chances. 1. A notification interrupted Luo Chen's thoughts. He refocused, disregarding the recent message, and resumed wielding his tang horizontal knife as he charged towards the nearby group of bronze-armored undead. "Death is but a minor inconvenience, as long as I can revive. What is there to fear?" After some time, the 60 minutes finally elapsed. Just before the time ran out, Luo Chen successfully dispatched the bronze-armored undead before him. The lifeless body of the undead was refreshed, leaving behind a shimmering blue attribute crystal. Ignoring the surrounding fallen bronze-armored undead, Luo Chen bent down to pick it up and consumed it on the spot. Mentality 4. At that moment, the surrounding bronze-armored undead, who had been roaring and charging, disintegrated into a burst of light. Following suit was Luo Chen. Swish! In the plaza of Slaughter Town, a beam of blood light shot forth from the Tower of Slaughter, landing in a corner of the square. At that moment, hundreds of eyes turned towards that direction. As the light faded, a tall figure emerged. It was none other than Luo Chen, who had been teleported out. "Look, that's the great Luo Chen. Wow, the great Luo Chen looks so young, so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? If he does, would he mind having another? Get lost. The great Luo Chen is mine. Dream on, with that voice of yours. The great Luo Chen would never be interested in you. Are you looking for trouble? Come on, who fears whom?" As Luo Chen was teleported out of the Tower of Slaughter, he was immediately enveloped by the cacophony surrounding him. He understood that he was destined to become renowned in the notorious Slaughter Town number 10087 after this encounter. However, he had long since prepared himself mentally for such an eventuality. Thus, he did not outwardly display any reaction. Instead, he merely cast a fleeting glance at the crowd before swiftly transforming into a blur and darting away. Wow, the speed of the esteemed Luo Chen is astonishing. What kind of velocity is this? Is it a skill? Pray tell, is this swiftness attributed to agility? How many points of agility must one possess to achieve such speed? Luo Chen, please do not depart. Esteemed one, look this way. Luo Chen paid no heed to their exclamations, with just a few deft movements. He had already vacated the square. Chapter 74. Leaving the town, let's indulge first. In the square, Wang Er and his companions gathered together, their gazes fixed on the figure that had just vanished into the distance. Did you see that? Such terrifying speed. If it weren't for the effect of a skill, then his agility attribute must be at least 900 points, perhaps even exceeding 1,000. Is that really possible? The expressions of several individuals turned grim. The velocity displayed by Luo Chen had left them somewhat disheartened. Moreover, at that speed, if he decided to flee, could they truly stop him? No witties. At that moment, Wang Er encouraged the group, stating, "The monk can run, but the temple cannot. He may escape, but what about his safe house? He can't just relocate it, can he? Therefore, no matter how fast he is, he cannot truly escape." Nearby, Zhou Xian and Shen Tu-xiong nodded in agreement. The reasoning indeed held merit. However, the foreigner Augustus struggled to comprehend such a proverb. Fortunately, Wang Er kindly elucidated it for him, and Augustus soon understood, nodding in realization. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Disregarding the foolish, lecherous foreigner, Wang Er called out to the others, and they departed from the square. It was still early. It was merely morning after all. They couldn't possibly remain there until dawn, could they? Thus, it was best to pursue their respective tasks. Everything would be clarified when midnight struck. Luo Chen made his way directly back to his safe house. Upon closing the door, he ascended to the second floor. The rewards from the Tower of Slaughter could only be claimed after the event concluded, which would be at midnight. In the meantime, Luo Chen had no intention of wasting time and decided to venture into the wild first. Intending to convert the large number of attribute crystals in his backpack into resources that would enhance his strength. Swish! In the second-floor bedroom, a flash of blue light illuminated the room, and then Luo Chen's figure vanished from sight. Simultaneously, at a concealed location dozens of kilometers away from Slaughter Town number 10087, accompanied by a faint blue glow, Luo Chen appeared in this new setting. First, he would visit the mist shop. Other matters could wait. Although the teleportation coordinate he had reserved was quite distant from the mist shop, Luo Chen did not mind spending a little time. Moreover, given his current speed, it would hardly take long. A few minutes later, racing at full speed, Luo Chen quickly traversed the considerable distance, arriving in the area shrouded in mist. Entering, he pushed open the grand door of the mist shop and stepped inside. "Welcome." The shopkeeper of the mist shop maintained the same demeanor as always. Luo Chen approached, directly opened his spatial backpack, and poured out the heap of attribute crystals onto the counter. The essence of green quality attribute crystals amounts to a staggering 110. Meanwhile, the blue quality attribute crystals total 10, which were acquired by Luo Chen from the 5th level of the Tower of Slaughter. He had vanquished 31 copper armor corpses on that level, earning 31 blue attribute crystals. Out of these, 21 have already been utilized, 4 were allocated to enhance his constitution, adding 16 points. 6 were invested in strength, contributing 24 points. 7 were dedicated to agility, which increased by 28 points, and the remaining 4, which pertained to mental attributes, added 16 points to his spirit. The remaining 10 crystals are designated for strength and constitution attributes, but he has reached his limit and cannot use them further. Consequently, Luo Chen's highest constitution attribute has reached an impressive 289 points, resulting in a formidable health total of 890 points, nearing the threshold of 3000. "Are you certain you wish to redeem all of these?" the attendant inquired. "Yes, redeem them all," Luo Chen affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing his response, the attendant smiled and collected the large pile of attribute crystals, subsequently retrieving a small box. When the box was opened, it revealed a neatly stacked collection of slaughter coins, an astonishing total of 242,000. This marks one of Luo Chen's wealthiest moments, surpassing even his previous record set just yesterday. With the slaughter coins in hand, Luo Chen did not store them away, but instead addressed the attendant. "Please provide me with 134 green skill upgrade stones. That totals 134,000. Do you confirm your purchase?" The attendant inquired with a smile. "Feel free to take the amount from the box," Luo Chen replied with a nod, gesturing towards the box. Subsequently, the attendant counted out the requisite sum of slaughter coins and, bending down to retrieve a box from beneath the counter, placed it atop the counter and opened it. Inside, it was brimming with 134 green quality skill upgrade stones. Seeing this, Luo Chen eagerly grasped a handful and began to apply them to his 6 green passive skills. These 134 skill upgrade stones were sufficient to elevate all 6 skills to level 15. Strengthen Body LV 15, Quality Green, passive increase in Constitution attribute by 75 points. Rhythm of Life LV 15, Quality Green, passive enhancement of health recovery ability, recovering 150 points per minute. Vigor LV 15, Quality Green, passive increase in mental attribute by 75 points. Agility LV 15, Quality Green, passive increase in agility attribute by 75 points. Efficient Mana Recovery LV 15, Quality Green, passive enhancement of mana recovery efficiency, recovering 225 points per minute. Innate Strength LV 15, Grade Green, passive enhancement of strength attribute by 75 points. Luo Chen glanced at the 6 skills that had just been upgraded, then turned his gaze back to the attendant before him and inquired, "Do you have any white or green grade passive skills that can enhance physical defense or elemental resistance?" "Indeed, we do, esteemed customer," the attendant replied, nodding. "Then please provide me with one of each," Luo Chen exclaimed, his eyes brightening with excitement. Upon hearing this, the attendant smiled and retrieved a small box from beneath the counter, opening it to reveal precisely the 4 skill crystals that Luo Chen desired. "Feel free to manage the payment as you see fit," Luo Chen said to the attendant, then picked up 1 crystal and promptly used it. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Elemental Resistance. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Physical Resistance. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Elemental Armor. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Physical Armor. Having obtained 4 new skills all at once, Luo Chen opened his character panel to take a look. Chapter 75, New Skills. A Surge in Power. Elemental Resistance, LV. 1 grade, White. Passive increase of 6 points to Elemental Resistance. Physical Resistance, LV. 1 grade, White. Passive increase of 6 points to Physical Defense. Elemental Armor, LV. 1 grade, Green. Passive increase of 10 points to Elemental Resistance. Physical Armor LV. 1 grade, Green. Passive increase of 10 points to Physical Defense. Upon witnessing the effects of these 4 new skills, a satisfied smile graced Luo Chen's face. Indeed, given the absence of mana and health points, these singular defensive enhancements surpass skills of the same grade that augment mental and physical attributes. Nodding in approval, Luo Chen found this entirely reasonable. Next, he resolved to elevate the levels of these 4 skills, for the effects at level 1 were rather mediocre. Without upgrading, their advantages would remain unmanifested. However, before proceeding with the upgrades, Luo Chen needed to procure a specific item. "Please provide me with a green grade offensive skill crystal, preferably the most formidable one. Ideally an area attack," Luo Chen requested of the attendant before him. "Certainly, esteemed customer," the attendant replied with a smile, bending to retrieve a small box from beneath the counter. Upon opening it, the box contained the skill crystal that met Luo Chen's specifications. Luo Chen examined it briefly and, without hesitation, utilized it on the spot. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Multiple Blink Slash. Multiple Blink Slash LV. 1 grade, Green. Consumes 30 mana to perform a Blink Slash on 1, Agility 30. Targets within a range of 1, Agility 5, meters ahead. Inflicting 50, Strength 50, physical damage with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Excellent. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction and then addressed the attendant. "Please provide me with 136 white skill upgrade stones and 78 green skill upgrade stones." "Of course, esteemed customer." The attendant retrieved a small box from beneath the counter. Upon opening it, the left side revealed a pile of 136 white skill upgrade stones. while the right side displayed 78 green skill upgrade stones. After completing this purchase, Luo Chen found himself with exactly 500 kill coins remaining, which included the 100 he had left over from before. What could 500 kill coins procure? A special white skill crystal, or perhaps 5 white skill upgrade stones. As for other items, Luo Chen had no need for equipment unless it was of blue grade or higher, which he could not afford. Thus, he decided to conserve his coins for further purchases later in the evening. Reaching into the box, Luo Chen seized a handful of white skill upgrade stones and proceeded to enhance his newly acquired passive skills, as well as his level 13 sprint skill, elevating them all to level 20 in one go. Swift movement LV. 20. Grade. White. Consumes 105 mana points to enter a sustained state of swift movement for 105 seconds, increasing movement speed by 970, with no cooldown time. Elemental resistance LV. 20. Grade. White. Passive increase of 120 points to elemental resistance. Physical resistance LV. 20. Grade. White. Passive increase of 120 points to physical defense. 136 white skill upgrade stones have been expended. The effects of the 3 skills have surged correspondingly. Not to mention the 2 new passive skills. The first skill of Luo Chen, Swift Movement, after reaching level 20, astonished him with its efficacy. This skill is truly exceptional, as its original level cap had severely limited its potential. Yet, in Luo Chen's hands, the skill's formidable nature finally reveals its fangs. Merely at level 20, it can enhance movement speed by an astounding 970. Furthermore, it possesses no cooldown time. The duration of the skill is also considerable. With Luo Chen's current agility attribute of 279, when sprinting at full speed, his velocity is already akin to that of a high-speed train. Now, with an additional 970 increase, would he not transform into a combat aircraft? This speed raises concerns for Luo Chen about whether his reaction time can keep pace. It is utterly insane. After enhancing the levels of the 3 white skills, it is now time to turn to the 3 green skills. The price of green upgrade stones is quite steep. Consequently, Luo Chen did not purchase many. Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of sufficient funds, although the several 100,000 slaughter coins appear substantial. When it comes to spending, Luo Chen realizes there is not as much as he thought. 78 green skill upgrade stones cost Luo Chen a total of 78,000 slaughter coins. After allocating them to these 3 skills, they have only been elevated to level 13. They have yet to reach the average level of 15 for other green skills. Elemental Armor LV. 13. Grade. Green. Passive increase of 130 points to elemental resistance. Physical Armor LV. 13. Grade. Green. Passive increase of 130 points to physical defense. Multiple instant /LV. 13. Grade. Green. Consumes 150 mana points to perform an instant slash on 1. Agility 90. Targets within a distance of 1. Agility 29. Meters in front. Dealing 50. Strength 170. Physical damage, with a cooldown time of 18 seconds. The defensive effects of the 2 green passive skills raised to level 13 have already surpassed those of the 2 white passive skills at level 20. Yet, what was the cost in slaughter coins for the former, and how much for the latter? Thus, in the early stages, it is indeed more cost-effective to upgrade white skills. However, as levels increase, it becomes more appropriate to upgrade skills of higher grades. After all, beyond level 30, even skills of the white grade require the expenditure of 600 kill coins for each level advancement. By the time one reaches level 50, this cost escalates to 400 kill coins per level. It is, in fact, quite a considerable sum. Nevertheless, prior to reaching level 50, Luo Chen intends to prioritize the enhancement of those white grade skills as much as possible. The recent elevation of these green skills was solely due to their novelty. One cannot remain stagnant at level 1, can they? However, upon returning to the Misty Shop, Luo Chen plans to focus on upgrading the white skills first, aiming to elevate them all to level 50 before considering anything else. As for the levels beyond 50, that will be addressed once the other green skills reach level 20. After a considerable expenditure, Luo Chen found his wallet considerably lightened. The remaining 500 kill coins held little purchasing power, so he simply tucked them into his pocket for safekeeping. We welcome you to visit again. The shop attendant smiled as they bid farewell. Luo Chen waved without looking back, then opened the door and stepped out of the misty shop. Chapter 76. Farewell to the blue airdrop treasure chest. The prey under the gaze of Luo Chen. Upon exiting the foggy shop, Luo Chen experienced a remarkable enhancement in his strength compared to when he first entered. Should he dare to challenge the Tower of Slaughter once more at this moment, he harbors complete confidence in his ability to conquer the 5th level, no longer troubled by the resilient copper-armored zombies. Indeed, surpassing the 6th level is not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, with the level 13 skill of multiple blink slash, Luo Chen can unleash this ability every 18 seconds, boasting an impressive attack range of 252 meters and the capacity to strike up to 81 targets at once. Coupled with exceptionally high skill damage, it would allow him to decimate swathes of copper-armored zombies in a brief span, even achieving the feat of slaying 1,000 copper-armored zombies within 120 minutes is not entirely unfeasible, given Luo Chen's current strength attribute of 312 points. Each strike of the multiple blink slash inflicts a staggering 580 points of damage, even after accounting for the physical defenses of the copper-armored zombies. The final damage would still exceed 200 points. Not to mention, Luo Chen's weapon attributes enable him to unleash damage in the 7th attack that surpasses the cumulative total of the first 6 strikes. A blow that even the most resilient copper-armored zombie cannot withstand. The sole drawback lies in the skill's cooldown, which feels somewhat protracted. 18 seconds seem excessively lengthy. If only it were akin to the sprint skill, devoid of cooldown, he would be invincible should he elevate the multiple blink slash to level 20. The cooldown could be reduced by an additional 7 seconds, bringing it down to a more manageable 11 seconds. Luo Chen silently calculated the number of slaughter coins required to upgrade multiple blink slash to level 20. 7 multiplied by 4,000, a simple arithmetic problem even a child could solve, amounts to 28,000 slaughter coins, which is quite reasonable. If he desires, he could upgrade it within the day. However, he decided against it. After all, he had already participated in this week's Tower of Slaughter event. To engage once more, he would need to wait until next week. By that time, who knows how many levels the multiple blink slash would have ascended. Certainly, it would exceed level 20. As he journeyed westward, Luo Chen swiftly returned to the area he had previously teleported to in just a few minutes. Upon reaching this point, continuing westward would lead him into an entirely new, unexplored territory. The map was shrouded in a veil of war fog, rendering the specifics of that region invisible. Luo Chen paused to open the regional chat channel and glanced at the number of online players. To his astonishment, 67 individuals were logged in. How could there be so many? Luo Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He was not concerned about these individuals posing a threat to him, but rather puzzled as to why such a multitude would gather in this area. Aside from the notorious killing town No. 10087 where I reside, and the previously encountered killing town number 1733, there should be other nearby towns of similar infamy. Could it be that the inhabitants of those towns are here? Luo Chen pondered. If it were merely a resident from killing town number 1733, such a multitude would not have emerged in this vicinity. It would only make sense if individuals from multiple killing towns were converging here. But why have they all come to this place? Luo Chen mused. Could it be that there's something of great value? In an instant, he recalled the airdrop chests he had not seen for 2 days. If these individuals were drawn here by the allure of the airdrop chests, it would certainly explain the situation. With this thought, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He had been troubled about how to earn money, and here was an opportunity presenting itself. Not only the intrinsic value of the airdrop chests, but he also had his sights set on the valuable items possessed by others. Whether it be equipment or attribute crystals, all could yield a handsome profit. In fact, this notion had crossed Luo Chen's mind previously while at the town square of the killing town. However, he had refrained from acting on it due to the multitude of people present, fearing that such a move would render him the common enemy of the entire town. Although his prior defenses allowed him to disregard damage from attacks below 63, which was less than 1/5 of his physical defense. How many among the over 300 individuals in the square possessed attack power below that threshold? Even if they could inflict a meager 1 point of damage, the sheer number would be overwhelming. Thus, after some consideration, he had chosen to abandon that enticing idea, adhering to a principle of caution. Yet, the current circumstances were markedly different. Firstly, he would soon face a chaotic melee, where every individual would be an enemy to one another. They would not unite to confront Luo Chen alone. Secondly, his strength had significantly increased compared to just half an hour ago. His defensive capabilities had seen a remarkable enhancement. His physical defense had nearly doubled, and his elemental resistance had more than doubled. Presently, with 564 points of physical defense and 510 points of elemental resistance, how many among the current Blue Star humans could surpass him in these attributes? Even those with B-grade talents would not exceed 400 points in attack power. Only A-grade talent holders could surpass Luo Chen's defensive capabilities. But so what? Luo Chen also had an automatic health regeneration of 5 points per second. With his speed, he could effortlessly maintain distance from his opponents. Even if he lost a bit of health, a slight retreat would see him recuperated within moments. Additionally, the leg armor he wore mitigated 20 points of damage from incoming attacks. These factors were his source of confidence. Therefore, unless an individual possessing an S-level or even SS-level talent emerges in this region, particularly one whose abilities yield significant advantages in the early stages, there is no conceivable threat to Luo Chen's safety. Locating a previously dropped airdrop crate proves to be quite a challenge, especially when one is unaware of its precise coordinates. However, Luo Chen has devised his own strategy. He will sprint in a chosen direction at his utmost speed. Should he cover 3 to 4 kilometers without any discovery, he will then alter his course and continue running. Additionally, he must remain vigilant of the online count in the regional chat channel. A substantial decrease in the number of participants would indicate that Luo Chen has strayed off course, at which point he must retrace his steps. In this manner, it took but a few attempts for Luo Chen to pinpoint the location of the airdrop crate, which was positioned before a dilapidated church. At that moment, the crate, emanating a blue luminescence, hovered merely 2 to 3 meters above the ground, gently descending as Luo Chen approached it. Simultaneously, a considerable number of individuals had gathered around the abandoned church. Upon counting, Luo Chen discerned at least 35 visible figures, bringing the total to 36 when including himself. It was plausible that the elusive Lu was hiding nearby, perhaps accompanied by a few others. Chapter 77. Leave the cleanup to me. Before the dilapidated church lies a small square, approximately 200 to 300 square meters in size, dominated by a statue that remains only as a base. One can faintly discern that it once depicted a figure, as a pair of feet still lingers atop the pedestal. At this moment, 36 individuals, including Luo Chen, stand in various corners of the crumbling square, scrutinizing one another with eyes that exude either ferocity or indifference. Clearly, each person present understands that peaceful coexistence is a mere fantasy. After all, there is but one airdrop treasure chest, yet they number 36. How shall they divide it? An equitable distribution is evidently impossible. Who among them wouldn't desire to possess the entire airdrop for themselves? Sharing? The concept is utterly foreign to them. How long do you intend to stare each other down like this? At that moment, a tall, lean man, his left side obscured by a mask, spoke up. Why not simply engage in a battle? Whoever survives shall claim the airdrop chest for themselves. What do you think? He concluded with a bloodthirsty grin, appearing somewhat deranged. It is merely a blue airdrop chest, someone scoffed derisively. It might yield some blue-quality equipment at most. Do you truly intend to fight to the death over such a trivial matter? As soon as the words left his mouth, another voice chimed in mockingly. If you think so little of it, why not leave? The mocked individual cast a cold glance at the speaker and retorted, though I may disdain it. Do you expect me to depart empty-handed? He chuckled coldly, the implication clear. Leaving without anything was out of the question. Having come this far, he intended to return with at least some spoils. Otherwise, it would be a futile journey. Enough with the idle chatter. At this juncture, a burly man interjected. Since we are all here for the airdrop, and none of us are willing to concede. Let us fight. However, his gaze swept the surroundings. Before we commence, I believe it prudent to clear the area first, lest we engage in a brutal conflict only to have someone else reap the rewards. As he spoke, his eyes bore down menacingly on a particular individual. Luo Chen initially assumed the burly man was referring to him, but given his unfamiliarity, it was evident he was not the target. Following the burly man's gaze, he noticed a petite woman with sun-kissed skin and a slender face. Not particularly beautiful, but possessing strikingly bright eyes, those that linger in one's memory. At this moment, the woman, having been derided by the burly man, remained silent. Her focus unwavering on the airdrop chest that had descended, her eyes glinting with determination. The burly man, observing her lack of response, let out a disdainful huff. It is indeed reasonable. One should not weave garments for another's wedding. At this moment, someone echoed this sentiment. The others expressed no dissent. However, a question lingered. Who would take the initiative? Or rather, who would be the first to act? Allow me, a voice suddenly proclaimed as uncertainty hung in the air. Instantly, 35 pairs of eyes turned to the speaker. Luo Chen welcomed their gaze with a smile, saying, "Everyone is quite busy, so let us not squander time here. Since you are all unwilling to take action, why not let me?" The burly man who had initially suggested the idea scrutinized Luo Chen from head to toe, then offered a knowing smile. "Since this brother is willing to take action, that is indeed splendid. However, are you certain you can manage alone?" Luo Chen shrugged and replied with a grin, "You need not concern yourself with that. Though, could someone kindly indicate the direction? I lack any detection skills." Boom! Almost as soon as Luo Chen finished speaking, a woman nearby, wielding a magic staff, lightly tapped it against the ground. In the next instant, a circle of blue ripples swiftly radiated outward, encompassing a radius of 300 to 400 meters in mere moments. Luo Chen felt little, yet the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. Some glared at the woman with fierce indignation. "What the hell is your intention?" One shouted. "How dare you take action?" "Damn, the range of this attack is enormous." Upon hearing their exclamations, Luo Chen realized that the ripples indeed possessed offensive capabilities. Yet, why had he sustained no damage? It was clear the damage was likely too minimal, not even reaching 1/5 of his elemental resistance, thus failing to breach his defenses. He quickly deduced the reason. After all, for a skill covering such a vast area, it was reasonable for the individual damage to be lower. With an elemental resistance of 510, even 1/5 would still account for 102. In this light, the individual damage of the skill was probably not negligible. Luo Chen's resistance was simply too formidable. The others had certainly experienced some level of harm, especially those who had cursed the loudest. They likely possessed lower elemental resistance and had lost a significant amount of health. Hadn't they? "Thank you." Luo Chen understood the woman's intention and expressed his gratitude before vanishing from the spot in the next moment. Witnessing this, the onlookers abandoned their reprimands toward the woman, their expressions darkening as they focused on the spot where Luo Chen had disappeared. "What speed is this?" one exclaimed. "Goodness, this fellow is incredibly fast. Is he just going to snatch the treasure and flee?" "Rest assured, the treasure chest is of considerable size. He cannot simply carry it away." "Brother, your spatial backpack isn't of blue quality, is it?" "It's green, what of it?" "A blue quality spatial backpack could contain an airdrop chest." "Good grief. Then, one must keep a keen eye on that fellow." Luo Chen's sudden display of astonishing speed has swiftly rendered him the focal point of everyone's attention. But could Luo Chen have failed to anticipate this? No. In truth, he was fully aware, and his decision to act thus stemmed purely from indifference. Moreover, what he exhibited was not even his utmost velocity. It was but a fraction of his true potential. If such a display is sufficient to instill fear, then one must lament that their horizons are regrettably limited. Where has that individual vanished? Within the confines of the abandoned church, a figure lurked in the shadows, discreetly observing the unfolding scene below. "Are you searching for me?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. "What?" The figure was taken aback. Yet as he attempted to evade, it was already too late. A razor-sharp blade swiftly pierced through his chest, and by the time he registered the attack, the blade had been withdrawn and swiftly slashed across his throat. Splatter! A spray of crimson erupted forth. Simultaneously, his life force plummeted in an instant. In the next moment, gurgle! A severed head tumbled down the sloped roof. Yet, Luo Chen's figure had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 78. Awaken, the moment of hunt. 1, 2, 3. With each life extinguished, Luo Chen counted. As he dispatched all the insignificant foes who had just revealed their positions, the count reached a precise 10. Among these 10, save for a few who endured 3 or 4 strikes before succumbing, the majority fell with but 2 blows. Remarkably, one was dispatched with a single thrust. As if the encounter were a jest, Luo Chen's strength attribute, though not exceedingly high, should not have enabled such lethality, even with critical damage bonuses. One would not expect to slay a foe with a mere stab. To be felled by such a strike suggested that the victim's vitality was alarmingly low, perhaps not even reaching 600 or 700 points. With such meager prowess, one ought not to venture into such perilous circumstances. Truly, they had no grasp of mortality. In the desolate square, Luo Chen stood firmly, resuming his previous position. Observers noted that merely a brief span of time had elapsed, barely a score of seconds, yet their expressions betrayed their concern. All done. No need for thanks, Luo Chen remarked, a smile gracing his features. His mood was buoyant. Although the 10 adversaries were of mediocre strength, they were not entirely lacking. After all, those who could traverse to this location within the current time frame could hardly possess attributes lower than 80. Thus, Luo Chen had accrued a substantial amount of attribute points. His strength surged by 62 points, his constitution by 97, and agility, though modestly elevated, rose by 59. The least increase was seen in his mental attribute, which only garnered 42 points. Nonetheless, the total amassed to an impressive 260 points. On average, each adversary contributed 26 points. Truly a generous lot. Luo Chen beamed with delight, his heart buoyed by the bounty. Yet the others were far less amused. Their hesitation to act collectively stemmed from the fear that, should they engage, others might seize the airdrop chest before them. But Luo Chen harbored no such trepidation. His swiftness ensured that in a matter of seconds, he could accomplish what others could not before the protective barrier of the airdrop even lifted. Consequently, he had reaped the benefits of their indecision. Realization dawned upon the others, their faces reflecting the dismay of having swallowed a fly. However, lamenting their choices now was futile. The paramount concern lay in monitoring this exceptionally swift individual to prevent him from absconding with the airdrop chest, for that would signify their true loss. Did Luo Chen intend to claim the airdrop chest, akin to his previous encounter with Olivia? No, he harbored no such intentions. In fact, he valued the belongings of the 35 individuals before him far more than the contents of the chest, including their very existence. After all, those 10 relatively weak opponents had granted him an increase of 260 attribute points. If he were to eliminate all 35 individuals before him, how many attribute points would that yield? At the very least, it must be 4 times 260, which amounts to 1040. In comparison, what could possibly be the worth of the items within a blue airdrop crate in terms of kill coins? Even if they were valued at 60 or 70,000, would they provide Luo Chen with an increase of over 1,000 attribute points? It is evidently impossible. Previously, Luo Chen had spent over 200,000, yet did not reach such heights, let alone a mere 60 or 70,000. Thus, it has become abundantly clear who the true powerhouses are and who the mere trifles are. Furthermore, the equipment they bear and the items within their bags are all convertible into kill coins. Luo Chen would have to be foolish to fixate on that airdrop crate. As for why the others did not follow suit, was it due to a lack of preference? Certainly not. It is purely a matter of lacking the requisite strength. In the dilapidated square, Luo Chen, having just returned, cast a cheerful glance over the 35 individuals present. Why does this fellow have such an odd glint in his eyes? Hiss! Why do I have an ominous premonition? This is bad. This lad's target is us. There are indeed astute individuals among them. Immediately, someone discerned Luo Chen's intentions. their expression shifting dramatically as they gasped in alarm. How dare they think that by defeating a few weaklings they could elevate themselves to kings? With such speed? Do they think they are impressive? This fellow must be out of his mind. Upon realizing that Luo Chen had set his sights on all of them, their anger surged. Each of them was a prominent figure in their respective slaughter towns, with the least impressive among them possessing C-level talent, and a few even boasting B-level talent. They each brimmed with confidence in their abilities. Otherwise, they would not have the audacity to stand so boldly. Only those lacking confidence would lurk in the shadows. Thus, being regarded as prey by Luo Chen incited even greater fury within them. What does he mean? To treat us as mere trifles? 1 against 35? Who does he think he is? Luo Chen maintained a jovial demeanor, seemingly unfazed by their wrath. Just then, whoosh, a searing flame suddenly surged forth, striking Luo Chen squarely in the chest. The moment the flame made contact, it erupted with a resounding explosion, sending him staggering back several paces, leaving a charred mark upon his chest. "Ha! Did you think you were formidable? Is this truly all you can muster?" The assailant laughed triumphantly. In the next moment, a charred mark appeared on Luo Chen's chest. He casually brushed off his clothing, and it became evident to the onlookers that the scorched traces were not a result of his skin, but merely the fabric of his attire, darkened by the explosion. Luo Chen himself appeared completely unperturbed, even casting a disdainful glance at his assailant. Health points, 4109, 4110. Luo Chen glanced at his health bar. Remarkably, they had managed to deplete a single point of his health. Quite impressive. I commend your bravery, but you have sullied my garment, which irks me greatly. Fixing his gaze upon the visibly distressed attacker, Luo Chen spoke in a calm tone. In the next instant, the Tang Hung knife at his waist slowly emerged from its sheath. His movements were imbued with an elegance that betrayed no hint of malice. Yet, the moment the blade was drawn, clang, clang, clang. In an instant, dozens of flashes of steel erupted simultaneously. In a mere fraction of a second, less than 0.1 seconds, Luo Chen's figure had reappeared at the opposite end of the dilapidated square, the blade in his hand still resonating with a humming sound. Behind him, the sounds of several bodies collapsing echoed through the air. Chapter 79, The Moment of Harvest. The terrifying effect of hypnotic eyes. What has happened? Hiss. Who struck me with a blade? Damn. Why is my health diminished by over 400? What the hell? What happened to those fellows? Are they dead? In the small square, the remaining 30 individuals, terrified, clutched their wounds on their chests and abdomens while hastily distancing themselves from one another. Regrettably, only 5 were slain. At this moment, Luo Chen slowly turned to face these individuals. Out of 35 targets, 5 had perished. This was somewhat lacking. However, Luo Chen found himself powerless. The speed of his multiple instantaneous slashes was so rapid that he could not accurately control the precise impact of each attack. This explained why the injuries on these individuals varied. Some were struck in the chest, others in the abdomen, and even some sustained wounds on their arms. It was not that Luo Chen wished to avoid targeting their vital areas. Rather, he lacked the time for precise aim. With a single execution of multiple instantaneous slashes, in less than 0.1 seconds, Luo Chen managed to strike all 35 individuals almost simultaneously. This was still contingent upon the fact that there were only 35 targets within range. Otherwise, it could have been even more. In such a brief interval, all Luo Chen could do was utilize this skill. As for the matter of precisely controlling it to ensure each strike landed on a target's vital area, thereby inflicting a higher damage coefficient for fatal wounds, that would indeed be a tall order. Nevertheless, despite this, 5 unfortunate souls still met their demise. Their deaths were attributed to the inherent properties of the Tang Hung knife in Luo Chen's possession, which allowed him to inflict damage equal to the sum of the previous 6 attacks on the 7th strike. When executing the multiple instantaneous slashes, Luo Chen's single attack damage had already reached 685.8, resulting in a cumulative damage total of 4,114. 8 over 6 strikes, even after deducting the target's physical defense values. The remaining damage exceeded 3,000. At this stage, how many individuals possessed health exceeding 3,000. Even Luo Chen himself, with the multitude of skill effects compounded and the attributes acquired from previous kills, barely exceeded 4,000 health points, reaching only 4,110. Others lacked the array of skills he possessed, and, without the ability to elevate their skill levels beyond their inherent limits, achieving over 1,000 health points was already commendable. Those surpassing 2,000 were exceptionally rare experts, let alone those exceeding 3,000. Thus, the 5 unfortunate individuals who became the 7th victims fell as the first souls claimed by Luo Chen's multiple instantaneous slashes. Their demise also bestowed upon Luo Chen a new surge of attribute enhancements. The 5 individuals contributed to an increase of 70 points in strength, 55 points in constitution, and a remarkable 120 points in agility. Even his mental attributes saw an increase of 65 points. In total, he gained 310 points in attributes, averaging 62 points from each individual. Undoubtedly, these skilled individuals hailing from various notorious towns of slaughter possess strength that far surpasses that of the mere rabble. Luo Chen glanced at the alteration in his own attributes, reveling in the surge of formidable power, and couldn't help but smile. At that moment, the 30 fortunate souls who had managed to survive finally regained their composure, their faces contorted with shock and fury as they glared at Luo Chen. "How dare you? Everyone, let us unite and eliminate him. If he remains alive, we are as good as dead." That was undoubtedly the effect of his skill. Do not be intimidated. Let us kill him. Even in death, we must take someone down with us. The air was thick with shouts of indignation, accompanied by a barrage of attacks directed at Luo Chen's position. Luo Chen smirked disdainfully, effortlessly dodging the absurd onslaught. "What grants you such confidence to believe you can strike me?" he remarked coldly. Yet, amidst the chaos, there were those who were more astute. While vocally rallying their companions to take Luo Chen down, some stealthily made their way toward the airdrop crate that had lost its protective barrier, intending to abscond with it. Luo Chen chuckled derisively, recognizing this as a familiar trick. He would not allow these individuals to succeed. "I want their heads. I want the crate as well. None shall escape." With a flash of resplendent purple light in his eyes, Luo Chen activated his illusory gaze. In the next instant, the 30 individuals, whether they were the enraged brutes charging at him or the cunning ones attempting to flee toward the airdrop crate, were all rendered motionless. With his current mental attribute of 357 points, Luo Chen could effortlessly ensnare everyone present in the realm of illusion with his 6th-level illusory gaze, maintaining this state for nearly 26 seconds. How many times could he eliminate them in such a span? Of course, 26 seconds is the duration indicated on the skill panel. However, one must also account for the target's elemental resistance attributes. The higher the resistance, the shorter the duration of the effect. If Luo Chen were to target an adversary with an elemental resistance in the tens of thousands, his illusory gaze would not only fail to affect them, but could potentially rebound upon himself. Nevertheless, this group of individuals, let alone boasting tens of thousands in elemental resistance, likely had fewer than half exceeding 200. Thus, every single one of them fell victim to the illusion, with the effects lasting no less than 20 seconds. This illusory gaze is indeed quite useful, Luo Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Aside from its somewhat prolonged cooldown, the skill bore no significant drawbacks. Furthermore, he had only just upgraded it to level 6, still shy of its maximum level of 7. Casting a glance at the cooldown timer for his multi-phase slash, he noted that approximately 8 seconds had passed since the last use. Therefore, the cooldown for the skill still had 10 seconds remaining. Wait a moment. The harvest from this wave should be considerable. Perhaps I can even elevate it further, thought Luo Chen as he brandished his Tang Hung knife and surged forward. With a swift motion, blood splattered in arcs, accompanied by the anguished cries of those awakened from the realm of illusions, echoing throughout the small plaza. In a mere 10 seconds, Luo Chen had dispatched 7 foes. He then executed the technique of multiple instantaneous strikes, delivering 23 lethal blows in under 0.1 seconds, resulting in the immediate demise of 3 more adversaries. The remaining 20 individuals were now gravely wounded. Turning once more, Luo Chen raised his blade with ferocity and brought it down decisively. Moments later, the few survivors began to awaken from the phantasmagorical world. Die, huh? One swung their weapon, but struck only air. The treasure chest is mine. Someone lunged at the airdrop chest, only to be met with excruciating pain, unleashing a scream. How could this be? One individual, barely regaining consciousness, coughed up blood in disbelief, clutching their wound as they collapsed. These individuals' memories were still tethered to the moment they were ensnared by Luo Chen's enchanting gaze, leading them to believe time had not progressed beyond that instant. In truth, over 20 seconds had elapsed, and from the original 30, only 8 remained alive. Chapter 80. The victory of one is the defeat of many. Ding. Strength 8, Constitution 10, Agility 7, Spirit 21. Ding. Strength 11, Constitution 15, Agility 22, Spirit 14. Ding. This is undoubtedly the most enchanting sound in the world. At this moment, Luo Chen savored the surging power within him, a sensation of enhancement visible to the naked eye, utterly intoxicating. Having slain 22 adversaries, his attributes experienced a remarkable leap. In this instant, he felt a twinge of regret for having entered the Tower of Slaughter so early. He could have waited until nightfall to embark on his quest. There was no need to rush. However, this fleeting regret was swiftly cast aside as he recalled the formidable strength of the alien civilizations. Even with his current prowess, he could only hope to conquer the 6th level of the tower. The 7th level? That was beyond contemplation. The disparity between 3rd-tier and 4th-tier beings was vast enough to evoke despair. Despite the significant enhancement in his strength since the morning, it was evidently insufficient to bridge the gap between the 2 tiers. Thus, even if he ventured into the tower once more, he would only achieve a score of 111, 110. Looking at the current top 10 scores on the district leaderboard, none fell below this figure. Even the 10th place had surpassed it, while the top 5 boasted scores in the millions, with some exceeding 10 million. Compared to these prodigies, Luo Chen's current abilities were indeed lacking. Therefore, whether he charged in early or late, the outcome would remain unchanged. He would only receive the reward for securing 1st place on the Slaughtertown leaderboard, which would not alter the result. Since the outcome was immutable, there was no cause for regret. Rather than dwelling on events that had already transpired, Luo Chen was more focused on the tangible improvements he had achieved. For instance, his attributes had surged dramatically. Strength, 909 points. Constitution, 931 points. Agility, 923 points. Spirit, 822 points. Compared to the previous scores in the 20s and 30s, although he was still in the 3-digit range, even his lowest attribute, Spirit, had reached the 80s. The other 3 attributes had all surpassed 900. The prospect of reaching 4-digit values was tantalizingly close. How could Luo Chen not feel elated? Moreover, there were still 8 prey remaining. If he could eliminate these last 8 foes, his attributes would rise even further. Although it might not match the previous surge, it would still be considerable. Run. At this moment, the 8 individuals who had just awakened from the illusionary world finally grasped their current predicament. As I gazed upon the scene of carnage surrounding me, the sight of lifeless bodies scattered about sent shivers of terror coursing through the souls of those present. At that moment, a voice pierced the chaos, prompting 8 individuals to simultaneously flee in disparate directions. The prospect of looting a supply crate barely registered in their minds. Survival took precedence above all else. Run? A sardonic smile crept across Luo Chen's face. With an agility attribute of 923, his speed in a sprint was comparable to that of a supersonic fighter jet, rendering the fleeing figures before him as sluggish as snails in his eyes. Did they truly believe they could escape? Such a notion was utterly preposterous, merely a desperate struggle for survival. In a calm tone, Luo Chen remarked, "How futile." The next instant, a flash of steel sliced through the air. Following that, a head, adorned with an expression of sheer terror, tumbled to the ground. Their health bar was instantly depleted, leaving no room for even the slightest defense. Ding. Target eliminated, attributes successfully plundered. Strength 11, Constitution 15, Agility 10, Spirit 24. Truly, These were high-quality prey. The attributes acquired exceeded those of mere fodder by a significant margin. "Spare me. Don't kill me." But the plea was met with another swift stroke. Blood sprayed forth as the sharp blade pierced through the chest. Luo Chen paid no heed to their cries for mercy. "Spare you? What a jest." In that moment, he fully grasped why this game was dubbed the Endless Slaughter game. It was evident that the rule of plundering attributes upon eliminating targets was designed to incite mutual slaughter among players. How ruthlessly cruel. Luo Chen pondered silently. Yet his actions exhibited no sign of hesitation. If you do not slay others, they shall slay you. The logic was strikingly simple. In this realm of slaughter, everyone was a foe. The concept of allies was rendered obsolete. The entire expanse of this blood-soaked land belonged solely to one's personal sanctuary, a relative haven, though not an absolute one. To attain genuine safety, one must enhance their own power. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, safety can be found anywhere. Conversely, in the plight of weakness, peril lurks at every corner. Before long, the 8 who sought to escape met their demise at Luo Chen's hands, fulfilling his desires. These 8 yielded an impressive total of 567 points in attribute enhancements. Notably, his Constitution attribute soared by a staggering 185 points, followed by a 155-point increase in strength. His Agility and Spirit attributes rose by 117 and 110 points, respectively. Consequently, all his attributes, save for the remaining Spirit attribute, surpassed the 4-digit threshold. The Spirit attribute itself reached 932 points, a mere 68 points shy of that coveted 4-digit mark. Thus, the battle, or rather, the one-sided slaughter, drew to a close. Before the dilapidated church lay a grim tableau of scattered corpses and the remnants of spoils from battle. Luo Chen drew forth a cloth to wipe the blood from his blade. Once the weapon gleamed anew, he began to methodically survey the battlefield. His first task was to gather the myriad spoils strewn across the ground. An assortment of weaponry lay abandoned, predominantly swords and daggers, alongside axes, staves, and clubs. In total, there were 35 distinct items, with an additional 10 scattered in various locations, culminating in a collection of 45 weapons. Although the lowest quality among them was green, a remarkable 1/3 were of blue quality, amounting to 17 pieces. Should these weapons be taken to the Misty Shop for recycling, they would fetch a mere 39. 600 slaughter coins, not particularly valuable. The true treasures, however, resided within the spatial bags of the fallen and the remaining gear on their persons. With 45 individuals and their corresponding weapons, the total count of additional equipment soared to a staggering 192 items, averaging approximately 26 pieces per person. Luo Chen sifted through this trove of gear, ultimately selecting a belt and 2 rings. All 3 were of blue quality. The belt was particularly desirable as he possessed none, while the rings would serve to replace the green quality ones he currently wore. Chapter 81. Does anyone truly save money without spending it? Exquisite power ring, quality, blue, strength 15, physical damage 5, exquisite magic ring, quality, blue, spirit 15, mana 10, resilient metal belt, quality, blue, constitution 15, health 10. How does one assess the quality of an item? Simply by examining its attributes. The characteristics of equipment are inherently fixed. Green items are uniformly set at 5 points, while blue items are consistently 15 points. These values remain unchanged. The only variation lies in the allocation of these points. However, the attributes differ. Each piece of equipment boasts its own unique attributes. Even among items of the same quality, the potential attributes can vary significantly. Superior attributes can elevate an item's effectiveness to a level beyond its original classification. So how does one gauge the quality of an attribute? While this may be subjective, it is universally acknowledged that attributes that directly enhance a specific characteristic are most desirable when presented as percentage types. The esteemed percentage attributes are precisely that. Of course, the nobility of percentage attributes is only realized in the hands of the right individual. If your constitution is merely 10 points, then an item that increases your constitution by 10 pales in comparison to one that adds 5 points directly This is because the former is unsuitable for you. But what if your constitution is 100 points, or even 1,000 points? In that case, the former's enhancement far surpasses the latter. Thus, are percentage attributes advantageous? Certainly. However, this is contingent upon finding the right individual. And Luo Chen is indeed that suitable person. He is exceptionally well suited for attributes expressed as percentages. Previously, the only item he possessed that granted a percentage attribute was his footwear, which increased his movement speed by 20. A rather commendable attribute. Most of his other items primarily enhance specific numerical values directly. Naturally, there are exceptions. Take, for instance, the dagger in his possession. With 7 consecutive strikes, the 7th inflicts damage equal to the cumulative total of the first 6. This is tantamount to an increase of 70 in Luo Chen's attack damage, albeit with the prerequisite of executing 7 continuous strikes to achieve this effect. What constitutes consecutive? Luo Chen interprets it as delivering attacks within a brief time frame, approximately within 2 seconds. This poses no challenge for him. Thus, the dagger's attribute is equivalent to an enhancement of 70 in attack damage. However, such a significant increase in attack damage is not typically found in blue items. It would at least require a purple item, if not an orange one, to possess such high percentage attributes. At this stage, Luo Chen does not even own a single purple item, let alone an orange one. The enigmatic Misty Shop indeed offers such items for sale. Previously, Luo Chen had expressed curiosity about it, only to discover that the prices were exorbitantly high. A mere ordinary purple piece of equipment costs a staggering 100,000 slaughter coins. Moreover, one can only select the type of equipment, such as weapons or armor, while the attributes and affixes remain beyond one's control. Wishing to choose specific attributes? That would require additional payment. Want to select affixes? Prepare to pay even more. Essentially, it seems that in the Misty Shop, additional payment resolves all matters. It is truly a den of avarice. Luo Chen could never justify spending such an enormous sum for a single purple item. The same amount of currency, if allocated to skills, would yield far greater enhancements. Of course, if it were a purple item with percentage-based affixes, the benefits might indeed be superior. However, such items come at a steep price. To select one's own affixes, the cost is tenfold that of an ordinary purple item, equivalent to the price of a standard orange item. A full 1,000,000 slaughter coins. Where would Luo Chen procure such a sum? Even the total he had earned since day 1 barely approached 1 million. It was simply unaffordable. Having donned the 3 meticulously selected pieces of equipment, Luo Chen proceeded to examine the contents of the spatial backpacks he had stripped from his foes. In total, there were 47 spatial backpacks. The reason for the extra 2 was that 2 individuals had carried 2 backpacks each. This was understandable, as green quality spatial backpacks have limited capacity. In contrast, blue quality backpacks are scarce and depend solely on fortune. Among these 47 spatial backpacks, there were only 6 blue quality ones, barely a fraction of the total. This illustrates the rarity of blue spatial backpacks. By the way, was there anyone among this group who ranked first in the slaughter tower of their respective slaughter town? Just as Luo Chen was about to open the first spatial backpack, a thought struck him. If there were such a person, then by eliminating them, wouldn't he inadvertently benefit the second-ranked individual? What a windfall! Would he truly receive the rewards of the first place for free? It seemed unlikely, considering their evident weakness. Luo Chen shook his head, convinced that this group lacked any formidable contenders. If the top combatant of a slaughter town possessed such limited prowess, one could only imagine the overall strength of that town. Without further contemplation, Luo Chen began to assess the second batch of spoils. The first batch had already yielded him a considerable profit. The weapon alone was valued at 39,600 slaughter coins. The remaining equipment collectively amounted to a remarkable 168,000 slaughter coins. Together, they totaled an impressive 207,600 slaughter coins. This was indeed a substantial sum. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the true bounty hidden within the pile of spatial backpacks. Now, let me see what treasures lie within the first backpack. With a heart full of anticipation, Luo Chen eagerly unfastened the first blue-quality spatial backpack. One must relish the good things promptly. By the time one is ready to indulge later, the sentiment may have long since faded. This mirrors the essence of life itself. One should seize the moment and revel in joy, rather than postponing pleasures for retirement. The passions of youth may not endure into old age, and some opportunities, once past, are irrevocably lost. Thus, do not allow yourself to be burdened by regret. This blue-quality spatial backpack boasted 6 compartments, each measuring 3 cubic meters. After briefly inspecting the contents, Luo Chen proceeded to empty the bag. To his astonishment, he was met with an overwhelming pile of attribute crystals, both white and green, heaped into a small mountain. Luo Chen was taken aback. "Are you hoarding these like a squirrel?" he mused. Uncertain of the backpack's original owner, he couldn't help but ponder the implications. Why had someone amassed such a plethora of attribute crystals within the spatial backpack without exchanging them at the Misty shop? Had they simply not encountered the shop? Or were they perhaps biding their time for maximum profit? But would they even live to see that day? Luo Chen found himself at a loss for words, astonished that such a person, who hoards wealth without spending, could truly exist. Chapter 82. An hourly wage of 1,500,000 I can spend freely. Luo Chen swiftly counted the attribute crystals before him, resembling a small mountain, totaling a remarkable 2,000 pieces. Among them, 600 were of green quality, while 400 were white. Luo Chen was left with serious doubts about this individual, suspecting that he not only hoarded attributes, but also harbored a hint of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. How else could it be that the count was precisely 2,000? Moreover, the distribution of 600 and 400 was far too coincidental. Truly, the world is filled with wonders. Luo Chen smiled. One cannot deny that this windfall was indeed advantageous for him. The mere value of these 2,000 attribute crystals soared to an astonishing 328,000 slaughter coins. Just from this individual collection, the worth exceeded that of the previous batch of equipment combined. And this was not all. Alongside this substantial pile of attribute crystals, he had also amassed a few skill upgrade stones in his backpack. However, the quantity in this regard was considerably less. The abundance of attribute crystals was attributable to the slaughter tower. Otherwise, such a quantity would not have been conceivable. As for the skill upgrade stones, they were more reasonably numbered, totaling 17. Among these, 4 were green, while the remaining 13 were white. Luo Chen utilized the 4 green skill upgrade stones on the multiple instant/skill, successfully elevating it by 1 level. The 13 white skill upgrade stones were allocated to the sprint skill, raising its level from 20 to 21. He was left with 5 surplus stones, which he found rather useless, given that the lowest level white skill he possessed was also at level 20, requiring 8 white skill upgrade stones for just 1 level increase. Far from sufficient. Thus, he set them aside, intending to see if anyone else had surplus skill upgrade stones later. In addition to these skill upgrade stones, this individual's backpack contained a variety of equipment and assorted materials, though their combined value was minimal. The few pieces of equipment could only fetch around 1,000 slaughter coins, rendering them of little worth. However, the blue spatial backpack was indeed valuable, capable of being sold for 2,000 slaughter coins. Altogether, this amounted to 3,000 slaughter coins. Not bad. A promising start. Luo Chen organized these items to one side, planning to sort through them later. Perhaps the first individual had amassed too much wealth, as the subsequent items found in the spatial backpacks opened by Luo Chen were decidedly unimpressive, each collectively valued just over 50,000 slaughter coins, with the most valuable one barely exceeding 40,000. There was simply no comparison to the first individual. As expected, true hoarders are indeed a rare breed. Luo Chen felt a tinge of disappointment, but fortune soon shifted. What the heck? Did this individual rob a bank? Luo Chen opened the final blue spatial backpack, only to discover that aside from some essential survival supplies, the remaining compartments were filled with stacks upon stacks of slaughter coins. Upon extracting and counting these coins, he found that each stack contained precisely 10,000 slaughter coins, and within the spatial backpack lay an astonishing 27 such stacks. In total, that amounted to an impressive 270,000 coins. While it paled in comparison to what the first individual had amassed, it certainly made him wealthier than the previous contenders. Initially, Luo Chen had little hope of finding anything substantial, but this unexpected windfall left him genuinely astonished. What could have motivated this individual to exchange and hoard such an abundance of slaughter coins? What peculiar obsession was this? Luo Chen found it baffling that someone would possess wealth yet choose not to spend it. It seemed almost counterintuitive. Wasn't this akin to sewing garments for others? Although he was the fortunate beneficiary of this bounty, he could not fathom the rationale behind such behavior. It merely indicated that his experiences were still limited, and his encounters with eccentric individuals had been too few to grasp their thought processes fully. After meticulously examining the 6 blue spatial backpacks, Luo Chen calculated the total worth of his spoils, a staggering 966,600 slaughter coins. He was on the brink of hitting 1,000,000. Remarkably, this was merely the tally from 6 backpacks, while 41 green spatial backpacks remained unaccounted for. Moreover, the blue airdrop treasure chest beside him had yet to be opened. It was certain that this haul would exceed 1,000,000. The real question was whether it could surpass 2,000,000. Even Luo Chen had not anticipated such a lucrative outcome. However, in truth, a significant portion of the 960,000 plus slaughter coins had been provided by 2 affluent individuals. One contributed over 300,000 and the other more than 270,000. Together, they accounted for nearly 600,000. The remainder was a modest sum contributed by others. If only there were more wealthy individuals who prefer to hoard their riches rather than spend them, Luo Chen would be set to amass an extraordinary fortune. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, Luo Chen finished tallying the contents of the remaining 41 green spatial backpacks. The combined value of these items fell short of the contributions from the 2 wealthy patrons, totaling only 543,200 slaughter coins. When added to the previous total of over 960,000, the grand sum amounted to 1,509,800 slaughter coins. Truly, this was a monumental stroke of fortune. Luo Chen chuckled with delight as he organized his newfound wealth, placing the slaughter coins and attribute crystals directly into his spatial backpack. The remaining items, including various equipment and useful supplies, were carefully stored in other backpacks, and he arranged all 47 backpacks in a neat pile. As he prepared to leave, he resolved to take everything with him. Now, only the airdrop treasure chest remained. Luo Chen turned to gaze at the chest that had been neglected for quite some time. It was remarkable how everything had stemmed from this very object. In his eagerness to assess his other acquisitions, Luo Chen had inadvertently overlooked today as protagonist. However, one could hardly blame him. The wealth of those around him was simply overwhelming, particularly that of the 2 affluent gentlemen. Luo Chen felt he would forever remember their contributions. In contrast, the worth of this blue airdrop chest seemed rather diminished. With a decisive snap, Luo Chen opened the airdrop chest. As the lid lifted, a plethora of supplies came into view. He silently wished for a few more blue skill crystals while methodically sorting through the items within the chest. Among the assorted necessities for survival, there was an abundance of beef and lamb, promising a delightful hot pot dinner that evening. Additionally, there were various beverages, predominantly beer. Yet, Luo Chen was not particularly fond of beer. He preferred cola and Sprite. Fortunately, both were also included. Chapter 83. New Skill, Blood Tentacles. Setting aside the supplies, Luo Chen proceeded to retrieve several pieces of equipment from the airdrop chest. There were 4 items in total. It was uncertain whether it was merely good fortune on Luo Chen's part or if the airdrop chest itself was of superior quality, for all 4 pieces were of blue rarity. Upon inspecting their attributes, however, he realized that only one was truly useful to him, while the other 3 merely duplicated what he already possessed and were inferior to his current gear. Roar of the Tiger, quality, blue, strength 15, physical damage 5. This was a necklace adorned with a tiger head pendant. Luo Chen removed his crocodile's tears and donned this new piece. Consequently, his physical damage bonus surged to 10. The 3 remaining items, along with the necklace he had replaced, could be sold to the Mist shop for a commendable sum of 8,000 killing coins. Ultimately, the airdrop chest contained only a few boxes. Upon opening the first box, as anticipated, he discovered a stunning blue skill crystal. Luo Chen grasped it and, with a decisive crunch, shattered it. The broken skill crystal instantly transformed into a cascade of blue light that merged into his body. Ding! Acquired new skill, blood tentacles. Rather than hastily examining the new skill, Luo Chen opened the other 3 boxes. The second box contained 3 blue skill upgrade stones, valued at 30,000 killing coins. Of course, if you were to recycle them at the Mist shop, they would only fetch 6,000 killing coins. However, it would be foolish for Luo Chen to recycle such beneficial items. The third box held a substantial quantity of green skill upgrade stones. No wonder it appeared rather large. Upon counting, he found there were a total of 20 stones. The final box, the most exquisitely crafted of them all, piqued Luo Chen's curiosity as he peered inside. It contained a gemstone, a green gemstone. He picked it up and examined its details. Green gemstone, level 2. Vitality 50, as expected. This was indeed a property gemstone intended for embedding in equipment, and it was a level 2 green gemstone. Just one could augment vitality by 50 points. Alas, Luo Chen currently possessed no equipment with sockets, nor could he ascertain what quality of gear would feature an embedding slot. Was it purple? Or perhaps orange? Certainly not blue. He had encountered numerous blue items, but had yet to see one with an embedding slot. It seemed implausible that his luck was simply poor. Thus, it was likely that equipment with embedding slots was at least of purple quality, if not higher. He carefully stored the green gemstone, alongside the previously obtained level 1 red gemstone. Looking at the now utterly empty airdrop treasure chest, Luo Chen opened his character panel to examine the new blue skill he had just acquired. Blood Tentacle LV. Grade Blue, consuming 100 mana points. It unleashes a blood tentacle to attack one enemy within a range of 1, Spirit 50, inflicting 100, Spirit 110, blood elemental damage, and siphoning 10 of the damage dealt to restore his own health. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. This skill was indeed a commendable single-target ranged attack, particularly due to its inherent restorative effect. Although the recovery was modest, 10 of the damage dealt was not insignificant. Should Luo Chen inflict 10,000 damage, that would translate to 1,000 health points regained. Conveniently, he possessed 3 blue skill upgrade stones he had just obtained. Without hesitation, he applied them to this skill. Ding! Skill level 1 ding. Skill level 1 ding. Skill level 1, after ascending 3 levels, he re-evaluated the skill's modifications. Blood Tentacle LV. 4. Grade Blue. Consuming 220 mana points, it unleashes a blood tentacle to attack one enemy within a range of 1, Spirit 80, inflicting 130, Spirit 155, blood elemental damage, and siphoning 13 of the damage dealt to restore his own health. Cooldown time, 27 seconds. Indeed, at merely level 4, the blue skill already exhibited impressive attributes. With Luo Chen's current spirit attribute of 942, his blood tentacle could reach enemies up to 754 meters away, inflicting 590 points of blood elemental damage, while simultaneously extracting 206 health points from the target to replenish his own. The effectiveness of this skill was undeniably remarkable, especially considering its relatively low level. At just level 4, once its level increased further, it would undoubtedly evolve into an extraordinarily potent single-target destruction skill. After enhancing the new skill, Luo Chen picked up the 20 green skill upgrade stones. Scanning through the skills in his panel, he ultimately decided to elevate the 3 lower-level green skills to level 15 first. After some calculations, he realized he would require exactly 20 green skill upgrade stones. Thus, he dedicated 4 of the green stones to the multiple instant slash skill, raising it to level 15. He then allocated the remaining 16 green skill upgrade stones to the elemental armor, and physical armor skills, both ascending by 2 levels to reach 15 as well. In this manner, all the green skills in Luo Chen's skill panel were now uniformly upgraded to level 15, resulting in a visually pleasing alignment. He stored all the gathered resources into his spatial backpack, subsequently placing the remaining 47 spatial backpacks into the airdrop treasure chest. Fortunately, the airdrop treasure chest was sufficiently spacious to accommodate such a multitude of spatial backpacks. Lifting the lid, Luo Chen raised it with one hand. After casting a final glance at this bounteous land, he slowly departed the area the airdrop treasure chest held aloft. It was not until over an hour after Luo Chen's departure that anyone became aware of the situation here. Oh my goodness, why are there so many corpses? Was there a battle? Look, there are more over here, but these individuals have been stripped of their gear, and their spatial backpacks are missing. Wait, isn't that Osiris? The one who ranked 3rd on the leaderboard of the Tower of Carnage for our town? He is dead. Not just Osiris, but also Phoenix. His body is here too. Phoenix? The one who is ranked 6th? What the hell? Who could have done this? Could it be that damned Yamano Koichi? That's not right. I remember that Yamano and his group were exploring in a different direction. Then who is responsible? Could it be the inhabitants of another killing town? Yes, it must be them for sure. Friends, we must prioritize leaving this place. I feel utterly unsafe here. Yes, let's hasten our departure. With that, this group of foreigners fled the area in haste, spreading the news to alert others. Chapter 84. The Joy of Consumption. Spending money like water. As twilight descended, Luo Chen approached, bearing a large chest from the distance. He stepped into the mist-shrouded area with deliberate strides. Dingling, pushing open the door of the misty shop. A bell chimed melodiously. Inside, a smiling attendant was attending to another customer. Luo Chen glanced over and recognized the familiar figure, the enigmatic woman adorned with a mask. She turned to look at him as well, her pupils narrowing slightly upon seeing Luo Chen, after which she hastened her transaction. Before long, the woman completed her purchase, utilizing all that she could on the spot before turning to exit. Luo Chen scrutinized her, stepping aside to allow her passage. Thank you. The mysterious woman nodded at him. Then, appearing to hesitate for a moment, she added, Be careful. Wang Er has gathered a group intending to make a move against you tonight. With that, she opened the door and swiftly departed the misty shop. Wang Er. Luo Chen recalled the name. He ranked just below Luo Chen on the leaderboard of the slaughter town within the killing tower, albeit with a significantly lower score. This fellow intended to take action against him? Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Did he have prey willingly presenting itself to him? He found himself hoping that Wang Er would bring even more companions along. Luo Chen dismissed the matter entirely. After all, what was a mere ant to concern oneself with? He awaited the evening when they would come to him, envisioning the prospect of further profit. Bang! Luo Chen set down the airdrop treasure chest he had carried, opening it to reveal a collection of spatial backpacks, which he placed upon the counter. These, all for reclamation. He extracted the attribute crystals from his own backpack and piled them onto the counter, nearly obscuring the attendant's face with a towering heap. Very well. Esteemed customer. The attendant beamed as she began to tally the items. The final reckoning revealed a total of 100 slaughter coins. Of this sum, 247. 800 coins were from the morning's endeavors, constituting the vast majority. The remaining 80,000 or so had been earned in the afternoon. Earning over 80,000 slaughter coins from hunting monsters and scavenging abandoned structures in a single afternoon was already impressive. Yet, in comparison, claiming airdrop treasure chests proved far more lucrative. As for plundering other players, that depended on fortune, and most individuals, like Luo Chen, preferred to convert their gains into immediate enhancements of their strength. The two individuals from the morning, with their timid demeanor, were truly a rarity. The attendant collected the items Luo Chen had sold. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what lay beneath the counter of this misty shop. How could it accommodate such a plethora of items? However, upon casting a glance at the cheerful attendant before him, he relinquished his inquisitiveness. Not worth the trouble. Not worth the trouble. Esteemed guest, here are your slaughter coins. Feel free to count them. The attendant opened a small box, revealing it filled with stacks of slaughter coins. Luo Chen did not bother to count. Instead, he retrieved an additional 270, 500 from his spatial backpack, setting aside 100,000 for himself, while placing the remainder into the box. Thus, the total amount of slaughter coins in the box reached 1,499,600. The 100,000 set aside was intended for upgrading his secure abode upon his return, as it was not to be spent frivolously. As for the remaining sum, Luo Chen planned to utilize it all. He was not one to hoard wealth. Why possess riches if not to spend them? What a ridiculous notion. With approximately 1.5 million slaughter coins at his disposal, Luo Chen had already contemplated how to allocate this fortune during his journey. Primarily, he aimed to enhance those white-grade skills. It was imperative to elevate their levels. Luo Chen possessed 8 white passive skills, 2 of which were at level 20, while the remaining 6 were at level 30. His intention was to elevate all of them to level 50. This endeavor would require a total of precisely 4,000 white skill upgrade stones, amounting to 400,000 slaughter coins. Was it exorbitant? Not in the slightest. With over 1 million slaughter coins in hand, Luo Chen regarded the 400,000 price tag as rather reasonable. Indeed, wealth had a way of expanding one's perspective. Otherwise, even earlier that morning, he would have deemed the same amount far too extravagant. Yet now, it seemed quite the bargain. With a decisive gesture, Luo Chen promptly spent 400,000 slaughter coins to acquire 4,000 white skill upgrade stones. He then proceeded to elevate all 8 skills to level 50. Elemental Resistance, LV, 50, grade, white, passive enhancement of elemental resistance by 300 points. Physical Resistance, LV, 50, grade, white, passive enhancement of physical defense by 300 points. Strengthening, LV, 50, grade, white, passive enhancement of constitution by 150 points. Innate Might, LV, 50, grade, white, passive enhancement of strength by 150 points. Vigor, LV, 50, grade, white, passive enhancement of spirit by 150 points. Abundance, LV, 50, grade, white, passive enhancement of health recovery rate, restoring 100 points per minute. Energy Recovery, LV, 50, grade, white, passive enhancement of mana recovery efficiency, restoring 150 points per minute. Fleet of Foot, LV, 50, grade, white, passive enhancement of agility by 150 points. Upon reaching this level, the effects of the 8 skills were magnified. However, Luo Chen anticipated that he would not continue to elevate the levels of these skills thereafter. It is simply no longer cost-effective. Take, for instance, the level 50 skill of replenishment, which restores a mere 100 health points per minute at that level. For someone like Luo Chen, whose health surpasses 10,000, such a recovery rate is rather mediocre. Thus, he intends to pursue the enhancement of skills with higher tiers, and perhaps later explore the possibility of acquiring skills of superior quality, akin to those of purple or orange tier. The efficacy of these higher tier skills, even with just a single level upgrade, could potentially eclipse the benefits of elevating white tier skills by several levels. Having already expended 400,000, Luo Chen's next focus will be on upgrading those green tier skills. Remarkably, he possesses 8 passive skills of this tier. However, the cost of upgrading green skills is significantly higher, with each upgrade stone demanding 1,000 slaughter coins, 10 times that of white tier upgrades. Nevertheless, Luo Chen does not intend to elevate their levels excessively. After all, who possesses such an abundance of funds to elevate them to level 50 like the white skills? Chapter 85, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, another 350,000. In a misty little shop, Luo Chen had just expended 400,000 slaughter coins, leaving him with nearly 100,000 to spend. He intended to upgrade several green passive skills. Currently, all these skills were at level 15, and to elevate all 8 passive skills to level 20, he required 160 green skill upgrade stones. To progress from level 20 to 30, he would need an additional 640 green skill upgrade stones. In total, that amounted to 800 stones, necessitating a staggering expenditure of 800,000 slaughter coins. This sum was double what he had previously spent to elevate the 8 white passive skills to level 50. After such an investment, Luo Chen would have scant slaughter coins remaining. Thus, he must proceed with caution. First, I require a blue quality skill crystal, the customized type for passive skills. Luo Chen stated to the attendant before him. The attendant smiled and bent down to retrieve the requested item from beneath the counter. A small box was opened, revealing a skill crystal that shimmered with a blue hue. This skill crystal was valued at 50,000 slaughter coins. Luo Chen took a moment to inspect it before crushing it in his hand. Ding! Acquired new skill, Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Copper Skin and Iron Bones, LV. Quality, blue. Passive enhancement, 12 points to Constitution. At level 1, Copper Skin and Iron Bones surpassed the similar, yet lower-tiered strengthening skill by an impressive 7 points in Constitution. Each subsequent level added an additional 7 points, culminating in 70 points by level 10. To elevate Copper Skin and Iron Bones to level 10, 14 blue skill upgrade stones were needed, costing 140,000 slaughter coins. Furthermore, at level 10, this skill would provide a remarkable 120-point enhancement to Constitution. In comparison, to achieve the same 120-point enhancement with the strengthening skill, it would need to reach level 24. Progressing from level 15 to 24 would necessitate 52 green skill upgrade stones, valued at 52,000 slaughter coins. However, upon closer examination, it appeared more prudent to upgrade the green quality strengthening skill first. This was not the case. The strengthening skill was already at level 15, providing a 75-point Constitution boost. After spending 52,000 slaughter coins to elevate it to level 24, the actual increase in Constitution would only be 45 points. To genuinely achieve an increase of 120 points, the skill would need to be raised to level 39. The required green skill upgrade stones from level 15 to 39 amounted to 244, costing 244,000 slaughter coins. This exceeded the investment for the equally effective Copper Skin and Iron Bones by a staggering 104,000 slaughter coins. Clearly, this was not a wise choice. Nonetheless, Luo Chen refrained from making an immediate decision and turned once more to the attendant inquiring, I wish to know, for purple quality passive skills, does the attribute increase manifest as a specific value or a percentage? If it is a specific value, what is that number? It is a specific value, esteemed customer. The attendant responded with a smile. Excellent. The attendant had not hesitated to answer such queries. However, the unfortunate news is that even the purple grade passive skills only provide a specific numerical increase, rather than a percentage-based enhancement. What grade of skills offers a percentage increase? Luo Chen inquired. The attribute enhancement effect in percentages requires at least a legendary grade skill. Dear customer, legendary grade? This was yet another level that Luo Chen had never heard of. He was aware that skills and equipment were categorized into white, green, blue, purple, orange, and gold. But legendary grade, is it a level above gold? Perhaps, but it evidently exceeds Luo Chen's current purchasing capability by far. Nonetheless, he still asked whether the Misty Shop offered legendary skills for sale. Our establishment does not sell legendary grade skills, but if you wish to purchase a legendary grade skill crystal, you may visit the Misty Merchant Association. The shopkeeper replied with a smile. The Misty Merchant Association? So, all these Misty shops are affiliated with this merchant association? Luo Chen nodded, then inquired about the location of the Misty Merchant Association. Your permissions are insufficient. You cannot currently access the area where the Merchant Association is located. The shopkeeper stated. Insufficient permissions again? Luo Chen frowned, recalling that when he previously checked the leaderboard for the Tower of Slaughter, a similar message appeared indicating insufficient permissions to view it. How can this permission be enhanced? Luo Chen asked. This time, the shopkeeper merely smiled at him without answering. All right. Luo Chen decided to abandon his pursuit of further questioning and said, please provide me with 160 green skill upgrade stones and 14 blue skill upgrade stones. Certainly, dear customer. The shopkeeper replied with a smile, then bent down to retrieve the items Luo Chen needed from beneath the counter. 2 boxes, 1 large and 1 small. The larger one contained the 160 green skill upgrade stones, sufficient to elevate all 8 green passive skills to level 20. Luo Chen did not intend to upgrade them directly to level 30 or higher, as that would be impractical. He decided to raise them to level 20 first. And when he had more funds later, he could upgrade them further without concern for the trivial expense. The 14 blue skill upgrade stones were intended to enhance his newly acquired skill, Copper Skin Iron Bone, to level 10. In total, Luo Chen spent 300,000 slaughter coins. Copper Skin Iron Bone LV 10 grade blue, passive boost physique attribute by 120 points. Elemental Armor LV 20 grade green, passive boosts elemental resistance attribute by 200 points. Physical Armor LV 20 grade green, passive boosts physical defense attribute by 200 points. Strengthening Body LV 20 grade green, passive boost physique attribute by 100 points. Life's Rhythm LV 20 grade green, passive enhancement of health recovery ability, restoring 200 points per minute. Vitality LV 20 grade green, passive enhancement of mental attributes by 100 points. Swift LV 20 grade green, passive enhancement of agility attributes by 100 points. Powerful Mana Recovery LV 20 grade green, passive enhancement of mana recovery efficiency, restoring 300 points per minute. Innate Strength LV 20 grade green, passive enhancement of strength attributes by 100 points, having exhausted all skill upgrade stones. The levels of this batch of green passive skills have all been elevated. However, the most significant increase was indeed in the Constitution attribute. After all, it gained a blue grade passive skill, which added a remarkable 120 points to the Constitution. There's a reason for its expense. An increase of 120 points at level 10. Just imagine if it were to reach level 50. Alas, I simply lack the funds for such endeavors. Luo Chen shook his head, realizing that this was indeed beyond his financial reach. Chapter 86. Your money has not disappeared. It has simply taken on a different form to accompany you. With less than 750,000 in expendable balance remaining, Luo Chen had no intention of taking it with him. He directly requested 7 specially crafted blue skill crystals from the attendant before spending another 350,000 slaughter coins. Consequently, his remaining expendable slaughter coins dwindled to just under 400,000. Elemental Guardian LV grade blue, passive enhancement of elemental resistance by 24 points. Physical Guardian LV 1 grade blue, passive enhancement of physical defense by 24 points. Nature's Blessing LV 1 grade blue, passive enhancement of spirit attribute by 12 points. Wind's Grace LV grade blue, passive enhancement of agility attribute by 12 points. Mighty Strength LV 1 grade blue, passive enhancement of strength attribute by 12 points. Song of Life LV 1 grade blue, passive enhancement of health recovery, restoring 100 points per minute. Meditation LV grade blue, passive enhancement of mana recovery efficiency, restoring 150 points per minute. As he gazed upon the 8 newly acquired blue passive skills in a skill panel, a sense of accomplishment welled up within Luo Chen. However, at present, only one of these passive skills had reached level 10, while the other 7 remained at their initial level of 1, which was rather displeasing to him. Thus, he opted to spend another 280,000 slaughter coins to purchase 28 blue skill upgrade stones, elevating the remaining 7 blue passive skills to level 5. With this enhancement, the overall appearance of his abilities became much more satisfying. Concurrently, Luo Chen's character panel exhibited significant changes across various attributes, not to mention the 4 attribute enhancements. The speed of health recovery alone soared to 3 points per second. The mana recovery speed was even more remarkable, reaching 20 points per second. This rate of recovery was sufficient to alleviate any concerns regarding mana consumption in the short term, allowing Luo Chen to unleash his skills freely and lavishly. After this wave of expenditure, Luo Chen found his slaughter coins dwindling to a meager amount. However, To say it was scant would be misleading, as he still had over 110,000 remaining. For the vast majority of Blue Star humanity at this stage, earning over 110,000 slaughter coins in a day was a rarity. Many could not accumulate such an amount even over 10 days. Yet, in comparison to Luo Chen's previous sum of over 1.5 million slaughter coins, this remaining amount could only be considered trifling. If these slaughter coins were to be allocated towards upgrading the 8 blue passive skills, they could hardly suffice to elevate 1 or 2 skills by a level, let alone distribute evenly among all 8. Hence, Luo Chen decided against further upgrades. Indeed, he still had several skills in need of enhancement, which he had previously neglected solely because he required the prior upgrading of his passive abilities. Now that those passive skills have been fully developed, it is time to refine these particular skills. First, let's consider the white skill, Swift Movement, which currently resides at level 21. Its level is rather modest, and ascending it by just 1 level requires a mere 8 white skill upgrade stones, equating to only 800 kill coins. This can be deemed exceptionally economical. Moreover, the cost-effectiveness of this skill is remarkably high. Its unique exponential growth curve significantly enhances its value for cultivation. Therefore, Luo Chen does not hesitate to invest a little more in this skill, particularly as its effects are undeniably impressive. Previously, he had refrained from elevating it too high due to insufficient mana. However, that concern has dissipated. Luo Chen now possesses 12,067 mana points, replenishing at a rate of 20 points per second, entirely sufficient to support an elevation of the Swift Movement skill to a considerably high level. He first procured 67 white skill upgrade stones, presenting 700 kill coins to the attendant. The latter, with a smile, handed him a box containing precisely the 67 white skill upgrade stones he required. Subsequently, Luo Chen retrieved 5 remaining stones from his backpack, bringing his total to 72, sufficient to elevate Swift Movement to level 30. Grasping 8 upgrade stones, Luo Chen promptly cast them upon the Swift Movement skill. Ding! Skill level 1. Ding! Skill level 1. Ding! After a series of 9 notifications, the Swift Movement skill ascended to level 30. Luo Chen glanced at the skill's consumption, finding no discrepancies, and then proceeded to purchase an additional 160 white skill upgrade stones from the attendant, further enhancing this skill's level to 40. Upon examining his balance and performing a brief mental calculation, he resolved to acquire another 160 white skill upgrade stones. Thus, he was left with 900 kill coins, ample resources for the forthcoming expenses. The Swift Movement skill was subsequently elevated to level 45. Swift Movement LV 45, grade, white, consumes 350 mana points to enter a sustained Swift Movement state for 350 seconds, enhancing movement speed by 970, with no cooldown time. A 970 increase. The effect is nothing short of extraordinary. Frankly, one would find it hard to believe that a skill of white grade could possess such explosive results. Its growth curve is unprecedented. While most skills exhibit parallel growth lines, this one ascends relentlessly. Luo Chen has never encountered a skill with a growth curve quite like this. Of course, his limited exposure may play a part, considering how few skills he has truly observed. With the enhancement of the Swift Movement skill complete, only 2 skills remain for Luo Chen to refine: a multi-instantaneous strike skill and a newly acquired skill, the Blood Tendril. Both skills belong to the category of offensive techniques. The former is an area attack, while the latter targets a single enemy. The former inflicts physical damage, whereas the latter deals elemental damage. They complement each other perfectly. However, the cost of upgrading the blue skill is prohibitively high, preventing Luo Chen from enhancing it significantly. Thus, he decided to elevate it modestly to level 3. Upgrading from level 4 to level 7 requires 5 blue skill upgrade stones, amounting to a total expenditure of 50,000 slaying coins. In contrast, for the multiple instant slash, Luo Chen invested 28,000 slaying coins to acquire 28 green skill upgrade stones, raising it to level 21. Consequently, he retains 2,900 slaying coins, but with no further use for them. he chooses to save them for his next visit. Multiple instant/LV. 21. Grade, green. Consumes 230 points of mana to perform an instant slash on 1, agility 130. Targets within a distance of 1, agility 45 meters ahead. Inflicting 50, strength 250, physical damage. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. With the multiple instant slash now at level 21, the cooldown period has finally been reduced. A cooldown of 10 seconds is relatively brief. Nonetheless, there is always room for further improvement. Chapter 87. The Art of Seduction? Or shall we experiment with another man? Blood Tentacle LV 7. Grade blue. Consumes 340 mana to unleash 2 blood tentacles, attacking at least one enemy within a range of 1. Mentality 120. Each blood tentacle inflicts 200, mentality 215, blood elemental damage, and siphons 17 of the damage dealt to restore its own health, with a cooldown of 24 seconds. The evolution of the previously enhanced multiplicity slash fell within Luo Chen's calculations. However, the level of this blood tentacle took him by surprise. The standard maximum level for blue skills is 7, and the blood tentacle is the only blue skill Luo Chen possesses that has reached this limit. What astonished him was that upon reaching the maximum level, blue skills could unexpectedly receive additional enhancements. Originally, the blood tentacle could only target a single foe, releasing 1 tentacle. Yet at level 7, it transformed into the ability to unleash 2 tentacles, targeting at least 1 enemy. This meant that Luo Chen could now command both tentacles to assault 2 adversaries simultaneously or opt to focus on a single target for double the damage. Furthermore, upon advancing from level 6 to 7, the skill's range, damage, and the proportion of damage siphoned had all doubled. This must be the additional effect of reaching the maximum level. The question lingered, could this enhancement persist? After all, for others, level 7 represents the pinnacle of blue skills. Yet for Luo Chen, it was not the case. If level 8 offered a similar increase, it would be nothing short of magnificent. The answer would unfold tomorrow. Luo Chen cast a lingering glance at the skills information before closing the character panel. In Murder Town number 10087 at the West Gate. Upon entering the town, Luo Chen sensed several gazes fixed upon him. However, when he turned to look, he found no one in sight. Invisibility? He recalled the mysterious woman's earlier warning, and a wry smile crept across his face. Ignoring the potential stalkers hidden from view, Luo Chen confidently made his way toward the safety zone. Shortly after his departure, the location where he had felt the scrutinizing eyes revealed 3 peculiar silhouettes on the originally smooth bluestone pavement. They bore no resemblance to humans, instead evoking the essence of puppets, capable of altering their external colors akin to chameleons, achieving a semblance of invisibility. At that moment, after Luo Chen had left, the 3 bizarre figures swayed slightly before heading in another direction, swiftly vanishing from the street. Meanwhile, back in the safe house, Luo Chen set down his backpack and turned to wash his face in the first-floor restroom. The current time is 5:27 in the evening, and the sky outside is gradually darkening. Luo Chen returned to the living room, switched on the television, and cast the content of the regional chat channel onto the screen. Another day has passed. How has everyone fared today? I'm fortunate today, as I discovered a convenience store that hasn't been completely ransacked, and there are still plenty of consumables that haven't expired. For the time being, I can finally cease worrying about food and drink. It's infuriating. I spotted an airdrop treasure chest, but upon arrival, I found it had already been claimed. Those people had the audacity to bully others simply because they outnumbered them. I'm curious. What do you think the participation rewards from the Tower of Slaughter will be? Brothers, no sleep for us tonight. We shall await the rewards at midnight. Huh. It's merely a participation reward. Why are you all so eager? Hee hee. If you look down upon it so much, why not abstain from claiming it? Why not? If it's there for the taking, why not seize it? Currently, our town's leader on the Slaughter Town leaderboard is still that Luo Chen. Do you think anyone will surpass him? You're overthinking it. Has anyone in our town not ventured into the Tower of Slaughter? This week's top spot is undoubtedly his. Is Luo Chen here? I'm an innocent college girl, beautiful and in great shape. And it's my first time. Your first time? Is it the midnight refresh kind? Get lost. What business do you have here, you pathetic loser? Luo Chen stood watching for a while, then lost interest and turned to the kitchen. As for the so-called innocent college girl, he felt no inclination towards her. It wasn't that he lacked interest in women. He was simply rational enough to recognize the current situation. If he were to entertain thoughts of women at such a critical juncture, he would deserve any misfortune that befell him. In the public area of Shintu Xiong's safe house, he had temporarily altered the access list to include people like Wang Er and Zhou Xian, facilitating their communication and connection. At that moment, they were gathered in the sunken living room, each gazing at the air before them, while actually observing the information in the chat channel. After a while, one of the women sitting in a corner of the sofa shook her head and said, "He hasn't team messaged me privately." She was the innocent college girl who had spoken in the chat earlier, attempting to attract Luo Chen with her beauty. Unfortunately, Luo Chen did not fall for their scheme. "Well, it's no big deal," Wang Er remarked nonchalantly. He had never held much hope for this plan. It was Shintu Xiong and the others who wanted to give it a try, so he had agreed. Now that Luo Chen had not been ensnared, Wang Er felt far more astute than Shintu Xiong and his companions, having seen through the entire ruse from the start. As for Shintu Xiong and the others, a sense of regret naturally enveloped him, accompanied by profound perplexity. Why did Luo Chen remain unperturbed? Could it be that the man was lacking in some regard? Augustus speculated. Judging by his own inclinations, a connoisseur of beauty, Augustus found it inconceivable that any man could resist the allure of exquisite femininity, especially when it was so generously offered. Is there truly a normal man who would decline such an invitation? Augustus struggled to comprehend and refused to believe it. Thus, following the failure of his scheme, his immediate thought was whether Luo Chen might be deficient in that aspect, or perhaps his preferences were misaligned. "Perhaps we should enlist a handsome young man to test the waters," Augustus suggested, his gaze drifting towards the pretty boy cradled in Shintu Xiong's arms. "Do not entertain such thoughts. That fellow's inclinations are undoubtedly conventional," Shintu Xiong retorted darkly. His displeasure stemmed not only from Augustus's interest in his male companion, but also from the unwelcome reminder of how he had offended Luo Chen. Chapter 88. Upgrading the Safe House. New features. All right, let us not get bogged down in unnecessary details. Let us adhere to our original plan. Trust me, it will be fine. At this moment, Wang Er halted Augustus from proposing any further ill-conceived ideas, fearing that the latter's antics might inadvertently alert Luo Chen. "Very well. You are the boss. Your word is final." Augustus shrugged, embracing the woman beside him, choosing to remain silent. Seeing Augustus' recognition of the situation, Wang Er chose not to press the issue any further. He turned his attention to Zhou Xian and inquired, "So, have you located a safe house?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian furrowed his brow and shook his head. "No, my puppet followed him closely, but he suddenly vanished after entering a street." Suddenly vanished? Wang Er frowned, acknowledging the predicament. That complicates matters, but knowing which street his safe house is almost suffice. If he refuses to cooperate, we can search each safe house one by one. I refuse to believe we cannot find him. The others nodded in agreement, as this was the only course of action left. Of course, the ideal scenario would be for Luo Chen to willingly collaborate with them, sharing the rewards of being first. This would certainly alleviate much of their troubles. Inside the safe house, Luo Chen prepared a sumptuous hot pot feast for his dinner. The meal featured premium beef and lamb, sliced thinly, which could be cooked to perfection in mere moments in the bubbling broth. Additionally, there were beef tongue, tripe, shrimp paste, and a whole 10-pound Australian lobster, an extravagant bounty source from a previous blue airdrop treasure chest. There was no need to elaborate on the various vegetables. Luo Chen primarily indulged in meat, as he was a carnivore at heart. After preparing the dipping sauces, he retrieved some pre-frozen beverages from the refrigerator. Although they hadn't been chilled for long, they were still acceptable. A simple yet delightful meal. Luo Chen smiled. If others were to glimpse this, they would surely drool with envy. A table laden with such an abundance is hardly simple. In a land of slaughter, or even back on Blue Star, many would think twice before spending lavishly on a feast like this. "Brothers, dinner is served." Today's fare is instant noodles paired with hot dogs. I crave hot pot. I wish for grilled meat. I long for seafood. Seafood? Perhaps a seafood noodle would suffice. At least it's fresh. I'm so hungry. I only had 2 pieces of bread for dinner. Hardly enough. I hope the participation prize includes survival supplies. I can forego everything else. But I truly desire a hearty meal. I wonder what the big shots are feasting on. Surely it's instant noodles with roasted duck legs? How extravagant. Just as Luo Chen was cracking open the massive Australian lobster, he caught sight of the scrolling messages on the television screen, glancing at the lobster in his hands, which was as thick as his arm. Instant noodles with roasted duck legs? Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The imagination of these individuals reaches its limit here. One person indulges in a sumptuous hot pot feast, while Luo Chen savors every bite, his mouth glistening with grease. After more than an hour, he finally finishes the array of dishes laid before him. Patting his slightly bulging belly, Luo Chen leans back in his chair and exhales with satisfaction. What a delightful meal! He had longed for such a hearty feast, not merely for the quality of the ingredients, but for the sheer quantity. Just moments ago, he consumed a staggering 12 plates of beef, along with 8 plates of lamb, not to mention a plethora of other ingredients, crowned by a 10-pound lobster. All of this was devoured by him. In the past, he could hardly manage such a feast. However, with his attributes elevated, Luo Chen's appetite has significantly increased. Now, he can consume the equivalent of 5 or 6 meals in a single sitting. It is no wonder that others lament their perpetual hunger. Yet, the attributes of those around him do not match Luo Chen's, so their appetites do not expand to such extremes. At most, they may double their usual portions. If they were still on Blue Star, this would pose no issue at all. But where are they now? In a land of slaughter. For novices like them, finding food and drink here is inherently challenging. Now, the burden has only intensified. Going hungry all day must be a great discomfort. Having satisfied his hunger, Luo Chen reclines on the sofa in the living room, resting for a while glancing at the chat messages on the television. After approximately 10 minutes of relaxation, he finally summons the information panel for the safe house. Ding! Would you like to expend 100,000 kill coins to upgrade the safe house level? With a flick of his finger, the 100,000 kill coins in his pocket vanish in an instant. Immediately thereafter, the entire safe house trembles slightly, and a familiar scene unfolds before Luo Chen's eyes once more. The living room expands, the dining area grows, and the kitchen likewise expands. The interior area of the entire safe house is increasing. Originally a level 3 safe house, the single-story interior area has already reached a size of 120 square meters. With this upgrade, the area has further increased to an impressive 160 square meters. Concurrently, the dimensions of the front and backyards have also expanded. Aside from the increase in area, the most significant change lies in the decor of the safe house. Previously, the level 3 safe house exuded a style reminiscent of an ordinary household, emphasizing economy and practicality. Following this upgrade, the overall decor of the safe house transitions towards a more luxurious aesthetic, with the flooring and furnishings elevated to a significantly higher standard. It is akin to the sofa beneath Luo Chen. What was once a $2,000 to $3,000 piece has now transformed into one worth $50,000 to $60,000. The television has also upgraded from a 100-inch screen to a 120-inch one, and the clarity of the images displayed is evidently more pleasing. Though Luo Chen cannot quite pinpoint the reason for this enhancement, these changes are merely representative of the living room. In other areas, including the second floor, where Luo Chen had not cast his gaze, monumental changes had also unfolded. The entire upgrading process lasted approximately 1 to 2 minutes before it concluded. Once the structure of the safe house stabilized, a familiar notification resonated in Luo Chen's ears. It has arrived. Luo Chen suddenly straightened his back, directing his attention towards the options that materialized before him. Ding! Upgrade completed. Please select an additional feature for this upgrade. Feature 1. Automated cleaning. Your safe house possesses the ability to clean itself automatically, no matter how dirty it becomes. It can instantly return to a pristine state. Feature 2. Bidirectional teleportation. An enhancement from the original unidirectional teleportation to bidirectional teleportation. allowing for travel back and forth between two teleportation coordinates. Feature 3. Common Area. Establish a common area, which can be made accessible to up to 10 individuals besides yourself. The common area can enjoy the basic functionalities of the safe house. Chapter 89. Midnight. Reward Distribution. Once again, 3 familiar options presented themselves, a classic multiple-choice dilemma. Luo Chen's gaze fell upon these 3 selections. The first option, automatic cleaning. What purpose does that serve? Merely alleviating the burden of tidying up? Luo Chen shook his head, dismissing this choice outright. To select such a feature would be utterly foolish. Who would opt for something so trivial? It would be a sheer waste of an opportunity. With a slight flick of his gaze, Luo Chen turned his attention to the next option. Two-way teleportation? Now that is intriguing. His eyes lit up as he recalled his initial upgrade of the safe house. At that time, he had chosen the additional feature of one-way teleportation, allowing him to teleport individuals directly to designated coordinates from the safe house's teleportation array. This time, however, the second option clearly represented an upgraded version of one-way teleportation. Not only could it facilitate travel from the safe house to the outside world, but also permitted a return journey from the outside back to the safe house. How remarkably convenient. This would enable Luo Chen to traverse to and from the safe house without ever stepping outside. Excellent. He would consider this as a backup option. If the third choice did not measure up, he would undoubtedly select this one. Luo Chen promptly included the second option in his short list and cheerfully glanced at the contents of the third option. What is this again? He gazed at the familiar third option, feeling at a loss for words. Seriously, is this option persistent? This selection for the common area has appeared for the 3rd consecutive time. He had bypassed it on the previous 2 occasions, yet here it was again, unwavering in its insistence. However, since the third option is this one, there was no need for further contemplation. He would simply choose the earlier option too. Luo Chen, feeling disinclined to deliberate any longer, decisively selected the additional feature of two-way teleportation. Ding. Do you confirm a selection of the additional feature, two-way teleportation? Yes. You haven't provided me with any other appealing options. Luo Chen replied. Ding. Additional feature confirmation complete. The next moment, the teleportation array in the 2nd floor bedroom materialized, radiating a brilliant blue light. The already intricate runes of the teleportation array appeared to have become even more complex than before. Though Luo Chen did not witness the spectacle, a stream of information manifested in his mind, elucidating the usage of the two-way teleportation feature. In essence, it was quite straightforward. It mirrored the previous process. To teleport outward, he would still utilize the teleportation array in the 2nd floor bedroom. However, to return, Luo Chen would need to inscribe a temporary teleportation array at his original location, using it as a medium to bring him back to the safe house. Of course, there is no need to worry about that temporary teleportation array being exploited by others with ulterior motives. The key element was not the array itself, but rather Luo Chen as the individual, with the inscribed teleportation array serving as a secondary component. Both were indispensable. Moreover, there is no need to worry about anyone unexpectedly intruding upon Luo Chen's teleportation array upon his return, for he has selected the function of solo teleportation, which does not permit multiple users. Thus, should anyone attempt to intrude, it would only result in Luo Chen being teleported away, leaving the intruder to gaze in bewilderment. Additionally, the previously established spatial coordinate marking feature remains intact, which, along with the earlier described teleportation array, constitutes a separate system altogether. In simpler terms, the location to which Luo Chen teleports from within the safe house is marked by his spatial coordinates. Conversely, the point to which he returns in the safe house is designated by his temporary teleportation array, which does not necessitate being at the same location as the spatial marker. The two are not interlinked. Their sole connection lies within the teleportation array inside the safe house, which is the essence of the system. Once the additional features were selected, the upgrade of the safe house was thoroughly completed. Finally, Luo Chen summoned the information panel of the safe house to observe the changes following the upgrade. Safe house, level, fort defense value, 10,000, durability, 100,000,100,000. Additional features. One-way teleportation array, non-existent house, two-way teleportation, upgrade cost, 1,000,000 kill coins. Indeed, the upgrade had increased the level, causing both the defense value and the durability of the safe house to surge to 10 times their original amounts. Furthermore, the required kill coins for the next upgrade had escalated to tenfold, amounting to a staggering 1 million. Under normal circumstances, Luo Chen would be at a loss as to how long it would take to accumulate such a sum. Of course, that is under normal conditions. Exclusions apply for extraordinary circumstances, such as the unexpected gains from that morning or the weekly killing tower event. These represent supplementary benefits beyond the norm. This enhancement of security brought a smile to Luo Chen's face. With a defense value of 10,000, how many individuals could breach it at this stage? In cases where it cannot be breached, even a single point of durability loss to the safe house would be unachievable, rendering Luo Chen virtually invincible within its confines. However, he could not remain in the safe house indefinitely, and the 10,000 defense value is only formidable at this moment. Nonetheless, for Luo Chen, a level 4 safe house provides a sufficiently secure haven whenever he wishes to rest. Moreover, this refuge is quite aesthetically pleasing. The level 4 safe house resembles a lavishly renovated villa. Overall, the various facilities are nearly perfected. Luo Chen explored both the upper and lower levels, discovering rooms designed for leisure, such as a study, tea room, and esports room, all present within the level 4 safe house. The only drawback appears to be the absence of internet connectivity. Although the esports room is equipped with a high-performance computer, it lacks internet access, and no games are installed on the machine. Surely, Luo Chen cannot resort to playing Minesweeper, can he? Nevertheless, having something is better than having nothing. Moreover, the first floor boasts a sauna. During leisure hours, indulging in a sauna can be quite delightful. Upon opening the door, one can find a swimming pool in the backyard. Previously, Luo Chen had selected the feature of an illusory house, allowing him to swim in the yard without the concern of prying eyes. After all, in the eyes of others, his safe haven does not exist. Time ticked away, and soon only a few minutes remained until the stroke of midnight. At this moment, Luo Chen rose from the lounge chair beside the pool, donned his gear, and slung his backpack over his shoulder before departing from his sanctuary. Meanwhile, in the central square of the town, all 300 residents of the infamous town 10087 had gathered, quietly awaiting the arrival of midnight. Chapter 90. Ants robbing a fierce tiger? You have already chosen your path to demise. These individuals, who incessantly voice their disdain for the meager participation prize, transformed into eager participants, arriving earlier than anyone else when the time came to claim their rewards. Strangely, Luo Chen, the one who had secured the first place, became the last to arrive. He has arrived. In one corner of the square, a cluster of people huddled together, and upon spotting Luo Chen's figure, someone hastily alerted the others. Upon hearing this, the rest turned their gazes towards that direction. Indeed, a solitary and proud figure sauntered into the square. I thought this fellow wouldn't dare to show up. Shen Tuxiong scoffed, speaking to his companions Wang Er, Zhou Xian, and Augustus. Alongside them stood their subordinates, a total of 40 to 50 individuals, forming the largest collective within the 10087 kill town. Of course, this alliance was merely temporary. Once their collaboration concluded, this so-called coalition of interests would inevitably crumble. Look, it's the esteemed Luo Chen. Is that the one ranked first? I'm most curious about the level of his talent. It must be a level without a doubt. Surely, Luo Chen is the sole possessor of a level talent in our 10087 kill town. One cannot help but envy his fortune. Luck is a form of strength in itself. Envy is futile. What kind of reward will the first place receive, I wonder? I do not anticipate anything from the first place prize, as it will not pertain to me. Comparatively, I am far more intrigued by the participation prize. Perhaps a few killing coins? I wish to upgrade my safe house. Do you think Wang Er and his group are concocting some nefarious scheme? Silence. If you value your life, refrain from being overly curious. Their schemes have nothing to do with us. Indeed, it is wise to speak little of such matters, lest one's life be at stake. Damn it. Back on Blue Star, I could at least be a keyboard warrior. Now, in this wretched land of slaughter, I cannot even fulfill that role. Indeed, being a keyboard warrior on Blue Star was harmless. At worst, one would be insulted. However, to think of being a keyboard warrior in the land of slaughter? One must be prepared for the grim reality that one might be eliminated the very moment they step out of their safe house. In fact, being eliminated would be the mildest outcome. Should one encounter a particularly deranged individual, they might simply knock you unconscious and take you away. And then, hif. As Luo Chen entered the square, countless gazes fell upon him. He surveyed the crowd, his attention drawn to the large group clustered together. Undoubtedly, this must be the band of inept individuals preparing to rob him shortly. Luo Chen's gaze passed over them indifferently before shifting to the towering tower of slaughter above, which appeared unchanged from its daytime visage. Luo Chen walked to the inner circle of the square, coming to a halt before the crimson obelisk. The surrounding crowd instinctively created a distance, no one daring to approach him closely. Even though they were unaware of Luo Chen's temperament, none wished to gamble on whether he was amiable. What if he were to display a volatile temper? Thus, they all prudently kept their distance, driven by a profound respect for the powerful. At that moment, the clock struck midnight, and with a brilliant surge of scarlet light, the ominous tower of slaughter slowly ascended into the sky. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in the ears of all present, audible only to them. Ding! The Slaughter Tower event has concluded. Based on your performance, you will receive a participation reward. Would you like to claim it immediately? This was the message heard by others. However, what Luo Chen received was different. Ding! The Slaughter Tower event has concluded. You have secured the first position on the current Slaughter Town leaderboard. Would you like to claim your first place reward immediately? Luo Chen chose not to claim it right away. Instead, he turned to face the gathering crowd that was gradually encircling him. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Er, said a man with the demeanor of a smiling tiger, stepping forward with a grin. I am Zhou Xian. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Luo Chen. Zhou Xian echoed, his smile betraying an unmistakable hint of jealousy. I am Augustus. You should be familiar with me, announced Augustus, tall and slender, standing out among the crowd. Both Wang Er and Zhou Xian were under 1.8 meters, while Augustus towered at over 1.9 meters, significantly surpassing the 1.8-meter tall Shun Tu Xiong beside him. Mr. Luo Chen, it is good to see you again. Shin Tu Xiong. The previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. Shin Tu Xiong felt a twinge of anxiety when facing Luo Chen. Despite the numerical superiority of their group, he remained uncertain. Moreover, if not for a lack of options, he would rather not be entangled in such matters. Yes, they were indeed numerous. Yet what would follow? Even if Luo Chen acquiesced this time and shared the rewards, what would happen once they parted ways? Could they guarantee that Luo Chen would not seek retribution? Thus, Shun Tu Xiong attempted to utter some conciliatory words, though he suspected such efforts would be in vain. But he was frightened. At that moment, the onlookers had distanced themselves, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Luo Chen's gaze swept over the group before resting again on Wang Er, the one who clearly seemed to lead this contingent. Why does Mr. Luo Chen remain silent? Do you look down upon us? Wang Er inquired, maintaining his smile, yet his eyes conveyed a venomous glint akin to a serpent poised to strike. Luo Chen scrutinized him and then inquired, have you received your participation prizes? Wang Er, taken aback, responded, what? He thought he must have misheard. I said, your participation prizes are ready for collection now, Luo Chen reiterated. I do not comprehend your meaning. Are you suggesting that we should claim our rewards first? Wang Er furrowed his brow, the smile that once graced his face fading away. This was not the scenario he had anticipated. Why would Luo Chen concern himself with their rewards? Why indeed? Luo Chen certainly had his reasons. After all, while the participation prize might be of modest value, it nonetheless held some worth. If these individuals chose not to claim their prizes now, they would lose the opportunity entirely once the situation escalated. That would equate to a loss for Luo Chen himself. He would not engage in such a futile venture. Thus, he added, why not indulge my curiosity and satisfy it? Luo Chen said with a smile, appearing quite amiable, if only no one were privy to the little schemes swirling within his mind. Chapter 91. The Tower of Carnage is indeed magnificent. I extend my gratitude for the carnage coins you have bestowed upon me. You, please claim your reward. At this moment, Wang Er casually pointed to an individual, instructing him to retrieve the participation prize for the recent Tower of Carnage event. The chosen individual, without hesitation, accepted the awaited reward. In the next instant, a surge of crimson light materialized before him, followed closely by a small box that descended, which he deftly caught. All eyes were fixed upon him as he promptly opened the box, revealing its contents. It was a bounty of carnage coins. The individual exclaimed in delight, exclaiming the abundance of coins within. As he extracted the thick stack from the box, he counted, astonished to find a total of 10,000 carnage coins. A staggering sum for merely participating. The individual expressed his joy, clearly taken aback by the Tower of Carnage's generosity. Initially, he had anticipated a modest 5,000 coins or items of equivalent value, perhaps equipment. To his astonishment, the tower had directly issued currency. Now, having satiated your curiosity, shall we engage in conversation? Wang Er turned to Luo Chen and inquired, "What is there for us to discuss?" Luo Chen replied with a smile, stating that you merely wish to covet my first-place reward, yet what gives you the right to assume I would share it with you? Not sharing, but rather, we propose a collaboration. Wang Er insisted, emphasizing that they were not unreasonable individuals and would share this reward with Mr. Luo Chen, even allowing him to take the lion's share. "Oh, shall I be thanking you then?" Luo Chen chuckled heartily, unable to contain his amusement. This reward rightfully belonged to him, and Wang Er, along with his entourage, sought to rob him, all the while pretending to consider Luo Chen's interests. Such audacity was truly remarkable. Luo Chen had never encountered such shamelessness until today. "Mr. Luo Chen, would you not consider this? It is an optimal choice for both parties." Wang Er suggested with a hint of menace in his tone. "No, thank you. I have never been one to share," Luo Chen decisively declined. However, before Wang Er could utter another word, Luo Chen swiftly redirected the conversation. "Nevertheless, I am willing to offer you an exclusive opportunity." An exclusive opportunity? Wang Er and his companions, who had initially prepared their retorts, swallowed their words upon hearing this. "What do you mean?" Wang Er inquired. With a smile, Luo Chen replied, "Quite simply, if I choose not to claim this reward, none of you will receive it, correct?" Wang Er and his companions nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is accurate. They were unprepared for the fact that they had to choose whether to claim their rewards immediately or to defer them. This caught them somewhat off guard. It is understandable, after all, due to their lack of experience. "Thus, I offer you an opportunity," Luo Chen continued. "I can claim this reward right away, but in return, you must agree to one condition." "What is it?" Wang Er inquired. "If it is an unreasonable demand, they would certainly refuse." "It's quite simple and will not put you in a difficult position," Luo Chen assured. "All I require is for each of you to claim your rewards just as I will." Luo Chen had already counted the heads of the people present, a total of 47 individuals. If each were to receive 10,000 slaughter coins, that would amount to 470,000 slaughter coins. Such a significant sum must not slip through his fingers. Hence, he insisted that they all claim their participation rewards. Is that all? Wang Er found it somewhat perplexing. However, Shun Tu-xiong, standing nearby, suddenly seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in incredulity as he gazed at Luo Chen, as if he had witnessed something astonishing. "Indeed, that is all," Luo Chen confirmed with a smile. "Very well, I accept your request." Such a straightforward demand was not something Wang Er would refuse. "Everyone, claim your rewards," he announced loudly. Naturally, his subordinates would not go against their leader's wishes and promptly proceeded to claim their rewards. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian, Shun Tu-xiong, and the others hesitated momentarily, but, upon noticing their leader's expressions, also chose to accept their rewards. With 10,000 slaughter coins in hand, joy illuminated their faces. After all, who does not appreciate money? Observing that everyone had claimed their respective rewards, Luo Chen smiled in satisfaction. Excellent. Now it is time to take action. Now it is your turn, Wang Er said at that moment. All right, Luo Chen nodded, casually claiming his reward. A crimson light erupted before him, followed by a suitcase of considerable size plummeting from the bloodlight, which Luo Chen caught effortlessly with one hand. The suitcase appeared considerably larger and of a higher quality than the others. However, Luo Chen had no time to examine its contents at that moment. He promptly stowed it into his spatial backpack, intending to open it later. At that moment, Wang Er and the others gazed enviously at the suitcase Luo Chen had just claimed. This was a chest valued at several million slaughter coins. How could they not be envious? All right, what would you like to do next? Wang Er asked. It is quite simple. With a beaming smile, Luo Chen slowly drew his tang knife, its blade aimed at Wang Er and his companions. From now on, all you need to do is survive my pursuit. The one who manages to endure shall receive the earlier reward. Wang Er's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though he had been outwitted. Yet, Luo Chen paid no heed to his thoughts. His objective had been accomplished. There was no need for further trivial conversation or delay. He yearned for rest. In the next moment, mesmerizing gaze. A violet halo radiated from Luo Chen's eyes, emanating a captivating brilliance. Instantly, the 47 individuals before him stood frozen, their senses dulled to the external world as they succumbed to the realm of illusion. Then came the next moment, Phantom Slash. The series of actions unfolded in merely 1 second, a swift movement followed by a decisive strike. By the time the next second arrived, Luo Chen found himself positioned behind the crowd. The distant onlookers, too frightened to approach, widened their eyes, desperate not to miss a single detail. Alas, despite their efforts, they still failed to witness anything substantial. What was happening? Had a fight broken out? Why were those individuals collapsing? Gasp! Was this the prowess of the top contender? To eliminate everyone in an instant. Goodness, what kind of strength was this? Were we truly all participants in the same arena of slaughter? Chapter 92. The Hidden Rules of the Killing Game. As Wang Er and his companions fell one by one, losing their lives, the surrounding spectators gasped in shock, their expressions betraying their astonishment at the unfolding scene. With a swift motion, Luo Chen sheathed his blade and turned to commence the tidying of the battlefield, collecting his spoils. 47 individuals. Merely the attributes harvested from their demise amounted to a significant figure. While Luo Chen gathered his loot, he also glanced at his character panel. Name, Luo Chen. Health, 19866, 19866. Mana, 17237, 17237. Status, healthy. Fatigue, to hunger. Strength, 1689. Constitution, 1806. Agility, 1655. Mentality, 1557. Physical defense, 2426. Elemental resistance, 2177. Health regeneration, 13. 3 second. Mana regeneration, 20 second. Talent ability, endless. Remove skill level cap, allowing the selection of one skill to increase by 1 level each day. Goodness, his health was nearing 20,000 points, and his mana was approaching 18,000. Not a single attribute fell below 1,500. The lowest, his mentality, stood at 1,557 points. Furthermore, his physical defense and elemental resistance, bolstered by independent passive skills, exceeded his constitution and mentality significantly, both surpassing 2,000 points. Such defense rendered even the most formidable attacks futile, even if he chose not to evade. Ding! Notice, all your attributes have surpassed 1,000 points. Henceforth, continuing to slay targets with a single attribute below 1,000 will yield no further plunder rewards. Luo Chen paused momentarily in his collection of loot. This was quite a revelation. It was unexpected for Luo Chen to discover such a stipulation. Clearly, while the killing game encouraged players to slay one another, it did not endorse the merciless slaughter of the weak by the powerful. Indeed, if unrestricted, those who had long since entered the killing game would undoubtedly flock to the novice spawn points to indiscriminately massacre newcomers. After all, slaying an opponent of equal rank was undeniably simpler than wantonly exterminating newcomers, was it not? A defeated opponent of the same tier might yield hundreds or even thousands of attribute points, yet the energy expended and risks taken were considerable. In contrast, slaughtering newcomers might only yield a handful or a few dozen points of attribute value each. However, the simplicity of this endeavor was akin to crushing a swarm of ants. Provided the quantity was sufficient, the rewards could easily surpass those of the former. And within a killing town, a full complement consisted of 1,000 residents. Assuming a single individual can bestow upon you 20 attribute points, then 1,000 individuals would yield a staggering 20,000 attribute points. How many formidable adversaries of equal rank must one vanquish to seize this bounty of 20,000? What perils must one navigate in the process? Upon reflection, it seems reasonable that there should be such limitations within the realm of slaughter. Otherwise, newcomers would scarcely have the opportunity to develop. Having contemplated this, Luo Chen ceased to be troubled by these considerations. It is merely a matter of ensuring that no singular attribute falls below 1,000. At present, individuals who meet this criterion may be few. Yet with the passage of time, such individuals will inevitably increase in number. Furthermore, Luo Chen does not solely rely on slaughter to augment his prowess. By the way, did my recent elimination of those 47 individuals constitute a glitch in the system? As he continued to gather his spoils, Luo Chen mused. After all, his prior attributes were already nearing this threshold. In truth, even a casual elimination of 1 or 2 individuals could suffice to surpass the 1,000-point standard across all attributes. Yet, Luo Chen had simultaneously dispatched 47 individuals. The immediate result was that he reaped the rewards from all 47, propelling his overall attributes beyond 1,500 points. However, this must lie within the permissible bounds of the slaughter game, he speculated. Yet, the precise extent of what the game permits remained a mystery to him. Surely, there must be some limitations. Before long, Luo Chen had collected all the scattered spoils. Beside him lay an abundance of spatial backpacks, 47 in total. Such coincidence. Another 47. He glanced at the pile of backpacks, pondering. This time, however, only one of the spatial backpacks was of blue quality, that belonging to Wang Air. The rest were merely of green quality. Selling them to the Misty Shop would yield a mere 200 slaughter coins, a paltry sum. Having cleared the battlefield, Luo Chen now regarded the individuals in the square with a smile. Remarkably, they had not fled. This spared him considerable hassle. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly relinquish all your slaughter coins and surplus attribute crystals. Do not compel me to search you myself. If you cooperate willingly, I have no desire to harm you. Do not force my hand. His voice resonated in the ears of every individual present, and they all clearly grasped his words. In an instant, those who had initially lingered to observe began to panic. No, I will not part with my slaughter coins. They are mine. Some clutched their spatial backpacks tightly, instinctively turning to flee toward the safety of their hideouts. Yet in the next moment, swish, swish, 2 bloody tendrils pierced through the fleeing individuals, instantly draining their life force. Not a single scream escaped their lips as they fell lifeless to the ground. Luo Chen retracted his hand and cast a calm gaze over the remaining onlookers. Do not make this difficult for me. Be compliant. In an instant, a shiver coursed through the crowd as fear swiftly permeated the atmosphere. The following moment, if I surrender the killing coin, will I be allowed to depart? Someone finally reached their breaking point. Faced with the choice between wealth and life, they ultimately made a prudent decision. Although Luo Chen could no longer reap any attribute points from these individuals, he was certainly not incapable of taking their lives. The only difference was the absence of attribute points to gain. The reason he refrained from violence and instead opted for this convoluted method of coaxing them into voluntary submission was that Luo Chen was contemplating a long-term strategy. After all, the Tower of Slaughter does not descend merely once. It arrives weekly. This implies that Luo Chen has the opportunity to harvest once more each week. Clearly, the former approach allows for greater profit than eliminating them all at once and seizing their entire fortunes. Chapter 93. Counting gains. Wealth exceeds 1 million again. Once the first was secured, naturally, a second followed. Subsequently, others, emulating this example, relinquished their own killing coins and attribute crystals. Humans are inherently conformist, observing the collective action. Even those who hesitated inwardly succumbed to the prevailing behavior. Furthermore, they had no alternative. They could either surrender their killing coins and attribute crystals or meet the fate of the two unfortunate souls that had just perished. When faced with death, they undoubtedly prefer the former. As the old adage goes, it is better to endure a difficult life than to embrace a miserable death. Nevertheless, even after surrendering these possessions, a sense of unease lingered among the group, uncertain if Luo Chen would honor his word. "All right, you may leave now." Luo Chen collected the substantial pile before him and waved them away, not even bothering to verify if anyone had intentionally withheld some items. It was not that he had not considered it. Rather, it was deemed unnecessary. Even if a few chose to conceal a portion, it would be a mere handful, and the hidden items would be of minimal value compared to the considerable sum before him. Luo Chen was disinclined to squander time and energy for such trivial gains. Instead of engaging in a futile back and forth that might yield only a few thousand killing coins, it was far more prudent to simply let them depart. Moreover, Luo Chen was intent on fostering long-term development. Providing them with a modicum of initial capital would enhance their chances of survival. Speaking of survival, Luo Chen recalled that he would soon be able to claim his first survival reward. Unbeknownst to him, it was already the 8th day since their arrival in the land of slaughter, participating in this endless game of carnage. In just 2 days, he would be eligible to receive the survival reward for enduring 10 days. What treasures might that reward hold? Luo Chen pondered while meticulously organizing the items before him, then directing his gaze towards the now desolate central plaza. The individuals, upon Luo Chen's announcement of their freedom to leave, had swiftly vacated the area. No one dared linger any longer. Their retreat was remarkably swift. Luo Chen chuckled softly, then turned to retrieve the 47 spatial backpacks, along with the other 2, dragging this considerable haul towards the safety of his shelter. That scared me. I thought I was a goner today. Thank goodness for Luo Chen's reliability. I knew he was trustworthy. Ahem. Attention, this is the regional chat channel. Remember, this is not a private conversation. Right. Luo Chen truly honors his word. The entire situation tonight is entirely the fault of Wang Er and his group. It is their reckless existence that has turned our killing town number 10087 into a chaotic mess. Luo Chen is formidable. Well done. What are you all talking about? Wait, you don't know? What should I know? Didn't you just go to the square? What are you discussing? Who was killed? I did go, but I left right after claiming my rewards. Me too. I took my items and left immediately. Did anything happen afterward? Oh dear. I should have left earlier. Ahem. Mind your words. I actually believe that what Lord Luo Chen did was not unreasonable. Think about it. We are all part of the same slaughter town. The stronger Lord Luo Chen becomes, the safer our town will be, right? Yes, he has a point. No, seriously. What are you all talking about? Can someone explain this to me? Brother, I'll message you privately. Can any of the sisters give an explanation? Sister, I messaged you. Please take a look. So it turns out, you were right. Those people truly deserve their fate. To be honest, I was a bit tired, which is why I left early, and I didn't expect. Let's not talk anymore. Everyone should rest early. We need to explore new areas tomorrow. Yes. Good night, everyone. I'm off to sleep. Hee. Are they really sleeping or just pretending? At this moment, Luo Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, a half-consumed bottle of drink in front of him. The enormous 120-inch television in the living room displayed the scrolling messages from the regional chat channel. After watching for a while and noticing that few were speaking, Luo Chen finally retrieved his space backpack and began tallying his gains from the night. First, there were the slaughter coins. This was the easiest to count. Previously, the 47 individuals led by Wang Er provided him with a base of 10,000 slaughter coins each, plus an additional 30,000, totaling 501,600 coins. Then there were the 204 onlookers. Although this was not the entire population of the town, it was still a significant majority, with only a handful having left early, merely a dozen or so. Luo Chen was too lazy to track them down one by one. It was a hassle, Among these 204 people, aside from the base of 2,040,000 slaughter coins, there was an additional 165,200 coins. That averages to less than 1,000 per person. However, this is quite normal, as those who prefer to save rather than spend are exceedingly rare. Most people spend as much as they have. After all, who knows if they will live to see tomorrow? Thus, the total amount of slaughter coins Luo Chen acquired that night reached an astonishing 706,800 coins. Yet, this was not the entirety of his harvest. There were also some attribute crystals and equipment. The equipment was scavenged from those 47 hapless individuals. Oh, and let's not forget the 2 unfortunate souls from later on. However, these 2 unfortunate souls fared poorly, for their equipment was predominantly of white quality, which truly failed to impress Luo Chen. Among them, the number of attribute crystals was scant, with white qualities being prevalent and green ones exceedingly rare. The total worth amounted to merely 11,300 slaughter coins. When accounting for the value of the equipment, the overall sum precisely reached 110,000 slaughter coins. Furthermore, there were some survival supplies that held little monetary value. Luo Chen gathered these items together, forming a rather substantial pile. Notably, the mobile phones and tablets he had previously coveted were also included in this collection of supplies. He set them aside on a nearby table to examine later for any potentially useful content. Lastly, there were the 49 space backpacks, one of blue quality, while the rest were of green quality. Their combined worth totaled a mere 11,600 slaughter coins. Chapter 94. A generous first-place reward. An exceptional purple equipment. A total of 2,882,400 slaughter coins? Luo Chen calculated mentally and arrived at this figure. Indeed, the bulk of the reward lay in the pile of slaughter coins ahead. The value of the subsequent items paled in comparison, merely amounting to a few hundred thousand. Truly not worth much. After organizing these items, he placed those meant for the storage room in the storage room, those intended for the refrigerator in the refrigerator, and the rest, which he planned to take to the Misty Shop for recycling tomorrow, were all tossed into the solitary blue spatial backpack. Having arranged everything, Luo Chen finally unveiled his first-place reward. He set the chest upon the coffee table, glanced around, found the button to open the chest, and gently pressed it. Click! A sound of unlocking echoed. Following that, the lid of the treasure chest automatically sprung open, and beams of light surged forth, cascading down onto the surrounding ground. In a moment, as the radiance dissipated, the open treasure chest had vanished entirely. In its place, the floor was now strewn with an array of supplies, equipment, and slaughter coins. Goodness! Luo Chen had initially thought that such a box would scarcely contain much. Yet, the reality far exceeded his expectations. The sheer volume of items within this chest was simply unimaginable. This reward was astonishingly bountiful. Luo Chen gazed in surprise at the heap before him, his attention captured by a mountain of slaughter coins. It was a staggering sight, stacks upon stacks of coins, each neatly bundled in tens of thousands, piled together to create a visually spectacular mound. Having recently witnessed the sight of over 2 million slaughter coins stacked together, seeing this new pile, which seemed to surpass even that, was truly remarkable. It appeared to be no less than 3 to 4 million. Indeed, Luo Chen counted directly. With each stack containing 10,000 slaughter coins, there were a staggering 400 stacks here that amounted to a total of 4 million slaughter coins. The value of just this pile of coins exceeded the total worth of the items he had just counted, surpassing it by over 1 million. And this was merely a portion of the first-place reward, not the entirety. Aside from the mountain of slaughter coins, the next most abundant items were boxes upon boxes of various supplies. However, most of these supplies consisted of high-end liquors, cigarettes, fresh ingredients, and fruits. The quality was quite elevated. If these items were placed on Blue Star, their worth would likely be beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Just the value of a single bottle of liquor could easily exceed 6 figures. Yet, this was the land of slaughter. The prices of Blue Star held no significance here. Whether it was a bottle worth hundreds of thousands or a mere few dollars, their value was equivalent in this realm. No one is inherently noble or base. However, I must admit that I have never indulged in such an expensive wine before. Luo Chen opened a chest and retrieved a bottle. The bottle appeared rather unadorned, lacking any ostentatious embellishments. Without hesitation, Luo Chen uncorked the bottle and poured a modest half-cup. After tasting it, he smacked his lips and couldn't help but frown. A few 100,000? For this? He shook his head and casually set the wine and glass aside. Perhaps he lacked the discerning palate to appreciate its worth. In any case, he could not discern why this beverage commanded such a high price. Disregarding the lavish liquid, Luo Chen's gaze shifted to the equipment. Four pieces of gear had emerged from the reward chest, seemingly constituting a complete set. A top, trousers, boots, and a weapon encased in a box. He first examined the top, trousers, and boots. All three were of purple quality, their attributes vastly superior to those he currently wore. The disparity was too great to be attributed to mere level differences. Thus, it was evident that these three items were exceptional among purple gear. Each piece boasted 3 attributes, whereas standard purple gear typically features only 2. Purple gear with 3 attributes is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. If those attributes are particularly advantageous, it qualifies as extraordinary, or even supremely exceptional. Heroic garb of exceptional vitality, quality, purple, Constitution 80, Health 20, Health 20, Health 20, impenetrable heroic trousers, quality, purple, Constitution 80, damage reduction 10, damage reduction 10, damage reduction 10. Mighty heroic boots, quality, purple, strength 80, physical damage 10, physical damage 10, physical damage 10 undoubtedly. The attributes of these 3 pieces are formidable. Each item shares identical attributes, a rarity indeed, and these attributes are of exceptional quality, featuring noble percentage bonuses. Immediately, Luo Chen shed his current gear and donned the 3 extraordinary purple pieces. Clad in the complete white heroic ensemble, he exuded the aura of a chivalrous hero from an ancient martial arts drama, though his short hair seemed somewhat out of place. Nevertheless, his striking appearance was enough to carry it off. It merely rendered him a tad unconventional, yet still undeniably attractive. Indeed, Luo Chen admired himself in the mirror. Setting aside the attributes, he was thoroughly pleased with the aesthetic appeal of the heroic attire. Subsequently, Luo Chen once again picked up the box containing the weapon. Upon opening it, he indeed discovered a Tang broadsword of a similar style, complete with a sheath. The white scabbard, adorned with golden patterns, exuded an air of nobility. In his grasp, the sword surprisingly felt a bit weighty. After weighing it a few times, he estimated that its weight might exceed 100 pounds. Yet, the sword appeared to be far from that heavy, likely no more than 10 pounds at most. It seemed to be a matter of material. He wondered what kind of metal was used, as its density was astonishingly high. Upon inspecting the attributes of this sword, he found, to no one's surprise, that it was indeed another exceptional purple-grade item. Blade of the Gale, grade, purple, strength 40, agility 40, gale power 1. Gale power 1, gale power 1, note 1. Activating gale power unleashes the blade of the gale to strike the target. Each point of gale power increases the damage of the blade of the gale by 100. Note 2. Activating gale power will continuously consume mana. The higher the level of gale power, the greater the consumption. Level 3 gale power consumes 1 mana per second. Chapter 95. Approaching damage values in the thousands? Can skills be selected independently? At level 3, the Gale Force can indeed provide a staggering 300 damage increase. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the description of the blade in his hand. Of course, the Gale Force, when activated, continuously consumes mana at level 3. It requires 1 mana per second. No matter how much mana one possesses, it will still deplete at a rate of 1. Thus, the maximum duration of Gale Force is limited to 100 seconds, unless your mana recovery rate exceeds this consumption. In that case, it could be maintained indefinitely, transforming into a permanent buff. Let us give it a try. Luo Chen promptly took the Gale Blade to the backyard of his safe house. After upgrading to level 4, the backyard had expanded to approximately 300 square meters. He found an open space and placed a white quality shield he had long kept in his inventory at one end of the yard, while he positioned himself at the opposite end. The distance across the yard was roughly 25 meters. Standing on the eastern side, He activated the Gale Force while gripping the Gale Blade. As soon as the Gale Force was activated, a visible stream of blue energy enveloped the Gale Blade. Swirling around it, there were special effects. Luo Chen marveled. Indeed, the visual effect was quite stunning, evoking memories of the past. In the next moment, Gale slash. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blue blade of wind that soared across the surface of the backyard pool, creating ripples, and with a resounding crack. It shattered the white shield positioned 25 meters away, striking the rear wall with force. Given the safe house's defense value of 10,000, this blade of wind could not inflict effective damage. However, the damage was indeed significant. It is worth noting that Luo Chen's current strength attribute stood at 794 points. When in the activated state of Gale Force, the blade strike yielded an additional 300 damage increase. Thus, the damage reached 176 points. Moreover, Luo Chen possessed a 35 physical damage bonus. Since the Gale Blade dealt physical damage rather than elemental damage, it benefited from this enhancement. In essence, the final damage from his recent strike amounted to 687 points. He was merely a little over 300 points shy of reaching the 10,000 mark. With a slight increase in his strength attribute, he could effortlessly surpass that threshold. At that point, even a level 4 safe house would be unable to withstand his assault, rendering its defenses ineffective. It seemed that the level 4 safe house was not as secure as it appeared. Luo Chen pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, the level of this safe house is perpetually insufficient. Upon reaching level 4, one yearns for level 5. Upon attaining level 5, the desire for level 6 emerges. It seems there may never be an end to this pursuit. Speaking of which, is there a notion of a maximum level for a safe house? Luo Chen suddenly pondered this question. Having discarded a useless shield, he successfully tested the effects of the Blade of Gale. Indeed, it performed remarkably well. The attack range of the Blade of Gale is impressively extensive, certainly beyond 25 meters. How far can it reach at its maximum? That is something to explore in the wild, as it cannot be tested within the confines of the courtyard. Furthermore, the damage inflicted by the Blade of Gale is astonishingly high. A single strike nearly approaches 10,000. Unbelievable. It is worth noting that this is merely a piece of purple equipment. Of course, it is an exceptional specimen among purple gear. If it merely featured the Gale Force attribute alone, its effects would not be nearly as explosive. Returning to the safe house, Luo Chen set the Blade of Gale aside. His Tanghong Dao was now nearing obsolescence. He would primarily rely on the Blade of Gale henceforth. However, while the blade is indeed excellent, the sole drawback is the excessive consumption of Gale Force. With Luo Chen's current mana pool, each second consumes 1, equating to 172 points of mana. Yet, he can only recover 20 points of mana per second. Clearly, this is insufficient. If only he had 2,000 points of mana, it would be just perfect. Luo Chen found this amusing. Having too much mana had ironically become a burden. The crux of the matter is that Luo Chen's mana sources stem either from his base attributes or passive skills. The mana derived from equipment amounts to a mere 250 points. Goodness, 250? As for the issue of consumption, Luo Chen currently has no viable solutions. Moreover, the Gale Force does not necessarily need to be active at all times. Utilizing it occasionally suffices. There's no need for it to be a constant presence. Even if his mana runs out during battle, it is of no consequence. After all, he has a backup weapon. He can still fight effectively. However, that massive sword can be sold now. There is no need to keep it any longer. After inspecting the 4 exceptional pieces of equipment obtained from the reward chest, Luo Chen then brought forth the last 2 small boxes. One box is palm-sized, while the other is slightly larger, akin to the size of a tablet. Surely, these must be skill crystals, Luo Chen conjectured. He then proceeded to open the 2 boxes. However, this time, a minor surprise awaited him. The larger box opened effortlessly, revealing 6 purple skill upgrade stones, worth a staggering 600,000 kill coins. Conversely, when Luo Chen attempted to open the smaller box, he failed, and a prompt appeared instead. Ding! Activate the skill crystal selection box. Please choose from the following categories: 1. Passive skills. 2. Active skills. Can I really choose? Luo Chen felt a twinge of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately opted for the first choice, passive skills. Passive skills are excellent. They require no consumption, which he adores. Passive skills selected. Please choose an attribute type. 1. Basic attributes. 2. Recovery abilities. 3. Defensive attributes. 4. Special attributes. He understood the first 3 options, as the skills he had previously purchased from the Misty Shop belonged to these categories. However, what does the 4th option, special attributes, entail? What makes it special? Could it be attributes akin to damage reduction? Luo Chen pondered. After all, this attribute was something he had only just encountered. He had never seen it before. It must be considered relatively unique, he mused. Chapter 96. 2 purple skills. Why not opt for a special attribute and see what unfolds? Luo Chen mused, feeling a surge of curiosity, primarily because he had never encountered such a passive skill before. Previously, he had inquired with the attendant at the Misty Shop about any additional types of passive skills beyond the few he had already acquired. The response had been a definitive no. However, upon reflection, it seemed that the attendant's denial pertained solely to the white, green, and blue tiers. Yet the purple tier? That was a different story. With a newfound determination, Luo Chen decided to select the 4th option, the special attribute. In the next moment, he had anticipated the conclusion of the process. Yet, the prompt reappeared, this time with an added twist. Upon closer inspection, he noticed additional wording. Second skill type? Does this mean that this box can yield 2 skill crystals? Luo Chen exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. He had assumed that, given the box's modest dimensions, it would contain but a single skill crystal. To his astonishment, a delightful surprise awaited him. Thus, he repeated his earlier selection, this time choosing the healing ability as the skill attribute type. As for whether it would restore mana or health, that remained uncertain. It was a gamble, but he was willing to embrace either outcome. Should he procure a skill that restored health, it would enhance his survivability and bolster his sense of security in the wilderness. Conversely, if he drew a mana restoration skill, it would synergize perfectly with the Windblade. Ideally, it would yield a significant recovery amount. If it were based on a percentage recovery, that would be even better. However, he knew that such an expectation was far-fetched. After all, he had previously inquired about this with the attendant at the Misty Shop, who had clarified that only legendary-level passive skills provided attributes and recovery efficiencies as percentages. Skills below the legendary tier, be they gold or orange, offered fixed numerical values. Naturally, purple skills followed suit. The notion of percentage recovery was merely a fantasy. Upon completing his second selection, no new prompts emerged. With ease, Luo Chen opened the slightly smaller box. Inside lay 2 shimmering skill crystals radiating a purple glow. He had half expected a third one. With a smile, he reached in, grasping 1 crystal in each hand. As he applied a gentle pressure, a crisp crack echoed, and the 2 purple skill crystals shattered into countless violet motes that swiftly integrated into his being. Ding! Acquired new skill. Life drain. Ding! Acquired new skill. Elemental blessing. Upon hearing the notifications, Luo Chen promptly summoned his character panel, directing his gaze toward the skill section, which now brimmed with content. Life drain LV. 1 grade. Purple lifesteal 50 points. Elemental gift LV. Grade, purple, passive enhancement of mana recovery efficiency, 900 points per minute. Does the special attribute grant lifesteal? That is indeed commendable, as it equates to an alternative form of health restoration. Although it does not provide the damage reduction I initially anticipated, the lifesteal attribute is quite commendable, and its efficiency is impressive, allowing for the absorption of 50 health points with each attack. Given Luo Chen's attack speed, wouldn't he be able to recover over 1,000 points in mere moments? This efficiency is quite remarkable. After all, at this stage, few can penetrate Luo Chen's defenses, let alone inflict more than a single point of damage. With the lifesteal efficiency of this skill, even when besieged by a multitude, he can effortlessly maintain his health at maximum. Moreover, it is only at level 1. There remains substantial room for improvement. In contrast, the elemental gift skill appears somewhat unremarkable. Nevertheless, a recovery of 900 mana points per minute at level 1 is significantly superior to similar blue skills. The reason Luo Chen perceives it as mundane is merely due to his exposure to numerous skills of this nature. In reality, the skill's effects are quite formidable. With just a few upgrades, Luo Chen's mana recovery efficiency could ascend to new heights. Conveniently, he possesses 6 purple skill upgrade stones. At present, he has these 2 purple skills, so he can readily upgrade both to level 4. Lifesteal LV, for grade, purple, attack lifesteal 200 points, elemental gift LV. 4, grade, purple, passive enhancement of mana recovery efficiency, 3,600 points per minute. See, the efficiency has indeed improved, with a recovery speed of 3,600 points per minute. Combined with Luo Chen's previous skills, he now recovers 80 mana points every second. This approaches a recovery rate of nearly 0.5 per second. Furthermore, the lifesteal efficiency has increased to 200 health points absorbed per attack, allowing him to recover from near death to full health in moments. Of course, this is under the current circumstance where Luo Chen's health is not exceptionally high. However, at this stage, and even in the near future, this skill's lifesteal efficiency is undoubtedly sufficient. It is enough to ensure Luo Chen's safety. By the way, there is still an opportunity to enhance a skill level that just refreshed today, just past midnight. It has already entered the second day. So Luo Chen can now upgrade any skill by 1 level. However, after some contemplation, he decided to wait a bit longer. Using it now would feel somewhat wasteful. Currently, both of his purple skills are at level 4, and upgrading 1 level requires only 1 purple skill upgrade stone, which amounts to merely 100,000 kill coins. However, if Luo Chen were to visit the Misty Shop after dawn and invest in a few purple skill upgrade stones, thereby enhancing the levels of 2 purple skills before utilizing this opportunity for an upgrade, would he not conserve a greater amount of slaughter coins? Cunning as I am, I certainly cannot incur a loss. With a smile, Luo Chen closed the character panel and gazed at the pile of items in the living room before him. Very well. It is time to tidy up. He began to gather all the supplies, placing other items where they belonged, while those intended for tomorrow's journey were directly stowed into a spatial backpack. After a span of about 10 minutes, Luo Chen managed to clear the living room. Now, only a collection of mobile phones and tablets remained. They did not appear brand new. Surely, they must contain some data? As Luo Chen picked up a tablet and attempted to power it on, he found that a mere touch of the screen illuminated it. A password is required? Frowning, he pondered how to bypass this obstacle. He decided to input a random combination to see what would happen. With that thought, Luo Chen casually entered 4 zeros. To his astonishment, it unlocked. Goodness, what difference does it make whether this password exists or not? It is merely ornamental. Chapter 97. Consumption. Indulge in a shopping spree. Upon unlocking the screen, Luo Chen immediately inspected the applications downloaded on the tablet. However, his heart sank upon merely glancing at them. To his dismay, the device was populated solely by a collection of pre-installed applications. Utterly disappointing, especially for a new device. Casually tossing the tablet aside, he reached for another one. On the table lay a total of 6 tablets. As Luo Chen examined each one, he discovered that 4 of them were indeed new, yet devoid of any useful applications. The remaining 2 were less fortunate. One refused to power on, and despite attempting to charge it with a discovered charger, it was evidently faulty. Fortunately, the last tablet functioned properly, powered up seamlessly, and crucially was not a new device. It boasted a variety of miscellaneous applications. However, many required an internet connection to be utilized, such as certain online games and various messaging and video applications. To his surprise, the previous owner had downloaded dozens of novels onto the device, along with a few offline single-player games. Though merely casual puzzle games, Luo Chen found them quite enjoyable in his current situation. He decided to treasure this tablet, while regarding the other 5 with indifference. Ultimately, he chose to keep the 4 functional ones and discarded the broken device, as it served no purpose. Subsequently, Luo Chen turned his attention to the pile of smartphones, over a dozen in total. He meticulously inspected each one. This time, he encountered even more malfunctioning devices. Out of 17 smartphones, 5 were inoperable. The remaining 12 were functional and fully charged. However, the unfortunate news was that the phones contained little of value, no downloaded novels or movies. Aside from a plethora of messaging applications, they were predominantly filled with video apps. Yet, what use were they without an internet connection? Resigned, he thought that at least he could utilize the compass feature to discern cardinal directions. Although frustrated to the point of wanting to smash the devices, he ultimately showed restraint, recognizing that they retained some utility. The following day, Luo Chen rose early, awakening at the break of dawn. After rising from his expansive 2.5-meter bed, he proceeded to the bright and polished bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. After completing his morning routine, he returned to his room to change out of his pajamas and leisurely descended the staircase. In the kitchen, he prepared a generous bowl of seafood noodles for breakfast. Carrying the bowl to the dining room, he set a tablet beside him. Opening the novel he had read late into the night, savoring the noodles while immersing himself in the story. Indeed, it evoked a nostalgic sense of returning to simpler times. If only he could scroll through short videos at that moment, it would feel even more reminiscent. After half an hour, Luo Chen finally finished his bowl of noodles. Primarily, the act of simultaneously indulging in a novel while dining consumes considerable time. Typically, Luo Chen could finish his meal in a mere 10 minutes. Yet today, it took him twice as long. After carelessly tossing his dishes into the dishwasher and activating the automatic cleaning function, Luo Chen ascended the stairs with his backpack and a substantial bundle. This bundle was merely a spare sheet, encasing the contents of his spatial backpack from the previous day. Upon reaching his bedroom, he activated the teleportation array within. In the next instant, the blue teleportation circle sprang to life, and amidst a burst of azure light, both Luo Chen and his large bundle vanished from the room. In the wilderness, approximately 135 kilometers west of the infamous kill town number 10087, in a secluded nook, a flash of light heralded the arrival of Luo Chen, clutching his large bundle. After surveying his surroundings and ensuring safety, he sprinted towards the opposite direction. Minutes later, Luo Chen found himself near the foggy region, a mere 20 kilometers from kill town number 10087, where he encountered no one. He boldly entered the misty little shop, first shoving his large bundle inside before stepping over the threshold. "Welcome." The shopkeeper greeted him with an ever-present smile, maintaining an enthusiastic demeanor that was almost reminiscent of a celestial being. "I wish to recycle all of these items," Luo Chen declared, depositing his collection onto the counter, forming a small mountain that obscured the shopkeeper from view. Fortunately, the shopkeeper swiftly removed the pile, placing it beneath the counter, which seemed to possess an infinite capacity, effortlessly concealing everything without a trace. "Greetings, esteemed customer. Here are your slaughter coins." With a thud, a box landed on the counter, filled with stacks of slaughter coins. However, it amounted to a mere few 100,000, a sum to which Luo Chen had long since grown impervious. In a swift motion, he retrieved an even greater sum from his spatial backpack, stacking it on the counter. Over 6 million in total, which constituted his entire wealth. Today, he intended to spend every last coin, ideally leaving not a single one behind. Of course, the likelihood of exhausting every coin was slim, as it was nearly impossible to calculate expenditures down to such precise details. "First, I would like 12 purple skill upgrade stones." Luo Chen waved his hand, and instantly, a small portion of the slaughter coins diminished before his eyes. Each purple skill upgrade stone cost 100,000 slaughter coins, totaling 1.2 million for 12 stones. "Customer, here are the skill upgrade stones you requested." The shopkeeper beamed as he handed over a box containing precisely the 12 purple skill upgrade stones Luo Chen sought. Luo Chen initially invested 2 of his points into 2 purple skills, elevating both to level 5. Subsequently, he took the remaining 10 points and allocated them entirely to the skill Elemental Blessing, raising it to level 10. Upon completion, Luo Chen utilized his skill upgrade opportunities for today on Elemental Blessing, propelling its level to 11, thereby surpassing the conventional upper limit for purple skills. Elemental Blessing LV 11 Rank, Purple. Passive enhancement of mana restoration efficiency, 9,900 points per minute. This equates to a mana recovery rate of 165 points per second. With just this singular skill, Luo Chen's mana restoration efficiency has approached nearly 1 per second. Considering the effects of his other skills, Luo Chen is now capable of recovering a remarkable 185 points of mana per second. His total mana pool stands at 17,237 points, meaning 1 translates to approximately 172 points. Chapter 98, Skill Update. The wallet is going to be empty again. The consumption has exceeded the recovery. A subtle smile graced Luo Chen's lips as he acknowledged that although upgrading the purple skills was costly, the results were indeed remarkable. However, he decided it prudent not to invest in upgrading the Life Drain skill for the time being, as there were numerous other expenditures on the horizon. A level 5 Life Drain was sufficient for now and did not warrant further enhancement. Closing the character panel, Luo Chen turned his gaze towards the attendant before him. Could you kindly procure for me 160 white skill upgrade stones and 232 green skill upgrade stones? Certainly, esteemed customer. The attendant bowed, retrieving 2 boxes from beneath the counter and placing them upon it, opening them to reveal the coveted skill upgrade stones. This time, Luo Chen spent a mere 248,000 kill coins, quite a bargain. Subsequently, he allocated these 2 types of skill upgrade stones to Swift Movement and Multiple Blink Slash. The former ascended to level 50, while the latter reached level 40. Swift Movement LV 50, grade, white. Consumes 400 mana points to enter a sustained state of Swift Movement for 400 seconds. Increasing movement speed by 6145 with no cooldown time. Multiple Blink Slash LV 40, grade, green. Consumes 420 mana points to perform a Blink Slash on 1. Agility 225. Targets within a distance of 1. Agility 83 meters ahead. Dealing 50, Strength 440, physical damage with no cooldown time. The level 50 Swift Movement skill offers an astonishing speed increase of over 61 times. Crucially, this skill has no cooldown, and its effect lasts for a remarkable 400 seconds. Likewise, Multiple Blink Slash has shed its cooldown, with damage now reaching an impressive 440 of the Strength attribute. Moreover, it serves as an area attack